The night of the wedding chamber. Tang Tianqi, immersed in a Marvel game, drifted into a slumber. In his hazy state, he seemed to hear the mouse click softly. Upon reopening his eyes, he suddenly beheld the Black Widow adorned in a white wedding gown, smiling at him. The gown accentuated her extraordinary beauty, exuding an allure that was simultaneously enchanting and pure. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself within the confines of a grand cathedral, filled predominantly with Western faces, with only a smattering of Eastern countenances. A solemn voice resonated from the altar. "Miss Natasha, do you wish to take this man as your husband? In sickness and in health, in poverty and in wealth, will you remain ever faithful to him until the end of your days?" The Black Widow nodded gently. "I do." The priest continued, "Mr. Tang Tianqi, do you wish to marry this woman and take her as your wife? In sickness and in health, in poverty and in wealth, will you love her and protect her until the end of your days?" Tang Tianqi was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Am I dreaming? It seemed he had played too much of the Marvel game, leading his thoughts to manifest in dreams. Tianqi had always felt that the most pitiable character in the Marvel universe was the Black Widow. Born Natasha Romanoff, according to comic lore, she was said to have been born in 1928 in a nation of warriors, making her only 8 years younger than Captain America. Her body had been altered by the notorious spy organization, the Red Room, significantly slowing her aging process, allowing her to retain her youthful visage well into the 21st century. However, in the film Black Widow, it was explicitly stated that she was born in the 1980s, thus having a normal human age. Her other experiences, though, were largely similar. Subjected to brutal training from a young age in the Red Room, she gained infamy within the espionage community for her ruthless methods. Yet, her extraordinary beauty rendered men defenseless, leading many to their demise at her hands, much like the deadliest spider, the Black Widow, who consumes the male after mating. Such a malicious moniker was unlikely to be embraced by any normal woman. Of course, in comparison to her numerous harrowing experiences, Natasha was indifferent to an unflattering nickname. What was even more devastating was that, to prevent her female operatives from being seduced by the enemy through their charms, the Red Room had rendered her infertile by removing her uterus. After all, a woman inherently possesses maternal instincts. Should she bear children, she might betray her mission for the sake of her offspring and husband. Thus, whether within the Red Room or later as a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers, the Black Widow was relegated to being a beautiful enforcer, devoid of personal happiness. Among the roster of superheroes in the Avengers, her combat prowess, alongside Hawkeye, was the least formidable. Both were mere mortals, lacking superpowers, representing the upper limit of ordinary humans and the lower limit of superheroes. In the face of an unrelenting parade of supervillains and extraterrestrial foes, male superheroes would exclaim with fervor, "The show is about to begin." Only she would reveal an imperceptible fear and loneliness in her gaze, saying, I fail to see how this is a show." Regrettably, in the realm of superheroes, her words went unheard and unheeded. Ultimately, in Avengers Endgame, she and Hawkeye raced to secure the Soul Stone, each eager to leap from the precipice. While Hawkeye had a wife and children to consider, she possessed no such ties, and thus, she prevailed. At her funeral, mourners included comrades, colleagues, and friends, yet there were conspicuously absent lovers and children. It can be said that although the Black Widow appeared strikingly beautiful and garnered widespread attention, she was, in truth, the most solitary and pitiable. "Ahem, Mr. Tang Tianqi, do you accept?" the priest inquired, prompting a look of perplexity from the Black Widow. Tang Tianqi composed himself and declared, "I do. 1,000 times I do. I, Tang Tianqi, vow before the universe to guard you with my life, ensuring you shall no longer be alone and shielded from any harm by adversaries. Furthermore, regardless of how brutal reality may be, I am willing to overcome all obstacles alongside you, to raise children together and nurture them as they grow." The Black Widow felt a tremor within her. His words struck at the very core of her soul. In that moment, a flicker of unease gripped her. Did he know her origins? Was he intentionally uttering these words to entice her? According to intelligence, that should not be the case. His background was straightforward. Even if he were an enemy agent, it would be improbable for him to fathom the profound desires nestled within her heart. Not even Director Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. was privy to her innermost longings. How could he possibly know? Throughout her life, she had been solitary and forsaken, unaware of her biological parents' identities, only learning of their demise from the lips of General Red Room, with no graves to seek. Those in her line of work were forbidden from forming families, forging friendships, or bearing children. The indoctrination of Red ideology had crumbled alongside the fall of the Soviet Union. Uncertain of her origins and direction, she wandered aimlessly, plagued by an acute lack of belonging. It was only after defecting from the Red Room that she found a semblance of stability within S.H.I.E.L.D. The reason for this newfound stability was simple. The Black Widow had often expressed to other superheroes that this place was her home, and they were akin to family. Deep within her heart lay a yearning for a home, a sanctuary for her wayward existence. Alas, her profession precluded her from establishing a family like ordinary people. She even feared that the man she fell in love with might return home only to find a lifeless body. Now, by the name of God, I declare you husband and wife, the priest proclaimed. A resounding applause filled the air, echoing joyously. Noticing Tang Tianqi's somewhat dazed expression, the priest gently reminded him, "You may now kiss your bride." Thus, they shared a kiss so prolonged it bordered on the suffocating. Amidst this ethereal happiness, Tang Tianqi stiffly raised a toast to the guests. However, the Black Widow remained resolute in her mission. The recipient of their toast was a Westerner, with piercing blue eyes and an eagle-like nose, who remained vigilant even amidst the wedding festivities. He only consumed the wine presented by those under his command, completely disregarding the food and beverages laid out upon the dining table. Even the wine bottles and glasses he used were of his own choosing, starkly contrasting with the decorum of the wedding, their appearance exuding an air of opulence. Alas, he found himself in the presence of the Black Widow. As she raised her glass during the toast, the delicate fringes of her wedding gown fluttered slightly, obscuring the view of her wine glass. A subtle, nearly imperceptible powder slipped through the crevices of her nails and into his glass. Along with the elder's well wishes, it was consumed. The Black Widow had executed countless missions throughout her life, both just and unjust, even instances of collateral damage, yet she had never shown mercy. This time, however, an unfamiliar anxiety gripped her as she cast a cautious glance at her husband. What would his reaction be if he discovered her manipulation? Next came the consummation of their union. The night was remarkably warm. The physical prowess of Tianqi was commendable. And as for the Black Widow, her stamina was beyond compare. Furthermore, the bed proved exceptionally sturdy. It remained intact throughout the night. On the following day, Tianqi awoke with a sense of melancholy. Upon surveying the Western-styled bedroom and recalling the remnants of his memories, he finally grasped the reality that he was not dreaming, but had indeed traversed into another realm. Chapter 2. Smuggling. In his early years, he accompanied his elders to sea in pursuit of a livelihood, arriving at the city of God in the West. Far removed from paradise, yet perilously close to America. This is the realm of the divine, the city of God. Due to America's insatiable demand, over 60% of the world's narcotics are consumed here. In this land, drug trafficking runs rampant. Nearly the entire populace is embroiled in the trade. And even the military is powerless to intervene. Those who dare to genuinely combat the drug trade may find themselves hanging from a bridge by the next dawn. A staggering record of 118 assassinations of electoral officials was once achieved in a single year. If government officials are so vulnerable, the common folk fare even worse. Their lives held in such low regard that they are slaughtered like swine by drug lords. Tianqi cannot recall why his elders chose to come to this place. Only that life here is fraught with hardship. Possessing the wisdom of the East and having trained in martial arts, he reluctantly became both bodyguard and strategist for a powerful drug lord. Ultimately, he perished while protecting this kingpin, the very same elder who had toasted with the Black Widow at the wedding. In his final moments, he made a last request of the drug lord, hoping for his child to escape the organization and lead a life of normalcy, whether it was a ploy for goodwill or a sense of loyalty. The drug lord permitted the mere teenager, Tianqi, to depart. Upon leaving, Tianqi found himself bereft of the martial skills imparted by his elders and lacking any particular trade. He resorted to opening a flower shop to make ends meet. He once inquired of his elder why he had not been taught martial arts. The elder replied. In this place, if you lack martial prowess and wealth, you may yet live a little longer. When questioned about the multitude of better places in the world, why they had chosen this chaotic locale, the elder remained silent. In the tumult of the city of God, even a humble shopkeeper faces light extortion, and a single misstep could result in gang reprisals, leaving one lifeless in the streets by dawn. Fortunately, Tianqi's gentle nature allowed him to endure minor shakedowns, considering them mere financial losses to ward off misfortune. Over the years, the drug lord had visited him a few times, ostensibly to assess his martial abilities. But upon realizing Tianqi possessed no skills, he ceased to appear, due to the connection between his elder and the drug lord, and living under the latter's dominion. Tianqi extended a polite invitation to the wedding, expecting the drug lord would not attend. To his surprise, he did show up. Was it in honor of the deceased elder? Or perhaps a calculated move to win hearts and display loyalty? The thought sent a chill down Tianqi's spine. Trouble loomed. The Black Widow, while undeniably beautiful, was no harmless creature. Her presence here surely bore ulterior motives. Hastily, he opened his phone to find the local news emblazoned with crimson headlines. The city of God's most notorious drug lord, the Flying Eagle, passed away from a heart attack last night. The accompanying image featured the elder who had attended the wedding yesterday. Yet, Tianqi felt no sorrow. After the elder's demise, he had been visited several times, ostensibly under the guise of care, though it was likely to assess whether Tianqi had acquired any martial skills. Should he have mastered the Eastern arts, he might have found himself conscripted into the drug lord's service, with his consent rendered irrelevant. No wonder the elders refrained from imparting martial arts to me, nor did they leave behind any substantial wealth. Indeed, this reflects the wisdom of the Eastern philosophy. A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be uprooted. Conversely, the weeds thrive and endure. Moreover, with the arrival of the Eastern deity, who harbors a profound disdain for drug traffickers, it is only natural that there would be no unrealistic sentiments towards the falcon. Alas, the wedding was indeed a farce, thought the protagonist. According to the memories of his predecessor, half a month prior, the Black Widow, under the alias of Roland, had visited the shop to purchase flowers. Flowers may enchant all, yet the ordinary predecessor succumbed effortlessly to the allure of the Black Widow's beauty. With merely a few subtle maneuvers, she ignited an instant infatuation, leading them both to swiftly fall in love. Within a mere week, they hastily decided on a wedding, inviting friends and family to witness their supposed affection. Clearly, the Black Widow was aware of the predecessor's connection to the falcon and had calculated that the falcon would merely make an appearance. According to local customs, he was obliged to accept a toast from the newlyweds, though the falcon exercised caution and abstained from consuming the banquet's beverages. How could he possibly evade the Black Widow's stratagem? As for the reason behind the intent to eliminate the falcon, especially by dispatching such a formidable operative as the Black Widow, the protagonist remained unaware and deemed it unnecessary to know. The demise of a significant drug lord was hardly worth delving into. The lingering fragrance on the sheets bore witness to the madness of the previous night. On the table lay a sheet of white paper, elegantly inscribed in English. Tang, do not seek me out. Everything is a facade. Scattered on the floor was a wedding certificate, torn in two, showcasing a blissful photograph of the Black Widow and the protagonist. Ding. The player has been bound in matrimony to the superhero Black Widow, their fates intertwined, granting a fortune value of 60. The initial binding with a superhero has been successful, awarding a potion of restoration. The protagonist paused momentarily. Fortunately, the benefits of this transmigration had arrived alongside him. Otherwise, navigating a world teeming with superheroes and villains would pose a daunting challenge. However, the potion of restoration was among the least valuable items in the game. Typically, such potions were purchased in bulk, and upon sustaining injuries or suffering from negative magical effects, a single sip would restore one's vitality instantaneously. Yet in the realm of reality, a single potion equated to an additional life. But that was all it offered. The restoration potion failed to provide the protagonist with a sufficient sense of security. Across the vast Marvel universe, supervillains frequently aspired to dominate the world or annihilate planets. Looming in the shadows was the formidable Thanos, a colossal adversary capable of erasing half of all life in the universe with a mere snap of his fingers. In this world, Possessing an extra life hardly guarantees safety. As he picked up the wedding certificate, a faint smile graced the protagonist's lips. Having become my woman, do you think you can escape so easily? He may currently be an ordinary individual, yet the Marvel Universe brims with opportunities. Leveraging his foresight of the narrative could very well lead to a chance for strength. Many significant events in the Marvel Universe unfolded within the borders of the United States, and if he sought fortune, he could only venture closer to that land. However, what stage was he currently in? How long until the arrival of the formidable Thanos? Given that the Black Widow had taken half a month to set a trap merely to draw a mortal drug lord into the fray, it seemed the grand battle had yet to commence. After a moment of contemplation, Tianchi tucked away the marriage certificate, subsequently selling the flower shop and liquidating his possessions. Initially, he intended to apply for a tourist visa to the United States. However, in the city of God, corruption flourished and bureaucratic inefficiency prevailed. Securing a legitimate passport and the requisite documentation often took months. Even if obtained, the U.S. border could arbitrarily deny entry without justification. The rampant drug trafficking in this land rendered the U.S. borders vulnerable. Any hint of suspicion would lead to rejection. After submitting his application and slipping some money to the officials, days passed without any news regarding the tourist visa. Frustrated by the delay, Tianchi resolved to seek out a local smuggler. In other countries, smugglers operate covertly, but here, they openly run establishments in bustling areas, well known to the locals. The smuggler, a burly Caucasian man, glanced at Tianchi and remarked, "An Oriental? Quite rare. That will be $10,000. Tianchi protested, "Isn't it $1,000? The smuggler retorted, "You're Eastern. You're an obvious target. You must pay more." Just as Tianchi was about to respond, the smuggler impatiently interjected, "Pay up or get lost." Aware of the smuggler's opportunistic nature, but feeling desperate to secure a stronger future, Tianchi thought little of the money involved. He retrieved a thick bundle of cash from his clothing and handed it over. "Go wait over there. Don't leave. We'll depart tonight," the smuggler instructed. A few hours later, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the smuggler called out, "You, come here." Sensing trouble, Tianchi inquired, "What for?" The smuggler replied, "We need to check your belongings. This is smuggling, not tourism. Toss out anything unnecessary. Also, to ensure you're not an undercover officer, we'll need to search you." Ignoring Tianchi's objections, several large men seized his backpack and pressed him against the wall to conduct a search. In that moment, Tianchi realized their intentions were far from benign. Having originated from a prosperous, peaceful era and being somewhat of a recluse, he had understood the principles of life superficially. However, upon entering this world, he had yet to experience its harsh realities, leaving him insufficiently vigilant. He was solely focused on finding opportunities to grow stronger, even at the cost of being exploited for his haste. In his eagerness, he unwittingly violated the principle of concealing wealth. The smuggler soon discovered the remaining $10,000 on Tianchi, and, after scattering his belongings across the ground to ascertain there was nothing left of value, contentedly shoved Tianchi back into the crowd. At that moment, lacking power, Tianchi dared not exhibit any excessive reaction. He returned to the throng, coldly etching the smuggler's visage into his memory. The United States, also known as the Eagle Empire, revered the eagle as its emblem. Situated to the north of the city of God, the disparity between the two nations was stark. One side reigned in opulence, claiming supremacy on earth, while the other languished in poverty, beset by drug lords, where ordinary citizens lived in constant peril. Consequently, countless individuals attempted to cross into the Eagle Empire in search of a better life, with many more serving as mules for drug trafficking. In the dead of night, a large truck, brimming with people, departed with Tianchi and his group. In the distance, the lights of the U.S. border checkpoint flickered ominously. Under the guidance of the smuggler, everyone quietly entered an underground tunnel. Upon emerging, they found themselves within the borders of the United States. Chapter 3: The Blood of the Hulk. Suddenly, a fierce rush of air filled the atmosphere, accompanied by the blinding glare of a colossal searchlight illuminating the area as if it were midday. "Don't move. You are suspected of illegally crossing the United States border. Please cooperate with the investigation." Only a fool would comply, and in an instant, dozens of clandestine migrants scattered in a panic. The sound of gunfire echoed as bullets from mounted machine guns rained down like a torrential downpour. Ah, help! Almost immediately, some of the migrants fell victim to the onslaught. Some struck in their limbs, the immense bullets severing arms and legs, leaving dismembered body parts flying through the air. Tianchi felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end as he resolutely dashed toward the nearby woods. Beyond the thicket lay a vast mountain range, stretching for hundreds of kilometers, impossible to search thoroughly. This was one of the reasons why the smugglers had chosen this area for their operations. The helicopter circled overhead for a while, its searchlight sweeping aimlessly before ultimately abandoning the pursuit. After all, with hundreds of thousands attempting to cross the border annually, it was impractical to scour the entire mountain range for a few insignificant individuals. After several days of stealth, Tianchi finally emerged from the forest into a small town on the U.S. border, finding temporary safety. It was then that a piece of news captured his attention. A blonde female anchor appeared on screen, stating, "The military engaged in a firefight with unidentified assailants on the campus of Culver University." The military claims this is a rumor. However, 2 sophomore students witnessed the entire incident and captured it on their phones. The camera then panned out to reveal a scene of utter destruction. With scattered debris across the lawn and buildings, 2 male students stepped forward, visibly shaken. The giant was entirely green, standing 3 to 4 meters tall. Bullets struck him as if they were mere BB pellets. Even a .500 caliber cannon failed to inflict any damage upon him. An armored vehicle was tossed aside like a child's toy, and later, the military even deployed sonic cannons. The students excitedly showcased the videos they had recorded on their phones. Though the quality of the smartphone cameras at that time was subpar, it could not obscure the imposing figure of the green giant, radiating a sense of brutal dominance. Tianchi contemplated for a moment. It was evident this mirrored the plot of The Incredible Hulk. The film, often referred to as Green Giant 2, was preceded by an earlier movie simply titled The Hulk, which explored the backstory of the Hulk's origins. At this juncture, it was likely that Bruce Banner was seeking his girlfriend, Elizabeth Betty Ross, only to fall into a military trap intended to capture him alive. The outcome was predictable. Dr. Banner would transform into the Hulk, wreaking havoc and breaking free. The Incredible Hulk represented an earlier narrative within the Marvel Universe, predating the onset of the Grand Superhero War. A sense of relief washed over Tianchi as he realized he still had some time left. Thus, a plan began to take shape in his mind. The United States, often dubbed a nation on wheels, made travel nearly impossible without a vehicle. With no money to his name, Tianchi resorted to sticking out his thumb by the roadside, seeking a ride. As an Eastern individual, he might face discrimination in the West, yet it was unlikely that anyone would harbor genuine fear. After all, Easterners are renowned for their law-abiding nature, possessing the lowest crime rate among all races. Along the journey, having faced countless rejections, there will always be kind-hearted souls willing to grant the chosen one passage. From the borders of the land of the divine, traveling day and night, crossing half of America, he arrives in New York City. The chosen one's objective is crystal clear: the blood of the Hulk. In The Incredible Hulk 2, Dr. Banner sends a blood sample to Dr. Stern at the Gotham Academy in New York, hoping to rid himself of the gamma radiation within. Dr. Stern, a remarkable figure, manages to purify and clone the scant blood sample from the Hulk, achieving a concentration even greater than that of the Hulk's own blood. The entire laboratory is filled with replicas. According to the plot's progression, Dr. Banner will eventually seek out Dr. Stern, requesting assistance in eliminating the gamma energy within him. Simultaneously, a Special Forces soldier named Blonsky will arrive, pressuring the doctor to inject him with the Hulk's blood, ultimately transforming into the gray giant known as Abomination. The two titans are destined to clash. Yet, none of this has transpired. The Chosen One exploits this temporal gap, aiming to acquire the Hulk's blood before the events unfold. The university environment is quite relaxed, and he poses as a student, effortlessly inquiring about Dr. Stern's laboratory. Knock, knock, knock. The Chosen One raps on the door. Who is it? The one who opens the door is none other than Dr. Stern. Doctor, I seek your assistance for an experiment. Not today. I'm about to close. Please come back tomorrow. The chosen one smiles faintly. He doesn't expect the doctor to comply willingly and forcefully pushes the door open. With a swift motion, a handgun is aimed at Dr. Stern. The doctor, visibly startled, asks, "What do you intend to do?" "This is a laboratory. We have no money." "I seek no money. I desire the blood of Mr. Green." Dr. Banner, being pursued, naturally does not use his real name and adopts the alias Mr. Green. Dr. Stern's expression shifts. "How do you know about Mr. Green?" "That is of no consequence. I demand the injection of Mr. Green's blood. Are you not in need of a human subject for your experiments? I shall be your test specimen." "That is out of the question. All experimental animals have perished violently, and we are far from reaching the human trial stage. It is far too perilous. You need not concern yourself with that. Young man, while I do not understand your motives, the energy levels of this blood are far too potent. The human nucleic acid chain cannot absorb gamma energy. I assure you, it would result in a catastrophic explosion. Enough talk, just comply. To avoid any prolonged complications." The chosen one refrains from further words, aiming his gun at Dr. Stern. Simultaneously, he focuses his thoughts, retrieving a restorative serum from his mental storage. Unfortunately, this system is rather stingy, unable to accommodate external items. Otherwise, the previous 10,000 would not have been seized. The restorative serum can eliminate all negative effects, which is the very reason for his audacious gamble. Holding the serum in his mouth, the chosen one reclines on the experimental table. "Young man, this requires binding your limbs to prevent you from succumbing to excruciating pain," Dr. Stern instructs, gesturing toward the restraints at the side of the table. Without the permission of Apocalypse, he dared not proceed, fearing a misunderstanding could result in a bullet to the head. Apocalypse said, "No need. Bring me the blood with the highest concentration and potency." "This, very well." Shortly thereafter, Dr. Stein emerged, cradling a collection of glass vials in various sizes, stating, "Let us first experiment with the smallest dosage and observe its effects. I want them all." "What?" Dr. Stein was taken aback. While there might be a slim chance of success with a small injection, administering all of it would likely result in a person bursting, not to mention the gamma energy contained within. He harbored grave doubts that this young man was not courting death. Dr. Stein felt as though he might weep. How could he explain to the authorities when they discovered a shattered corpse in his laboratory? They would surely think him a mad scientist, abducting innocent individuals for grotesque human experiments. Moreover, the research he conducted was clandestine, leaving him without a defense. Oh God! I am truly being coerced. Yet, under the threat of a firearm, he had no choice but to comply. Apocalypse had blood transfusion tubes attached to his arms and legs. With a mechanical hiss, the most concentrated and potent blood of the Hulk flowed steadily into Apocalypse's body. Instantly, he swelled, resembling a balloon inflated to its limit, on the brink of bursting. Chapter 4. The Abomination of Giants. Fortunately, the gamma energy manifested rapidly, almost simultaneously. The veins of Apocalypse surged, resembling a spider's web intricately spread across his body, as streams of green blood writhed beneath his skin like serpents. Thump, 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 thump. His heartbeat resonated like a drum. The ferocious energy surged through Apocalypse's mind, threatening to strip him of his sanity. His physique transformed, becoming increasingly verdant and colossal. The steel contraptions of the experimental bed groaned under his weight, emitting a cacophony of metallic creaks, as if on the verge of disintegration. As he grew larger, the mechanical bed appeared as a mere toy, unable to contain Apocalypse any longer. He expanded to thrice the size of the Hulk before ceasing his growth. Even in a reclined position, his head nearly grazed the ceiling. He was now teetering on the brink of his limits. One more second could spell either madness, leading him to forget the restorative serum, or a catastrophic demise. Crack! The glass vial shattered in his mouth, and the restorative serum, mingled with shards of glass, was swallowed whole by the now giant Apocalypse. In an instant, he emanated a brilliant green light that illuminated the laboratory, rendering it nearly blinding. The emerald glow seeped through the windows, spilling into the campus outside. Thankfully, everyone was aware that this was merely a laboratory, and peculiar phenomena were not unusual. So no one ventured to investigate. As the green light dissipated, Apocalypse reverted to his normal form, lying bare upon the experimental bed. He carefully sensed the power coursing within him. With a gentle flex of his hand, faint explosive sounds reverberated in the air. Blonsky had transformed into the abomination with only a modest dose, slightly surpassing the Hulk. Given that he had injected himself with a quantity several times more than Blonsky, surely he must eclipse both of them in strength, right? The tension that had gripped Apocalypse's heart finally relaxed. From this moment forth, he was no longer a mere bystander in the Marvel Universe. He had gained the power to safeguard himself in the impending super battle. Thank you, Doctor. Apocalypse donned a white lab coat. Incredible, astonishing. How did you achieve this? What was that green light? This is utterly unscientific. Please, divulge the details. I must record this in the experimental data. Dr. Stein had entirely forgotten Apocalypse's previous threat, consumed by thoughts of scientific inquiry. I can tell you. But I have one condition. What condition? State it plainly. I require your utmost confidentiality. You must not disclose my existence to anyone. Agreed. I promise to keep silent. Including about the incident where you aimed a gun at me. Apocalypse smiled, knowing Dr. Stein was unaware that the firearm was a mere prop. He was utterly bereft, having no funds to procure a real weapon from the black market. However, obtaining a toy replica for a few coins was hardly a challenge. Considering the abundance of children on the streets, Dr. Stein was merely a scientist in a crisis. He could not remain as composed as Yin Shuangying. I'll wager your gun is devoid of ammunition. Well then, the reason is, I ingested a particular serum. Apocalypse grinned wickedly. What serum? Could you possibly share the formula? I am willing to pay any price. Apocalypse remarked, as long as you do not disclose my information. I may consider it in the future. In order to avoid premature exposure and the attention of other formidable villains, he could only resort to this method to bait the doctor. After all, he was not a villain. It would be inconceivable for him to eliminate the doctor without cause. Dr. Stern, both exasperated and helpless, had no choice but to willingly offer his contact information, pleading softly with Apocalypse to bring the serum whenever he had the opportunity, so that he could conduct an analysis. In the realm of science, he preferred to assume the role of a humble servant. For this, Apocalypse held a modicum of respect for him. Nevertheless, he was uncertain if he would be able to procure more restorative serums in the future. He had attempted multiple times. Yet the system remained unresponsive, providing only a single vial of restorative serum thus far, which was quite stingy. Should he acquire more in due course, he would not mind allowing Dr. Stern to examine it. If it could be mass-produced, it would be all the better. Upon leaving Gibbons Academy, he had not ventured far when a sudden commotion erupted in the distance, accompanied by shouts and frantic running. Run! There are gunshots over there. Everyone, evacuate. The military is capturing criminals. Hurry. Apocalypse paused, taken aback by the coincidence. Just as he departed, had Dr. Banner and Elizabeth arrived to seek out Dr. Stern? Had he delayed for even half a day, he might have missed them, and the laboratory would certainly have been thoroughly cleaned by the military. In the original narrative, Dr. Banner and his girlfriend sought Dr. Stern's assistance to eliminate the gamma energy within him. Dr. Stern first extracted the blood from the Hulk, mixed it with a homemade antidote in a blood separator to neutralize the gamma energy, and then rain-fused it. However, this method merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause. The gamma energy emanated from the Hulk's DNA. It would be impossible to eradicate it completely unless he were to perish. Dr. Banner, too, faced misfortune, as he was subdued just as he managed to suppress himself. Only to be found by General Ross, Elizabeth's father, who swiftly incapacitated him with a tranquilizer gun. General Ross did not anticipate such ease, gleefully binding Dr. Banner and flying away in a helicopter. Apocalypse cast a distant glance at Elizabeth in the helicopter. Indeed, as depicted in the film, she exuded grace and intellect, her large, watery eyes brimming with gentleness. Only she could soothe the Hulk's furious wrath, coaxing him back into the form of Dr. Banner. Yet, the thought of this comforting task being assigned to Black Widow made Apocalypse uneasy. The notion of his woman comforting another man was disconcerting. Of course, he understood that Black Widow did not perceive it in the same light. It was merely a facade of a marriage for the sake of the mission, and she had never acknowledged him as her husband. Touching the marriage certificate in his bag, he smirked mischievously. pondering how one could simply deny the initiation of such a bond. You think you can run away after marrying me? Harlot, your husband has arrived. You're coming home with me. While lost in these thoughts, a thunderous crash resounded. A machine was hurled from Dr. Stern's laboratory window, crashing violently to the ground. A booming sound akin to a giant bass reverberated throughout the street. Ha 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 ha. Power. Power. This is power. Ha. 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 It is abundantly clear that in The Incredible Hulk 2, the narrative unfolds with Blonsky transforming into the Abomination. As a fervent combat enthusiast, even in his days as an ordinary soldier, Blonsky dared to confront the Hulk, showcasing his audacious spirit. Ultimately, however, the disparity in strength proved insurmountable. He was sent flying by the Hulk's powerful kick, crashing into a tree and fracturing his body. Yet, such bravery garnered the admiration of General Ross, who administered additional serum to him. Still, he was not content. Seizing the moment, he compelled Dr. Stern to inject him with the Hulk's blood. Poor Dr. Stern, within a mere half-day, found himself besieged by two individuals with designs on his blood, leaving him no time to escape. After transforming into the Abomination, he sent Dr. Stern tumbling to the ground. A few droplets of potent gamma-infused blood fell upon Stern's head, causing his brain to swell and pulse like a gelatinous mass. His head ballooning grotesquely, Apocalypse remained unaware of Dr. Stern's plight, as he had not reappeared in subsequent Marvel films. After some contemplation, Apocalypse chose not to pursue the Abomination but instead made his way to the laboratory, for Dr. Stern had recently aided him. There, he beheld Dr. Stern's head grotesquely swollen. Resembling an extraterrestrial being, his expression contorted in agony as he underwent the transformation into superhuman strength. This chaotic battleground was ill-suited for lingering. With urgency, Apocalypse carried him away, leaping through the night until they reached the other side of the city. Ding! One life saved. Reward: a vial of restorative elixir. Oh, saving lives also yields a restorative potion? While this system may be miserly, it exhibits a certain kindness. Observing Dr. Stern's ongoing mutation, Apocalypse left the restorative elixir behind, saying, "If you cannot bear it, drink this vial." Dr. Stern's pained visage brightened at the prospect. "Is it the same kind you consumed earlier, capable of returning you to a normal state from mutation? Such a miraculous potion, I must study it." "As you wish," Apocalypse replied nonchalantly. Since the system deemed that he had saved Stern, it was determined that the mutation would not jeopardize his life. As long as he could endure the pain, he was free to experiment. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Gibbons Academy, the Abomination reveled in a rampage, his boundless strength fueling insatiable ambition. Soldiers and armored vehicles crumbled before him as if they were nothing. Ha! 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 A gaggle of worthless fools. Bring me a worthy adversary, Hulk. Come forth. His roar reverberated throughout the city. General Ross, upon hearing this, turned pale, cursing inwardly. Damn it. After years of effort, I finally captured him while the Hulk was unable to transform. And now, before I can even depart, a more formidable foe emerges. How am I to survive this? Chapter 5. The Power of the Triple Green Giant. Apocalypse, seeing that the Hulk had yet to arrive, seized the opportunity to gather some restorative potions. Stealthily advancing ahead of the Abomination, wherever he struck, the bystanders were whisked away. Many pedestrians, caught unawares, found themselves in despair, only to suddenly be transported through the air, landing safely blocks away. Some, stuck in traffic, remained oblivious, waiting within their vehicles as danger loomed. Without hesitation, Apocalypse yanked the car door clean off, the seatbelt yielding like cotton candy, snapping effortlessly. Ignoring the terrified screams from within, he extracted the occupants and carried them to safety. Ding! 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 One life saved. Reward: one vial of restorative potion. A series of notifications echoed in his mind. Meanwhile, aboard the helicopter, General Ross, Dr. Banner, and Elizabeth observed Apocalypse through the monitors. "Father, it appears a superhuman is rescuing people. Could it be a military operative?" General Ross shook his head, though the footage is unclear. "It seems to depict an individual of Eastern descent. We have no personnel fitting that description." Elizabeth watched, her heart stirred by Apocalypse's relentless efforts to save lives. Resembling ants in a frenzied relocation, Dr. Banner interjected, "General, this cannot continue. This mysterious individual has limited abilities, only able to transport people several blocks away. If the abomination is not dealt with promptly, a catastrophe is imminent." Everyone had witnessed the Hulk's leaps spanning mountains, mistakenly believing Apocalypse's strength paled in comparison. Little did they know, this was merely due to Apocalypse's lack of mastery over his powers, refraining from reckless jumps. "I shall take action," Banner declared. Elizabeth urgently countered. "You've just injected the antidote. You cannot transform. Do not risk your life." Banner replied, "I cannot stand idly by while innocents perish because of me." With that, he leaped from the towering height, arms outstretched, plummeting downward. At that moment, the rampaging abomination finally noticed Apocalypse, growling, annoying flea. He hurled a small vehicle towards him, but Apocalypse effortlessly dodged. The abomination, now infuriated, could not believe the audacity of this tiny adversary evading his attack. Boom, boom, boom. The abomination charged at Apocalypse like a prehistoric behemoth, crushing cars beneath his feet. Just then, with a thud, a humanoid figure fell from the sky, landing squarely between the abomination and Apocalypse. It was none other than the untransformed Dr. Banner. The abomination paused, bewildered. What is this maneuver? Does he seek to end his own life? Curiously, he sniffed at the seemingly lifeless body on the ground, but detected nothing unusual. Finding it uninteresting, he stepped over Banner's form to continue his pursuit. However, just as he crossed over, a colossal green hand erupted from the earth. "Your opponent is me, Doctor." Banner transformed. The green giant, the Hulk, emerged. Boom. The green giant seized the abomination's foot and hurled him down, creating a massive crater upon impact. Loathing lay in the immense pit, laughing rather than fuming, bellowing, "Ha ha ha ha. Now this is commendable. I have awaited you for a long time." Boom. The two monstrous beings collided, the shockwave reverberating so powerfully that it swayed helicopters soaring 100 meters above, their instruments beeping incessantly in alarm. Boom, 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 boom. Exhilarating. This is true power. This is a worthy adversary. "Ha ha ha, come again." The green giant Hulk exclaimed, "You are far too noisy." The two humanoid beasts clashed fiercely in the streets, surrounding buildings crumbling as if made of mere paper, collapsing in their wake. The ground was pockmarked with countless craters, and even the underground pipes were blasted forth, water gushing up to heights of over 10 meters. Apocalypse, observing the battle, instinctively glanced below and shook his head with a wry smile. He felt he had unwittingly unraveled the secret of the Hulk's trousers. In his previous life, many had often joked about the Hulk's pants, which never seemed to fall off during transformations or battles, a claim regarded as one of Marvel's 10 greatest mysteries. Yet in the real world, such phenomena simply do not exist. This narrative was merely a device for screen harmony. Before his transformation, Dr. Banner indeed purchased loose-fitting shorts. However, how could ordinary fabric withstand such titanic forces? The green mass beneath Hulk's waist swayed before him, and Apocalypse understood the sensation Thor experienced upon seeing the Hulk in the nude in Thor, Ragnarok. This image would be etched in his mind for eternity, impossible to erase. Conversely, Loathing bore no garments, his lower half entirely bare, seemingly absorbed during his mutation. This appeared to be the price, the cost of forced transformation. Neither Loathing nor Hulk employed any techniques. They relied solely on their boundless strength, trading blows with each other. Hulk occasionally seized vehicles for defense or as weapons, while Loathing disregarded such tactics, relentlessly pummeling with his massive fists, extravagantly reveling in the power he had just acquired. Each punch detonated like a cannonball, the explosive sounds echoing throughout the entire city. As Loathing unleashed more punches, the spine protruding from his back grew increasingly menacing, resembling a living skeletal dragon yearning to break free. Suddenly, a torrential downpour of bullets rained down from the sky, targeting Loathing and the Green Giant. Regrettably, the bullets capable of severing ordinary humans felt akin to toy guns in the presence of Loathing and the Green Giant. "What are you doing, Easterners? Hurry and flee." Elizabeth's voice resonated from above. Apocalypse smiled and replied, Thank you, but you need not concern yourselves with me. Quickly depart. Hump flies. Loathing shielded his eyes with one hand and effortlessly uprooted a lamp post. With a sweeping motion, he hurled the lamp post towards the helicopter. No! The green giant roared, leaping toward the lamp post. Alas, it was too late. The massive hand grazed the tail end of the lamp post, and it seemed his girlfriend was on the brink of death. Bang! The lamp post was halted less than 3 meters from the helicopter by a slender hand, none other than Apocalypse. How is this possible? Elizabeth and General Ross, father and daughter, could hardly believe their eyes. The lamppost approached the speed of sound, wielding immense power, akin to that of a cannonball. Yet it was astonishingly halted by a single hand, unable to advance a fraction. General Ross's pupils constricted. Having pursued the Hulk for many years, he was acutely aware of the terrifying magnitude of such power and velocity. Ding! 5 lives saved. Reward: 5 vials of restorative potions. Apocalypse flashed a smile at Elizabeth, advising her to keep her distance. Bullets were ineffective against them. With that, he descended from the sky. In the original storyline, a helicopter had lowered its altitude to assist the Hulk, unleashing a barrage from a Gatling gun against the abomination, only to be pulled down by the creature, resulting in disaster. Of the 5 aboard, only Elizabeth and General Ross survived. Unexpectedly, Apocalypse's arrival altered the course of events, and the helicopter remained in the fray. Character shapes behavior. Each individual possesses their own behavioral inertia, and General Ross was no exception. Ascend! Ascend! General Ross snapped back to reality, urgently shouting. The Hulk, relieved to see Elizabeth unharmed, found himself retreating under the relentless assault of the abomination. In the original narrative, Banner returned to thwart the abomination, intending to protect ordinary lives. Yet he was overpowered until Elizabeth was nearly slain, at which point he unleashed his latent potential, incapacitating the foe. The angrier the Hulk became, the stronger he grew. However, now, with civilians relocated by Apocalypse and his girlfriend's peril swiftly resolved, the Hulk found himself devoid of the will to fight. You've had your fun. It is now my turn, declared Apocalypse. The abomination turned, revealing a sinister grin. Ha ha ha. You think you're worthy? From several meters away, it hurled a punch toward Apocalypse. The body surged forward with the fist, accelerating abruptly until the moment of maximum force was reached, just as the fist neared Apocalypse. Unflinching, Apocalypse extended his palm to meet the attack head-on. Boom! The collision of fist and palm resounded like an explosive shell, sending shockwaves that lifted nearby vehicles into the air. The concrete beneath the feet of both the abomination and Apocalypse cracked over dozens of meters. In contrast to the abomination's colossal fist, Apocalypse's palm appeared almost infantile, yet the giant strike could not breach the barrier. Apocalypse assessed the situation. If this represented the abomination's full might, he surmised he must be at least 3 times more formidable. With injections of highly concentrated, purified blood far exceeding that of the abomination, the increase in power was not linear, rendering it somewhat lacking. Were General Ross privy to Apocalypse's thoughts, he would likely roll his eyes in disbelief, disregarding his authority. The abomination's strength slightly surpassed that of the Hulk, while Apocalypse was thrice as powerful. Was that still insufficient? With a sweeping motion, Apocalypse beckoned to both the abomination and the Hulk. You two, come at me together. Chapter 6. The monster's first battle. The purpose of Apocalypse is rather straightforward. He seeks to validate his prowess against 2 colossal beings. The Hulk shakes his massive head, exclaiming, "No fight. You are a friend. No fight." Although the Hulk has lost the intellect of Dr. Banner, he can still discern friend from foe. Having just rescued his girlfriend, the Hulk is naturally reluctant to engage in combat with Apocalypse. That is no longer your decision. Apocalypse strides forward, launching an assault on both Abomination and the Hulk. From a helicopter, Elizabeth gasps in astonishment. Has he lost his mind? Is he truly attacking Hulk as well? Initially, the Hulk is hesitant to retaliate, but after receiving a few blows from Apocalypse, his head crashes into the ground, swallowing a mouthful of rebar and concrete, igniting his fury. Roar! 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 The 3 titanic creatures unleash their wrathful howls, echoing throughout New York City. The city descends into chaos, The sound is immense and ferocious, as if the monsters could appear at any moment. Many citizens, in a state of panic, scramble to find shelter. In the streets, crowds flee, cars collide, and horns blare incessantly. Observing from above, General Ross is left with a throbbing headache, realizing the magnitude of the disaster tonight and uncertain of how to contain it. On the ground, the three monstrous beings engage in a fierce confrontation. Apocalypse taunts, "Ha ha. Hulk, you are far too slow." The Hulk bellows, "Roar. Even friends must fight. Roar." Abomination cackles, "Ha ha ha. This feels exhilarating. Come again." With that, he lunges forward once more. Boom. Apocalypse delivers a powerful kick, sending Abomination flying several dozen meters, blood unexpectedly trickling from his mouth. Despite having sustained no injuries from the military's RPG attacks or his battle with the Hulk, he finds himself bloodied by Apocalypse's might. Unfazed and filled with rage, Abomination charges again, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. This is delightful. Such power." Boom, boom, boom. Apocalypse remains undeterred, unleashing his most wild and brutal punches, disregarding technique and injury as he revels in the strength he has recently acquired. Each punch sends both Abomination and the Hulk soaring hundreds of meters away. Abomination, undeterred, repeatedly returns for more, perfectly embodying the combative spirit of Blonsky before his transformation. The two giants surround Apocalypse, yet they remain on the losing end. Abomination and the Hulk are continually forced back. The ground beneath them erupts, leaving not a single intact piece. After some time, Apocalypse confirms that his strength exceeds that of Abomination and the Hulk by a factor of 3 or more. And he begins to experiment with various techniques, though his elders did not impart the wisdom of Eastern martial arts directly. He has absorbed enough to understand the application of some basic moves. All martial arts techniques fundamentally rely on strength and speed. Ordinary individuals lack both, rendering their techniques as ephemeral as a fire without roots. They may know of them but cannot execute them. Now, Apocalypse possesses both attributes, although he is not exceptionally skilled. He is far superior to the two rampaging bulls. He alternates between experimenting with Wing Chun and Tai Chi, and many martial arts moves learned from films suddenly become clear to him. The Abomination and the Hulk were ensnared in a relentless dance. Their immense strength either went to waste or was manipulated by Apocalypse, compelling the Abomination and the Hulk to inflict damage upon one another, inciting their fury further. The ruins echoed with the impotent roars of both the Abomination and the Hulk. In the skies above, General Ross watched, his eyelids twitching, unable to articulate his astonishment. The pursuit of a single Hulk had already resulted in countless casualties, helicopters, tanks, and armored vehicles lost in the hundreds, while even the most advanced sonic cannons were no match for the Hulk. Now, two more formidable monsters had emerged. What was even more alarming was that this Oriental individual retained a normal human physique and maintained his sanity, rendering him more terrifying than either the Hulk or the Abomination. Unless nuclear weapons were employed, capturing this Oriental being seemed utterly impossible. Conventional missiles, should Apocalypse detect them at the last moment, could be evaded with his strength and speed, thus failing to inflict sufficient damage. Only nuclear weapons, capable of covering dozens or even hundreds of kilometers, combined with the incinerating temperatures of millions of degrees at the explosion's epicenter, could guarantee a lethal strike. On Apocalypse's side, he observed the Hulk's strength gradually escalating as his rage intensified, seemingly boundless. This was the Hulk's innate ability. The angrier he became, the more powerful he grew. In the later arcs of the comic universe, he could even evolve into a planetary-sized Hulk, capable of shattering planets with a single punch. Apocalypse could only hope that this world was not as absurd as that of the comics. He could not afford to lose even a single life. As the battle wore on, the Abomination began to tire, his stamina not as inexhaustible as that of the Hulk. After validating his own strength, he deemed the fight unnecessary. Apocalypse advanced, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Hulk flying. Then he swiftly maneuvered behind the Abomination, his hands like talons, piercing directly into its spine, as if embracing a massive timber. With a crack, the Abomination's spine was brutally crushed. The creature let out a pained howl, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Turning to the Hulk, Apocalypse declared, "Hulk, this is the end. You may leave now." Come find me when you revert to Banner. The Hulk growled a few times, asserting, I am Hulk. I will not become Banner. And what of your girlfriend? Apocalypse pressed. The Hulk glanced at the helicopter, hesitated briefly, then let out a roar, taking a few strides before leaping into the night. In the original narrative, the abomination was subdued by the Hulk with chains, and General Ross took him away, after which he vanished without a trace. It was not until many years later, after Thanos had annihilated half of the universe's life, that he resurfaced in the narrative of Shang-Chi, where he faced off against Master Wong in a tournament. However, by then, he appeared to have regained his senses, even collaborating with Master Wong in a staged fight. Apocalypse smiled subtly at the sky. General Ross, the rest is in your hands. With that, he leaped away, disappearing from their sight. Apocalypse then sought out Dr. Stern. He astonishingly endured excruciating pain without consuming the restorative potion, resulting in a pronounced bulge at the back of his head, reminiscent of an extraterrestrial being. Nevertheless, Dr. Stein remained unfazed by these developments. Utilizing rudimentary tools, he commenced his examination of the restorative potion. Apocalypse presented 5 vials of the potion, stating, You witnessed the events of tonight. Returning to the academy is no longer an option. It would be prudent to accompany me. I have an abundance of potions until your research reaches fruition. Dr. Stein nodded in agreement, fully aware that he had become ensnared in a vast maelstrom and decided it would be best to feign death amidst the chaos. He had personally witnessed the miraculous effects of the restorative potion. His previous research paled in comparison, akin to mere kindergarten assignments. Once everything was settled, Apocalypse finally found the time and mental space to contemplate how he might navigate this world. The first order of business was to ascertain the nature of this realm. It was the Marvel Universe, encompassing countless parallel universes and intricately woven timelines. The most terrifying aspect was the comic universe, where annihilation of worlds, manipulation of timelines, and the breaking of cosmic barriers occurred with alarming frequency, devoid of logic. In such a world, no matter how formidable one might be, there was always the lurking threat of a more grotesque adversary emerging from the shadows, capable of extinguishing one's existence with a mere finger. In the original comic series, the Hulk had been shackled by Thanos, enslaved for millions of years like a mere dog. In the cinematic portrayal, he was similarly treated as a combat pet under the dominion of the Grandmaster on Sakaar. Had it not been for Thor's arrival to rescue him, he might have remained in servitude until vanquished by an even more powerful foe. Given that his power stemmed from the Hulk's blood, facing such an aberration would likely be insurmountable. Fortunately, various indicators suggested that he was situated within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The structure of the cinematic universe adhered more closely to logic, remaining within the realm of human comprehension. The Hulk had ultimately survived, thus, as long as he exercised caution, his chances of survival remained considerably high. However, Apocalypse dared not be complacent. In the cinematic universe, even the most popular and central superhero, Iron Man, ultimately met his demise. When confronted with cosmic-level adversaries, he placed greater faith in the strength of his own fists. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the most recognized antagonist was Thanos. Yet there existed numerous concealed powers. The aforementioned Grandmaster of Sakaar likely possessed strength rivaling that of Thanos. Additionally, there was Star-Lord's father, Ego the Living Planet, a being of immortality and boundless ambition to propagate throughout the universe. Furthermore, Dormammu, the ruler of a dark dimension, had been repelled by Doctor Strange through temporal loops and should not be underestimated. Moreover, there was a location featured in Guardians of the Galaxy, which housed the severed head of a celestial being. Merely that head had provided the collector with resources for centuries. One could only imagine the staggering power that such a celestial being might possess. Who had severed its head, and where had the rest of its body gone? Lastly, there were the core treasures of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Infinity Stones. The film subtly alludes to the fact that these 6 gems are remnants of singularities formed during the cosmic explosion 13.8 billion years ago. Who, then, was responsible for refining these gems? The power required to transform singularities into gems must be unfathomably immense. Over the course of more than 100 billion years, what transpired? How did these 6 gems scatter throughout the universe? And by what means did they converge upon a remote planet within the Milky Way, Earth? Furthermore, there are the observers, the impending eternal ones, the celestial beings gestating beneath the Earth's surface, the supreme court of life, and even the legendary OAA, judging by the film's narrative. In terms of sheer power, the Avengers are far from being the equals of these formidable entities, yet they triumph time and again. Is this merely coincidence? A stroke of fate for the protagonists? Or is there an unseen force orchestrating these events from behind the curtain? Chapter 7. Entering S.H.I.E.L.D. Tianchi meticulously revisited previously overlooked details, only to discern the underlying horror. In contrast, the meager power he had acquired seemed insignificant. His greatest advantage lay in his profound understanding of the narrative trajectory, enabling him to capitalize on this prophetic insight, develop quietly, and enhance his strength. Should he possess even a modicum of power, he would not recklessly flaunt it. For ignorance of the vastness of the world could invite the wrath of a hidden formidable adversary, leading to an untimely demise. Moreover, he had a beloved wife who had left home. He could not afford to perish unjustly and leave her for another man. Contemplating this, Tianchi realized he needed to undertake another task. He searched the map and located an entity known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, commonly referred to as S.H.I.E.L.D. The location of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was not a secret. It could be easily found on maps or via satellites. Most people, upon hearing the name, would conflate it with a typical military organization, dismissing it as such. Initially, S.H.I.E.L.D. maintained a low profile, devoid of significant actions, until the advent of the Super War, at which point it emerged to assume the mantle of safeguarding humanity. At dawn, Tianchi donned a new outfit and arrived at the entrance of S.H.I.E.L.D. Outside, a guard booth stood sentinel, with armored vehicles and elite soldiers entering and exiting. Tianchi sauntered up to the booth, where one of the soldiers halted him. Halt. Please present your identification. Tianchi shrugged. I have no identification. I am here to find my wife. What? The soldier, incredulous, responded. Do you realize where you are? Seeking your wife here? Tianchi gestured towards the entrance. Isn't it written there? S.H.I.E.L.D. Get lost. Your wife isn't here. You should search elsewhere, the soldier replied. Clearly annoyed. Unperturbed, Tianchi remarked, I brought my marriage certificate. I'm here to request my wife from your director. The soldiers erupted in laughter. Finding the situation absurdly amusing, someone had come to S.H.I.E.L.D. to ask for their director's wife. One soldier wagered, I bet $50 that the director brought home a stunning beauty from the bar last night, and she might still be in his bed. The other soldier chimed in. I'll raise it to $100, betting it's an Eastern beauty. Tianchi chuckled, in consideration of your connection to my wife. I shall refrain from retaliating against your insolence. Inform Fury that if he does not come out soon, I shall unleash my wrath. Huh? You're going to throw a tantrum? You've made my day. An Eastern man throwing a fit at S.H.I.E.L.D. That's the funniest joke of the year. No, wait, the best was coming here to find a wife. Tianchi frowned. After all, this was S.H.I.E.L.D., the workplace of the Black Widow, an organization that would play a pivotal role in the defense of Earth in the future. It is indeed unwise for me to stoop to the level of these soldiers, engaging in cries of violence. Turning towards a surveillance camera, I declared, Fury, I know you're watching me. If you do not reveal yourself soon, I shall truly unleash chaos. Black Widow, on a mission, feigned marriage, and as the director. Fury could not possibly be oblivious. Black Widow would undoubtedly document this in her report. If this were merely a matter of identity, Director Fury might have forgotten entirely. For in their eyes, I am but an insignificant pawn. However, last night's battle transcended the realm of ordinary conflict. It was a superhuman clash. S.H.I.E.L.D. must have gathered intelligence, for otherwise, they would not have so effortlessly located the Hulk later, persuading him to join the Avengers. This indicates that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been tracking these superheroes consistently. In the Avengers, they summoned the untransformed Dr. Banner to pursue the Tesseract, a task fraught with tension. Although it appeared that Black Widow was acting alone, an elite team lay hidden in the shadows. Banner merely feigned a roar, causing Black Widow to pale in fear, aiming her weapon at him and exposing the concealed elite squad. This illustrates the immense pressure the Hulk exerts upon them. Last night, I faced 2 opponents and emerged victorious, surpassing even the Hulk. I am confident that from the moment I appeared at the entrance, SHIELD had been on high alert. Noticing that the building remained eerily silent, I retracted my smile and deliberately bellowed, "Fury, I shall indeed unleash chaos before your very eyes." Suddenly, alarms blared. Countless weapons were aimed at me, and a frantic voice blared from the loudspeakers. "Do not fire. Do not fire." Alas, it was too late. The sound of gunfire erupted. Enraged, I stomped my foot, causing the ground to crack and the guard booth to collapse. With a swift movement, I dodged the bullets and charged inside. Beyond the guard booth lay a vast plaza brimming with military armaments. A tank slowly turned its turret towards me and fired. I crossed my arms before me. With a thunderous boom, a fireball erupted, enveloping me entirely. The surrounding gunfire ceased, as they assumed the intruder had been neutralized. Yet, in an instant, the flames dissipated, revealing my figure, leaving the soldiers around me frozen in shock, their guns forgotten. What manner of creature is this, able to withstand a tank shell head-on? With a roar, I denied the tank a second chance. With a thunderous shout, I created a deep crater beneath my feet, instantly crossing dozens of meters to collide with the tank. The sound of destruction echoed. The tank's engine belched black smoke before dying. But the spectacle was far from over. I tore into the steel plating, which could resist armor-piercing rounds, producing a grating sound as it was ripped apart. The 2 drivers inside stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had transpired before being unceremoniously thrown out by me. Then, grasping the cannon, I exerted my strength, effortlessly lifting the several-ton tank high above, before crashing it down onto the ground with a resounding thud. Boom, 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 boom. The tank plummeted to the ground like a heavy hammer, creating several substantial craters. As some armored vehicles and tanks attempted to aim their cannons at Apocalypse, they were swiftly obliterated by his relentless onslaught. Fortunately, he was neither the Hulk nor the Abomination, capable of losing himself in boundless power. Otherwise, the casualties at SHIELD today would be unimaginable. Presently, SHIELD was merely a hollow framework, lacking formidable superheroes to rely upon. The mightiest Captain Marvel was, at this moment, maintaining peace across distant galaxies. "Mr. Tang, please cease your actions. Let us discuss this amicably," a voice called from afar. Director Fury, resembling a peculiar boiled egg, jogged out from the building. The resolute and stoic Fury, even in dire situations within the original narrative, displayed no trace of panic despite sustaining severe injuries. Yet now, confronted by Apocalypse, beads of sweat began to form on his brow, the cause unknown, whether from fear or exertion. Apocalypse, hoisting a tank, cast a glance in Fury's direction. Instinctively, Fury took a step back, apprehensive that Apocalypse might hurl the several-ton tank at him should a misunderstanding arise. Boom! Apocalypse set the tank down and slowly approached Fury. At this moment, hundreds of assorted weapons were aimed at him, yet none dared to fire. As Apocalypse drew nearer, the perspiration on Fury's forehead intensified. Upon reaching Fury, Apocalypse remarked, "It seems you do not welcome me. It took a display of destruction to draw you out." Fury quickly replied, "It's a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. I apologize on behalf of my soldiers." The 2 soldiers at the outpost were already drenched in cold sweat, initially thinking him a fool, only to realize he was a formidable deity. How unfortunate! They had mocked him moments ago, uncertain if this powerful being would remember their disdain. Apocalypse interjected, "Enough of this triviality. You know why I am here," Fury suggested. "Shall we discuss this inside?" Apocalypse smiled. "Are you not concerned that once I enter, our negotiations might lead to the destruction of your SHIELD? Mr. Tang, you jest. I believe you are a rational individual," Fury thought to himself. realizing that fear was futile should Apocalypse choose to destroy. He would face the same fate regardless of location. Ascending to the towering office on the top floor, Apocalypse wasted no time. "Where is Natasha?" Fury replied. "She is not at headquarters. She rarely returns. We require her to be on call around the globe. Since she is absent, let us converse," Apocalypse stated. Fury responded, "Please, go ahead." Apocalypse leisurely declared, "I have no other matter. I am here to find my wife. She left on our wedding day, and after all this time apart, I miss her dearly." Fury's expression turned serious. "Mr. Tang, you must understand that was a sham wedding. It holds no validity." Internally, Fury felt a surge of anxiety but had to speak the truth. He had initially believed Black Widow's faux marriage was a ruse involving an insignificant pawn, never anticipating it was a deity. The presence of such a powerful entity demanding answers left Fury apprehensive, yet he dared not deceive him to his face. "Humph. You claim it was a sham? The wedding occurred, and we possess a marriage certificate. Do you now dare to assert it was false?" Fury, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "Mr. Tang, at our level, it is well understood that the local laws of the City of God hold no sway over us. Our earlier approach to you through agents was misguided, and for that, I extend my sincerest apologies. Please, Mr. Tang, do not hesitate to express your desires." Laughter erupted as Fury continued, "Well then, I shall speak candidly. Natasha, this lovely woman, I have decided to marry." Fury's expression shifted dramatically, thoughts racing. Did this formidable individual truly covet the beauty of Black Widow, intending to forcibly claim one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own? Should he resist? Or perhaps sacrifice Black Widow for the greater good? Was Mr. Tang truly contemplating such an abduction? If Apocalypse were to truly act, Fury even weighed the option of summoning Captain Marvel back. Apocalypse interjected, "No. I am here today with a request that requires the director's cooperation. Should you fail to comply, I shall bring ruin to S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 8. Negotiation. Fury's expression grew solemn as he said, "Please speak. From this moment forth, Natasha is strictly forbidden to employ her charms for any reason or in any manner. Otherwise, I shall hold the S.H.I.E.L.D. accountable." Fury let out a sigh of relief, replying, "That is reasonable. I consent. I will issue a directive to Natasha, prohibiting her from using her body to seduce enemies henceforth." Apocalypse smiled. "That is excellent." The urgency of Apocalypse's visit to S.H.I.E.L.D. stemmed from this very matter. It is essential to remember that the Black Widow hails from the former Soviet Union's espionage agency, the Red Room, where feminine wiles are honed to perfection. In the original narrative of the Avengers, she feigned capture by a group of underground arms dealers, who bound her to a chair for interrogation. She pretended to be vulnerable, cleverly extracting intelligence from them. However, in the realm of reality, if a group of arms traffickers were to capture such a stunning beauty, would they merely restrain her to a chair? They would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Given the Black Widow's character, she might indeed allow them to take liberties in exchange for information. After all, a man is at his most defenseless when he is most pleased. Previously, Apocalypse had no authority over her actions, but now that she was under his wing with a system-bound fortune, he would absolutely not permit the Black Widow to exploit her physicality to execute missions. Whether the two of them could truly be together would be determined in due course. "Since Mr. Tang's issue has been resolved, I would like you to answer a few questions," he continued. Fury adjusted his demeanor. "I wish to understand the intentions behind a formidable individual like yourself, sent by an Eastern superpower to infiltrate the West. Are you not concerned about provoking a superpower conflict between our nations?" Apocalypse was momentarily taken aback, but maintained a composed facade. "You think too highly of me. I am merely an ordinary person. Had I not encountered Natasha, I might have opened a small shop and enjoyed my retirement in the City of God." Hearing such words, Director Fury appeared somewhat exasperated. "Mr. Tang, let us speak plainly. I am aware that your Eastern superpower holds us in disdain, believing we lack the capacity to address global threats. However, we have an agreement that necessitates your non-interference. Furthermore, we are assembling a team that possesses the strength to safeguard the Western Hemisphere." These statements carried significant weight, and Apocalypse's expression remained unchanged as his mind raced. According to Fury, it seemed that the Eastern superpower harbored its own formidable beings, and there existed an agreement of mutual non-aggression. No, it was not merely non-aggression, but rather a commitment to protect each half of the globe. Apocalypse quickly recalled the narratives he had encountered in the past. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Avengers primarily operated within the West, seldom venturing into the territories of the warrior nations or the Eastern superpower. At best, they might have reached Hong Kong, which was once a colony of the British Empire. Strikingly, the realms of the warrior nations and the Eastern superpower appeared peaceful, with no reports of supervillains. It seemed implausible that such ancient and vast nations as the Eastern superpower and the warrior nations lacked a single superhero. Norse mythology speaks of Asgard and Thor, and the Eastern superpower, being even older, surely has hidden powers within its legends. In fact, the subsequent narratives subtly hinted at some clues. In the sanctum of the esteemed Sorcerer Supreme, Doctor Strange, there resides a master of the arcane arts of Asian descent, alongside a one-armed monk engaged in profound meditation. Furthermore, the mystical Kamar Taj, nestled within the majestic Himalayas, borders the great Eastern nation. The array of her extraordinary abilities aligns more closely with Eastern sorcery than with Western magic. Additionally, the legacy of Shang-Chi, a descendant of Thanos, reveals that Shang-Chi's mother hails from the enigmatic realm of Talo, populated by Eastern beings and myriad legendary creatures, including the dragon, the revered totem of the East. Thus, it becomes evident that the East is not devoid of superheroes and deities akin to Thor. Rather, it may possess even greater and more formidable entities reigning over the Eastern Hemisphere. For instance, Talo has subdued a dark dragon for millennia, rendering it immobile. Were it not for Shang-Chi's father, Wenwu, utilizing the ancient artifact, the Ten Rings, to forcibly unseal the door, the dark dragon would remain imprisoned indefinitely. Therefore, the East is notably tranquil, not due to a lack of significance but perhaps because of its overwhelming strength, rendering the nefarious forces of the cosmos unable to encroach upon its domain. Logically, if a location is frequently besieged, it is likely the most vulnerable. The Western world stands as Earth's weak link. As an individual of Eastern descent, possessing power far beyond imagination, it is no wonder that Nick Fury's immediate suspicion fell upon the possibility of an envoy from an Eastern power. Contemplating this, Apocalypse resolved to shed any pretense of mystery, stating calmly, "I assure you, I am not affiliated with any faction. I am a free man." Apocalypse's assertion was a calculated one. First, Fury would undoubtedly reach out to the Eastern powers. Masquerading as an Eastern superbeing could incite unnecessary complications. Should both the East and West harbor distrust towards him, it might provoke the pursuit of even more formidable adversaries. Secondly, to augment his own strength through the unfolding narrative, the trust of S.H.I.E.L.D. was indispensable. If S.H.I.E.L.D. perceived him as a threat, it would equate to opposing the entire Avengers alliance, potentially altering the course of subsequent events and diminishing his prophetic advantage. Fury scrutinized Apocalypse's gaze and inquired, "Is this truly the case?" "Indeed," came the response. Director Fury exhaled deeply, his expression markedly easing. Individuals of Apocalypse's caliber typically disdain deceit. According to intelligence, Fury understood that Apocalypse had been brought to the city of God at a tender age, possibly a remnant of a powerful Eastern figure. Given his status as a free man, could he not be persuaded to join their ranks? Under normal circumstances, one of such stature would have no shortage of admirers. If not drawn to Natasha, what reason would there be to assault S.H.I.E.L.D. merely for a subsequent prohibition? If they could forge a genuine marital bond, would he not become a son-in-law to S.H.I.E.L.D.? With this thought, Fury felt a surge of delight and proposed, "Mr. Tang, would you be interested in joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? We are currently assembling a team." Apocalypse responded, "Is it the Avengers Alliance?" Fury's expression shifted dramatically. "How do you know that?" This name existed solely in classified documents. He had never disclosed it to anyone. How could this Eastern individual possess such knowledge? Apocalypse chuckled softly, remarking, "I am aware that this name derives from Carol Danvers' fighter jet. It is a pity that she is not present, as I would have liked to seek her counsel on combat techniques. Carol Danvers, known as Captain Marvel, is the most formidable woman in the Avengers. Had Thanos not possessed the Infinity Stones, he might not have triumphed over her. In Avengers Endgame, she had a brief confrontation with Thanos, who attempted to seize the Infinity Gauntlet from her, but failed. In a moment of desperation, he headbutted her, yet the towering Thanos could not budge her. Instead, he found himself momentarily dazed. Ultimately, it was only by removing the Power Stone from the gauntlet and harnessing its energy that Thanos managed to send Captain Marvel flying with a single punch. However, her narrative timeline is set in the 1990s, over 20 years ago. As for her now, one can only wonder on which planet in the galaxy she is serving as a superhero. In comparison to Captain Marvel, who effortlessly traverses interstellar distances and can physically breach starships, Apocalypse reflects on his newfound power, realizing that one must weigh their worth carefully. Apocalypse continued. You need not concern yourself with how I know. Everyone harbors their own secrets. You only need to be aware that I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Furthermore, I have my own affairs to attend to and lack the luxury of time. Fury, surprisingly, found solace in the notion of Apocalypse's benign disposition. During last night's battle, even the military did not proactively rescue civilians, while Apocalypse tirelessly assisted each person in escaping peril. A person with such compassion is unlikely to harbor malice, one might think. Of course, Apocalypse's kindness is but one facet, yet none are privy to the fact that his altruistic deeds yield system rewards. Fury proposed, since Mr. Tang is reluctant to join us, why not reach a compromise and have him serve as an advisor? He would be unbound by obligations, only lending his hand in challenging situations, much like last night. Noticing Apocalypse's contemplation, Fury added, this would be a mutually beneficial collaboration. For minor troubles, Mr. Tang could request our assistance, saving him valuable time. Moreover, it would facilitate communication with Natasha. The prospect of engaging more with Black Widow piqued Apocalypse's interest. Without S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assistance, he would struggle to locate her on his own. Apocalypse was also curious about the significance of the system sharing her fate with his own. Thus, he replied, that is indeed feasible. However, I have a few stipulations. Please, go ahead, Fury urged. First, I require $500 million as a retainer. Fury leaped in astonishment. $500 million. Do you take us for a bank? Absolutely not. At most, $5 million. When the topic of money arose, Fury could no longer maintain his stoic demeanor, desperately bargaining with Apocalypse. $5 million is insufficient. I have promised to provide Natasha with a home. This amount wouldn't even suffice for a decent abode. That sum does not necessitate $500 million. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s budget is limited, and there are many salaries to disperse and numerous supplies to procure. If funding is lacking, simply submit a request to your superiors. Surely, employing a superpowered ally warrants an increased budget? Such an amount of $500 million seems excessive. Just moments ago, you caused considerable damage to our tanks and armored vehicles, all of which come at a price. Truly, one who does not manage a household cannot fathom the true cost of daily necessities. In the original narrative, Iron Man claims that S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot afford his services, not only due to his high valuation but also because S.H.I.E.L.D. at that time had not yet demonstrated its significance, leaving its budget rather constrained. After a spirited exchange of words, the two ultimately reached an accord. Fury agreed to compensate Apocalypse with $30 million, with further payments contingent upon the difficulty of future missions. Director Fury wore a sly smile, having successfully concocted a scheme, securing a formidable ally for merely a few tens of millions, who might one day become S.H.I.E.L.D.'s son-in-law, is a deal that is undeniably advantageous. Over the years, the equipment destroyed by the Hulk has far exceeded $30 million. As for Apocalypse, he does not genuinely require $500 million. Lofty demands often lead to more reasonable negotiations. $30 million is ample for the time being, with the possibility of seeking additional resources should the need arise. Having recently recruited Dr. Stern, I must establish a laboratory, which in itself entails significant expenses. Moreover, I need to purchase a residence as an Eastern individual. How can one truly feel at home without a house? Just after Apocalypse departed, Fury initiated a holographic video call with Black Widow. Chapter 9. From now on, you shall lack a skill, Fury. Natasha, in the name of the director, I hereby prohibit you from employing a particular skill. Black Widow, perplexed, inquired, which skill? Seduction. Black Widow was at a loss. Why had the director issued such an odd command? Her allure was one of her most potent weapons, a tool that had never failed her. Without it, her capabilities would be significantly diminished. Fury sighed, your husband has arrived unannounced. If you do not comply, he threatens to dismantle S.H.I.E.L.D. Husband? Director, I possess 37 passports, of which over a dozen are registered under marriage. Is there a new mission? Which passport should I utilize? When Black Widow undertook missions, the most frequently adopted guise with her partner was that of a married couple. After all, a newlywed couple traveling to various cities and capturing photographs was entirely reasonable. Most of Black Widow's partners were agents. Only one was an unsuspecting ordinary individual. A thought crossed her mind. Could it be him? Upon first encountering Apocalypse, Black Widow was indeed profoundly affected. He existed amidst the chaos of Goddess City, seemingly inhabiting a genuine paradise, unperturbed and content, his gaze solely upon the flora of the shop. Having lived a lifetime amidst deception and treachery, it was her first experience with such tranquility in another. In that moment, she yearned to forge a life with him under the guise of marriage, to escape this tumultuous world. Alas, such a dream was unattainable. All her sentiments could only sustain her for a single additional night. Beyond that, whether for herself or for Apocalypse, it would be exceedingly perilous. As she departed the next day, she even tore up the marriage certificate. Unable to refrain from scribbling a few lines, an outward manifestation of her inner turmoil. This was far from the demeanor expected of a top-tier agent. Yet, upon reflection, she found it inconceivable. He was merely a florist. How could he possibly threaten S.H.I.E.L.D. and compel the director to make such a promise? Fury remarked, I will send you some information. Once you peruse it, you will comprehend everything. As he spoke, he transmitted the urgently gathered data, along with footage of the previous night's battle and the recent skirmish involving S.H.I.E.L.D., all through a secure line to Black Widow. The dossier on Apocalypse was straightforward. As a child, he had accompanied his guardians to the land of God, and after their demise, he had opened a flower shop in Goddess City to make a living. The only peculiarity lay in the connection between his guardians and the notorious drug lord, Falcon. Yet, upon viewing the footage from last night's conflict, Black Widow could hardly believe her eyes. Her faux husband was so formidable. More significantly, he had sought out S.H.I.E.L.D. shortly after her departure, indicating that he had long been aware of her true identity. This realization stirred a sense of anger within her. That deceiver, aware of her identity yet remaining silent, must surely be reveling in her predicament. However, recalling the vows exchanged at their mock wedding, if he was cognizant of her true self, then were those promises not also sincere? Black Widow's heart was in disarray. Engaging in a sham marriage for a mission was one matter. However, to truly devote oneself to another for a lifetime, the Black Widow feels a tinge of anxiety, akin to an ordinary woman, uncertain of how to confront such a reality. Had Apocalypse been an ordinary man, she would have unhesitatingly declined him, much like she had fled on her wedding day. In her quest for safety, she remains a wanderer, afraid to claim a genuine home. For any ordinary individual entangled with her would surely meet a grim fate. Yet, having viewed the video sent by Director Fury, she discovers that her seemingly unremarkable husband is, in fact, an unparalleled powerhouse, stirring within her a flicker of intrigue. Nevertheless, the manner in which they have commenced this connection is far from conventional. She had initially deceived him, feigning a love at first sight, followed by a sham marriage, exploiting his ties to a notorious drug lord for her own agenda. This hardly resembles the beginning of a normal couple's journey. After a prolonged silence, the Black Widow confides, Director, I am at a loss regarding what to do. Fury replies, this is not merely a mission, it is your life. The decisions lie solely with you. Observing her silence, Fury continues, take your time to reflect. I will refrain from assigning you any tasks over the next few days. Remember, until your relationship with him is resolved, you must not wield your allure. He warns. The S-H-I-E-L-D cannot withstand a beast more formidable than the Hulk. Meanwhile, Apocalypse, with a sum of $30 million, allocates a significant portion to Dr. Stein for establishing a laboratory. He then invests $8 million in purchasing a villa in the suburbs, acquiring the surrounding land as well. This abode shall serve as his sanctuary in this world. During this period, Apocalypse attempts to reach the Black Widow several times via phone, only to be met with disconnection. He shrugs, understanding that she is still grappling with how to approach him, and resolves to wait for a more opportune moment. Throughout this time, Apocalypse gradually acclimates to his powers, learning various combat techniques, cognizant that he is not the Hulk and cannot simply brawl his way through adversaries. He glances at the system data, recovery potions, 173 vials. Shared fortune with the Black Widow, 65. Shared fortune with the Hulk, 30. The Black Widow's initial shared fortune was only 60. During this interval, her trust in him has grown incrementally, indicating that his visit to S-H-I-E-L-D has borne fruit. As for the Hulk's 30, it signifies a favorable disposition, given that he possesses Hulk's blood and has saved Hulk's girlfriend, Elizabeth. This connection is hardly surprising. Yet, the implications of this fortune remain elusive to Apocalypse. One certainty remains. Possessing fortune does not equate to invincibility. In the original narrative, even the Black Widow, Vision, and the quintessential hero Iron Man met their demise, fates that could not be reversed by the Infinity Stones. While there may be some semblance of a protagonist's halo, it is certainly not a guarantee of survival. Reflecting on Iron Man, Apocalypse recalls that the timeline of the Incredible Hulk corresponds closely to that of Iron Man. At this juncture, Tony Stark has yet to embrace his identity as Iron Man, frequently gracing tabloid headlines due to his rendezvous with various cover models. Apocalypse remains vigilant, keeping an eye on the news surrounding him. One day, the news reported, Tony Stark, the heir of Stark Industries, a genius scientist and billionaire, went missing while returning from a weapons transport in the Middle East. His whereabouts are currently unknown. Stark Industries has offered a reward of $50 million for any information regarding Tony's location. Thus begins the narrative of Iron Man. In the original storyline, Tony Stark was kidnapped by a group of violent extremists known as the Ten Rings, who forced him to create missiles. At that moment, he was likely trapped in a cave somewhere in the Middle Eastern desert, with a damaged heart and shrapnel lodged within, relying on an external battery to survive. Rescuing Tony should not be overly difficult, although it might be inconvenient for me to search personally, notifying S-H-I-E-L-D to ascertain his approximate location and subsequently rescue him would be manageable. The dilemma lies in the fact that this experience serves as a pivotal turning point in Tony's life, marking his transformation from a playboy into Iron Man. If I intervene prematurely, it could mean the end of Iron Man's existence in this world. Iron Man is the central figure in a series of future events. Without him, everything will change, rendering my foresight ineffective. Conversely, if I neglect this situation and fail to act when the moment calls for it, I may miss the chance to share in the fortune associated with Iron Man fortune. After all, is a resource that is best multiplied. Thus, I found myself in a quandary. After deliberation, I contacted Dr. Stern. Stern, if I connect to a surveillance system, would you be able to hack it? Boss, my cognitive abilities have significantly improved. Such hacking techniques will be a piece of cake for me, he replied confidently. That's excellent. Await my command. No problem, Dr. Stern responded. However, boss, do you have any more of that recovery serum? I have exhausted my supply. So soon? It has barely been a month, I remarked casually. Yet to Stern, my tone carried a hint of reproach. He understood that such a miraculous serum must hold considerable value. 6 vials equate to 6 lives, and selling them to the wealthy could amount to an astronomical fortune. Finishing my supply in a month indeed warranted some explanation. Stern quickly added, Boss, although I have yet to analyze the serum's composition, I have made some progress. Do share. While the serum is extraordinary, Capable of restoring one to a normal state almost instantaneously, it does possess certain limitations. If an injury has healed or if an organ has been missing for an extended period, it cannot be repaired. My heart sank at this revelation, prompting me to inquire. If a person has been blind for 20 years, or if a woman had her uterus removed over a decade ago, would these conditions remain irreparable? Indeed, it's not merely a matter of years. Once the injury has healed, restoration is impossible. What if the scar were to be damaged further? For instance, if one were to blind an already blind eye again, that would not work either. The serum appears to only restore one to the state prior to the healing of the wound. If the scar is damaged and then repaired, it would merely revert to a scar. My spirits dampened further. I had initially contemplated using the recovery serum to extend a favor to Director Fury at an opportune moment. Fury lost one of his eyes in the 1990s during the plot of Captain Marvel, when he was brutally blinded by the Devourer. However, this is a mere triviality, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. The crux of the matter lies with Black Widow. She suffered the inhumane removal of her uterus in the Red Room, rendering her unable to bear children, which remains her greatest sorrow. Should she find a way to restore her lost potential, it would undoubtedly alleviate part of her inner turmoil. If the restorative elixir proves ineffective, alternative solutions must be sought. Apocalypse solemnly remarked, "I shall send you a few more vials." The following day, in the desert of Embarking, Apocalypse quickly pinpointed a canyon based on the location of Tony's incident and his recollections. Chapter 10, Iron Man. Your delivery has arrived. As nightfall enveloped the land, Apocalypse stealthily approached the canyon, shrouded in the cloak of darkness. Within the canyon, a multitude of armed men congregated, their ranks fortified by an array of weapons strewn across the ground, alongside a hidden cave. Given Apocalypse's formidable prowess, vanquishing these armed thugs would be a mere trifle. However, to adhere to the original narrative and maintain his prophetic insight into the future, there were numerous constraints he must observe. Descending from the precipice, Apocalypse's fingers, like claws, dug into the rock face, allowing him to scale the surface with the grace of a gecko. He located the surveillance lines, severing them with precision, and within a heartbeat, deftly connected a device that would funnel all monitoring footage through it. The leader inside noticed a brief flicker on the surveillance screen, yet it quickly returned to normal, eliciting no significant suspicion. In this desolate wilderness, the mere presence of a surveillance system was an anomaly. Occasional glitches were hardly surprising. In cinematic narratives, looping footage is often employed, a simplistic yet perilous device that, with a keen eye, can be easily discerned. This particular device was engineered to delay the video signal by 1 second, during which the miniature CPU within could manipulate the surveillance feed at will. Apocalypse had previously instructed Dr. Stern to configure the program. As long as he remained undetected, Apocalypse could confidently stride past the cameras, leaving no trace upon the monitors. The night was as cool as water. Outside the cave, the violent faction had gathered, igniting a bonfire. With his fingers embedded into the rock, Apocalypse silently ascended from the summit of the cave. Inside, iron plates partitioned the space, hastily constructed into a makeshift cell. He retrieved a lock-picking device, which easily succumbed to his skillful touch. With a creak, the iron door swung open, revealing 2 figures within. One was, of course, Tony Stark, his demeanor weary, his beard unkempt, with a long wire trailing from his chest to a battery on the table. The other was a quintessential Middle Eastern man, though disheveled in appearance. He exuded a gentle elegance. It must be Ethan. During Tony Stark's transformation into Iron Man, the most profound influence came from Ethan. Through his kindness and sacrifice, he awakened a sense of responsibility within Stark, prompting him to bear the weight of safeguarding the world. This was an unthinkable notion for the former Tony, who had once been solely focused on amassing a harem of cover girls. Both men gasped in astonishment, initially believing that members of the 10 Rings had entered, only to be confronted by an oriental figure. A moment of silence ensued, 3 pairs of eyes exchanging glances, none daring to speak. Apocalypse broke the tension, clearing his throat. Ahem. You must be Tony Stark, correct? I am Tang Apocalypse. Tony cautiously inquired. Are you here to rescue me? Watch out for the surveillance. Upon seeing Apocalypse's face, Both Tony and Ethan quickly dismissed the possibility of him being from the Ten Rings, as the violent extremists were bound by their faith and were notoriously insular, making the presence of an Oriental man inconceivable. Apocalypse replied, "You need not worry about the surveillance. It's been taken care of. However, I am not here to rescue you. I am delivering takeout." What? Tony and Ethan could hardly fathom their ears. "Brother, you must be joking. Rushing to the stronghold of the Ten Commandments to deliver takeout?" Tony inquired. "Was it Colonel Rhodes who sent you? He certainly has a sense of humor." "I don't know any Colonel Rhodes. I have takeout here. Would you like some?" Tianchi replied earnestly as he opened his close-fitting backpack, revealing several paper boxes that instantly filled the cell with a delightful aroma. Ethan cautiously remarked, "We have no money. We cannot afford takeout." Tianchi chuckled, "No worries, you can owe me." But Tony was less reserved than Ethan. Having fallen to such depths, surely no one would poison him. Right? He grabbed a paper bag. "A cheeseburger? How did you know I liked this?" The cheeseburger had made multiple appearances throughout the film's narrative. In Iron Man 1, after being rescued, Iron Man's first action was to seek out a cheeseburger to eat. Later, after having a daughter named Morgan with Pepper, he frequently mentioned cheeseburgers to her, showcasing his fondness for it. Tianchi, being of Eastern descent, did not hold much appreciation for cheese, but recalling the stinky tofu of his homeland, he found it unsurprising that foreigners enjoyed similar foods. On his way, he had casually purchased a few in a city outside the desert. I've never tasted such a delicious hamburger. Which restaurant is this from? Once I get out, I must buy that place and eat this every day." Tianchi smiled silently. It was merely an ordinary cheeseburger, yet for Tony, who had been trapped here for half a month, subsisting on mushy food, it was indeed a delicacy. It was akin to the historical tale of Zhu Yuanzhang's savoring pearl and jade soup. Tianchi picked up another paper bag and handed it to Ethan. "Don't be shy. If you don't eat, Tony will finish your share." After some contemplation, Ethan decided not to be polite anymore. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find a large, golden brown Orleans roasted chicken, its fragrance immediately permeating the cell. Tony suddenly found his cheeseburger less appealing. "How do you have roasted chicken? Save me a drumstick." Halfway through his meal, Tony sighed. "If only I had a cup of cola to accompany this, it would be perfect." In his mind, the fact that this mysterious Eastern figure could bring in 2 bags of food was already a monumental feat. To wish for cola was somewhat fanciful. To his surprise, Tianchi dug into his bag once more and produced 2 bottles of cola. "The ice hasn't tea melted yet. Drink up." Tony widened his eyes. "I'm beginning to believe you are indeed a delivery person." The two indulged heartily, leaving nothing behind, even gnawing the chicken bones to savor every last bit of flavor. After finishing, Tony reclined comfortably on his chair, declaring, "That was exquisite. I would gladly pay $1 million for a meal like that. However, once we're out, eating it every day will diminish this feeling. Let us go?" Tony assumed Tianchi had come to rescue him, believing that the prior conversation was merely jest, and that the meal was to fortify them for the arduous escape ahead. In his brilliant mind, such reasoning was perfectly logical. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. Tianchi collected the food containers and stated, $1 million for a meal, as you said. I will deliver again in the future." With a swift motion, he secured his backpack closely and exited, locking the door behind him, vanishing into the darkness like a lizard. What the hell? He locked the door. What is happening? Tony was taken aback, unable to suppress an expletive despite his upbringing. "Take me out. If 1 million isn't satisfactory, I'll offer 1 billion. 10 billion. 100 billion. At this moment, Apocalypse had long since departed, and Tony's cries instead attracted the attention of 2 soldiers. "Soldier A, what are you yelling about at this hour?" "Shut up." "Soldier B, I think I smell roasted chicken." "Soldier A, what kind of nose do you have? There's no roasted chicken here." "Wait, is that the scent of a hamburger?" The 2 soldiers searched the cell but found nothing amiss, leaving with puzzled expressions, leaving Tony and Ethan equally bewildered. "Ethan, Tony, are you sure this isn't some prank from a military acquaintance?" Tony shook his head firmly. "It can't be, my friend. Rhodey is a soldier, strict and serious. He wouldn't joke about life and death matters." It's important to note that had the soldiers discovered anything unusual or encountered Apocalypse, a hail of bullets would have ensued. Even the reckless Tony wouldn't dare make such a perilous jest. However, if it's not a joke, then what is Apocalypse truly after? Tony racked his brain, feeling that his genius intellect was insufficient. If the delivery was merely for $1 million in fees, he couldn't believe it. He would pay any sum to ensure his escape. The other party must be aware of this. Days later, Apocalypse infiltrated once more. This time, however, Tony was not quick to eat. He gazed intently into Apocalypse's eyes, asking, "What is your true intention? What do you desire?" Apocalypse thought to himself, "I wish for you to become Iron Man, to possess your fortune, yet I cannot speak it plainly." Instead, he replied, "Once you are free, you will understand." Tony retorted angrily, "Free? How can I escape if you do not rescue me? Haven't you devised a plan yet?" Apocalypse was perplexed. Could it be that at this juncture, Tony had not yet contemplated creating armor? Tony exclaimed, "What can I do? My heart is tethered to a massive battery. Even if they let me run, I wouldn't get far." Apocalypse replied, "You can't run, but can't you fly?" With a glance at the materials for missile construction, he considered that these materials were used by the Ten Rings leader to coerce him into creating the Jericho missile. The Jericho missile was an extraordinarily terrifying weapon designed by Stark Industries. Before the incident, Tony had demonstrated to the military that a single Jericho missile could instantaneously deploy dozens of smaller warheads in midair, covering an entire mountain range, transforming it into a cloud of dust. It was a formidable instrument of mass destruction. With such a weapon, a conventional army would be mere fodder, easily obliterated by a single missile. Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes lit up. With his intellect, he swiftly unraveled the logic. Could the missile not fly? Chapter 11. The Cave Ding. Initial favor from Iron Man acquired, sharing a 10 fortune. Apocalypse did not anticipate that his casual inquiry would inspire Tony. Although May 10th seemed modest, it is a significant step towards garnering Tony's affection. After enjoying hamburgers, cola, and roasted chicken, Tony and Ethan, with full bellies, expressed their desires for champagne and Australian lobster next time, casually mentioning that the delivery fee was up to Apocalypse, though he mused it might not be feasible. Apocalypse remained non-committal. These delicacies were procured from a city over 100 kilometers away, requiring several significant leaps and careful navigation to avoid soldiers. He had no intention of indulging Tony's whims by venturing even further for lobster. Should he find any, he would bring it. If not, so be it. The following morning, soldiers arrived to deliver meals. Upon seeing the unappetizing mush, Tony and Ethan did not even glance at it. The soldiers, catching a whiff of something aromatic, grew suspicious and entered to investigate. "Soldier, there's no mistake. It must be the aroma of roasted chicken." "Soldier B, I smell it too. Now tell us, where have you hidden the food?" The soldiers pressed Ethan, who appeared flustered and at a loss for words, fearing Ethan might inadvertently reveal too much. Tony interjected, "We are confined here, with a large battery strapped to our chests. How could we possibly have roasted chicken or hamburgers? If anyone has eaten, who do you think it could be?" He subtly gestured towards the direction of the leader of the Ten Rings gang. The cave featured several forks, and the leader resided on the opposite side. While the environment could hardly be deemed pleasant, it was certainly more comfortable than being exposed to the elements outside. The soldiers quickly grasped the implication. These two prisoners could not possibly have enjoyed roasted chicken, leaving only the leader's quarters as a plausible source of the enticing smell. In a confined space like this, the aroma could easily waft through. If it was indeed the leader partaking, they would never dare confront him about his solitary indulgence. The two soldiers exchanged knowing glances and fell into a contemplative silence. Tony's insinuation not only extricated him from a precarious situation but also shifted the blame onto the leader of the Ten Rings. Consequently, the soldiers would refrain from reporting the matter, feigning ignorance. In just a few succinct exchanges, Tony's genius intelligence was on full display, planting a lingering doubt in the soldiers' minds. How could a leader who indulges in solitary feasting expect the loyalty of his men? Their unwavering faith in the cause did not equate to an unshakable loyalty to the leader. Every few days, Apocalypse would deliver food and check on Tony's progress. In just over a month, the armor had begun to take shape, although the presence of monitoring devices prevented any assembly. During this time, Tony and Ethan enjoyed ample food and drink, yet their confinement stifled any physical activity, resulting in noticeable weight gain. The soldiers grew increasingly suspicious, even prompting the leader of the 10 Rings to pay a visit. Fuming, the leader demanded, "You hardly eat anything, yet you've both put on weight?" Tony replied, "This is not weight gain, it is merely swelling. I rely on this wretched battery to sustain my life, and my body is infected. I fear my time may be limited." The leader snorted in anger, "You are bloated. What about Ethan?" Tony, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "He contracted it too. We spend all day in the same room, breathing the same air, thus he has also been infected." Ethan nearly burst into laughter, recognizing the leader's lack of education. But he suppressed his amusement, his face contorting in the effort, and quickly transformed it into a cough to release the tension. Upon noticing this, the leader mistakenly believed Ethan was having an episode and, fearing infection, uttered a few words before hastily exiting. It seemed that ignorance had its consequences. He promptly declared, "Hurry and complete the missile. Once it's done, I'll take you to the hospital to preserve your lives." However, both Tony and Ethan understood that if the missile were truly completed, the day of its success would also herald their demise. Days passed with the weight of time feeling like an eternity. They had hoped to refine several components, but a single oversight led to disaster. Ethan, emboldened, had hidden a chicken leg, intending to savor it slowly, as the apocalypse only visited every few days, and he was growing increasingly ravenous. Unfortunately, during a patrol, the 10 Commandments gang discovered his secret, and the leader was furious, dragging Ethan out for interrogation. As he was pulled from the cell, Ethan urgently whispered to Tony, "Hurry. I don't know how much longer I can endure. Where did the chicken leg come from? Speak. Ah, please, tell me, ah." With each crack of the whip, Ethan screamed in agony, yet he resolutely remained silent. Tony understood this was Ethan's signal for him to activate the armor. Time was running out. Regardless of whether Ethan could withstand the torment, it was inevitable that the leader of the 10 Commandments would return to seize the components inside, leading to their ultimate failure. Tony was in a frenzy. It was daytime, and the mysterious Eastern figure only arrived at night, unpredictably. Even if he came tonight, it would be too late. With this thought, Tony immediately connected the armor's control unit to an old laptop and initiated the boot sequence. Booting. The progress bar on the command line moved at a glacial pace, while outside, Ethan's cries of anguish and the leader's demands echoed. Ding. Boot complete. Tony donned the armor, disconnecting the wire from his chest and connecting it to a circular, glowing energy core, the original arc reactor. The armor's appearance was exceedingly rudimentary, marred by welding scars. Its overall hue a ghastly gray-black, and the joints were made of subpar rubber. The suit creaked and groaned as he moved, the metallic friction producing an excruciatingly grating sound. Clad in the armor, Tony advanced and, with a thunderous crash, kicked open the steel door of the cell. A soldier outside was struck, bone shattering as he fell. Blood spewing from his mouth. He would likely not survive. Fire! Fire! The leader of the 10 Commandments, both furious and anxious, disregarded Ethan and raised his gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets. However, the armor was crafted from missile casings, impervious to ordinary bullets, with the sole vulnerability lying in the joints, which were made from rubber and fabric. In the midst of chaos, how could the violent assailants anticipate what was to unfold? Bang! 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 With a few swift strides forward, Tony swung his iron fist towards the soldiers. Thud! Ah! Under the weight of his blows, the soldiers crumpled like mere sacks of flesh, each strike capable of flattening one. Rat-a-tat-tat. At last, a soldier reacted, aiming his AK at the joints of Tony's armor and unleashing a flurry of bullets. Tony bent down, shielding his face and joints. Ah! Suddenly, Ethan let out a harrowing scream. Several stray bullets ricocheted, striking his chest, causing blood to spurt from his mouth. Ethan, Tony rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Ethan. With a press of his finger, flames erupted from his arms, his only weapon. The fire shot forth for several meters, engulfing a few soldiers in flames as they screamed and fled towards the cave's entrance. Tony, heartbroken, cradled Ethan and urged, "Hold on, stay alive until that Eastern man arrives, and we can escape together." Ethan's expression was serene. Do not worry about me, cough, cough. My family is gone. Cough, cough. I can finally meet them. Tony wept bitterly. You saved my life. I have yet to repay you. Earlier, when shrapnel had struck his chest, Ethan had performed a makeshift surgery on him and fashioned a rudimentary battery that sustained his life. Throughout the process of creating the armor, Ethan had provided invaluable assistance. Without him, Tony would never have been able to forge it so swiftly. Ethan's optimistic demeanor had profoundly influenced Tony. In the original narrative, it could be said that Ethan had shaped Tony, transforming him from an ordinary man into a superhero. At that moment, the voice of the Ten Rings leader echoed outside. Use the RPG, quickly, RPG. Ethan smiled gently. Let us go. If you wish to repay me, then cherish your life. Do not waste it. Boom. An RPG was fired into the cave, but fortunately, the entrance was not a straight shot, and the RPG detonated around the bend. Debris cascaded down like rain. Realizing that if he did not flee soon, they would both perish, Tony reluctantly laid Ethan down and sprinted towards the exit. As he reached the mouth of the cave, he was met with the sights of several RPGs aimed directly at him. Terror gripped Tony's soul, with so many RPGs poised to detonate upon him. Even if they failed to penetrate, the shockwave alone could spell doom. Just then, a whistling sound pierced the air. Small stones struck the heads of the RPG soldiers like bullets, causing their skulls to explode, splattering red and white against the rock walls. It was Apocalypse. Having sensed the commotion from afar, the gunfire and explosions, he deduced that the plot involving Iron Man's escape had been triggered and leaped into action. Arriving just in time to see the RPGs train on Tony, a fallen soldier, in his last moments, instinctively pulled the trigger, sending several RPGs spiraling into the ammunition pile outside the cave. Boom, boom, boom. This ignited a chain reaction, flames shooting skyward. Hurry! What are you waiting for? Tony shouted. Ethan is still inside. If you rescue him, no matter your intentions, I will agree to anything. Chapter 12. Rescue. Shared fortune, leave first. Your armor is too rudimentary to be of any assistance. I shall do my utmost. Tony assessed the situation, recognizing that his presence here was futile. He activated the jet propulsion system of his armor, and plumes of black smoke erupted beneath him, propelling him into the sky amidst the fire and chaos. In the original narrative, Ethan perished in his attempt to save Tony, and it seemed that his arrival had not altered this fate. As debris from the apocalypse fell into the cave, Ethan lay on the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Swiftly, Apocalypse retrieved a vial of restorative elixir from his inventory and poured it into Ethan's mouth. With a firm slap to his back, several bullets were dislodged with a deft motion. A surge of green light enveloped Ethan, reviving him completely. In disbelief, Ethan patted his body, astonished to find the bullet holes had vanished. Let us exit to assess the situation. Follow me closely, do not stray, Apocalypse urged. The peril was far from over. The cave was on the verge of collapse, and if they did not escape quickly, Ethan would be entombed anew. Ignoring the need for gratitude, Ethan shielded his head with both hands and trailed behind. Apocalypse forged ahead, demolishing every boulder that threatened their path with powerful strikes, reducing them to mere fragments. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated as half the cliffside crumbled, sealing the cave entrance entirely. Tony, witnessing this from above, felt a surge of anxiety. Regret washed over him for sending Apocalypse to rescue Ethan, who was already grievously injured and likely beyond saving. In his selfishness, he had unwittingly endangered another. Yet, with his own safety compromised, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as the entrance vanished beneath a cascade of rubble. A ferocious roar erupted from deep within the cave, reminiscent of an ancient beast awakening. With a resounding explosion, the collapsed cave was blasted open, a sheer force propelling tons of stone several meters away. The debris rained down on members of the Ten Rings gang, eliciting cries of terror. Harnessing his triple strength as the Hulk, Apocalypse broke through the rock layers, emerging into the chaos. Outside, a series of explosions rocked the munitions, igniting the canyon in flames, while the Ten Rings faction descended into pandemonium, unable to mount any defense. Cradling Ethan against his side, Apocalypse leaped toward Tony, escaping the canyon. However, a new dilemma arose. In the original plot, Tony could only ascend a few dozen meters before his propulsion system faltered, leading to a safe fall into the desert. Fortunately, the altitude was low enough to spare his life. But now, Tony continued to soar higher into the sky. The hastily constructed armor lacked a flight stabilization system. In the original story, Tony had returned to his laboratory, spending considerable time and crashing multiple times before achieving success. Given the current conditions, such feats were unattainable. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. Tony climbed ever higher until, abruptly, the black smoke beneath him dissipated, and his power source was depleted. Oh no, Tony thought grimly, trapped within his armor. Ethan shouted, "This height will surely be fatal if we fall." Ah, Tony, disregarding his image, exclaimed loudly. Falling from such a height would not result in a fate much better than that of a mere egg. Apocalypse calculated the angle perfectly. The sand beneath him suddenly erupted, choking Ethan with a mouthful of grit. When he reopened his eyes, Apocalypse had already leapt into the air, 200 meters high, securely catching Iron Man. Upon realizing his safety, Tony's rebellious spirit surged once more. "Hey there, handsome. This is the first time I've been held like this. How about we dine on foie gras at a French restaurant tonight?" Apocalypse chuckled. "Aren't you worried about Pepper getting jealous?" Before Tony could respond, Apocalypse suddenly tossed him upwards again. The impact of a 200-meter free fall was bearable for Apocalypse, but not for Tony. Should Apocalypse bring him down directly, he would either perish or sustain severe injuries. Thus, just before landing, he propelled him upwards again to mitigate the force. I'm not afraid." After experiencing a roller coaster-like aerial adventure, the moment they touched down, Tony's legs buckled, and he unceremoniously plopped down onto the scorching sand. "Phew. Ethan, you're alive. That's fantastic," Tony exclaimed, embracing Ethan, only to suddenly recall, "Wait a minute, you were shot multiple times just now. How on earth are you unscathed?" Ethan looked at Apocalypse and replied, "He gave me a vial of elixir, and I recovered completely. Thank you." Tony, suppressing his impudent demeanor, adopted a serious expression and said, "Thank you for saving my life, and even more, for saving Ethan." Ding. Iron Man's luck sharing, 30. Goodness. Having saved both his own life and that of a friend only warranted a mere 30? Tony's wariness was rather excessive, indeed. It was challenging to engage with someone so astute. Apocalypse mused helplessly. Yet, it was not entirely Tony's fault. Apocalypse's method of intervention had been exceedingly peculiar, delivering takeout for over a month without ever providing assistance. Had it not been for this incident, Tony would have remained oblivious to how long he might have been confined. "Now tell me, what is your true purpose?" "As long as it does not conflict with my conscience, I shall comply," Tony stated. "No rush," Apocalypse replied, gazing into the distance and noticing planes heading their way. "Let us first depart from this perilous place." The Middle East had always been a tumultuous battleground, with various factions and arms dealers intermingling. The disturbance they had caused had already attracted numerous parties to investigate, with a single hand clutching one of them. Apocalypse leaped several times and arrived in a city over 100 kilometers away. Throughout the journey, the fierce winds prevented Tony and Ethan from uttering a word, leaving them to exchange astonished glances. Is this even human? A single leap spanning dozens of kilometers while carrying two individuals? And that miraculous elixir capable of reviving Ethan from the brink of death? With Tony's extensive connections, he had never encountered such a wondrous remedy. Otherwise, he would not have been left helpless during his palladium poisoning, relying solely on plant-based drinks for relief. Upon reaching a modest city over 100 kilometers away, Apocalypse led the two to a simple rental house. "My intention in saving you is not driven by any ulterior motive. However, since you wish to express your gratitude, I may ask for certain favors in the future. Certainly, I shall not compel you. If you are unwilling, you may refuse entirely," Tony remarked. "Then I shall decline at this very moment." A hearty laugh erupted from Tianchi, for he understood that Tony was not an ungrateful man. "If you truly do not wish to provide assistance, I would not press you." With that, he produced a mobile phone and handed it to Tony. "Call Colonel Rhodes. Let him come to retrieve you. I shall take Ethan away." "No, Ethan is my benefactor. I shall invite him to the United States to work in my company. And you need not trouble yourself." Tony, Do you believe this abduction was mere happenstance? Tony was taken aback. Was it not? You will come to know in due time. But the urgency is not pressing. You have been missing for over a month, and your sudden reappearance has stirred quite a commotion in the United States. Now, you return with a man who once worked for violent factions. Can you imagine the implications? Although we know that Ethan's association with the Ten Rings was coerced, will others believe this? With your intellect, it would not take much for you to comprehend. After being held captive for so long and suddenly released, accompanied by someone from the Middle East, the most plausible narrative is one of coercion. Bear in mind that Stark Industries manufactures weapons for the Department of Defense. Any hint of suspicion will leave them uneasy. Moreover, your rival, Hammer Industries, will undoubtedly exploit the situation. At that point, not only Ethan, but even you could find yourselves in peril. Tony stated, I will transfer $5 million to ensure Ethan's safety. Tanchi replied calmly, rest assured. If I had no intention of safeguarding him, I would not have saved him in the first place. Ethan was a man of integrity and kindness. Despite living in a war-torn country where his family had fallen victim to violence, he maintained a positive outlook on life, encouraging those around him. This had a profound influence on Tony's character. Furthermore, he was a remarkable scientist, ingeniously using a car battery to sustain Tony's life and assisting him in the creation of his armor. In a prosperous nation, he would undoubtedly be a distinguished scientist. Tianchi recruited him into his team, not only gaining a valuable asset, but also strengthening his bond with Tony. Do you wish to return home for a visit? Kamala Town is nearby. Ethan was taken aback. How do you know I am from Kamala? I have never mentioned it to you. Does it matter how I know? What is significant is whether you desire to return. Tony and Ethan exchanged glances, feeling that this enigmatic Eastern figure was not only endowed with extraordinary abilities, but also seemed to possess an intimate understanding of their circumstances. This feeling of being known was unsettling. Despite Tanchi having saved their lives, Tony's wariness remained unshaken. Ethan responded slowly, indeed, it is not important. With your resources, acquiring information about a minor individual such as myself is hardly a challenge. I do not wish to return. I have no lingering ties there. Should I find the means in the future, I would like to assist the residents of my hometown as a gesture of solidarity. Then let us depart. Without a backward glance, Tranchi took Ethan and soared into the sky. Tony, momentarily lost in thought, eventually dialed Colonel Rhodes. Chapter 13. A need for additional funds. Upon receiving the call, Colonel Rhodes promptly dispatched a fighter jet to escort Tony back to his homeland. Unlike his usual flamboyant self, Tony now exuded an unusual tranquility, devoid of the carefree exuberance he had displayed upon his departure, which had included champagne and the lively dances of flight attendants. This harrowing experience had profoundly impacted him. Not only had he endured physical injuries, but he had also witnessed the misuse of his own weaponry by violent extremists, stirring a deep sense of unease within him. Moreover, he pondered the enigmatic Eastern figure who had refrained from rescuing him, yet seemed troubled by the prospect of his demise. So many thoughts occupied his mind. Upon his return to America, a throng of reporters awaited him at the airport. The news of a top-tier scientist, a wealthy magnate, and a notorious playboy being abducted by militants was irresistibly sensational, and everyone clamored for first-hand information. As Tony disembarked from the plane, Pepper and his friend and bodyguard, Happy, were already there to greet him. With tears welling in her eyes, Pepper rushed forward and embraced Tony tightly, unwilling to let go. I thought I would never see you again, she exclaimed. Tony shrugged. Well, here I am. No need to cry. Your makeup will run. Happy, anxious to intervene, exclaimed. It's my turn. Noticing Pepper's unwillingness to release Tony, he decided to join the embrace, enveloping all three of them in a tight hug, causing Tony to squeak in protest. Pepper's gaze fell upon Tony's chest, and she gasped. What happened? You're injured. We need to get you to the hospital. Tony replied, There's no rush. I have something far more pressing. Happy, get me a cheeseburger. Also, arrange a press conference. The reporters were already on hand, so the press conference was swiftly organized. Tony, unceremoniously seated on the floor next to the podium with his cheeseburger, began, Did you know that the best food is not solely about the food itself, but rather the environment in which it is consumed? For over a month, I was confined in a cave. where I savored the most delectable cheeseburgers and Orleans-style roasted chicken the world has to offer. Now that I am back, indulging in the finest burgers, the flavor pales in comparison to what I experienced in that cave. I must extend my gratitude to the delivery person, who not only brought me the most exquisite food, but also rescued both myself and my benefactor. Though I remain unaware of his true intentions, I believe that as long as he is not bent on world destruction, I will do all I can to repay him. A buzz of murmurs cascaded through the crowd as reporters exchanged bewildered glances. What was Tony talking about? Burgers and delivery persons? Had they received the wrong tip-off? Finally, one reporter could no longer contain himself. Mr. Stark, if I may be so bold, were you truly kidnapped or merely on vacation? Tony answered, I was indeed abducted, held captive in a cave for over a month. I endured a bomb attack, and fragments remain lodged in my chest. Currently, I rely on a battery to sustain my life. The room erupted in astonishment. What had once been mere speculation was now confirmed by Tony himself, leaving the journalists utterly taken aback. The hegemonic practices of the United States, which often resorted to bombing foreign nations and assassinating foreign leaders, had offended many, and violent attacks were a nightmare that lingered persistently. Even someone as affluent as Tony, now under military protection, has fallen victim to kidnapping, further amplifying their sense of insecurity. A stunning journalist rose to inquire, what is the situation with the delivery person? Do violent factions still order takeout? Tony responded, I possess no more information than you. It is inappropriate for me to elaborate at this moment. What I wish to address is a significant decision. Upon hearing of this momentous announcement, curiosity was momentarily quelled, and the reporters ceased their inquiries regarding the delivery individual. Tony continued, I never had the chance to bid farewell to my father. There have been questions lingering in my mind, such as whether he experienced struggles or doubts. I witnessed young Americans being slain, victims of the very weapons I manufactured to protect them. It dawned on me that I could contribute more to the world than merely orchestrating explosions. Therefore, I hereby announce the immediate closure of Stark International's weapons manufacturing division. A hush fell over the room, which was soon shattered by the reporters surging forward, eager for further questions. However, Tony, weary, chose to remain silent and departed under Happy's escort. Meanwhile, Apocalypse assigned Ethan to Dr. Stern, and the two scientists, upon meeting, found an immediate rapport. Upon seeing Tony's decision in the news, Apocalypse realized that upon his return, Tony would refine the Iron Man suit. Indeed, within days, cloaked by the night, a humanoid suit emerged from Tony's residence. Apocalypse lounged in a distant open-air bar, leisurely sipping beer. The initial model appeared to be the Iron Man 1 Malawian Kwacha, still devoid of paint, its silver metallic hue exposed. However, the 1 Malawian Kwacha was immature, possessing a critical flaw, a lack of a freeze protection system. As anticipated, Tony pushed the suit to its limits, ascending to greater altitudes. 10,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet, 80,000 feet. The artificial intelligence, Jarvis, cautioned, Sir, there is a risk of fatal icing. Tony replied, Proceed. I have yet to break the fixed-wing altitude record of 85,000 feet. Soon, the frigid temperatures at such heights coated the suit in a thick layer of ice, causing the internal power system to fail abruptly due to the extreme cold. Oh! Tony cried out as he plummeted from the sky. Apocalypse remained unfazed. According to the original narrative, the power system was expected to reboot as he neared the ground, allowing Tony to return safely. Whoosh, crack, whoosh. Tony struggled to restart the power system, but only a few puffs of black smoke emerged, proving futile. This is bad, Apocalypse thought. A gust of wind swept through the open-air bar, toppling tables and chairs, and then Apocalypse vanished from sight. Boom. Alas, being too far away. Even with Apocalypse's speed, he could not reach Tony in time, who crashed violently to the ground, creating a deep crater. With a few flashes, Apocalypse arrived at the pit and swiftly removed Tony's helmet. Cough, cough. Hey, we meet again. Tony coughed up blood, evidently suffering from severe injuries. Initially, he feared for his life, but upon witnessing the arrival of Apocalypse, he inexplicably felt a sense of security. Apocalypse chuckled. Why is it that every time I see you, you find yourself in such misfortune? I had hoped to witness you displaying your usual flair this time. At that moment, Jarvis's voice chimed in. Injury diagnosis. Spine fractured into 3 segments. Both legs broken. Internal organs ruptured and bleeding. An emergency call has been placed to the nearest hospital, but help will take at least 20 minutes. Master, I fear you may not survive until then. Blood froth continuously spilled from Tony's mouth. A clear indication of punctured lungs, and at this point, he was struggling to breathe. With a flick of his hand, Apocalypse retrieved a vial of restorative serum from his storage compartment. Drink this. Your injuries are partly my responsibility. Tony was deeply moved, mistakenly believing that Apocalypse felt guilty for not catching him in time. He quickly responded, cough, cough. How can I blame you? Cough, cough. It was my impatience. However, Tony's interpretation was misguided. Despite his brilliance, he could not fathom Apocalypse's true intention. Originally, Tony intended to remain in the cave for 3 months. A period that, although arduous, would provide ample time to contemplate the intricacies of his suit and refine it to perfection. Apocalypse's unexpected arrival had allowed Tony to escape over a month early, resulting in certain technical details being overlooked. These omissions led to a power system that fell short of the original plot, thereby causing Tony to fail in his landing and sustain grave injuries. Had Apocalypse not been nearby, Iron Man might never have officially come into existence, a fate that could have been sealed prematurely. The butterfly effect, Apocalypse mused inwardly. Even the smallest change could alter the unfolding narrative dramatically. He realized he must tread carefully to avoid unwittingly altering events that could lead to the downfall of certain superheroes. Drink this now. Delay for even a few more minutes, and you may lose the chance to speak altogether. With that, he administered the restorative serum to Tony. A surge of green light enveloped Tony, and in an instant, his injuries had fully healed. Apocalypse inspected the arc reactor on Tony's chest and found it had not been repaired. It seemed that, as Dr. Stern had indicated, the serum recognized these old injuries as integral parts of his body and thus would not mend them. Tony inquired, "Is this the same serum that was given to Ethan? It's remarkable how it can instantly heal wounds. If it could be produced en masse, perhaps no one on Earth would ever fear injury again." Apocalypse replied, "I wish that were the case, but unfortunately, this substance is limited in quantity and cannot currently be manufactured." Tony reflected on this, acknowledging that such a miraculous remedy, if readily available like common cold medicine, would indeed be unlikely. Attempting to rise, he found the suit too heavy to lift due to the loss of power. Given his physical state, he could not stand. The one Malawian Kwacha model was crafted from ordinary steel, and in the original narrative, Tony had flown home, shut down the power, and crashed through the concrete floor into his underground laboratory. One can only imagine the weight of that suit. "I'll assist you in removing it," Apocalypse offered. "Wait a moment." Tony hurriedly intervened, insisting that they could not dismantle it forcefully, as he needed to ascertain the nature of the malfunction within. To open it would obliterate the scene of the incident. "It seems, once again, I must carry you back," he lamented. "Throughout my life, I have never embraced the same man twice. An additional fee is required." With that, he scooped Tony up in his arms and leapt towards Tony's abode. Chapter 14. Some things must be done. Upon arriving home, I encountered Pepper. Upon seeing the blood streaming from Tony's nose and mouth, Pepper gasped in horror, exclaiming, "Ah. Tony, what happened to you? We must get you to a hospital." Tony reassured her, "I'm fine. Merely trapped in this hunk of metal and unable to extricate myself." "How can you say you're fine after losing so much blood? You don't intend to settle your affairs, do you?" Pepper's voice quivered as she began to cry. Apocalypse, observing the scene, sighed inwardly. Women do have a propensity for tears. He preferred his own Black Widow, who was less prone to such dramatic outbursts. Ignoring Pepper's frantic words, Apocalypse hoisted Tony and stormed into the underground laboratory, unceremoniously tossing him onto the floor, leaving the rest to the mechanical arms. With the assistance of the robotic appendages, Tony finally freed himself and introduced Pepper, saying, "This is the delivery man I mentioned, Tang Tianchi, and this is my friend and assistant, Pepper Potts. You can call her Pepper." "Thank you for saving Tony twice," she said, her tall figure accentuated by her high heels, bringing her nearly to Apocalypse's height. She extended her hand to him, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she appraised him. Tony held immense trust in Pepper, never concealing even the most confidential matters from her, including the ordeal in the cave. However, both of them were still puzzled by Apocalypse's intentions. After their handshake, Pepper remarked, "In the coming days, I will be handling some affairs at the company on Tony's behalf. Mr. Tang, why don't you stay here for a few days? We have yet to repay you." Before Apocalypse could respond, Tony interjected vehemently, "No, no, no. That won't do. I cherish my solitude. Tang, I'm not targeting you." This assertion held true. Apocalypse understood Tony's character well. In such a vast villa, it was surprising that only Tony and Pepper resided there, with not even a servant to be found. Typically, when Tony brought women home for the night, it was Pepper who assisted with the laundry and took out the trash. Pepper retorted, "Do you prefer solitude or chaos? If it weren't for Mr. Tang, you might not have survived this time." "I absolutely disagree." Apocalypse then suggested, "As it happens, I have a house in need of renovation. Perhaps I could take a look at your designs?" "Pepper, arrange for me a spacious room." "Of course," she replied promptly. Tony protested, Hey, do you not regard me as the homeowner?" "Oh, never mind. Just don't place me too close to your room. I enjoy my peace." Pepper disregarded his complaints and insisted on assigning him the nearest guest room. Her concern for Tony's safety was paramount, with a formidable ally like Apocalypse nearby. She felt considerably more at ease. Apocalypse himself had no pressing matters. The Black Widow was unresponsive to his messages, making his accommodations irrelevant. Here, he could witness firsthand as Tony meticulously crafted the Iron Man suit, which was indeed a fascinating endeavor. Tony spent his days immersed in the underground lab, and Apocalypse visited several times, finding the process rather tedious. The meticulous task of refining the armor was a laborious one. The film only captured the most exhilarating moments, while the actual research and development were rather monotonous. Tony often spent entire days in silence, seated before his computer, immersed in contemplation and calculations. After several days, he finally perfected the 2 Malawian Quatches model. The 2 Malawian Quatches model rectified all the flaws of its predecessor, the 1 Malawian Quacha, boasting not only frost resistance, but also employing a lighter and more durable titanium alloy. Its flight speed was significantly enhanced, eliminating the previous embarrassment of crashing through the floor upon returning home. Consequently, Tony officially painted the suit in a flamboyant gold-red hue. Upon completing his masterpiece, Tony decided to attend a soiree to unwind. He contemplated inviting Apocalypse, but Apocalypse was preoccupied with other matters and expressed little interest in such Western gatherings. Thus he went alone. At the event, a stunning female journalist presented Tony with photographs indicating that Stark Industries was still engaged in arms sales, which were harming civilians in a small town named Kamara in the Middle East. This revelation came merely days after the announcement to shut down the weapons department, a stark contradiction that left Tony's expression darkened. Upon returning home, he sought out Apocalypse and inquired, "Is Ethan's hometown called Kamara?" "Indeed," Apocalypse replied. "Have you discovered that there are numerous weapons being sold without your authorization?" "Correct." Tony, taken aback, questioned, "You are aware of this?" "That is not the crux of the matter. The real question is, have you truly resolved to destroy these weapons and liberate the civilians?" Tony shuddered. "How did you discern my thoughts?" While it was not surprising that Apocalypse had knowledge of the weapons, given that even an ordinary journalist could acquire such photographs, it was unnerving that Apocalypse seemed to know of Tony's fleeting desire to destroy the weapons, which had only just emerged in his mind on the way home. Who exactly was this enigmatic figure? Could he possess the ability to read minds? "Tony, your thoughts are not difficult to discern. The crucial aspect is what choice you will make." Tony took a sip of his drink and stated, "Some things must be done, otherwise my conscience would be troubled." With that, he descended to the underground laboratory. At that moment, the Iron Man suit was still relatively rudimentary, requiring a mechanical arm for donning, a complex and time-consuming process. After several minutes, Tony adorned himself with the gold-red armor and approached Apocalypse with a determined gait. "Do not inform Pepper." Apocalypse responded, "I will remain silent. But you cannot conceal this from her. Go," he added, "and should you encounter trouble upon your return, do not hesitate to call me." With a deep breath, Tony remained silent and soared out the window, vanishing into the night sky. As he flew at full speed, A white sonic boom cloud formed around the suit, initially enveloping him before swiftly trailing behind. Regarding the mission to Kamara, Apocalypse felt no concern. With Tony's armor, he was more than capable of overwhelming any opposition. Not only did he obliterate all Stark-manufactured weaponry, but he also swiftly dealt with the violent factions. Even a tank stood no chance against a mere miniature missile from the suit. After clearing the area, Tony presented the leader responsible for the civilian casualties before the terrified townsfolk, leaving them to decide his fate. This act served as a test for the refugees. Their previous reluctance to resist was understandable, driven by a desperate will to survive. Currently, violent elements have infiltrated your homeland, wreaking havoc with impunity. If they are not confronted now, the future holds uncertainty for survival, and Tony has resolved not to intervene any longer. Soon, the leader of these marauders was overwhelmed by the furious civilians. After addressing the situation, Tony returned, but while departing was easy, the return proved arduous. The United States maintains lax surveillance over outgoing flights, yet remains exceedingly vigilant concerning unidentified aerial vehicles entering its territory. Shortly after Tony reached the border, ground radar detected him. Immediately, 2 F-22 fighter jets were dispatched, tailing Tony closely. During the ensuing chase, Tony's friend, Colonel Rhodes, who would later become the War Machine, keenly sensed something amiss. The style and technology were unmistakably reminiscent of Tony. He promptly contacted Tony, inquiring, "Is that a humanoid flying apparatus in my airspace? Could it be you?" Tony replied, "How could that be? I'm currently relaxing in my bath." Colonel Rhodes reassured him, "That's a relief. We are about to take it down." With a whoosh, a tracking missile launched from the flank of the F-22, prompting Tony to deploy a multitude of decoy flares for cover. An explosion erupted in the sky as the missile collided with the decoys, igniting a massive fireball. Subsequently, another fighter jet closed in on Tony, its onboard machine guns unleashing a barrage of fire. Unable to evade in time, Tony's suit sustained damage to the back. Realizing that he could not escape by mere speed, Tony had a moment of inspiration. He spread his limbs mid-air, creating a sudden deceleration to conceal himself beneath the aircraft. However, this refuge was only temporary, as another fighter jet soon detected him. In the original narrative, Tony had proactively called Colonel Rhodes, pleading for clemency, ultimately escaping by the skin of his teeth. Consequently, Colonel Rhodes held a press conference, claiming it was a military exercise that resulted in the damage of an F-22. Yet, with the onset of Apocalypse, the dynamics of Tony's plea for assistance shifted. Before long, Apocalypse received Tony's call. "Dawn, are you a prophet? How did you know I would encounter trouble upon my return?" Apocalypse chuckled heartily. "Ah, let me ponder. It's 2 F-22s, and you stand little chance against them, do you?" At that moment, Tony's armor was still in its rudimentary form, agile yet lacking in speed, with firepower insufficient to contend with the most advanced F-22s. In terms of sheer size, the weaponry storage was incomparable. "You are entirely correct. Hurry and rescue me, or I shall perish for the third time." "Hold on for a moment," Apocalypse replied. "Let me see what useful tools you have at home." He surveyed the hall, seizing 2 medieval antique spears, and leaped towards the American border. Chapter 15. The report cannot be written. The power of Apocalypse surpasses that of the Hulk by threefold, and with a significantly lighter weight. His leaps are not clumsy like a great beast, but rather utilize the principles of aerodynamics, minimizing resistance. His distance and speed in jumping have far exceeded those of the Hulk. Each leap, propelled by his terrifying strength, resembles a cannonball, creating a sonic boom in the air and soaring over 100 kilometers. After several powerful jumps, Apocalypse spotted 2 diminutive black dots in the sky fighter jets. "Tony, lower your altitude and draw them in," Apocalypse commanded. "Understood." Tony replied without hesitation, his suit folding as he plunged downward. The jets, thinking the humanoid aircraft was attempting to flee, also lowered their altitude, pursuing aggressively. Bullets as thick as fingers rained down from the sky, kicking up dust around Apocalypse. On the ground, he stood unfazed, calculating the distance and speed perfectly. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 elongated afterimages flashed into existence. Boom, boom. The spears struck accurately at the rear propulsion compartments of the 2 jets, which immediately belched 4 thick plumes of black smoke, losing power and beginning to spiral. The pilots, with no other option, ejected to escape. By the time the pilots reached the ground, Tony and Apocalypse had already vanished without a trace. Soon, rescue crews arrived and were astounded to find two F-22 fighter jets with spears embedded in their engines. They dispatched the details back to base, inciting the wrath of the base's general, who bellowed, "Are you joking with me? 2 spears took down an F-22? Are we at war with cavemen? I must see this for myself." Upon witnessing the wreckage, everyone, including Colonel Rhodes, was rendered speechless, exchanging incredulous glances. Spears. Simple spears, embedded in the engines of the aircraft, still emitting smoke. The stark contrast between the most advanced technology and the most primitive weapon was glaringly evident. 2 of the most advanced F-22 fighters, brought down by mere spears. Who would believe such a tale? Colonel Rhodes, refusing to relent, questioned, "Whose black technology is behind these spears?" A technician, after inspection, shook his head. "Colonel, judging by its hardness and flexibility, it appears to be ordinary steel." Colonel Rhodes sighed deeply. Goodness. The loss of 2 F-22s is a matter of such gravity that the White House will surely be informed. Am I really expected to write in the report that they were taken down by 2 ordinary spears? This report cannot be written. Returning to the laboratory, Tony felt significantly better, having accomplished a righteous act that brought him great satisfaction. However, unbeknownst to him, Obadiah Stane, the vice president of Stark Industries who secretly sold weapons, became even more resolute in his intent to eliminate Tony upon learning the news. Obadiah Stane, a remarkably astute bald man, was originally a partner of Tony's father and an elder to Tony. Though he held a small stake in the company, his ambition was anything but modest. While Tony devoted his energy to scientific research and women, showing little interest in corporate management, it allowed Obadiah to seize power for himself. Suddenly, Tony announced the closure of the weapons division, a decision that encroached upon his authority and benefits, particularly as he was a minority shareholder and unable to resist. Apocalypse was aware of the underlying circumstances but decided to remain silent unless Tony inquired, lest he alter the narrative. After all, in the original plot, Tony and his companions suffered no losses. "Tony, I desire a suit like that," Apocalypse stated. Tony replied, "You are already so formidable. What use is a suit to you?" "Flight," Apocalypse countered. "Though I can leap great distances, I cannot surpass the speed of your suit over long ranges, and jumping about lacks elegance." Tony jested. "Who would have thought you were such a gentleman? Yet how can a gentleman disregard his host's objections and impose himself upon others? Haha. I intend not only to stay rent-free, but also to obtain things without cost. However, I do not wish for the suit you currently wear. The 2 Malawian kwaches is rather outdated and incredibly cumbersome, requiring several mechanical arms for assistance." Tony was speechless. He had just single-handedly faced 2 F-22 fighter jets, and yet he was told his suit was obsolete? "What do you desire then?" Apocalypse pondered. "First, it must be wearable and easy to transport, ideally not exceeding the size of a suitcase. If it cannot be conveniently carried, it is of no use to me. Leaping is faster. Second, enhance the flight capabilities. My physique is superior to yours. I am unfazed by the gravitational forces of high acceleration, and instantaneous speed can be quite formidable. Improving acceleration is not a challenge." Tony responded, "I can increase the power output. However, reducing the size to that of a suitcase poses a complication. I may require some time. I will await your progress. I trust you will succeed." A suitcase-sized suit had been created in Iron Man 2, and even more advanced and compact nanotechnology suits capable of contending with Thanos were developed later. Nevertheless, even a genius like Iron Man needed to proceed with caution. Haste was ill-advised. At that moment, the voice of the J.A.R.V.I.S.A.I. echoed, "Sir, Miss Potts' phone signal has been lost." The last recording was her scream. Immediately, Pepper's voice resonated from the speakers. "Notify Tony." "Ah." Tony's expression shifted. "This is dire. Pepper has been discovered." "What has transpired?" He retrieved images of weaponry. "The arms I discovered in the Middle East were produced by my company. Yet I had explicitly ordered the dissolution of the weapons division. There must be a mole clandestinely selling weapons." Thus, I dispatched Pepper to investigate, unaware she would find herself in peril. Who could this traitor be? Apocalypse smirked. Who else could it be? Consider this. In Stark Industries, who could secretly sell arms without your knowledge? Tony quickly realized, you mean Obadiah Stane? He was my father's partner and watched me grow up. That is impossible. Nothing is impossible when interests are at stake. Wait a moment. News will arrive shortly. I cannot wait. What about Pepper? I must rescue her immediately. Remain calm. Until you surrender the schematics of the arc reactor, she will not be in danger. Look, he has arrived. As the conversation unfolded, the surveillance revealed a luxurious vehicle arriving outside Tony's opulent mansion. The visitor was none other than the bald man, Obadiah Stane. I shall leave you to confront him alone. Discern his true nature, he said before vanishing from Tony's sight in a flash. Upon entering, Stane casually engaged Tony in small talk, subtly probing about the arc reactor nestled in Tony's chest. Forewarned by the presence of his guardian, Tony remained vigilant, refraining from mentioning Pepper's disappearance, and instead claimed that the arc reactor was still a work in progress. Stane, persistent in his inquiries, eventually dropped the pretense when he realized Tony would not yield. Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted, causing Tony to collapse onto the sofa. Stane brandished a small device, stating, "This is the latest weapon, a sonic screwdriver, capable of inducing muscle resonance through ultrasonic energy, instantly incapacitating even an elephant." "Uncle, what are you doing?" Tony inquired. Stane replied, "Initially, I intended to wait until you perfected the arc reactor before taking action. However, you made a grave mistake by sending Pepper to investigate me, leaving me no choice but to act prematurely." With that, he tore open Tony's shirt and twisted the miniature reactor to detach it, deprived of its energy. Tony felt his heartbeat falter, and as his lungs struggled for breath, Stane, entranced by the arc reactor, exclaimed, "What a masterpiece! This shall be your greatest legacy." Tony, the king of New Age weaponry. With this as our power source, our company's weapons will dominate the globe, and every user of our armor will be compelled to procure it as their energy source. Our company will ascend to the pinnacle of global power. Alas, you shall not witness this. Stane placed the arc reactor into a briefcase and swaggered away. At that moment, Tony, still under the influence of the sonic screwdriver and weakened by the loss of energy, found himself unable to rise. The Guardian, having gradually materialized, witnessed Tony struggle. "Are you prepared to watch me perish?" Tony asked with a bitter smile. "I believed you would manage to get up. There's a prototype of the arc reactor downstairs." I cannot move." In the original narrative, Tony managed to crawl to the laboratory below, aided by a mechanical arm to install the reactor prototype. Yet, something had gone amiss, leaving him immobilized. Perhaps it was the presence of his guardian that diminished his will to survive. Tony's complexion darkened as he began to fade, prompting his guardian to act swiftly. With a stamp of his foot, the ground erupted with a thunderous crash, creating a gaping hole through which Tony and the sofa plummeted into the laboratory below. Surveying the surroundings, he soon spotted the prototype of the arc reactor, adorned by Pepper. The Guardian shattered the glass casing and assisted Tony in fitting the reactor. With a deep, revitalizing breath, Tony gradually regained his strength. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in the Guardian's mind. Save one life, reward, 1 vial of restorative serum. Apocalypse couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. According to the system's assessment, if he did not intervene, Tony would indeed meet his demise. It seems that the impact of the butterfly effect should not be underestimated. Tony looked at Apocalypse with curiosity, saying, "How is it that you know everything? If it weren't for your evident strength, there would be no need for such intricate schemes. I might even suspect that you are the true puppet master behind it all." Chapter 16. The Final Battle of Iron Man 1. The mysteries of fate are not to be unveiled. "Why did you not seize him earlier?" Tony inquired. "If I had apprehended him, how could we rescue Pepper?" Came the reply. "We shall simply follow him." Tony suddenly grasped the situation. "Leave the tracking to me." With that, he activated the holographic interface, swiftly revealing the trajectory of the bald man's vehicle. In truth, even without tracking, it was apparent that the bald man was returning to his company. However, to avert any potential unforeseen consequences, it was prudent to follow his car. Donning his armor, Tony soared into the night sky. At that moment, Colonel Rhodes called, "Tony." Pepper just informed me to send 5 agents to your company, but now I can't reach her. Do you have any idea what is happening? Tony replied. It's my Uncle Stan's doing. Pepper is likely attempting to apprehend him. I am on my way to find him now. Do you require any assistance? Clear the airspace. If you spot anything flying above, do not interfere with me. And if you see someone jumping around in the sky, do not provoke them. Jumping around in the sky? Colonel Rhodes was perplexed. While it was not surprising for an aircraft to be in the sky, what could possibly be the meaning of someone jumping around? And why the warning not to engage? Was there truly something in this world that the U.S. military could not confront? Unbeknownst to them, Apocalypse was unaware of their conversation. For the safety of others and to ensure a precise landing, he moderated his power. Leaping only a few hundred meters at a time, swiftly ascending and descending, blending into the night. In stark contrast, Tony was much more conspicuous. The fiery trails emitted by his suit were highly noticeable against the dark backdrop, quickly detected by military radar. Fortunately, Tony had forewarned them, or else intercepting aircraft would have surely arrived. The bald man's luxury vehicle skidded to a halt in front of the Stark Industries building, leaving the doors unlocked as he hurried inside. According to the infrared scan, Pepper is confined in the basement, surrounded by a dozen armed personnel, Tony reported. These are Stark Industries security forces. This is quite the predicament for Pepper. As for Stan, I will handle him. After all, he has deep ties to my family. And it is fitting that I bring this to a close as a tribute to my father. Be careful, the bald man's equipment may be just as formidable as yours. With that, they parted ways. Following Tony's holographic guidance, Apocalypse advanced towards the underground levels. Upon reaching the first floor, he spotted several agents cautiously advancing with firearms. Clearly, they were here to rescue Pepper. Among them, he recognized a familiar face, Agent Coulson. Coulson held significant importance within the Marvel Universe, although not a superhero. He was present during many pivotal events. Ultimately, he met his demise at the hands of Loki, yet even in his final moments, he fired an energy blast at Loki. In an alternate timeline within Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., he ascended to the role of director, leading another group of superpowered individuals against Hydra and various villains, including the beloved Quake, Sky. Hey, Coulson. Swish. 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 Several agents, their nerves taut with tension, directed their weapons toward Apocalypse. Who are you? Asked Coulson. Do you not know who I am? Has Director Fury not informed you? The confrontation in New York against the Abomination and the Hulk should have been documented in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s archives. Was it conceivable that Coulson lacked the clearance to know? What level of secrecy had Fury assigned to his own dossier? Yet, this appeared to align with his modus operandi. Fury was notoriously meticulous. In the original narrative of the Avengers, he dispatched Captain America, Black Widow, and others to rescue A.S.H.I.E.L.D. vessel, while Black Widow clandestinely arranged a covert mission unbeknownst even to Captain America. When he discovered this, he confronted Fury, arguing that such arrangements jeopardized the team. One could readily infer Fury's extreme caution. It was likely that his own file had not been made accessible to Coulson. Sir, regardless of your identity, I must insist that you step back immediately. Otherwise, we shall regard you as a threat, Coulson stated. Suit yourself, however. Your delays beg the question of when you will locate Pepper Potts, Apocalypse retorted, brushing past Coulson and the others. Coulson shouted, shoot his legs. The sound of gunfire erupted as bullets struck Apocalypse's legs. The American agents were indeed formidable. Disobedience was met with immediate gunfire. Had Apocalypse not known Coulson to be an honorable man, he might have disregarded them entirely. Yet, with Pepper's rescue at stake, Apocalypse refrained from further engagement and took a decisive step. Boom. The ground collapsed beneath him. Descending to the second underground level, Apocalypse delivered another powerful strike. Boom. In less than 5 seconds, he had breached 2 levels, arriving at the lowest basement. A rapid barrage of gunfire ensued, not from Coulson, but from the guards watching over Pepper. Humph, traitorous wretches, Apocalypse scoffed, making no effort to evade the assault. With a swift advance, he seized an armed guard's MP5, crushing it into a useless hunk of metal. They were on Stark's payroll yet chose to kidnap one of their own, revealing their collusion with the bald-headed villain. Apocalypse, no longer inclined toward courtesy, reached out, gripping the guard's neck and lifting him off the ground. A deft twist dislocated every joint, rendering the guard powerless and collapsing him to the floor. The training of recent days had not been in vain, while it had not significantly enhanced his own combat prowess. It had at least spared him from the Hulk's indiscriminate rage. Another volley of bullets rained down upon Apocalypse. Though they could not inflict serious harm, the pain was palpable. Igniting his fury, with both hands, he struck the ground. Roar. The earth erupted, the sheer force sending all armed guards sprawling, unconscious upon impact. A smile crept across Apocalypse's face. Indeed, violence proved to be the most straightforward solution. It was no wonder the Hulk relished destruction. The exhilaration of shattering everything was utterly intoxicating. Little Pepper was locked in a storage room. Apocalypse called out from outside, "Stand against the wall." "I am about to break the door." With a resounding crash, the heavy steel door was smashed open, colliding with the opposite wall. "Tony sent me to rescue you." "Are you all right?" Apocalypse asked. "I'm fine." "What about Tony?" Little Pepper replied. "He has gone to settle scores with the bald giant. We should leave. This place is no longer safe." With that, he wrapped his arm around Little Pepper's slender waist and leaped up, landing right in front of Coulson. Faced with several gun barrels, Apocalypse frowned and said, "Are you still certain you wish to fire? I'm not one to be trifled with." Coulson hurriedly signaled the other agents to lower their weapons. In the brief moments since he had laid eyes on Apocalypse, the latter had been shot at least 100 times, sustaining nothing more than a few rips in his clothing. To provoke him further would be an act of sheer folly. Moreover, Apocalypse had just rescued Little Pepper, making him an ally. Coulson mused that he ought to inquire about this individual with the director upon their return. "Thank you for your assistance, Miss Potts. Let us depart swiftly." He indicated to Apocalypse. Outside, the sounds of chaos echoed, revealing that Tony was engaged in battle with the bald giant. The streets outside Stark Industries were in disarray, littered with shattered debris. Panicked pedestrians screamed as the confrontation between Tony and the bald giant extended onto the distant highway, wreaking havoc on countless vehicles. In a bid to save a mother and child trapped in a car, Tony found himself on the defensive, being relentlessly pounded by the bald giant. Through his mechanized suit, the bald giant bellowed, "For years, I have supported you while toiling away in this company. Did you think that by living the life of a playboy, flitting from woman to woman, you could successfully run a business? Now, you dare to usurp the fruits of my decades of labor." With a thunderous sound, the giant's mechanical leg stomped down upon Tony. Fortunately, Tony's suit was not without its defenses. Though he was overwhelmed, it at least afforded him some protection. The bald giant lifted Tony and slammed him onto a bus, crushing it in half. A small missile was then launched from the giant's armor, detonating upon the bus, propelling Tony high into the air. Had it not been for the formidable defense of his suit, he would have been severely injured. The commotion had certainly caught the attention of the military. Just as a communications officer intended to notify the relevant departments, Colonel Rhodes intervened, stating, "No need for alarm. This is merely a drill. Maintain surveillance." Tony found himself in a dire predicament, having assumed his armor could easily overpower the bald giant. He had requested Colonel Rhodes to refrain from intervening. However, he soon realized that while the giant's armor might not be as advanced, its weaponry far surpassed his own, leaving him without assistance. After assessing the situation, Tony had a sudden inspiration and commanded, "J.A.R.V.I.S. Initiate full ascent." "Sir, your power is reduced to a mere 15. I'm afraid." "I understand. I shall comply." In an instant, the battle suit ignited with a brilliant white flame, soaring towards the heavens. Chapter 17, The Showdown. "I am Iron Man." The bald giant believed Tony was attempting to flee and burst into laughter. "Ha, ha, ha. You cannot escape, Tony." As he spoke, the giant's armor emitted thick black smoke, relentlessly pursuing Tony, the dark plume forming a visible column against the city's lights. "Damn, this pollution is too severe, don't you care?" Apocalypse remarked to Coulson. Coulson was at a loss for words. Who had the inclination to address pollution at a time like this? "This is not our responsibility." Tony soared higher, his power nearly depleted. Yet retreat was not an option. If he could not endure until the bald giant's cumbersome armor froze, he would be annihilated mid-air. Glancing down, Tony pondered. I wonder if that creature, Tang, can leap this high. Perhaps not. Otherwise, he would be here to save me. Unbeknownst to him, Tony had developed an unconscious reliance on Apocalypse, a feeling so subtle that even he was unaware. Meanwhile, on the ground, Apocalypse received a system notification. Ding. Iron Man trust level increased. Shared fortune at 60. Fortune favored the brave. At an altitude of 1 kilometer, the bald giant's armor finally froze, resembling Tony's prior suit. Losing power and plummeting straight down, ultimately crashing near Stark Tower. Tony barely had time to rejoice. With his suit out of power, he had to activate the backup energy, employing intermittent reverse thrust to barely achieve a safe landing at Stark Tower. However, as soon as he touched down, he was ambushed from behind by the bald giant's armor, which seized him in a crushing embrace. The giant sought to leverage the power advantage of his colossal armor to strangle Iron Man. In a moment of urgency, Tony launched a decoy missile, originally intended to disrupt missile targeting, now repurposed as a flashbang. The blinding red flares filled the sky, momentarily incapacitating the giant, who loosened his grip just enough for Tony to escape. In the original narrative, Tony had lured the giant to the rooftop of Stark Tower, instructing Pepper to overload the massive arc reactor below, unleashing a devastating beam to eliminate the giant. However, Pepper was now far away under Coulson's escort, and thus the story would not follow its original course. At that moment, Tony had not even considered this plan. Tang, my good friend, could you lend a hand? Despite being at a disadvantage, Tony's flamboyant character shone through, even in his pleas for help. Apocalypse replied with a grin. I have a proposal. Lure him to the rooftop, and I will overload the arc reactor, using the generated energy to defeat him. What do you think? Tony retorted, with your formidable strength, why are you only contemplating the destruction of my company's equipment? The arc reactor cost a fortune. He added, by the way, you still owe me for the delivery fee from rescuing you in the desert. Fine, just help me finish this. And how we settle up is entirely up to you. With the bald giants targeting imminent once more, Tony could no longer maintain his composure and urgently sought assistance. All right. Gazing at the two metallic behemoths atop the building, Apocalypse bent his knees slightly and, with a resounding thud, propelled himself into the air. Let that man go. You bald brute, he exclaimed. With a powerful kick, he sent the bald giant's mech flying. Undeterred by the formidable opponent, the bald giant chuckled. Ha, 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 ha. Come forth and test my new weaponry. As he spoke, 8 weapon systems emerged from his mech's shoulders, hands, waist, and legs, including small missiles, Gatling guns, and laser tubes. In an instant, a barrage of firepower rained down upon Apocalypse, exploding into a colossal fireball. As the onslaught persisted, the fireball expanded. Watching from the sidelines, Tony felt a chill run down his spine. Such ferocity could undoubtedly obliterate him even in armor. Would he emerge unscathed? At that moment, the fireball began to shift. With steadfast determination, Apocalypse advanced through the relentless barrage, inching closer to the bald giant, whose expression morphed into sheer terror. Is this all you have? He taunted, seizing one of the mechanical arms, and, with a sharp crack, wrenched it off at the shoulder. Ah! The bald giant cried out in agony, his arms torn away along with the mechanical limb. Unfazed, Apocalypse swiftly removed the giant's chest plate and then struck, sending the helmet flying. The bald giant had betrayed countless innocent lives by supplying weapons to violent factions, and it was he who had orchestrated Tony's kidnapping by leaking vital information. This punishment, Apocalypse deemed, was rather lenient. Now, the rest is up to you, he declared, turning back. You need to craft me a suit that is not only stylish but also capable of withstanding the force of bullets and missiles. He surveyed his tattered attire. Feeling utterly disheveled, it was unacceptable to be reduced to a beggar's garb every time a battle ensued. Tony chuckled wryly. Even my Iron Man suit might not withstand such might. Where would I procure materials of such caliber? Apocalypse patted Tony on the shoulder reassuringly. You are a genius. You will find a way. At that moment, the wailing of police sirens echoed outside as numerous American officers arrived on the scene. Colonel Rhodes might manage the military, but the police were beyond his jurisdiction. Apocalypse had little interest in the ensuing aftermath. With Tony's connections, a resolution would be effortless. The following day, a press conference was convened. The previous night's battle had caused extensive damage, stretching from the Stark Industries tower to the highway and even into the skies, resulting in countless injuries and untold destruction of vehicles. An explanation was imperative before the public. Colonel Rhodes, pinching his nose, spun a tale on Tony's behalf. Addressing the dozens of reporters below, yesterday, the combat simulation systems of 2 prototype robots from Stark Industries malfunctioned, leading to uncontrolled behavior. Fortunately, one of Tony's personal bodyguards intervened in time to save him and avert further disaster. Tragically, Stark's vice president, the bald giant, Obadiah Stane, met his demise in this incident. When it was Tony's turn to deliver his statement, he read impatiently from the script provided by Coulson, mumbling a few lines. A beautiful reporter from the audience abruptly interrupted, "Mr. Tony, do you truly believe we would accept your nonsense? It is said that a superhero known as Iron Man intervened just in time to prevent President Stane from losing his mind, and that Iron Man is you." Tony chuckled awkwardly. "Come now, what kind of superhero am I? I'm not cut out for such a role." "Really?" the reporter retorted, a provocative smirk dancing on her lips. This alluring journalist had shared a night with Tony, waking up in his home to find that Pepper had sent her a change of clothes and arranged for her departure. Both were well versed in the unspoken rules of the adult world. The woman would not cling, and the man would not linger. Yet, a thread of sentiment remained. Provoked by his one-night lover, Tony's playboy instincts could no longer be restrained. In a moment of impulsive bravado, he declared, "Indeed, I am Iron Man." The crowd erupted in excitement. Thus, the superhero who would ignite the Marvel Universe, saving countless lives and battling formidable foes, Iron Man, was officially born. This proclamation also heralded the impending arrival of supervillains. Regarding the sensational news of Iron Man, Apocalypse casually perused a few articles. As expected, personality dictated behavior. Tony had publicly revealed his identity, aligning perfectly with his flamboyant nature. Apocalypse did not attempt to conceal his presence. Fury had taken care of that. From the chaotic clashes of the 3 giants on the streets of New York to the battles involving Stark Industries, none of the information was available online. This saved Apocalypse considerable effort. The more inconspicuous he remained, the greater the time available for his growth. Since acquiring the Hulk's thrice-augmented strength, Apocalypse had significantly improved his combat skills. However, his fundamental power had not undergone any substantial transformation. This forcibly acquired strength seemed incapable of being honed further, contrasting sharply with the Hulk, who grew stronger with his fury. In the realm of comics, the Hulk could evolve into the Planet Hulk, whereas, without other circumstances, Apocalypse's power would forever be confined to that of a threefold Hulk. In the face of various impending superbosses, this would prove woefully inadequate. Yet, for the time being, Apocalypse had no alternative but to diligently practice combat techniques. Following Tony's announcement of his identity as Iron Man, he garnered immense attention but also attracted trouble. The most immediate issue arose from Stark Industries' archrival, Hammer Industries, which began accusing Iron Man of jeopardizing national security, demanding that he relinquish the technology behind his armored suit. Tony, as Iron Man, was invited to Congress to debate. True to form, he delivered a captivating argument that drew waves of applause, much to the chagrin of Hammer Industries CEO and a certain rotund politician who found themselves powerless against Iron Man. They were up against a wealthy and influential genius. Their financial and political clout paled in comparison to his. This event was intended to leverage public opinion sparked by the media to coerce Iron Man into surrendering his technology. However, they were met with disappointment as no one in attendance stood in their favor. Ultimately, Iron Man concluded the debate with a rather grandiose statement. "I have successfully monopolized world peace." Amidst the resounding applause, Iron Man made his graceful exit. At that moment, every move he made was keenly observed by a burly man in the distant expanse of Siberia. The man, clad in a white tank top and with a toothpick clenched between his teeth, fixed his intense gaze upon the television screen showcasing Iron Man. Scattered across the table before him were blueprints, revealing the intricate design of Iron Man's miniature arc reactor. Chapter 18. Iron Man, your flirting skills are lamentable. Meanwhile, Iron Man commenced a daily regimen of consuming freshly squeezed green plant juice. Neither Pepper Potts nor his bodyguard Happy understood the underlying reason, merely assuming it was part of his fitness routine. However, Apocalypse was aware that this was a response to the accumulation of toxins from the palladium reactor embedded in Iron Man's chest, which had begun to adversely affect his health. Presently, Iron Man was still utilizing the relatively outdated palladium element, while it provided energy. It also emitted radioactive toxins that incessantly eroded his body. The sole remedy lay in substituting the palladium with a cleaner, safer element. Yet, even a genius like Iron Man found himself unable to identify a suitable alternative in a timely manner. Apocalypse provided Iron Man with several restorative serums. But within a couple of days, Iron Man discerned a troubling issue. These serums exhibited peculiar characteristics, being capable of precisely neutralizing only the toxins accumulated the previous day, with no efficacy whatsoever against the toxins built up prior. At this rate, unless he could procure 30,000 serums to sustain him until the age of 80, it would ultimately prove futile. Apocalypse sighed in exasperation. 30,000? Currently, I possess just over 100 of these serums, and they are non-renewable. Moreover, we have yet to ascertain their composition. Iron Man, with a sheepish smile, replied, such invaluable serums, each capable of saving a life. Perhaps I have been overly greedy. After a brief pause, he added, please do not inform Pepper and Happy. I wish to spare them any distress. Externally, Pepper served as Iron Man's assistant, and Happy as his bodyguard, yet the three shared a bond of trust akin to that of family. Ultimately, Iron Man married Pepper, and they were blessed with a daughter named Morgan. As for Happy, according to the original narrative, it was highly likely he would find himself entangled with the charming Aunt May of Spider-Man. Iron Man pressed a button on his watch and said, Happy, come in and help me practice some punches. Why not ask me instead? Apocalypse shrugged. Oh please, I'd rather not endure your monstrous prowess. Even donning the suit wouldn't suffice against your strength. Before long, Happy, dressed in a tailored suit, entered the room. He regarded the situation with mild curiosity, only aware that Apocalypse was a distinguished guest who had aided Iron Man in escaping from the 10 Rings in the Middle East. Yet he knew little else about this enigmatic visitor. On one hand, there was Apocalypse's explicit instruction to conceal his identity and power, which both Iron Man and Pepper were keenly mindful of. On the other hand, Happy was a loquacious individual. Should he become privy to Apocalypse's true identity and strength, he might inadvertently boast about it during a drinking session, thereby compromising their security. It was crucial to note that, as Iron Man's confidant, he was under constant scrutiny from numerous intelligence agencies and tabloid journalists eager for first-hand information. Happy donned a loose training outfit and sparred with Iron Man for a while. Soon enough, Tony was left breathless and panting. In contrast, Happy, despite his portly physique, exhibited a steady breath, clearly possessing genuine martial prowess. Tony, Happy suggested, why don't you take a break? I'll spar with Apocalypse for a bit. Iron Man quickly interjected, you mustn't provoke him. I fear he might lose control and crush you with but a single finger. Unexpectedly, these words of concern ignited Happy's competitive spirit, and Iron Man found it impossible to restrain him as he insisted on exchanging a few moves. Happy provocatively challenged Tianchi, saying, Mr. Tang, you wouldn't be afraid, would you? Tianchi chuckled, all right, I was looking for someone with a weak point to practice on, so I can control my strength and avoid accidentally inflicting serious harm in the future. Iron Man interjected, Tang, please be gentle. Happy is my dear friend, and you mustn't let him get hurt too badly. Happy's face flushed crimson. Feeling a profound blow to his pride, was he truly regarded as so ineffectual in the eyes of the boss? He silently vowed to give this Eastern guest a display of his full prowess. Tianchi, not bothering to change attire, boldly hopped onto the stage and assumed a Tai Chi pose. Tai Chi employs softness to overcome hardness, making it a suitable choice for someone who does not wish to inflict injury. Although Tianchi only possessed a superficial understanding of this martial art, his immense strength allowed him to master many of its intricacies through sheer force. Happy, adopting a standard free-fighting stance, continuously bounced on his legs, shifting his form to evade being targeted. Suddenly, he lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Tianchi's face. Unfortunately, to Tianchi, Happy's movements appeared as slow as a snail and weak as a gentle breeze. With a simple, effortless maneuver, he executed a catching the sparrow's tail. Pressing and pulling in one motion, sending Happy soaring into the air, crashing against the elastic barrier at the edge of the ring. The elastic band creaked ominously, nearly reaching its limit before rebounding forcefully, propelling the 200-pound Happy back onto the opposite barrier. After another bounce, he landed in the middle of the arena, momentarily unable to rise. In just one move, Happy was defeated, stripped of dignity like a deflated balloon. Refusing to concede, Happy lay on the ground, muttering, "I was careless. Why wasn't he steady just now? Allow me a moment to recuperate before we continue." At that moment, Pepper Potts strode in wearing high heels, followed closely by a woman clad in professional attire, a white blouse paired with black suit pants, her figure exquisite. "Tony, this is the legal department's assistant, Rashman Natasha. She has some documents that require your signature." The newcomer was none other than Black Widow. Upon seeing Natasha in her professional garb, exuding a blend of allure and seriousness, Iron Man's eyes lit up. The women he typically pursued paled in comparison to Black Widow's exquisite demeanor. As Black Widow entered, her gaze landed on Tanchi, and a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. She had never anticipated encountering her husband, whom she had been evading, in such a situation. In the original narrative, Director Fury had dispatched Black Widow after Tony's announcement as Iron Man to gather intelligence, assessing whether Iron Man posed a threat to Earth's safety and evaluating his potential for joining the Avengers. Now, aside from espionage, there was a deeper motive at play. Given Director Fury's intelligence, he must have known Tanchi's presence here, and sending Black Widow was evidently an attempt to create an opportunity for the two. Observing Black Widow feigning ignorance of him, Tanchi remained unperturbed, curious to see how long she could maintain the charade. Iron Man, in full Playboy mode, stepped forward and inquired, "The new assistant from the legal department? I am unaware of this. You are always welcome to come here." In the past, the Black Widow did not hesitate to utilize her allure to extract information, but with her unassuming husband nearby and Director Fury's stern warning against employing her charms, she naturally refrained from overstepping her bounds. The Black Widow stated earnestly, "Mr. Stark, this pertains to the agreement for the acquisition of several subsidiaries involving equity restructuring, and requires your signature for confirmation. There is no rush. Why don't we sit down and enjoy a glass of champagne while we discuss this?" Reviewing legal documents can be quite time-consuming, and standing for too long can be rather taxing. I am not afraid of hardship. Furthermore, one cannot consume alcohol during work hours. The more she declined, the more Iron Man felt an itch of desire. With his looks, wealth, and fame, there was no woman he could not seduce, which secretly irked Pepper Potts, who at that moment was merely an assistant and could not voice her frustrations. Each time she witnessed Iron Man return with a woman, her irritation grew. The Black Widow, noticing Apocalypse's silent amusement, felt a flutter of anxiety and dared not engage further with Iron Man. She promptly handed the documents to him and stepped aside. However, her demeanor appeared to Iron Man as that of a bashful little rabbit, exuding an unconventional charm among Western women. "What's happening up there?" The Black Widow attempted to change the subject. "Is someone injured?" Upon noticing the beautiful woman's concern, Happy sprang to his feet, exclaiming, No, how could I be injured? I was merely tired from practicing my punches and taking a break." He flamboyantly waved his boxing gloves and continued, Natasha, right? Would you like me to teach you a few self-defense moves?" "Sure." The Black Widow, eager to evade Iron Man's advances, hastily approached the stage while discreetly glancing at Apocalypse. "All right, beautiful. For the first lesson, focus on your opponent. Keep your eyes on them and avoid looking around." Happy aimed to draw the Black Widow's attention, lightly tapping her with his glove. However, this elicited her instinctive reaction. With a swift Brazilian jiu-jitsu maneuver, she leveraged her strength to lock his legs around his neck, hanging off him and using her weight to bring him crashing to the ground. Apart from Apocalypse, both Iron Man and Pepper were taken aback. Happy struggled momentarily, realizing he could not escape, and resorted to tapping out for mercy, though he stubbornly insisted, "That doesn't count. I wasn't ready." A figure both stunningly alluring and modestly shy, yet formidable in combat, Tony couldn't help but abandon the legal documents and turn to Pepper, saying, "This is exactly the kind of person I want. I must have her by my side." Pepper pursed her lips and firmly replied, "No." Iron Man's intentions could hardly remain concealed from her, and she was resolutely opposed. At that moment, Apocalypse sensed the need to assert his claim, knowing that if he did not intervene, Iron Man would continue his pursuit. When it came to beautiful women, he never understood the concept of giving up. Tony, your flirting skills are abysmal. Let me show you how it's done. Apocalypse grinned mischievously. Chapter 19. The Stakes with Black Widow. Iron Man expressed his surprise. Oh? I had presumed that individuals from the East would be rather reserved when it comes to romantic affairs. I am eager to witness your approach to wooing. As Apocalypse slowly approached, Black Widow felt an increasing sense of unease. When he drew near, their breaths intertwined, and with a swift motion, he encircled her waist. Natasha. Is it? A splendid name, truly befitting. Our meeting is serendipitous. I have acquired a residence in New York, which I now call home. Why not join me for a bottle of red wine there? We could engage in profound conversation and perhaps untangle some of life's complexities. As he spoke, he lowered his head and delivered a long, passionate French kiss. Black Widow instantly melted, reminiscent of her wedding night, nearly collapsing into Apocalypse's embrace. The audacity of the moment left Iron Man, Pepper, and Happy utterly astonished. Is this truly how one woos a woman? No preamble, just a direct kiss? Iron Man was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. Despite his fame and undeniable charm, he would never dare such a bold move, fearing a swift retaliation. Yet, Natasha's response was unmistakable. She had succumbed, and he pondered whether he might also dare to employ such a technique in the future. After the lingering kiss, Black Widow sought to extricate herself, but Apocalypse's strength held her firmly in place. She pounded her fists against his chest in protest, though to the onlookers, it appeared more playful than confrontational. However, Black Widow felt a twinge of guilt. She had infiltrated their ranks and dared not reveal their connection. She murmured, "You must let me go. They are watching." "Huh. They are all my friends. What harm is there in a little observation? Here, take this key to my home. You are always welcome to stay," he said, pressing a key into her hand. Black Widow, uncertain of her own emotions, accepted the key. Was this to be her home? The unexpectedness of it all was overwhelming. Forming a family with such a man was not without its merits. At least she need not fear her enemies seeking retribution at her doorstep. The thought of her adversaries discovering her residence only to encounter this formidable husband was almost amusing. A smile crept onto her lips as she contemplated this. The combination of her striking beauty and that smile was utterly enchanting, leaving Iron Man and Happy speechless. Was she truly accepting this? Had she fallen in love? Had Tang employed some form of enchantment? Iron Man could not quite discern. Apocalypse released the flustered Black Widow, sensing that the day's events were sufficient. Excessive pressure might yield adverse reactions. She needed time to process and gradually come to terms with it. Iron Man, meanwhile, was oblivious to what he had signed, carelessly scrawling his name on the documents. Black Widow, clutching the legal papers, made a hasty retreat. Happy approached, devoid of his earlier discontent, saying, "Tang, Tang, you executed that too swiftly. I couldn't grasp it. Tonight, let us go to a bar. Drinks are on me. And do teach me a few tricks." Iron Man remarked, "Next week, I have a racing competition in Europe, Dawn. Would you care to accompany me? I always find European women somewhat elusive. Perhaps my reputation there does not precede me." Apocalypse chuckled softly, choosing not to divulge the truth, allowing them to indulge in their speculations. However, Iron Man's participation in the European racing event signifies that the plot of Iron Man 2 has officially commenced. 3 days later, in a small European nation, a grand racing gala unfolded. Pepper Potts made her entrance alongside Black Widow, seemingly intent on safeguarding Iron Man and subtly directing Black Widow towards Apocalypse. Naturally, this pleased Apocalypse as he walked side by side with Black Widow. It was daytime, and the venue was filled with dignitaries. Iron Man and Pepper were busy mingling and expanding their networks. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Happy, a solitary figure, found himself consuming vast quantities of food and drink amidst the couples around him. "Hey, Tony, the legendary Iron Man. I thought you were too busy to attend this gala." A voice called from a distance, revealing Justin Hammer, the president of Hammer Industries. Hammer Industries and Stark Industries were fierce competitors, both vying for the Department of Defense's weapon contracts. However, the quality of Hammer's weapons always fell short, leading to repeated defeats at the hands of Stark, fostering a deep-seated resentment in Hammer. Moreover, having previously conspired with unscrupulous politicians to pressure Iron Man into relinquishing his suit technology, the animosity between them had long been established. Feigning cordiality, Hammer greeted Iron Man, but out of respect for the assembled elite, Iron Man could only muster a perfunctory reply. Well, I initially intended to skip the event, but upon hearing your presence, I couldn't let you claim the second spot, could I? Hammer seethed with suppressed anger, preparing to exchange barbs with Tony, when his gaze fell upon Black Widow beside Apocalypse, igniting a spark of interest. Tony, who is this lady? Hammer inquired. She is an employee of my company. Accompanying her boyfriend, Tony replied coolly. Hammer feigned surprise. Boyfriend? Surely it cannot be this Oriental gentleman? How could such a beautiful lady settle for an Oriental? He continued. In gatherings of this caliber, we seldom see individuals from the East. May I ask how to address this gentleman? Mr. Tang, Apocalypse replied icily. And what line of work does Mr. Tang pursue? Hammer pressed. I am currently unemployed, entirely relying on Mr. Stark's generosity, Apocalypse stated. Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile spread across the faces of Iron Man, Pepper, and Black Widow, for Apocalypse had saved Iron Man's life on several occasions. It was uncertain who was truly caring for whom. Hammer, filled with disdain and emboldened by his underlying racial prejudices, turned to Black Widow, this lovely lady. I presume this is your first time attending an event of this magnitude? Allow me to show you around. My Hammer Industries car will soon take to the track, and I assure you, it will secure first place. Black Widow cast a cautious glance at Apocalypse, concerned about his displeasure, and replied, Thank you, but I came with friends, so I shall not impose. Haha, your friends are trailing behind Tony. They won't even make it to the VIP section, making it rather inconvenient for you, Hammer retorted. I find myself in need of a companion. Why not accompany me to mingle with some illustrious figures? Once the competition concludes, I shall take you for a thrilling ride in a race car. If Sabah were but an ordinary friend, Iron Man would have intervened long ago to thwart Hammer's insolence, for having one's friend undermined is a blow to one's own dignity. Yet, Hammer's provocation is directed at Sabah, who exchanges a knowing glance with Pepper Potts, unable to conceal the mirth in their eyes as they anticipate Hammer's misfortune. Hammer, undoubtedly presuming that Sabah, being an Oriental, possesses limited influence, believes that once he crosses into the West, he is on their turf. Stepping forward, Sabah addresses Mr. Hammer, inquiring if he has sought my permission to take away the woman at my side. At that moment, two burly men in suits emerge beside Hammer, confronting Sabah. Tony Stark and Pepper Potts were expressions of amused anticipation, choosing not to intervene. In Hammer's eyes, it is only natural to assume that the relationship between Sabah and Iron Man is one of mere acquaintance, not warranting a confrontation, thus emboldening him further. Mr. Hammer, are you prepared to resort to violence? Sabah inquires with a smile. Given his formidable prowess, even if all the weaponry from Hammer Industries were unleashed upon him, it would scarcely inflict harm. After all, the two ordinary bodyguards before him are no match. No. We find ourselves in Europe, where the nobility still upholds ancient traditions. Any disputes can be resolved through duel. My associate, Mr. Tang, would be more than willing to select a challenger. Oh, and what are the stakes? Hammer retorts. Since it is a racing event, I shall wager a race car valued at $8 million. Should you win, it is yours. If I triumph, this lady shall accompany me for the day. What say you? The dignitaries at the banquet, having witnessed the renowned Hammer and Iron Man engage in a verbal spar, quickly gather around, eager to observe how this Oriental man will respond. Unbeknownst to Sabah, there lies a subtle trap, well understood by the surrounding nobility, who value reputation. Should he accept the challenge, he would be at a distinct disadvantage. Hammer's wager, placing a person against a car, would lead to derision for Sabah in this era that values human rights, complicating his future integration into this circle. Conversely, if he declines, he would be compelled to produce an equally valuable stake. Even if he could, the confrontation would not be with Hammer, but rather with his bodyguards, thereby diminishing his standing and presence. However, Hammer has miscalculated. In the face of absolute power, all such petty schemes are destined to be obliterated. Chapter 20. Shattering a wine glass. Consider me defeated, Tianchi declared. My woman will not be wagered against you. Then do you possess a racing car? Hammer provocatively retorted. At that moment, Iron Man interjected, I shall stake my iron suit on behalf of my friend. Hammer, should you emerge victorious, not only will the iron suit be yours, but also its blueprints and patent ownership will be entirely yours. From henceforth, you shall be Iron Man. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. The formidable power of Iron Man's suit was evident to all. Previously, it had even stirred controversy in Congress, where a cohort of officials attempted to compel Tony to relinquish the suit, but he deftly sidestepped their demands. They sought merely the production technology of the suit. Yet weary of war, Iron Man steadfastly refused, let alone the patents and blueprints. Possessing the patents and designs would enable the mass production of countless iron suits, potentially monopolizing the arms trade, a colossal market worth trillions. Even the wealthiest dignitaries present felt their hearts race at the prospect of such immense wealth. Fearing Iron Man might retract his offer, Hammer hastily proclaimed, Gentlemen and ladies, you have heard Tony's words. Should he dare to renege, you must bear witness for me. I never go back on my word, Tony replied. But you, a racing car in exchange for my suit, seems rather insufficient. Now it was Hammer's turn to face a dilemma. At that moment, he truly lacked an equivalent item to wager against the iron suit. Biting his lip, he proposed, I shall wager 20 of Hammer Industries shares, along with this racing car. How does that sound? While those shares were indeed of considerable value, they paled in comparison to the iron suit. Iron Man was unconcerned about the disparity in stakes. His primary aim was to support Tianchi. He nodded dismissively, suit yourself. Given your impoverished demeanor, I doubt you possess anything of true worth. Hammer's face flushed crimson with indignation, yet he found no retort. Among the affluent and influential gathered, the value of such items was well understood. Although Hammer Industries was renowned globally, it still fell short when measured against Stark's stature. Tony, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance. His bodyguard, not only the reigning champion of underground fighting, but also the recipient of the latest serum, had transcended human limitations. Captain America, since World War II, was a household name. Countless companies aspired to replicate his serum, and Hammer Industries was among them. The results were starting to show, providing an excellent opportunity for practical application. The abominable giant, Blonsky, owed his transformation to the contributions of Hammer Industries. While inferior to Captain America's super serum, it laid the groundwork for Blonsky, ensuring his survival upon later exposure to the Hulk's blood. However, this matter was highly classified. Even Iron Man remained oblivious. Hammer secretly reveled in triumph, convinced that this Eastern individual, however skilled in martial arts, could never match his bodyguard. Once he failed, the Western beauty by his side would surely abandon him. The thought of acquiring both the suit and the beauty made Hammer unable to suppress a grin. Regrettably, Hammer's level remains somewhat inadequate. He has not acquired certain classified information. Or perhaps Fury has kept the details of Apocalypse under wraps too effectively. If he were aware, even the true Captain America standing before Apocalypse would be unable to withstand a single blow, and he likely would not be smiling so joyfully. Hammer proposed, There are too many people here. It would be unwise to risk collateral damage. Let us relocate. Apocalypse replied, No need. This location suffices. Let your two subordinates come at me. Do not speak of collateral damage. Even shattering a wine glass would count as my victory. The crowd erupted into chaos upon hearing this. How audacious. What if the opponent resorted to trickery and simply smashed the wine glass on the ground to claim victory? Good. 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 This is the first time I have encountered such a bold individual from the East. You said it yourself, Tony. Do not backtrack on your word. Hammer seized upon this, signaling to his bodyguards that if they were to falter, they should resort to trickery. He could not believe that his two super bodyguards would be incapable of breaking a single wine glass. Bodyguard A stepped forward, scoffing, Kid, do not beg for mercy later. The surrounding dignitaries instinctively retreated, clearing a substantial area. Only Iron Man, Pepper Potts, Black Widow, and a few others remained unmoved. Happy. aware of Apocalypse's prowess yet uncertain of its extent, intended to withdraw but remained in place, compelled by the lack of movement from Tony and the others. Their presence alone made the empty space conspicuously vivid. Hammer remarked, "Tony, while you are Iron Man, it would be prudent to keep your distance since you are not in your suit." Iron Man shook his wine glass, grinning. "I shall raise the stakes. If your subordinate can make me spill even a single drop of wine, I will gift you a vineyard in Europe." This proclamation elicited gasps from the crowd. European wines are renowned worldwide, and many affluent individuals cherish the prospect of owning a vineyard, not only for entertaining guests, but also for curating fine wines for personal enjoyment. As a preeminent global magnate, Iron Man's vineyard would undoubtedly be of immense value. Many present, having been invited to tour such estates, understood their worth and marveled at Iron Man's audacious offer. Hammer felt a twinge of insecurity. Could this Eastern individual be Tony's secret weapon, akin to his bodyguards, having been injected with super serum? Yet, pondering further, he reasoned that even if that were the case, with 2 against 1, one could entangle him while the other resorted to deceit to shatter the wine glass. How would he extricate himself from that predicament? Apocalypse called out, "Come on. Let us finish quickly. I want to watch the races. This banquet is dreadfully dull." Boom, boom, boom. Bodyguard A charged forward like a human tank, the finely crafted wooden floor splintering underfoot, sending shards flying and causing the surrounding ladies to gasp in alarm. Apocalypse remained composed, his left arm encircling Black Widow without moving, while his right arm suddenly shot upward. The great hand of heaven. Bodyguard A's eyes widened, although he was taller than Apocalypse. The descending palm felt as though the heavens themselves were pressing down upon him. He instinctively summoned all his strength to brace against the impending strike. A dull thud reverberated through the air, with shavings and clumps of earth scattering in all directions, causing those nearby to instinctively retreat a few steps. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the bodyguard had both hands raised, frozen in place, as he was forcefully driven into the ground, with less than 1/3 of his body exposed. The hand of Apocalypse slowly withdrew, as if he had merely swatted a fly. Fortunately, the bodyguard, having been injected with serum, survived despite his shattered bones. Had he been an ordinary person, that single blow from Apocalypse would have reduced him to mere pulp. A collective gasp filled the air, the simplicity and horror of the battle exceeding their wildest imaginations. It must be noted that the ground was composed of hard oak, a material that would be quite challenging for an average person to break, with a concrete layer lying beneath. A man of Iron Tower stature had been forcefully embedded into the concrete, yet still managed to retain his human form, a testament to his formidable strength, akin to that of steel. What was even more frightening was the one who had delivered the blow. Hammer had not anticipated Apocalypse's terrifying prowess and shouted, "Wine glass!" The second bodyguard sprang into action, lunging towards the nearest noblewoman. She screamed. At that moment, Apocalypse was a good 10 meters away from the second bodyguard, and the noblewoman was within arm's reach. Just as it seemed the bodyguard's hand was about to make contact with her, a sudden gust of wind swept through the scene, and in a flash, Apocalypse positioned himself between the noblewoman and the second bodyguard. With a resounding crash, another simple yet powerful slap sent the second bodyguard crashing into the ground, just as the noblewoman's scream faded into silence. Apocalypse gently steadied the wine glass in the noblewoman's hand, saying, "My dear lady, please hold on to your wine glass." Still shaken, the noblewoman gazed at Apocalypse in awe of his strength, her eyes sparkling as she inquired, "Which esteemed family do you hail from, sir? Perhaps you could share your contact information so that I might properly express my gratitude." In the distance, Black Widow seethed with anger, her gaze fixed on the noblewoman, plotting 1,000 ways to exact revenge. Realizing the duel was slipping away, Hammer clenched his jaw and violently hurled his wine glass to the ground. However, before his hand could fully descend, it was suddenly immobilized, and he cried out, "Ouch, it hurts!" To everyone's astonishment, Hammer discovered that another hand had seized his, rendering him powerless, accompanied by the faint sound of cracking bones. It was Apocalypse. "Mr. Hammer, resorting to underhanded tactics is hardly the behavior of a gentleman," Apocalypse remarked, fixing his gaze upon him. "Please let go my hand, feels like it's going to break," Hammer pleaded. Apocalypse replied coolly, "You have yet to say something." I concede, is that enough?" Hammer stammered. Apocalypse extended his hand. Hammer was taken aback. His slight frame could hardly withstand another blow from Apocalypse. But seeing that the hand before him remained still, he quickly regained his composure and placed a key into Apocalypse's palm. With the key secured, Apocalypse turned slowly and returned to Black Widow's side, stating, "Natasha, I realize I have yet to present you with a gift. Allow me to offer this as a token of my esteem. Let us see if you like it." "Perfect. I recently totaled a sports car and am in need of a powerful vehicle," Black Widow replied with a radiant smile. In the annals of the Apocalypse, the Black Widow has seemingly never been seen driving an ordinary vehicle. Her choices have always leaned towards either sleek sports cars or high-performance motorcycles. After all, she has no need for a car, as her own agility surpasses that of any vehicle, and gifting one to her husband seems only fitting. "As long as you are pleased," Apocalypse turned to Iron Man and said, "Tony, the matter of the shares is in your hands now." Laughter erupted. For with so many distinguished witnesses present, it would be unlikely for him to evade responsibility. Iron Man chuckled heartily. Previously, during a congressional session, Hammer and the rotund official had pressured him into relinquishing his suit, a grudge that had yet to be settled. Iron Man would not show mercy. With a sullen expression, Hammer stormed off, disregarding the bodyguards still stationed in the ground. He had suffered a significant humiliation, not only failing to win over the fair lady, but also losing a substantial portion of his shares. Once Hammer departed, the hall buzzed back to life. Nobility flocked to greet Tony, subtly inquiring whether there had been advancements in the super serum and if Captain America could be mass-produced. They assumed Stark Industries had made breakthroughs in the serum research, believing Apocalypse to merely be Iron Man's subordinate, hence their approach to him. Had Hammer emerged victorious, the elite would not have bothered with those two bodyguards. Meanwhile, the socialites unabashedly fixated on Apocalypse, an attractive and formidable figure from the East, a rarity indeed. And their fervor was nearly overwhelming for him. It was curious, however, that many of these ladies were not accompanied by their husbands. What was their intent? Offering business cards and casting flirtatious glances? The Black Widow, standing nearby, radiated an air of menace. Should Apocalypse entertain any of their advances, it could spell misfortune for those women. After engaging in pleasantries, Tony and Apocalypse seized the opportunity to slip away while the host announced the commencement of the race. In the restroom, Iron Man splashed water on his face, sighed heavily, and retrieved a small device. Pressing a button, a steel needle pricked his fingertip, drawing a drop of blood for analysis. "Toxin concentration, 53, he noted. "Have you yet devised a solution?" Apocalypse casually produced several restorative potions. Upon seeing them, Iron Man's demeanor brightened slightly. "No, unless we find a new element to cleanse the palladium, the radioactive emissions will continue unabated until I deplete all the restorative potions." Apocalypse knew where to find the new element, but hesitated to share this information with Iron Man. Ultimately, he decided it was best not to alter the course of events, to avoid triggering a butterfly effect. "I need to clear my head. I'll take a moment to relax before my turn behind the wheel," Iron Man remarked. Indeed, he remained true to form. In the original narrative, Iron Man, believing his time was short, had commandeered a race car. Now, although the urgency was not as pressing, the desire to drive still lingered. "Take care," Apocalypse advised. Soon, the race commenced. With Iron Man's participation, the host and broadcasting team made a concerted effort to emphasize and promote the event, capturing the attention of countless spectators, resulting in viewership ratings and excitement levels surpassing those of previous years. The roar of engines reverberated throughout the racetrack as dozens of F1-level cars whirled like the wind. The Apocalypse cast a glance at Iron Man's performance, and to his surprise, it was commendable, securing the 8th position among a plethora of world-class drivers, which is indeed impressive. However, this was merely the preliminary phase. A racing driver must not only possess exceptional skills but also exhibit remarkable endurance. In a grueling rally that stretches for several hours, the ultimate contest hinges on physical stamina and patience. Given Iron Man's current physical condition, it was evidently impossible for him to complete the race. After merely a dozen laps, a tall, Long-haired man clad in a yellow protective suit slowly crossed the barrier and stepped onto the racetrack. "Oh, someone! Be careful!" a voice screamed. The cars on the track raced at speeds reaching hundreds of kilometers per hour. Brushing against them could cause injury, while a collision could be fatal. The actions of this burly man were tantamount to a death wish. The first racing car that spotted him swerved violently to avoid the giant, losing control and crashing into the nearby barrier. With a deafening roar, the fuel tank ignited and exploded. This rugged intruder was none other than Ivan Vanko from Siberia. Thus commenced the narrative of Iron Man 2. Chapter 21. Chaos on the racetrack in accordance with the wishes of his late father. Ivan had come to confront Iron Man possessing remarkable intelligence. He chose a strategic location on the racetrack. It was a straight stretch, allowing the drivers ample time to see him and react. Any reasonable person would instinctively steer away and decelerate, making a head-on collision improbable. As flames began to envelop him, the fire seared through his yellow protective suit, leaving tattered remnants in its wake. With a flourish of his hands, 2 electric whips unfurled from his exoskeleton apparatus. Lacking Iron Man's resources, Ivan nonetheless possessed an equally brilliant mind. He had not only crafted a miniature arc reactor akin to Iron Man's, but had also ingeniously fashioned an exoskeleton and electric whips from limited materials, thereby achieving a balance of defense and maximized offensive capability. As a racing car barreled toward him, Ivan sneered, "I command you to halt." In an instant, a flash of fire erupted as the high-energy electric whip sliced through the entire front of the Formula One car, sending it spiraling out of control and crashing into the nearby barriers. An explosion followed, creating a fireball that sent nearby spectators shrieking in panic as they scattered in all directions. A true man never glances back at explosions. Ivan's gaze remained steadfastly forward. Iron Man's vehicle was approaching. In the mere seconds that Ivan had stepped onto the track, Iron Man was still processing the situation. By the time he attempted to brake, it was far too late. Ivan gestured menacingly, and the electric whip cleaved the car cleanly in two from front to back, prompting Iron Man to leap from his vehicle. Fortunately, his speed had diminished, or that leap could have been fatal. The other racers hastily reduced their speed, otherwise Iron Man would either meet his demise at Ivan's electric whip or be collided into by those following closely behind. Ivan pursued relentlessly, forcing Iron Man to take refuge behind the wreckage of his car. "Ha ha ha! Tony Stark, are you not Iron Man? Why do you cower like a turtle? Come, let us duel." In the VIP section, Pepper Potts and Happy stood up, tense with anxiety. "Happy, give the red suitcase to Tony," Pepper instructed. Happy, still clutching the red suitcase with a chain disguised as a glove locked around his wrist, thrust it into the arms of Apocalypse. "This is the armor. Quickly deliver it to Tony." Apocalypse was taken aback. Had Happy and Pepper become so complacent? In the original storyline, they had recklessly driven to confront Ivan, delivering the armor to Iron Man just in time to subdue him. Now, they had unceremoniously passed their responsibilities to someone else. "Happy, are you not Tony's bodyguard? Do not be so lazy." Before Happy could respond, Pepper's eyes brimmed with tears as she grasped Apocalypse's arm, pleading, "Tony can barely hold on. Please, hurry." With no choice, Apocalypse took the suitcase and snapped the steel chain binding it to Happy's wrist. He turned to Black Widow and instructed, "I shall return shortly. Protect them both and prevent any opportunistic chaos." "Understood," Black Widow replied with a solemn nod. The strikingly charismatic Black Widow was particularly alluring, prompting Apocalypse to lean in and plant a gentle kiss on her forehead before leaping from the VIP seat. With Apocalypse in action, neither Pepper nor Happy felt any trepidation. Instead, they began to tease Black Widow, causing a slight blush to grace her cheeks. "What are you staring at?" Pepper inquired. "Are you sure you've only known each other for a few days? It feels as though you've been acquainted for ages, like an old married couple." Since there was no entanglement with Tony, Pepper harbored no animosity towards Black Widow, and their relationship swiftly evolved from colleagues to confidants. "Indeed," Happy chimed in. "You turn your nose up at the dashing and affluent Tony, yet here you are, choosing Tang." Black Widow was at a loss for words. Although she and Apocalypse had not met at Iron Man's abode, even considering their time in God City, their acquaintance had been brief, mostly spent under the guise of false identities. Yet, inexplicably, it felt as if they had known each other for a long time. Meanwhile, on Iron Man's end, the final piece of racing wreckage was shattered by Ivan, leaving Iron Man with no escape as he faced imminent doom beneath the electric whip. Just then, a gust of wind swept by, and a red suitcase soared through the air, deflecting the electric whip and saving Iron Man's life. "Tony, I'll leave him to you. I'll go rescue others," came the voice. "No problem." Iron Man pressed his hands against the suitcase, pulling upwards. Suddenly, the red suitcase unfolded in layers, transforming into a suit of crimson and gold armor, enveloping Iron Man. Now this is Iron Man. Empowered by the suit, he was finally able to counterattack. Surrounded by a dense throng of spectators, Iron Man refrained from using bullets or mini-missiles, as stray shots could easily injure bystanders. Instead, he engaged Ivan in close combat. Surprisingly, despite its seemingly rudimentary design, Ivan's exoskeleton exhibited formidable combat capabilities. Sparks flew as the two exchanged blows, with the electric whip striking Iron Man's armor, leaving behind a series of scars resembling electric welds, yet failing to breach the suit's defenses. The audience, rather than dispersing in fear, watched with rapt attention, occasionally cheering loudly, much to Apocalypse's chagrin as he silently critiqued the cultural differences that might account for the sparse foreign presence. As Ivan grew increasingly frustrated with his inability to gain the upper hand, he seized a moment of opportunity, ensnaring Iron Man's neck with two electric whips. The intense electric current crackled ominously, eroding the armor. Iron Man struggled, realizing with alarm that he could not break free. The formidable power of the whip had been clearly demonstrated. A single lash could split a racing car in two, while his armor was advanced. The two whips coiling around his neck posed a grave threat. If he could not extricate himself, the outcome could be dire. The armor at his neck was its weakest point, and if penetrated, it could sever his head. With no means of escape, Iron Man resolved to engage in close-quarters combat. He wrapped his hands around the electric whips, twisting them around his arms, causing sparks to fly as he advanced towards Ivan. Meanwhile, Pepper, Black Widow, and Happy observed anxiously. "Why isn't Tang helping Tony?" Pepper fretted. "I fear Tony won't withstand this. With his strength, he could easily knock that villain down with a single punch." She was solely concerned for Iron Man's safety, indifferent to the fates of the bystanders. After all, those passers-by had medical personnel to attend to them. The Black Widow smiled faintly, recalling how she had learned about Apocalypse long ago, knowing he had been running a flower shop for many years. A man of such formidable power, yet content to lead a mundane life tending to flowers, must possess a profoundly tranquil spirit. Were it not for her, he might never have left that place. However, the thought that Apocalypse seemed to have known her true identity all along, choosing not to expose her, but rather to marry her with the flow of events, stirred a slight irritation within her. Meanwhile, Iron Man had cornered Ivan, probing with both hands toward his chest, forcibly tearing away the arc reactor from Ivan's exoskeleton. Iron Man chuckled. "You've been careless. You forgot to secure the arc reactor." Ivan, unfazed, replied, "Is that so? Take another look." The crackling sound of the electric whip persisted, clearly indicating that the power had not diminished. Iron Man was taken aback, realizing that Ivan was equipped with dual power sources, the other likely concealed in his back. At that moment, with the armor around his neck nearly eroded, he had to act quickly, lest his head detach from his body. "Tony, help! Help!" If one were to merely listen, the voice carried a carefree humor that might lead others to think it a jest. Yet Apocalypse understood that Iron Man, fiercely protective of his pride, would only call for help in dire circumstances, leaving no time to ponder why he hadn't followed the original script to defeat Ivan. With a few swift motions, Apocalypse positioned himself between the two. At that moment, the electric whip entangled them, making it nearly impossible to separate. Apocalypse grasped the electric whip with both hands, causing it to sizzle and emit black smoke. Even through his visor, Iron Man could smell the scent of charred flesh. "How is this possible?" Ivan exclaimed in disbelief. "How can a mere mortal seize the electric whip?" With determination, Apocalypse exerted force toward Ivan, yanking fiercely, and the two electric whips snapped apart. Iron Man exhaled in relief, narrowly escaping the threat of decapitation. Without the electric whips, Ivan became like a toothless tiger, and Iron Man swiftly subdued him, pinning him to the ground and extracting the concealed arc reactor from his back. Thus, Ivan faced utter defeat. Iron Man! Iron Man! Iron Man! The oblivious audience erupted in cheers, having witnessed Iron Man's final triumph, yet oblivious to Apocalypse's crucial assistance. What was intended as a mere racing event had unexpectedly turned into a thrilling spectacle, featuring the illustrious Iron Man himself behind the wheel in a breathtaking battle, making it well worth the price of admission. Apocalypse found himself bemused by the Western perspective. They seemed to revel in the chaos, undeterred by danger. It was no wonder that in subsequent Super Wars, bystanders were often seen observing, with superheroes always embroiled in the chaos of endless interruptions from passers-by. Before long, Ivan was dragged away by security personnel. From a distance, he shouted at Iron Man, "Tony, you and your father owe me, and I will reclaim what is mine." Haha. Chapter 22. The enigma of Apocalypse. Iron Man was engulfed in confusion. This individual appeared to seek vengeance, yet he had never wronged such an adversary. Could it possibly be a grudge stemming from his father's generation? Upon observing the grievous wounds on Apocalypse's hands, Iron Man felt a profound sense of gratitude. "Thank you, Tang. You have saved me once again. There's no need for thanks. Even if I hadn't intervened, you would have found a way," Tang replied modestly. "Tang, please do not be so humble. Your assistance is etched in my memory." At that moment, a soft chime resonated in Iron Man's mind, further enhancing his trust by 2 percentage points. He believed Apocalypse to be modest, unaware that the system had not signaled a rescue, thus assuring him that he was free from peril. However, Tang had inadvertently overshadowed Iron Man's achievement by intervening. Gazing at his hands, he marveled at the effectiveness of the electric whip. Mere seconds of contact had nearly severed them. Fortunately, the Hulk's blood was also a boon, as it was now gradually facilitating his recovery. Returning to the VIP area, Black Widow and Pepper Potts hurried towards their respective partners, each seeking solace in their embrace. Meanwhile, Happy found himself alone, glancing around awkwardly, as it was an inopportune moment for him to join in, leaving him to stand with his armor case in hand. Black Widow gently traced the scars on Apocalypse's hands, inquiring, "Would you like me to apply some ointment?" "No need. In a day or two, I will fully recover," he replied. Black Widow delicately wiped the charred skin from his wounds and softly asked, "Does it hurt?" "It was quite painful, but your touch has alleviated much of the discomfort. If you could hold my hand for the next couple of days, it would help me endure the pain," he said with a hint of jest. "Huh, as if I would believe you," she retorted. The couples indulged in their affection for a while, feeding Happy an ample dose of jealousy, which he could no longer contain, resulting in a series of coughs. "I suggest you both wrap it up. Tony, if we don't leave soon, the European police will arrive, and we'll be stuck providing statements." Iron Man, averse to such trivial inconveniences, hastily agreed to depart. Upon returning to their residence, Apocalypse turned to Black Widow. "I have a favor to ask. The assailant's name is Ivan Vanko. His father collaborated with Iron Man's father on scientific endeavors. I wish to uncover the whereabouts of that individual in Siberia." "Very well," Black Widow nodded, refraining from asking for further details. "I will leverage SHIELD's intelligence network. We should have information shortly." She sent a message to SHIELD, and before long, a response arrived, providing her with an address. After reviewing it, Apocalypse called Ethan. Ethan, who had been brought to America by Apocalypse, had been working alongside Dr. Stern primarily on restorative serums, but progress had been slow. With limited personnel at his disposal, Apocalypse knew that while SHIELD was helpful, they were not his own, making certain matters cumbersome. "Ethan, I have sent you an address. You need to go on a business trip and find a bird. Do whatever it takes to bring it back safely." What bird?" Ethan was perplexed, glancing at the address, realizing he was being sent to Siberia to retrieve a bird. What sort of mission was this? However, what Apocalypse has entrusted is undoubtedly of great significance. Ethan refrains from asking further questions, taking the necessary funds, and setting off immediately. The reason for dispatching Ethan is his familiarity with the tumultuous Middle East, where he has navigated through various complex channels. With sufficient financial resources, the obstacles are manageable. In contrast, Dr. Stern is a purely academic scholar, somewhat of a bookworm. Sending him out raises doubts about his ability to locate the specified address. That evening, Iron Man resolves to accompany Apocalypse to the prison to visit Ivan. He seeks to comprehend why Ivan would launch an attack against him. The technology in question, if sold on the black market, could yield a fortune sufficient to last a lifetime. Thus, the act of risking one's life to assault him must stem from a profound vendetta. However, he has no recollection of any enmity with Ivan, nor has he heard of such a foe from his father. Upon arriving at the prison, Iron Man learns of the long-standing grievances between their fathers. It transpires that Ivan's father was a scientist dispatched to the United States during the era of the Soviet Union for collaboration. At that time, the two superpowers had not yet plunged into the Cold War and cooperated across various fields. Ivan's father and Howard Stark, Iron Man's father, jointly developed the arc reactor. Unfortunately, the limitations of the era rendered the arc reactor excessively large and impractical, leaving only a prototype at Stark Industries. As the global superpowers vied for dominance, their relationship soured, igniting the Cold War. Ivan's father was arrested by the U.S. government on charges of espionage and subsequently deported. Believing Howard to be the orchestrator of his downfall, Ivan's father harbored a grudge thereafter. Upon returning to the Soviet Union, he faced a series of upheavals that forced numerous scientific endeavors to be abandoned. Stripped of his livelihood, he lived in poverty, ultimately passing away in a meager rental unit. Before his death, he witnessed news of Iron Man and told his son that their research had been usurped by the Stark family, branding them as thieves who had robbed them of their rightful glory. Both families possessed extensive knowledge of the arc reactor. Inspired by Iron Man, Ivan successfully transcended his intellectual barriers, creating a miniaturized arc reactor. Lacking the financial backing of Iron Man, he could not produce a suit of armor and resorted to purchasing components on the black market to assemble an exoskeleton with an electric whip for his revenge. Upon hearing this, Iron Man asserts, "My father is not a thief. This was a joint endeavor." Ivan, filled with rage, retorts, "Lies. Your father testified to frame mine as a spy merely to monopolize the arc reactor's achievements." The two engage in a heated argument, each defending the honor of their respective fathers. Regrettably, these ancient grievances lack tangible evidence, rendering resolution elusive. They part ways on unfriendly terms. As Ivan departs, he remarks, "I suppose the taste of palladium poisoning is quite unbearable, isn't it?" Athahaha. Iron Man falters momentarily as this strikes a nerve. Each day, he consumes the restorative elixirs provided by Apocalypse, extraordinary potions, each capable of saving a life. Yet, for him, they merely alleviate the effects of the previous day's poisoning, leaving him with a profound sense of guilt. The Apocalypse spoke softly, "The palladium toxin is not insurmountable. Your knowledge is merely limited." "Oh," Ivan retorted disdainfully. "Unless you can invent a new element devoid of radioactivity, there is no alternative. All elements capable of nuclear transformation possess radioactivity. To harness the energy of nuclear change while seeking to avoid radioactivity is as impossible as having both a spear and a shield coexist. Yet, there exists precisely such an element. It is merely your narrow-mindedness that prevents you from envisioning it." "Impossible," both Iron Man and Ivan exclaimed in unison. They were both geniuses. And according to existing particle physics theories, such a contradictory yet perfect element could not possibly exist. The Apocalypse replied, "Nothing is impossible." As he spoke, he approached Ivan, his hands like claws, and suddenly plunged them into his chest. "Ah!" Ivan cried out in pain. You intend to kill me?" The Apocalypse remained silent, yanking forth a pulsating, crimson heart. Ivan could hardly believe he was meeting his demise in such a manner. He had yet to exact his vengeance. Many of his talents and intellect remained unexpressed, and he felt a deep sense of injustice. Without a heart to sustain him, Ivan's gaze gradually dulled, his limbs growing weak and limp. The Apocalypse retrieved a vial of restorative elixir from his storage compartment, pried open Ivan's mouth, and poured it directly inside. As soon as it entered, a verdant glow enveloped Ivan's entire being, particularly illuminating the injured heart. Nourished by the green light, the heart began to regenerate at a visible pace, its hue indistinguishable from its surroundings. Ivan, in disbelief, touched his chest. Were it not for the heart still clutched in the Apocalypse's hand, he would surely suspect he was dreaming. With a thud, the Apocalypse tossed the heart before Ivan. Still beating. Ivan, to call you a frog at the bottom of a well would not be an exaggeration. Your perception of the world is far too limited. Regardless of Ivan's astonishment, the Apocalypse turned and departed with an air of cool confidence. Iron Man, equally bewildered, followed suit. He was aware of the restorative elixir. Yet the new element that the Apocalypse claimed existed seemed to defy reason, as he did not appear to be a genius surpassing himself. Tang. Does this new element truly exist? Where is it? It does not exist now, but once you research it, it will. Don't jest, Tang. Such a perfect element would even contradict current particle physics. You will soon come to know. Observing the Apocalypse's penchant for mystery, Iron Man sighed. Enough. Your aura of enigma is already overwhelming. One more mystery is hardly a burden. Since meeting the Apocalypse, he had encountered countless enigmas, and each time he sought to delve deeper, he was met with silence, leaving him both frustrated and intrigued. Iron Man swiftly pondered another question. Why had the Apocalypse chosen to showcase the restorative elixir before Ivan? With Iron Man's intellect, it did not take long to perceive the Apocalypse's intention, and he inquired, "Do you seek to recruit him? If not for the purpose of recruitment." The Apocalypse had no need to display such prowess before a prisoner, much less feigning mystery and departing without explanation. Indeed, he is a genius, one who will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Are you not concerned that he may continue to exploit advanced technology for nefarious purposes? The malevolence he has committed pales in comparison to the impending crises that loom ahead. Iron Man further inquired, then why not directly recruit him? I could leverage my connections in Europe to facilitate his transfer to America. The time is not yet ripe. Chapter 23. The Anxiety of Iron Man with a Resigned Shrug. Iron Man remarked, Dan, you know so much yet choose to remain silent. Initially, I thought you were merely captivated by my charm. The Apocalypse had not yet sought to recruit him for two reasons. First, Ivan had yet to acquire his precious bird. Second, without Hammer's assistance to craft the armor that would fulfill his desire for vengeance, Ivan could not let go. Although the original storyline dictated that he failed to eliminate Iron Man, this turmoil would at least allow him to vent his pent-up resentment. After all, the animosity between their fathers stemmed solely from professional grievances, not a vendetta for paternal murder, making reconciliation possible. Indeed, shortly after Iron Man and Apocalypse departed, Hammer arrived at the scene. The skills Ivan exhibited at the racetrack had left Hammer astounded. It didn't take long for him to learn that the power source for Ivan's creations was derived from the same origins as Iron Man's suit. Securing Ivan would be tantamount to acquiring the very core of Iron Man's armor. Losing 20 of shares was a trivial matter. With this core power source, Hammer could establish an even grander arms empire. While Tony refrained from producing armor, I would not be so hypocritical. With Hammer's resources, capturing an inconsequential prisoner posed little challenge. Utilizing governmental connections and citing the attackers as Americans, he sought to transfer the prisoner for trial in the United States. What small European nation would dare defy America's demands, especially concerning a mere prisoner? Naturally, they would comply without hesitation. However, Ivan was no fool. He recognized that Hammer merely sought to exploit him, and all promises were nothing but illusions devoid of guarantees. Thus, he clandestinely conducted research within Hammer's company, while secretly embedding numerous contingency plans within his mechanical armor. Little did Hammer realize that he was merely a pawn in the struggle between Ivan and Iron Man. As days passed, the palladium toxin within Iron Man accumulated to alarming levels. To conserve his restorative serum, he could only take it every few days, merely to prolong the onset of poisoning. Unless his heart ceased to beat, the toxin would continue to proliferate. Iron Man grew increasingly agitated, frequently attending various soirees. Unaware of the underlying reasons, Pepper was quite displeased with Iron Man's reckless behavior, yet was at a loss as to how to address it. Dan, will I die? My toxin levels have reached 90, he inquired. Apocalypse replied coolly, if you do not find a solution, yes. My restorative serum is depleted. I can no longer provide assistance from this point onward. Iron Man, filled with despair, turned to Black Widow and asked, "Supposing this were your last birthday, what would you do?" Black Widow replied, "I would spend it with my husband." Iron Man, perplexed, queried, "Have you two married? How was I unaware of this?" Dan, eloping is not something good friends should do. Her response elicited a flurry of embarrassment from Black Widow, inadvertently revealing her relationship with Apocalypse, leaving her at a loss for words. Apocalypse interjected, "You should be more concerned about your relationship with Pepper, given the severity of your poisoning. Do you not intend to inform her? What purpose does it serve?" Iron Man remarked, "It will only lead her to unnecessary worry. Let us not dwell on such trivial matters. This evening's party shall be a celebration of joy." At the soiree, clad in his armor, Iron Man frolicked with a group of golden-haired beauties, occasionally shattering bottles with his laser gauntlet and performing acrobatics that elicited shrieks of delight from the crowd. Colonel Rhodes, who had been invited, was taken aback. After all, Iron Man wielded the most advanced technology in the world. Such reckless behavior, donning his armor in a state of inebriation, was a serious concern. Even Pepper Potts attempted to intervene, but Iron Man paid her no heed, wreaking havoc amidst the festivities. Witnessing Iron Man's capriciousness, Colonel Rhodes was infuriated. He believed Iron Man was unfit to uphold the mantle of world peace and stormed into the laboratory to don another prototype suit, its exterior gleaming with a raw silver sheen. As he emerged, the crowd erupted in another round of cheers, and Iron Man enthusiastically invited Rhodes to join the revelry. Without further ado, Rhodes tackled Iron Man to the ground, intent on subduing him. "What are you doing, Rhodes?" Iron Man exclaimed in astonishment. With fury, Rhodes retorted, "Tony, look at yourself. You claim to monopolize peace? What does peace even mean? Let those who care about it maintain it. Tonight, we drink and dance. Then let us dance to our heart's content." And thus, the two engaged in a fierce brawl amidst the party. Fortunately, Apocalypse had foreseen this altercation and intervened at a crucial moment, saving many from the chaos. Guests, witnessing the two armored titans in earnest conflict, screamed and fled, abruptly ending the celebration. Seeing Iron Man evidently intoxicated, Rhodes resigned himself to allowing Iron Man to revel alone at home. Clad in his armor, he immediately took flight to the military base. As Rhodes departed, Iron Man suddenly fell silent, contemplative. The suit possessed remote control technology. Unauthorized use was utterly impossible. In Iron Man 3, he had commanded numerous suits to self-destruct, creating a dazzling display for Pepper to comfort her. Allowing Rhodes to leave was, in fact, a strategic maneuver on Iron Man's part. Should he face a life-threatening situation, this technology would be entrusted to the state. This suit, the only one to escape his grasp, would later become the legendary War Machine. The following day, Coulson arrived with a plethora of documents, presenting them to Iron Man. "These are research materials your father left with SHIELD, pertaining to the arc reactor. Perhaps you could uncover a solution within." Iron Man replied, "You may set it down. I will peruse it when time permits." He held little hope, for he was equally gifted as his father. Yet decades of progress rendered these antiquated materials more of a sentimental relic than a valuable resource. In the original narrative, Director Fury had tasked Coulson with supervising Iron Man in the lab, urging him to seek a resolution. However, with the emergence of Apocalypse, the semi-house arrest was transformed into a mere suggestion, as there was a reluctance to be overly forceful, at least until a formidable opponent to Apocalypse could be found. Fury prudently afforded Apocalypse the respect he deserved. Coulson turned to Apocalypse and said, "Mr. Tang, I must attend to some matters out of town, so I leave Tony in your capable hands. His talents are invaluable to humanity. Please find a way to help him through this predicament." Of course, Apocalypse replied, "But my supply of restorative elixirs is nearly depleted, and I shall need to seek alternative means. By the way, are you heading to New Jersey? How did you know?" Coulson exclaimed, "This matter is confidential. Even Black Widow was not informed. I am also aware that it pertains to a certain hammer. Once Tony's situation is resolved, I shall pay a visit." Coulson beamed with delight, saying, "With Mr. Tang on our side, we can rest assured." The last time Coulson encountered Apocalypse, he returned to consult Director Fury, who had no choice but to reveal Apocalypse's dossier. After all, his subordinates had already interacted with Apocalypse, and maintaining secrecy could lead to disastrous consequences if they inadvertently provoked this formidable entity. Upon reviewing the dossier, Coulson gasped in astonishment. During his previous encounter at Stark Industries, he had been blissfully unaware of the magnitude of the threat he faced, daring to fire upon such a monstrous figure. Thankfully, Mr. Tang had recognized him as a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, his survival beyond Stark Industries would have been in question. Subsequently, he closely monitored and discovered that Mr. Tang possessed a fundamentally benevolent nature, often rescuing individuals at disaster sites, yet exhibiting little interest in combat. His presence would significantly mitigate the potential threat posed by the mysterious hammer. The hammer referred to by Apocalypse was none other than Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. According to the timeline of the original narrative, the events of Thor unfold after Iron Man 2. To test Thor, King Odin cast the hammer to Earth and subsequently banished Thor to a nearby town, hoping that he would reflect upon his misdeeds. At this juncture, Thor had just discovered the hammer and had yet to descend to Earth. Apocalypse was untroubled. He would first resolve Iron Man's issues before addressing the matter of Thor. Chapter 24, New Elements. After Coulson's departure, Iron Man perused documents for an entire day without making any headway. "Tony, let us visit the company and see Pepper. I have certain matters to discuss with her," Iron Man stated. In his heart, Apocalypse mused, "At last, the moment has arrived." As Iron Man drove, Apocalypse settled comfortably in the passenger seat. Ever since acquiring threefold the power of the Hulk, he seldom found it necessary to travel by car. The sports cars he once envied in his previous life now elicited no desire within him. At a roadside fruit stall, Iron Man halted and purchased 2 boxes of strawberries. Instead of handing over cash, he removed his watch and presented it to the fruit vendor. The vendor, overjoyed, accepted the watch, even if it were a counterfeit. Its value far exceeded that of the 2 boxes of strawberries, especially considering the illustrious figure before him, Iron Man, Tony Stark, who was a household name, frequently seen on television. And certainly not someone associated with fakes. A mere watch could be worth half a farm. Upon arriving at the company, Iron Man initially approached with a sense of melancholy, intending to convey some final arrangements, though Pepper remained unaware. "Pepper, I brought you some fruit," he announced. Upon seeing the strawberries, she reacted with irritation. "Do you realize that among all these fruits, strawberries are the only ones to which I am allergic? You are so self-centered, always disregarding others' feelings." Iron Man felt a pang of guilt and fell silent, realizing that in his moment of crisis, the one he cared about the most was indeed Pepper. He had intended to buy a box of fruit as a gesture of affection, yet he was unaware of her preferences. It struck him that he had seldom considered her feelings. In the original narrative, their relationship began to evolve from Iron Man 2. Apocalypse handed her a box of kiwis, saying, "The strawberries are for me. This is what Tony bought for you." "Really?" Pepper questioned, skeptical. "Look, I've eaten most of the strawberries. If they were intended for you, would Tony allow me to partake?" Apocalypse replied. Iron Man cast a curious glance at Apocalypse, finding himself increasingly perplexed by him. This Eastern individual seemed to assist him whenever he faced difficulties, even knowing what Pepper would or would not eat. Was he truly omniscient? Ding. Iron Man's trust level increased to 75. Apocalypse did not expect that such a simple act of diffusing their awkwardness would enhance Iron Man's favor towards him. It appeared that Pepper held greater significance in Iron Man's heart than was outwardly apparent. Indeed, they were destined to become soulmates. Hearing Apocalypse's words, Pepper playfully scolded Iron Man. "Are you doing this to provoke me on purpose?" Apocalypse replied, "Do you not understand Tony's nature? He would never have the courage to perform such a heartfelt deed. He yearns too, yet his pride holds him back. He insisted on dragging me along as a shield, without considering my feelings." These remarks dispelled Pepper's doubts, transforming her ire into joy, filling her heart with sweetness. The man she had silently adored for years was finally willing to express something to her. Her years of unrequited devotion and patience were not in vain. Iron Man cast a sidelong glance at Apocalypse, acknowledging his prowess. It was no wonder he had effortlessly captivated Natasha during their last encounter. Who truly was the bon vivant? No, he knew Pepper far too well to allow him to steal away his beloved. Thus, he unceremoniously ushered Apocalypse out, seeking a moment of solitude with Pepper. Unbeknownst to him, their conversation was cloaked in mystery, but after a while, Pepper emerged, her cheeks flushed, preoccupied with corporate affairs. Ever since the demise of the bald-headed Stain, someone had to oversee the company, yet Iron Man seldom took an interest in its operations, leaving the burdensome tasks to Pepper, who was now overwhelmed with responsibilities. Observing her expression as she departed, Apocalypse inquired, "Tony, you haven't disclosed the truth to Pepper, have you?" Iron Man sighed. I am at a loss for words." Accustomed to a life of debauchery, he found himself ill-equipped to articulate such grave matters, contemplating whether to intervene once more. Apocalypse recalled that in the original narrative, Iron Man had meandered around the office, ultimately retrieving the city model from the corner, where he would uncover a new element, an inheritance from his father. Apocalypse noted Iron Man slumped in his office chair, devoid of any inclination to examine the city model. Had he not accompanied him, this might have turned into yet another butterfly effect. As Iron Man prepared to leave, Apocalypse urged, "Won't you take a moment to search for any new revelations?" Iron Man retorted, "All the technical data resides in my mind. What new discovery could there be here?" "Is that so?" Apocalypse replied, picking up the city model. "Pray tell, what do you see?" "This was left to me by my father," Iron Man reflected. "He once said the future lay within this city. Alas, constrained by his era, he could not realize it. I always believed he referred to urban architecture." Before he could finish, Iron Man's expression shifted as he grasped something profound. With Apocalypse's subtle nudge and his own genius, he sensed something peculiar about the city model. He swiftly removed the covering, excitement mounting with each glance. "Tony, there's no equipment here. Help me transport these items back to the lab for further investigation." Abruptly, he halted and turned to Apocalypse. "How did you know?" "You've always known, haven't you? Why didn't you just tell me? Did you wish for me to discover it myself?" Apocalypse smiled in silence, leaving Iron Man to ponder in vain, as he had witnessed Iron Man's entire life unfold in another realm. Iron Man stepped forward and embraced Apocalypse tightly. "If I were 30 years younger, I would surely believe you were an angel sent to guard me. And now? Now, you seem more like a delivery boy. Get lost." Soon, several large sections of the city model were transported back to the lab. Iron Man activated the holographic display, beginning to extract key data from the model, meticulously eliminating the noise within. With the revelation from Apocalypse, Iron Man decodes the information more swiftly than in the original narrative. Ultimately, with a flourish of his hands, an element model that continuously emanates energy materializes in a holographic display. "Perfect, Tony. This element is simply exquisite. I can scarcely believe it. It ingeniously circumvents the contradiction that nuclear transformation elements must be radioactive, a true stroke of genius. This element, akin to the sun, radiates boundless energy. Why did Father invent such a powerful new element without informing me?" "Precisely because of its potency, he dared not disclose it to you," Apocalypse responds. "When Iron Man's parents perished, he was still a minor, merely a boy. Howard Stark could not possibly divulge such critical information to his son, not even to S.H.I.E.L.D. It is likely he intended to reveal everything once Iron Man reached adulthood. But alas, fate intervened. Tony, I need to construct a miniature particle accelerator. Please assist me." A conventional particle accelerator typically spans several dozen kilometers, accelerating particles to near-light speed for the purpose of exploring the profound truths of the universe. However, Iron Man, utilizing palladium as a foundation, transforms it into another element through energy conversion, eliminating the need for such complexity. In the original storyline, Iron Man single-handedly constructed this miniature particle accelerator. Now, with Apocalypse providing assistance, Iron Man revels in the ease of the task, significantly enhancing efficiency. Before long, a circular miniature particle accelerator, measuring several dozen meters in length, is completed. Apocalypse also observes the prototype of Captain America's shield, which Iron Man had previously used as a brick. The shield was indeed crafted by Tony's father, Howard. The true shield, at this moment, likely lies dormant in a land of ice and snow, akin to Captain America himself. Well, success or failure hinges on this moment. Iron Man activates the particle accelerator, and immense energy rapidly converges onto a laser. Through the prism's reflection, the laser moves slowly, severing all objects in its path. Even some experimental Iron Man suits are not spared, illustrating the terrifying magnitude of this energy. Apocalypse feels his own body struggling to withstand a laser's force, fearing it may be cleaved in two. Indeed, there are numerous things in this world capable of inflicting harm, and one must never grow complacent. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As the prism amplifies the laser's energy striking the palladium element, it begins to pulsate violently, emitting a blinding radiance. In a brief moment, the intense reaction subsides, the light diminishes, and the palladium element transforms, becoming gentler, culminating in the formation of a new miniature arc reactor. Was it truly this effortless? Iron Man muses, incredulous. Apocalypse steps closer, lacking scientific knowledge to discern any abnormalities. But he can sense that the energy level within surpasses that of Iron Man's chest arc reactor by more than tenfold. This indicates that the new element is a success. Cleaner and more powerful, it embodies the future of Iron Man's heart. "Thank you, Tony," Iron Man solemnly declares. The Apocalypse remarked, "My assistance was but a trifling endeavor. It is your father who deserves the gratitude, for it is his technological legacy that has saved your life." A notification chimed in Apocalypse's mind, indicating an increase in trust from Iron Man. Iron Man responded, "Though I remain unaware of your true intentions, your repeated acts of salvation shall not be forgotten by me." Tony Stark. The two then opened a bottle of champagne to commemorate the occasion. At that moment, the phone rang. As expected, it was Ivan calling. With the support of Hammer Industries materials and equipment, his genius finally found a platform for expression. Ivan, with an air of arrogance, declared over the phone, "Stark, I have developed a dual-loop system with enhanced power. Everything you have done to my family, I intend to reclaim within 40 minutes. Chapter 25. Impersonating Iron Man. Apocalypse was aware that Ivan was up to something grand. Unfortunately, villains often meet their demise at the most opportune moments. Had he struck earlier, while Iron Man was still in the throes of synthesizing the new element, the outcome of their ensuing confrontation would have been unpredictable, perhaps even favoring Ivan more significantly. But now, the two exchanged knowing glances and smiled. With the new element in hand, Ivan's dual-cyclic arc reactor had become a mere jest. Suddenly, Iron Man recalled with alarm, "Oh no, in just 40 minutes, it will be Hammer's weapons launch event. Pepper and Natasha are attending the conference. They are in danger." Even without Apocalypse's foresight, Iron Man was acutely aware that the event would be fraught with peril, prompting him to don his armor immediately. "Tony, this is another suit tailored specifically for you, equipped solely with long-range weaponry, enhancing primarily your flight speed. I shall not hesitate to utilize it," Apocalypse replied. The current suit could transform into a suitcase, significantly enhancing its portability, and was ready for use. Although it lacked the convenience of future nanotechnology, one cannot expect to achieve everything all at once. Given Apocalypse's formidable prowess, close combat weaponry was unnecessary. Thus, only basic long-range armaments like micromissiles and lasers were included. As he was limited by his own capabilities, Iron Man's armor gleamed in a striking crimson and gold, while Apocalypse's was a serene sky blue. Apocalypse had no particular preference for color. The choice of sky blue was primarily to minimize detection while soaring through the heavens. The two suits soared out of Iron Man's residence, with Apocalypse commanding the artificial intelligence to accelerate to maximum capacity. Whoosh, the blue flames of the thrusters surged, and in mere moments, he vanished from Iron Man's sight. A few seconds later, a resounding boom echoed, as if something had been shattered, enveloping the suit in a ring of white mist. Sonic boom. In mere seconds, they had reached the speed of sound. The acceleration of a sports car from 0 to 100 paled in comparison to that of the armor. Such rapid acceleration could only be endured by Apocalypse's extraordinary physique. Aside from a sensation of weight, he experienced no other discomfort. Upon reaching sonic speed, Apocalypse did not relent, but continued to command further acceleration. He was eager to discover the suit's ultimate velocity. 1 times the speed of sound, 2 times, 3 times. Finally, at 3.5 times the speed of sound, the suit reached its limits. Apocalypse was greatly pleased. This velocity far surpassed his own agility. The suit was also capable of making phone calls. With a considerable distance still to cover before reaching Hammer Industries, Apocalypse recalled something important and dialed Ethan's number. Have the Siberian birds been returned? Mr. Tang, they have indeed been retrieved. However, due to the differing climate here, these birds thrive in the frigid regions of Siberia. I have constructed a miniature refrigerated birdcage for them and airlifted some Siberian bird feedback. They are currently in excellent condition. Excellent work. Apocalypse commended. Scientists are meticulous in their endeavors. Had they relied on their past experiences or enlisted agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., they might have overlooked critical details, potentially leading to the demise of the bird due to environmental incompatibility. Apocalypse pondered. Take the bird to the city's botanical garden, but be discreet. A great battle may unfold there. According to the original narrative, Ivan was indeed subdued in a city botanical garden by the combined might of Iron Man and War Machine. Regardless of whether the storyline would adhere to its original course, it was prudent to prepare in advance. Even upon hearing of the impending conflict, Ethan harbored no doubts and promptly replied, "Understood." Hailing from the Middle East and having endured countless wars, such a minor skirmish was hardly noteworthy. He would simply follow his boss's directives. At the Hammer Weapons launch event, CEO Justin Hammer proudly unveiled his latest creation, the Hammer Unmanned Iron Warrior. This series consisted of 4 primary categories: Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marine Corps, each with its specialized functions. With each category introduced, a line of Iron Warriors made their grand entrance, the imposing machines evoking awe from the audience. Apocalypse was unaware if the limitation to these 4 categories stemmed from Hammer's technological inadequacies or was a deliberate marketing strategy. However, based on his understanding of the plot, he leaned toward the former. After all, the miniature missiles he had modified for War Machine, his ex-wife, had nearly brought Iron Man to fits of laughter. Following the product introduction, Colonel Rhodes appeared clad in the iron suit. Hammer shamelessly claimed it as his prototype, dubbed War Machine, when in truth, it was merely an outdated suit of Iron Man that Rhodes had taken. Now, after undergoing modifications at Hammer Industries, complete with new weapon systems and a fresh coat of paint, it was being presented as a new product. Colonel Rhodes refrained from exposing the truth, as Iron Man had developed an aversion to weaponry following his traumatic experiences in the Middle East and had no desire to design arms for the U.S. military. Consequently, the military's options were limited, making Hammer, second only to Iron Man in capability, the preferred choice. In the audience, Pepper Potts and her nominal assistant, Black Widow, were present. Typically, competitors are not invited to such launch events, yet Hammer had intentionally sent an invitation to Stark Industries, clearly intending to provoke Iron Man. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now enter the Q&A session. What questions do you have? Before any reporters could raise their hands, Apocalypse descended like a meteor. With a soft thud, the sky blue suit landed firmly on stage. The gust from his rapid descent nearly knocked Hammer off balance. Iron Man has arrived. The audience erupted in cheers. Hammer's expression darkened. Tony Stark was insufferable, stealing his thunder, and he could hardly express his frustration, given that he had been the one to extend the invitation to Stark. Welcome, Tony, ever the showman." Hammer feigned grace. He was unaware that the figure inside was not Tony Stark, including Pepper Potts and Black Widow in the audience. After all, it was widely believed that Iron Man's suit was never loaned out. It was unique, with no other like it. Of course, the War Machine suit was a deliberate exception. Apocalypse activated the suit's loudspeaker and shouted, "Everyone, please evacuate. This place is dangerous." However, no one heeded his warning. Instead, they wore expressions of delight, eager for the unfolding drama. Everyone knew that Iron Man and Hammer were bitter rivals, and given Tony Stark's temperament, if he showed up, he would undoubtedly cause a stir. To their astonishment, Iron Man arrived and disrupted the event, which only heightened the audience's anticipation, keen to witness how Hammer would respond. Hammer's face was a mask of fury. This intruder had stolen his spotlight and was trying to disperse his guests. Outrageous. Hammer declared, "Fear not, my Iron Legion can achieve subsonic flight speeds. Even if danger arises, they can swiftly evacuate you all." "Oh, subsonic? How slow?" "I just accelerated to 3 times the speed of sound in 5 seconds." It became evident that Even with Ivan's assistance, these Iron Legionnaires were vastly inferior to Iron Man's technology. Impossible, Hammer shouted. Accelerating to 3 times the speed of sound in 5 seconds would crush a person. It's simply unfeasible. Nothing is impossible. It merely exceeds your imagination, Apocalypse retorted. Tony, Colonel Rhodes of War Machine interjected, could you do me a favor and refrain from causing chaos here? We are not pressuring you to supply weapons to the military. But you cannot obstruct our procurement of arms. Rhodes, you are mistaken, Apocalypse replied without revealing his identity. Ask Hammer, who designed these weapons? Do the control systems of these Iron Legionnaires still rest in Hammer's hands? No sooner had he spoken than the weapon systems of the Iron Legion illuminated, their barrels slowly turning to aim at the audience below. Ivan, who had been monitoring the situation, recognized that Apocalypse had unveiled his scheme and knew he had to act promptly, thus activating the Iron Legion. Oh no, these malfunctioning machines are out of my control. Hammer screamed. He frantically pressed buttons on his laptop, but the Iron Legion showed no signs of stopping. Chapter 26, It is not the armor that is impressive, but the person. The audience consisted of dignitaries and influential journalists alike. Should the machinery spiral out of control, eliminating them all in one fell swoop, the repercussions for Hammer Industries would be catastrophic, potentially leading to the obliteration of the company and even endangering their own lives. The War Machine's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly closed his helmet, exclaiming, "Everyone, run." With that, he lunged towards the nearest Iron Soldier. The sound of gunfire reverberated as bullets ricocheted off the ceiling, sending shards and glass cascading down, plunging the venue into chaos, accompanied by the piercing screams of female guests. Apocalypse positioned himself protectively in front of Pepper Potts and Black Widow, instructing, Natasha, take Pepper and leave at once. Recognizing the voice as Apocalypse's, Black Widow acted without hesitation, grabbing Pepper's hand and sprinting towards the emergency exit. Bullets struck both the War Machine and Apocalypse's armor, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs. Some guests fell victim to stray bullets, their cries echoing in the air as they collapsed. Fortunately, the primary target of the Iron Soldiers was not ordinary civilians. Most of the firepower was directed at the War Machine and Apocalypse. The War Machine urged, Tony, prioritize saving people. We cannot engage in battle here with so many innocent lives at stake. Apocalypse plunged his hands into the ground, causing a massive carpet to rise into the air, enveloping the Iron Soldiers. The rotating Gatling gun of the Iron Soldier unleashed a torrent of bullets, tearing the carpet to shreds in an instant. However, that brief moment was sufficient. With a powerful thrust, Apocalypse generated a sonic boom, and with a resounding crash, he found himself before an Iron Soldier. With hands like claws, he seized the power core from the Iron Soldier, watching as its indicator lights dimmed and it fell silent. One by one, he repeated this act, causing numerous Iron Soldiers to be rendered inoperative. As the debris from the airborne carpet descended to the ground, every Iron Soldier in the hall collapsed almost simultaneously. Meanwhile, the War Machine had just managed to incapacitate one of the machines. Such speed, such destructive power. The War Machine and Hammer were left speechless. As a scientist and weapons operator, Hammer, alongside the military man, recognized the impossibility of accelerating multiple times within mere seconds, each time reaching supersonic speeds before coming to an abrupt halt. This horrifying capability of extreme acceleration and deceleration was beyond machines, and even for the human body. It was an impossible feat to withstand. Hammer stammered, impossible. Absolutely impossible. This defies the laws of physics. It cannot be real. Apocalypse approached Hammer, demanding, quickly, tell me. How many Iron Soldiers have you manufactured? Where is Ivan? In that moment, Hammer realized that these machines were designed and constructed by Ivan, who must be orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. He is in the Hammer building. Apocalypse connected to Black Widow's earpiece, stating, Natasha, do you hear me? The mastermind is in the Hammer Tower. It's the Ivan I previously asked you to gather information on. You confront him, and I shall deal with the Iron Warriors outside. Understood. I shall set forth at once. Meanwhile, within the armory, hundreds of Iron Warriors gradually activated, their eyes emanating a chilling blue glow. Time was of the essence, and Ivan and Hammer Industries could not produce more. Hundreds of iron warriors surged forth, bursting through the doors and soaring into the sky, filling the air with the thunderous roar of their engines. At that moment, Iron Man arrived and inquired, "What is all this commotion? What has transpired?" War Machine glanced at the two suits of armor and asked, "Which of you is Tony?" Apocalypse interjected, "Let us not concern ourselves with that now. We must take down these machines, or countless lives may be lost tonight." Iron Man instructed, "Dawn, you are swift. Your task is to dismantle the machines. I and Rhodes will maneuver to safeguard the crowd, responding to any danger." "Very well." The three suits of armor instantly dispersed. Apocalypse shot into the sky, heading directly toward the most concentrated cluster of Iron Warriors. These Iron Warriors were en route to the city center, where the populace was densest, should they unleash their assault. Even Apocalypse would struggle to intervene swiftly, resulting in immeasurable casualties. Alas, they were still in midair. A resounding explosion echoed, like a meteor. Apocalypse positioned himself before the torrent of Iron Warriors, crashing directly into the massive machines. With his immense strength, he effortlessly tore through countless machines, their remnants cascading from the sky. War Machine, who was on the ground directing the evacuation, witnessed Apocalypse ravaging the Iron Warriors. The machines from Hammer Industries appeared as mere toys before him, causing him to gulp nervously. "Tony, has your armor technology advanced to such heights?" Tony responded over the comms. "It is not the armor that is impressive, it is the individual within." Although Iron Man's suit was more advanced than Hammer's, dismantling one still required considerable effort. It could never achieve the ease with which Apocalypse reduced them to shreds. "Who is he?" War Machine inquired. Iron Man replied, "You have seen him before." Colonel Rhodes suddenly recalled, "Wasn't he the one who shot down those two F-22s last time?" Ahem. Ahem. Let us first handle the immediate situation. We can discuss the rest later." With the sky's machines obliterated, the remaining scattered Iron Warriors were manageable for Iron Man and War Machine. Apocalypse then turned and flew toward the Hammer Industries building. While Black Widow had navigated the original plot with finesse, Apocalypse remained vigilant, wary of any potential missteps on her part. Even Iron Man himself, if he did not intervene, could fall victim to the butterfly effect multiple times over. Upon landing at the entrance, Apocalypse retracted his armor. He discovered Happy, drenched in sweat, engaged in a fierce struggle with a bodyguard. Among ordinary bodyguards, Happy's capabilities were commendable. Yet he paled in comparison to superheroes like Black Widow. Apocalypse appeared before the two, and with a flick of his fingers, he playfully tapped the bodyguard's forehead, akin to a child playfully poking someone. The burly man immediately rolled his eyes and fainted. This was a mere act of restraint from Apocalypse, otherwise his brain matter would have surely splattered forth. Breathing heavily, Happy remarked, "I can manage without your help. You should check on Natasha." Upon turning around, he was startled to see a multitude of burly men sprawled across the corridor, causing him to swallow hard, leaving even the typically brash Happy momentarily speechless. Apocalypse stated, "I will assist Natasha. You go and evacuate the crowd." "All right," Happy muttered under his breath as he watched Apocalypse vanish. "Why do I feel like I'm the one in need of assistance?" Soon, Apocalypse caught up with Black Widow. At that moment, she had donned a form-fitting combat suit that accentuated her graceful figure, her eyes brimming with lethal intent as she gazed ahead. This striking demeanor left Apocalypse momentarily spellbound. However, this was not the time for flirtation. Suppressing his emotions, he waited until they reached the control room, where several security guards lay unconscious. And Ivan was nowhere to be found. "Natasha, apprehend Hammer. Do not let him escape. I'll handle Ivan with Tony and the others." "Okay." Black Widow swiftly turned to leave. Wait a moment. Apocalypse had not anticipated Black Widow's decisiveness in her work mode. He boldly stepped forward, wrapped his arms around her waist, and bestowed a lengthy kiss before bursting into laughter and departing, leaving the blushing Black Widow behind, uncertain whether her flush was from bashfulness or a lack of oxygen. Apocalypse donned his battle suit once more and soared towards the botanical garden in the city. He had just received a message from Iron Man indicating that an enhanced version of Iron Warrior was pursuing him and War Machine, presumably Ivan. By the time Apocalypse arrived, Ivan, War Machine, and Iron Man had already engaged in several rounds of combat within the botanical garden. The place was in ruins, obliterated by lasers, bullets, and various miniature missiles. Indeed, the storyline had not deviated. Ivan, single-handedly facing two opponents, had managed to keep Iron Man and War Machine firmly under his control. Fortunately, the duo worked in perfect harmony, preventing Ivan from causing further casualties among the innocent bystanders. Ivan, embodying the traits of a warrior nation, opted for brute force to compensate for his lack of technical prowess, augmented by dozens of unmanned Iron Warriors assisting him, rendering Iron Man and War Machine powerless to retaliate. In the original narrative, Iron Man initiated an area attack with lasers, reducing all unmanned machines to scrap metal. He then exchanged fire with War Machine's laser hand cannon, generating a formidable shockwave that ultimately defeated Ivan. Before meeting his demise, Ivan detonated all unmanned Iron Warriors, resulting in numerous casualties. Apocalypse could not allow events to unfold as they had originally. He aimed to subdue Ivan and prevent him from igniting the unmanned Iron Warriors still outside. Chapter 27. Threatening with your bird, Ivan. Cease at once. Ivan was taken aback. Is it you? He hastily deployed a portion of his unmanned machines to obstruct Apocalypse. The moment the Iron Warriors shielded Apocalypse's view, Ivan turned and fled. The prior incident where Apocalypse had excised his heart in prison had left an indelible impression on him. Coupled with the shock of witnessing Apocalypse tear through the Iron Warriors as if they were mere paper, he was profoundly shaken. He could still contend with Iron Man and War Machine, perhaps even have a chance, but against such a monstrous being, he felt he had no hope whatsoever. He was not afraid of death, yet that did not mean he would recklessly confront it. Apocalypse was speechless. Ivan's fierce appearance was in stark contrast to his current demeanor. Wasn't he supposed to be unyielding in the face of death? Apocalypse dispersed the Iron Warriors, obstructing his path with a single motion, appearing directly before Ivan. Ivan was seized with terror, brandishing two electric whips that crackled with blinding energy towards Apocalypse. Nearby vegetation was severed in two by the whips. Simultaneously, all weapon systems on his armor activated, unleashing a torrent of bullets, lasers, and mini-missiles towards Apocalypse. Unfazed, Apocalypse grasped each electric whip, pulling Ivan closer. While enduring the remaining onslaught, an explosive cacophony ensued, erupting in flames that formed a massive fireball, the shockwave shattering the dome of the botanical garden. As the fireball dissipated, Apocalypse emerged unscathed. The weapons had failed to inflict any damage upon him, though Ivan's armor lay in ruins. It appeared that Ivan's technological prowess was not significantly inferior to Iron Man's. Apocalypse dismantled the damaged armor with ease, crushing the hardened alloy in his grasp. Ivan, let this matter conclude here, he declared. The animosity between your father and Tony S. is merely a byproduct of the collision between two superpowers. It is not a question of right or wrong. In the face of great powers, countless ordinary lives are ensnared. This is the tragedy of our era, where individual strength seems trivial against the tide of history. It is simply that Tony's father, aligned with the victorious side of America, ascended to greatness, while your father, amidst an empire's dissolution and economic collapse, ultimately succumbed to despair. If I am to fail today, then I have no intention of leaving America alive, Ivan retorted. Apocalypse regarded him with interest. Is that so? Then why did you just flee? Ivan, feeling helpless, realized he could neither fight nor escape from this monster. And even his retorts felt feeble. He finally asked, what do you truly desire? Do you wish to resolve my grievances with Stark? No, your quarrel with Tony is insignificant. The future holds greater upheavals that require top-tier scientists like you to safeguard humanity. Upon hearing this, Ivan slightly lowered his guard. Earlier, Apocalypse had visited him in prison, directly extracting his heart and subsequently restoring him with a miraculous serum. Such overwhelming methods had already shaken his perception of the world. Now, hearing Apocalypse speak of a looming crisis for humanity, he began to contemplate the gravity of the situation. War Machine, Iron Man, Ivan, and others are the elite among elites, possessing the requisite vision befitting their status. In the face of humanity's colossal crisis, their petty grievances are indeed trivial, especially since they do not stem from a reconcilable enmity. After all the tumult, Hammer has largely vented his frustrations. Aside from the setbacks faced by Hammer Industries, few have suffered significant harm. Tony, is there truly a great crisis for humanity? Is it a nuclear war? Iron Man inquired. War Machine shook his head. During my service in the military, the major nuclear powers have exhibited considerable restraint. A nuclear war is improbable. Enough speculation. I won't divulge anything further, but soon you shall uncover various clues. Apocalypse then addressed Ivan. Today, due to our intervention, no substantial casualties have occurred. You can still turn back. Ivan remained silent, acknowledging his defeat. Yet he found it difficult to submit to his adversary. Seeing this, Apocalypse stoked the fire further. If you refuse, I shall resort to threats. Iron Man was taken aback. This was not characteristic of Apocalypse, who had always been the most proactive in saving lives during disasters. Ivan, equally astonished, retorted, "What do you threaten me with? I fear not death. If you perish in flight, I shall roast your bird and consume it." How do you know I have a bird? After his father's demise, Ivan's sole attachment in this world was his pet bird. When he was summoned by Hammer Industries, he had implored Hammer multiple times to retrieve his bird. However, Hammer dismissed his concerns, carelessly purchasing a substitute from the market and deceitfully claiming, "This is your bird." This infuriated Ivan, further diminishing his regard for Hammer Industries. Unbeknownst to Hammer, he had squandered the only opportunity that might have led Ivan to submission. Had he been gracious and attentive to Ivan's requests, today as circumstances might have been vastly different. Apocalypse stated, "I not only know of it, but I also have it in my possession, though I have yet to savor its flavor." "You dare!" Ivan shouted in fury. "Are you so devoid of humanity as to consume such a creature?" Apocalypse shrugged. "It is not my bird. I hold no affection for it. To me, it is akin to any ordinary poultry. If no one desires it, then I shall roast it." After a moment's contemplation, Ivan inquired, "Where is my bird?" He understood that, since his captor was aware of his bird, preparations had already been made. Apocalypse scanned the surroundings and called out, "Ethan, are you there?" From behind a large boulder, Ethan slowly emerged, carrying a birdcage. Upon hearing Apocalypse's call, he hurried over. "Mr. Tang, the bird has arrived." "Tony, it's been a while." Iron Man approached and embraced him warmly. "It's good to see you again, Ethan." Though Iron Man could not facilitate Ethan's employment at his company, they had maintained regular contact during this time. The laboratory they occupied did not keep Iron Man a secret. Rather, Apocalypse hoped that Dr. Stern and Ethan could derive some inspiration from him. Apocalypse remarked, "When news of your capture reached Siberia, the neighbor entrusted with its care had long since abandoned your bird. Had my men not arrived in time, it might have starved." War Machine, initially perplexed, wondered what these two were discussing. The mention of a bird led one to believe that these two grown men were engaged in some intimate conversation. It was only when Ethan emerged with the birdcage that War Machine confirmed they were indeed discussing a pet bird. However, using a bird to coerce Ivan into surrendering seemed utterly absurd. Yet, Ivan's subsequent words left him astounded. Ivan removed his armor, approached, and accepted the birdcage, bowing slightly. "Thank you. You saved it. I am willing to work for you, but I shall not ally with the Stark family." War Machine was overwhelmed with frustration. Had he known it would be this simple, the earlier conflict would have been unnecessary. Ivan was a military consultant primarily engaged in negotiations with Hammer Industries regarding weapon procurement. With the Iron Patriot designed to meet military specifications, following such a significant incident, the destruction of public property was incalculable, and upon returning, he would certainly face a reprimand. How should he even report this? Should he truly write that the villain was subdued by a mere bird? Do not fret. Tony and I are merely friends, not part of the same organization. However, should humanity face a grave crisis in the future, we must collaborate. Humanity's crisis is of no concern to me. I agree to work for you solely to prove that I, Ivan, will not be outdone by the Stark family." Thus, a brilliant scientist, initially a rival to Iron Man, was drawn into Apocalypse's fold. As for the farce, everyone tacitly assigned the blame to Hammer Industries. Poor Hammer, having gained no benefit from this incident, had only angered numerous powerful individuals and now faced imprisonment with no one to advocate for him. After the events concluded, Iron Man's reputation soared to new heights. At the press conference, the dignitaries and journalists saved by Apocalypse, clad in azure armor, credited Iron Man with the triumph, leading to a wave of media praise. Articles and videos celebrating Iron Man flooded the global media landscape. Although Iron Man intended to hold a press conference to clarify matters, Apocalypse intervened. He did not seek the accolades for himself, but Iron Man did. The future Avengers would require a figure of prestige to unite them. And Iron Man was undoubtedly the central figure, unaware of Apocalypse's true intentions. Iron Man and War Machine felt their trust in him grow as they observed his disinterest in fame. Apocalypse reflected on his gains. He had saved numerous lives and replenished hundreds of vials of restorative serum, compensating for the earlier depletion caused by Iron Man. The narrative of Iron Man 2 has concluded, and Apocalypse feels it is time to set forth. In a desolate town in New Mexico, Apocalypse dons his armor and soars to the outskirts, landing silently. If the original storyline remains unchanged, Thor is already within the town. The reason for Thor's arrival on Earth is a tale of considerable length. Chapter 28. The arrival of the Thunder God. Not long ago, King Odin had intended to bestow the throne upon his son, the Thunder God. However, during the coronation ceremony, an invasion by frost giants occurred in the armory, seeking to seize the source of power. Fortunately, they were thwarted by the guardian automaton, the Destroyer. Naturally, the disruption of his own coronation displeased Thor, who declared that the frost giants had violated the peace treaty and vowed to launch an offensive against their stronghold, Jotunheim, to teach them a lesson. Odin, however, admonished him, stating that such thoughts were those of a warrior, not a king, insisting that the actions of a few frost giants did not warrant a full-scale conflict. The impetuous Thor, dismissing his father's wisdom, engaged in a heated argument, resulting in an unresolved rift between them. Subsequently, Thor gathered his brother Loki and a band of comrades, including Fandral, Hogun, Volstagg, and the Valkyrie Sif, to plan a covert infiltration of Jotunheim. To traverse from Asgard to the Nine Realms, they must utilize the Bifrost Bridge. The guardian of the bridge, Heimdall, endowed with the power of the rainbow, possesses the ability to observe all realms, knowing all that he wishes to see and hear. The fact that enemies managed to infiltrate under his watch is a significant oversight on his part, thus seeking to uncover how the frost giants eluded his vigilance. He consented to Thor's endeavor. Upon crossing the Bifrost, Thor and his companions arrived at the frost giant's lair, causing chaos and engaging in a direct confrontation with their king. Yet, within the enemy's domain, even the might of the Thunder God was insufficient to withstand the overwhelming numbers of colossal beasts and frost giants. Soon, they found themselves besieged. At the critical moment, King Odin descended upon his steed, rescuing them from peril. However, this action incited the wrath of the frost giant king, leading to the brink of war between the realms. In a bid to mitigate the escalating tensions, King Odin proclaimed a divine decree. Thor had defied the king's orders and acted independently, leading the populace towards war and destruction, and thus he was deemed unworthy of kingship. Consequently, Thor was stripped of his divine powers and exiled to Earth. Nevertheless, as a father, Odin could not truly banish his son. He cast down Thor's hammer to Earth, not far from where Thor would land, and theatrically intoned an incantation over the hammer. Whoever wields this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of the Thunder God. Should Thor come to enlightenment, he would be able to reclaim the hammer, awaken his divine abilities, and resume his role as the Thunder God. As the Apocalyptian reflected on this narrative, he pondered whether his very existence might inadvertently create a butterfly effect for Asgard. Located at the distant edge of the universe, at least prior to encountering the Thunder God, it must not. In a small town in the west, the landscape was dominated by vast stretches of yellow desert. Tumbling tumbleweeds danced with the wind, adding a touch of life to the desolation. The town maintained a pristine cleanliness, devoid of the bustling chaos typical of urban environments, retaining the rustic charm of the 19th century Western expansion. Upon entering the town, the Apocalyptian was greeted by a cacophony of shouts. He beheld a tall, striking figure with flowing golden hair, emerging from the local hospital clad in a hospital gown. Pursued by several nurses and security personnel, it was unmistakably the Thunder God himself. As he descended, he was struck by Jane's car. rendering him unconscious and necessitating his transport to the hospital for treatment. Upon regaining consciousness, the god of thunder caused a commotion within the hospital, with doctors and security unable to restrain him as he burst forth from inside. Although he had lost his divine powers, his formidable physique was not without merit. Coupled with over 1,000 years of battle experience, it was hardly feasible for ordinary individuals to impede him. "Hey, my friend, have you seen a hammer?" Thor casually inquired of Apocalypse. Apocalypse furrowed his brow, realizing why Jane and her companions initially regarded him as deranged. Clad in a hospital gown, questioning passers-by about a hammer was hardly the behavior of a rational individual. "Shouldn't you address the issues behind you first?" Thor scoffed. "A bunch of mortals. I simply have no desire to harm them." At that moment, nurses and hospital security had caught up, surrounding Thor in an attempt to administer a sedative. Apocalypse quickly intervened, stating, "He is my friend. He had a little too much to drink last night and is a bit agitated after waking abruptly in the hospital. I apologize on his behalf." However, the woman who brought him in claimed he had been struck by a vehicle. "Huh. Have you ever seen a patient who was hit by a car so sprightly?" Upon hearing this, the crowd agreed. Several security personnel struggled to restrain him, which was hardly indicative of someone in distress. A young nurse chimed in, "But his medical bills have yet to be settled." "I shall cover his expenses," Apocalypse replied, handing her a roll of $100 bills. The nurse accepted the money and suggested, "Sir, perhaps you should have your friend undergo a checkup. Internal injuries could be problematic." "Does he appear to have internal injuries to you? You all cannot even hold him down," Apocalypse retorted. Thor obligingly struck several muscular poses, causing the nurse to giggle uncontrollably, ultimately leading her to accept the payment and depart. It seemed Thor was naturally endowed with a penchant for humor, which later manifested brilliantly in Thor: Ragnarok. Thor patted Apocalypse on the shoulder, expressing gratitude. "Thanks, mate. I possess no currency in this world. It would be troublesome if they demanded payment for my medical bills. When I return to Asgard, I shall repay you." At that moment, a small RV rushed towards them from the town entrance, skidding to a halt almost beside Thor and Apocalypse. Upon seeing who emerged, Apocalypse realized it was none other than the stunning scientist Jane Foster, accompanied by her sharp-tongued intern Daisy and the elderly astrophysicist Eric. With such driving skills, it was no wonder Thor had been struck twice in the original plot. Jane hurriedly exited the vehicle, exclaiming, "The hospital just called me, saying you escaped. You are the one we hit. Do not worry about medical expenses. We will cover everything." In the United States, medical costs are exorbitant, and without insurance, a visit to the hospital could bankrupt an ordinary family. Many uninsured individuals even struggle to utter, "Please don't call an ambulance," before losing consciousness. Jane assumed Thor was fleeing the hospital out of fear of incurring medical bills. "Thank you, beautiful lady. However, this friend has already taken care of my expenses." Daisy, the ominous girl, was instantly captivated. What a handsome Oriental man. "Hello, handsome. My name is Daisy, and this is my mentor, Jane. This gentleman is the astrophysicist, Eric." Tianchi, possessing striking good looks and an imposing stature that rivals any Western man, exuded an innate charm, amplified by his unparalleled strength and the aura of a true king. "Greetings, I am Tianchi," he introduced himself. Jane then inquired of Thor, "Where do you reside? We can drive you home." Thor replied, "Your vehicle cannot reach my destination. Please take me to a bar. I wish to enjoy a drink." "You were in an accident last night and have just been discharged from the hospital. Drinking is ill-advised," Jane cautioned. Tianchi interjected, "Jane, you need not worry. With his constitution, he could endure 10 more collisions without harm." "Ha ha ha, indeed. You understand my temperament well. How can one forge a new friendship in a foreign land without raising a toast in celebration?" Thor exuberantly pulled Tianchi toward the bar, with Eric following suit, somewhat bemused. Jane and Daisy exchanged glances, perplexed by how quickly men bonded over the prospect of drinking. The town was small. After traversing half a street, they arrived at the bar. Upon entering, Thor bellowed, "Barkeep, serve us each the strongest drink you have." "1 drink. Not nearly enough. Let us start with 10 each," Tianchi shouted. Thor's eyes gleamed with delight. This companion was even more audacious than himself. The glasses were not mere ordinary vessels, but rather large mugs meant for draft beer. each nearly holding a liter of vodka. Thor and Tianchi locked eyes, filled with a masculine challenge, and in one swift motion, downed their drinks in unison. Meanwhile, poor Eric, the elderly professor tagging along for a free drink, had barely consumed a third of his and was already feeling lightheaded. With a crash, Thor hurled his glass to the ground and shouted, "Barkeep, another round." Jane and Daisy looked on helplessly, questioning where such madness originated. This was utterly reminiscent of medieval revelry. The bar owner stood still, casting a wary glance at the two, his expression darkening as he wondered if these ruffians were seeking trouble. In modern times, such behavior was reserved for those looking to stir discord. Around them, a few burly patrons began to rise, their gazes fixed upon the newcomers. In a small town where everyone was familiar with one another, the appearance of outsiders seeking to cause a ruckus would naturally unify the locals against them. Chapter 29. Drinking Thor under the table for the hammer upon witnessing the scene. Apocalypse tossed a roll of substantial dollar bills towards the bartender while simultaneously smashing his glass against the floor. "What are you waiting for? Serve the strongest liquor. I shall cover all the drinks for today. We won't leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated." The bartender, upon unfurling the bundle of cash, beamed with delight and hurriedly gestured for the burly men to take their seats. Such a large roll of $100 bills was beyond what he typically earned in a month. With ample funds at his disposal, he considered a shattered glass to be of little consequence. Thor let out a hearty laugh. "I never expected to encounter a kindred spirit on Earth. You are quite remarkable. I shall count you as a friend. But hold on. I do not befriend those with poor drinking capacities. You must drink first before we proceed." Apocalypse's audacity to challenge Thor's authority on Earth ignited a competitive spirit within him. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of drinks, utilizing large beer mugs meant for hefty patrons, which seemed to flow as effortlessly as water for them. After each round, they discarded the glasses, littering the floor with shards of broken glass. The other patrons turned their heads in astonishment. What a capacity for alcohol! "Brothers, we cannot be outdone by these two outsiders," shouted a robust Western man. "Drink." A cohort of local men joined in, downing their drinks with gusto, emboldened by the spectacle, and followed suit by hurling their glasses to the ground. The bar was enveloped in an atmosphere brimming with masculinity. Watching this unfold, Jane and the formidable Daisy exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the nature of men. What species are they? How can they be so easily swayed by a few shattered glasses? Daisy nudged Jane. "Mentor, I feel that compared to that Eastern fellow, Thor seems rather normal. It's a pity such a handsome man appears to lack common sense." Jane sighed. When men drink, they all become the same. Despite Thor's superior physique, having been stripped of his divine powers, he could not possibly match Apocalypse's extraordinary constitution. After several large mugs, his cheeks began to flush. Fortunately, his demeanor remained amiable. He refrained from causing any ruckus and persistently referred to Apocalypse as a friend. Thor, born of noble lineage and seasoned by countless battles, had always enjoyed a straightforward life. His recent falling out with his father marked the most significant setback of his existence, and it was only natural for him to feel disheartened. However, Apocalypse was aware that Thor's true trials had yet to unfold, in comparison to the tribulations that lay ahead. This minor setback was trivial. Eventually, Thor succumbed to intoxication, muttering incoherently about his father, mother, and Loki. As for Eric, he had long since slumped over in his chair, snoring peacefully. Apocalypse hoisted one of them up and turned to the astonished Jane and Daisy. "Where do you reside?" "I shall take them home to rest," Jane replied. "I live in an RV. There is no space for two large men. You should take them to a hotel." "That's not acceptable," Apocalypse shook his head. "This fellow is your responsibility. You knocked him down, and his mind seems a bit muddled. If you do not care for him, who will?" Reluctantly, the kind-hearted Jane found his reasoning compelling and acquiesced. Little did she realize that Apocalypse was orchestrating this to steer the narrative back on course. In the original narrative, Thor and Jane share their innermost feelings within the confines of a camper, ultimately blossoming into lovers, which sets off a chain of subsequent events, including the introduction of the ether particle and the reality stone, crucial turning points in the story. Apocalypse hurls Thor into Jane's camper. Naturally, Eric must escort him back to the hotel. Otherwise, the notion of two smelly men sleeping in the same bed raises questions about the plot as progression. After ensuring Eric's comfort, Daisy approaches, gently caressing Apocalypse's arm, and inquires, "Handsome, would you care to rest? My room is just upstairs." Apocalypse's striking appearance and physique meet the standards of attractiveness in both Eastern and Western cultures. More importantly, his aura of strength and indomitable confidence is irresistibly alluring to women. Daisy's boldness is evident. Apocalypse glances at the fierce woman beside him and acknowledges that it would be disingenuous to claim he harbors no ulterior motives. However, with Black Widow as his partner, who is yet to fully commit to him, he wishes to avoid further complications. "I am a married man," he states. Daisy, undeterred, responds with enticing softness. "I don't see a ring on your finger." Here, not wearing a ring implies you are unmarried. We could temporarily bend the rules. Unfamiliar with Western customs, where many men fear the responsibilities of marriage, Apocalypse realizes that while cohabitation and even parenthood are acceptable, formal marriage is often eschewed. Thus, married men possess a unique allure. Women tend to perceive them as more responsible and appealing. Consequently, many men intentionally wear rings and bars, masquerading as married men to attract attention. With pressing matters to attend to, Apocalypse dismisses the visibly disappointed Daisy and turns to depart. When he next appears, Apocalypse finds himself in the desolate expanse several kilometers outside the town. This is precisely where Thor's hammer has fallen. Initially, locals mistook it for a meteor, prompting meteor hunters to scour the area, only to discover the hammer's extraordinary nature. It appears unassuming, yet weighs a ton, defying anyone's attempts to lift it. As word spreads, the small town becomes abuzz with excitement. Numerous eager men gather to attempt lifting Thor's hammer, reveling in the challenge. Some enterprising individuals see an opportunity and set up a makeshift barbecue stall, surprisingly thriving in business. Others even chain the hammer to a pickup truck, attempting to drag it away. The truck roars to life, reaching maximum power, its tires skidding on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, yet the hammer remains immovable. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the truck bed detaches, the attempt fails. Some begin excavating the soil beneath the hammer, only to find it impenetrable, as though the earth supporting Thor's hammer has fused with it. It is a most peculiar phenomenon. The hammer, forged by the cosmic dwarves from a dying star, possesses an inherently terrifying weight. Even more astonishing, it has the ability to discern the worthiness of those who dare to grasp it. To the worthy, it feels light as a feather, while to the unworthy, it weighs as heavily as a celestial body. In the original narrative, only Captain America among the Earthlings was able to lift it. Another potential contender was Vision, yet he never truly lifted it before his demise. However, it is not surprising that Vision, whose core is the Mind Stone, could wield Thor's hammer. As Apocalypse approached with deliberate strides, a group of Western muscular men could not suppress their derisive laughter. "Hey, Oriental, your thighs aren't even as thick as my arms. Spare yourself the trouble. You might strain something. Come, I'll set up a wager, 10-1 on whether the Oriental can lift it." "You must be kidding. He couldn't even budge it with a truck. Do you really think a human can lift it?" 100-1. Anyone willing to bet?" Unperturbed, Apocalypse strode to Thor's hammer, scrutinizing the magnificent artifact. The hammer, ancient and imposing, was adorned with intricate patterns. If the wielder earned its approval, these engravings could unleash thunderous might, augmenting the holder's power. Furthermore, it could facilitate flight, making it an indispensable tool for both travel and grand displays. Apocalypse gently grasped the handle, gradually amplifying his strength. 1 times the power of the Hulk. Motionless. This was anticipated in the original plot of the Avengers. The Hulk had attempted to lift the hammer on the deck of the helicarrier, only to shatter the metal floor beneath him without moving the hammer itself. 2 times the power of the Hulk. Apocalypse's muscles bulged, an overwhelming force straining against his attire. On the surface, neither the hammer nor Apocalypse appeared to budge. Yet the ground beneath trembled violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. The surrounding men glanced at one another in alarm. "Is that noise coming from that Oriental? How terrifying." "Impossible. Old Nor, I suspect it may be an earthquake." "What are the odds? Even if it were, we are on solid ground." Ignoring the chatter, Apocalypse unleashed his might. 3 times the power of the Hulk. An unparalleled force erupted, fracturing the earth around him. Fissures stretching 100 meters, rocks splintering under the strain. sending debris flying as the nearby men scrambled for cover. Yet, Thor's hammer remained utterly unmoved. The ground around the hammer sank half a meter, but the soil in direct contact with the hammer seemed imbued with an enigmatic force, remaining unaffected. Apocalypse struck the earth beneath the hammer and found it no different from striking the hammer itself. Faintly, he sensed a mocking presence emanating from Thor's hammer. Could it be mere illusion? Apocalypse pondered. He struck the soil beneath once more, and again that elusive laughter resonated. Indeed, Apocalypse discerned the truth. The artifact possessed a spirit. In a past life, countless enthusiasts had deliberated upon the peculiar characteristics of Thor's hammer. For instance, could an unworthy individual lift it if they placed it in an elevator and then attempted to carry the elevator? Or perhaps placed in a car or an airplane, and then dragged along by them? It now appears that there exists no paradox, as long as the hammer of Thor does not wish to be moved. It cannot be stirred, unless, by sheer force that overwhelms the hammer itself. In the yet-to-unfold narrative of Thor, Ragnarok, the hammer is effortlessly crushed by Thor's sister, the goddess of death, Hela. Contemplating this, Apocalypse is struck by terror. With thrice the might of the Hulk, he cannot even lift it. Yet Hela can shatter the hammer with her bare hands. What staggering power does she possess? And what of Odin, the All-Father? Who sealed Hela away? How formidable must he be? Additionally, consider the fire demon Surtur, who brings about Ragnarok, annihilating Asgard and ultimately vanquishing Hela. Just envisioning his towering form is enough to evoke a sense of helplessness. The more one reflects on these details, the more terrifying they become, emphasizing the urgency to enhance one's strength. Nevertheless, Apocalypse wishes to make one final attempt. Chapter 30. The Warning of the God King. Since the artifact possesses a spirit, let it discern whether I am worthy. Tianchi took several deep breaths, and with each inhalation and exhalation, the dust within a few meters began to stir, as if an ancient behemoth were awakening, causing the surrounding strong men to retreat in fright. At this moment, even the dimmest among them recognized the terror that stood before them in the form of this Eastern figure. He was regulating his breath, seemingly preparing to unleash a formidable power. The earlier tremors had already created a seismic effect over 100 meters, injuring many with falling debris. What could be more terrifying with an escalation of force? The strong men swiftly fled, fearing that delay would cost them their lives. Tianchi calmed his mind, grasping the hammer of Thor in his right hand, opening his heart to allow the artifact's spirit to fully sense his mental realm. He was not aligned with evil. He had saved numerous lives upon arriving in this world, and had shared fate with several superheroes. Although he was unaware of the criteria for the hammer's judgment, Tianchi believed he had a significant chance of acceptance. As his heart opened, he sensed an elusive spiritual connection, and suddenly, his mental realm was swept through. A subtle sensation arose from within, and an abundance of information flooded his mind. A faint smile graced Tianchi's lips as he lifted the hammer of Thor, which immediately ascended from the ground. The soil that had supported it disintegrated into dust, carried away by the wind. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, Captain America wielded the hammer with such proficiency, catching Thanos off guard. It appeared that once one gained the hammer's approval, they could instantly acquire the knowledge to manipulate it. And with the cooperation of its spirit, using it would naturally flow with grace and ease. Tianchi gently swung the hammer, gradually familiarizing himself with this divine artifact. Lightning erupted around him, coiling like dragons and snakes, bestowing upon him an imposing presence, as if a deity had descended. This was the inherent power of lightning that accompanied the hammer of Thor. Unbeknownst to him, dark clouds had silently gathered in the sky, casting a colossal shadow over the land. The oppressive air ceased to flow, making it difficult to breathe. Everyone, run! A grand display is upon us. The strong men scattered in panic, desperately fleeing the area engulfed by the black clouds. Looking up at the sky, Tianchi understood that at this moment, Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard's rainbow bridge, was surely watching him. Perhaps even the god King Odin himself was paying attention. They had cast the hammer down here merely to test the thunder god, to allow him to gain experience. Little did they expect that someone on Earth could lift the hammer. This would certainly disrupt their composure, prompting them to assert their authority. If he dared to take the hammer away, Heimdall would instantly activate the rainbow bridge, and it was uncertain whether Asgard's warriors or the god King Odin would descend. However, Tianchi had no intention of such a thing. Looking up, he addressed the heavens. Heimdall, don't be so stingy. I merely wish to play with it. You Asgardians toss items to earth at will, and we are not permitted to enjoy them? Heimdall's heart trembled. This mortal was aware of his name? From his distant perch in the control room of Asgard's Rainbow Bridge, he had only ever observed others. Could it be that this individual could perceive him? Before Heimdall could take any action, a radiant rainbow suddenly pierced through the control room, and the All-Father Odin traversed the expansive Rainbow Bridge, appearing before Heimdall in an instant. Odin inquired, "Who has lifted the hammer of the Thunder God? I sense it is not Thor." Heimdall presented the image before the All-Father. "I have just glimpsed his life through the Eye of Light. He is a mortal from Earth who has gained formidable strength through gamma energy. Yet, his power seems insufficient to wield the hammer of the Thunder God." Odin's eyes sparkled like stars as he gazed through the rainbow passage, his focus fixed on the distant figure of the protagonist. An overwhelming mental pressure descended from above, causing the protagonist, far away on Earth, to feel a profound weight upon his mind. This psychic force, akin to the vast brilliance of countless stars, traversed the infinite cosmos and loomed directly overhead. The protagonist felt as if he were a small vessel tossed upon a raging sea, vulnerable to being engulfed by the surging waves. In a bid to withstand this pressure, he clenched his muscles, mustering all of his strength. An invisible clash resonated in the air, with bolts of lightning flickering around him in a chaotic dance. After a moment of observation, Odin suddenly chuckled. "The young one shows promise, but the hammer of the Thunder God cannot be yours. Should the opportunity arise, you are welcome to visit Asgard." With that, he turned to depart. Instantly, the protagonist felt a release within his body and regained his senses, only to realize that half of him was buried in the earth. Cold sweat beating on his forehead. Nevertheless, the words of the All-Father echoed in his mind. Leaping from the ground, he cast aside the hammer of the Thunder God. In that fleeting moment of release, he sensed a twinge of reluctance from the hammer's spirit. Whether to maintain the original narrative or to confront the All-Father, he knew he could no longer touch the hammer, especially considering Odin, whose mere mental contact had proven so terrifying. It seemed that the original narrative had failed to depict even a fraction of his true might, leading many to perceive him as a frail old man nearing the end of his days. Yet, how could a sovereign capable of ruling the 9 realms be so easily underestimated? Even Hela, the goddess of death, could only break free from her seal after his demise. However, the protagonist found one thing perplexing. This mighty All-Father, who had once fought alongside his daughter Hela to conquer the 9 realms, had seemingly adopted a sudden penchant for peace in the later stages, even going so far as to seal her away to prevent her from causing turmoil. He had even concealed the murals within the royal palace that depicted their past conquests. If one were to claim that Odin had experienced a change of heart, the protagonist would find such a notion utterly implausible. No matter how benevolent a ruler may be, one would hardly object to expanding their dominion. The only plausible explanation was that he had encountered an insurmountable force, forcing him to confine his reign to its current boundaries. As for the nature of this mysterious power, its origin, and its terrors, the protagonist was utterly at a loss. At least, it had not been mentioned in the original narrative. He noticed that the burly men had retreated hundreds of meters away, observing cautiously and daring not to approach. The nearby pickup truck and barbecue stand had been crushed to paper-thin scraps by the unseen force. The sight sent their hearts racing. They were grateful to have fled swiftly, for under such invisible pressure, their flesh and blood would surely have been reduced to mere pulp. Who was this Eastern figure, surviving under such an intangible pressure? Could it be the intervention of divine forces? Disregarding the imposing figures before him, Apocalypse perceived a familiar face lurking behind them. Coulson, adorned with sunglasses. Coulson regarded the enigmatic Eastern man ahead with a complex expression, for the recent commotion was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. Coulson's role necessitated frequent observations of such superhuman beings, engaging with them, and even confronting them in battle. If this Eastern individual were indeed his adversary, how would he proceed? Coulson dared not delve deeper into that contemplation. "Mr. Tang, it is a pleasure to see you once more," Apocalypse acknowledged with a nod. "You have arrived somewhat tardily. We have attempted to lift the hammer, yet it eludes our grasp, unlike how you wield it effortlessly." Our surveillance satellites indicate that alongside the hammer, another entity has descended. In comparison to the hammer, we are far more concerned about this unknown life form. Ha ha ha, Apocalypse chuckled. What of your discovery? You witnessed the anomaly I created with the hammer. I dare say even your S-H-I-E-L-D might find itself powerless against such force. Coulson shrugged. Someone must make an effort. Regardless of the nature of the power, whenever it poses a threat to Earth, we must confront it. Apocalypse nodded. Recognizing that when one's homeland is endangered, even the mightiest force must be met with resolve. Yet, he understood that Earth was far more intricate than Coulson could fathom. Not to mention the presence of Odin, the God King from myth, and the looming threat of the future villain Thanos. Even the myriad parallel universes harbored countless dangers, such as Dormammu, who sought to engulf Earth. Fortuitously, Earth had first been protected for millennia by the formidable Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, followed by the emergence of Doctor Strange, who ensnared Dormammu in a time loop, ultimately compelling him to cease hostilities. The Infinity Stones, treasured throughout the cosmos, appeared repeatedly on this seemingly primitive planet. If one were to claim it was mere coincidence, Apocalypse would never be convinced. Yet, what lay behind this phenomenon? The original narrative offered no elucidation. Coulson, shortly, someone will arrive to attempt to claim this hammer. You should act accordingly, but do refrain from appearing overly impolite. Is he the master of the hammer? Coulson inquired, bewildered. If he is indeed the master, how could he possibly fail to lift it? Chapter 31. Battling the God of Thunder. Apocalypse offered no further explanations and departed gracefully. Subsequently, Coulson instructed his men to cordon off the area, dispersing the onlookers. Upon returning to the small town, darkness had already descended. Apocalypse sought out Thor, discovering him sober, grilling outside his RV while engaging in conversation with Jane. To Jane, it was evident that Thor had suffered some form of mental lapse, incessantly proclaiming himself the God of Thunder from myth, speaking of the world tree and the 9 realms traversing its cosmic roots. Yet, despite his apparent folly, Thor's striking handsomeness captivated her. As she listened to his earnest yet nonsensical ramblings, she found herself lost in admiration of his dashing visage. Apocalypse remained concealed, for Thor, now merely a mortal, was oblivious to his presence. Every word Thor uttered fell distinctly upon Apocalypse's ears. While others might dismiss his tales of the world tree as mere mythological fables, for Apocalypse, they sparked profound contemplation. A god traversing the cosmos could not possibly be unaware that familiar celestial bodies, such as Earth, orbit stars in the vast emptiness of space. If a world tree truly existed, what form would it take? In the original narrative, Apocalypse had encountered something reminiscent. Star-Lord's biological father, the celestial ego, had planted his roots across the life-bearing planets of the universe, attempting to infuse all worlds with his own essence. Should he have succeeded, each planet within his dominion would merely become a fruit, ensnaring the entirety of the cosmos within his life network. From this perspective, could it not be considered another variant of the world tree? Thus, was Thor's world tree a similar entity, or perhaps an even more advanced manifestation? Did it once exist? Or does it persist even now? Such queries eluded Apocalypse, but he resolved to seek Thor's insights when the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, amidst the enchanting ambience of beauty, camaraderie, and the crackling fire, Thor and Jane grew increasingly entranced by one another, their gazes becoming more lingering and dreamy. Apocalypse decided to withdraw, wishing to avoid overhearing any inappropriate exchanges. The RV swayed throughout the night, leaving Jane and Thor sleepless. The following morning, Thor awoke invigorated, leaving Jane still in slumber. Navigating the familiar path to the bar, he found Apocalypse waiting for him. It seems someone had a splendid night, Apocalypse teased. Indeed, it was rather pleasant, Thor replied. This journey to Earth has gifted me a friend like you and introduced me to a woman I admire, truly worthwhile. I've ordered breakfast for you. Would you prefer milk or spirits? Men do not drink milk. Of course, I shall have spirits, Thor declared. The two enjoyed a hearty breakfast accompanied by several large glasses of strong liquor, drawing curious glances from other patrons at such an early hour. Once sated, Apocalypse directly stated, Thor, let us engage in combat. Thor paused, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You truly know how to appeal to my temperament. Come, come. I have been eager to stretch my limbs these past few days. Having faced a series of upheavals recently, Thor had pent-up frustrations. What better outlet for a muscular warrior than a good fight? However, the god of thunder is not Loki. His inherent goodness prevents him from toying with innocent bystanders. At this moment, Apocalypse proactively suggests a confrontation, which naturally aligns with his temperament. The two step out onto the street, parting ways at a distance. Thor boldly proclaims, "Tang. Though I have lost my divine powers, I am not an ordinary human to be trifled with. You ought to be cautious." Apocalypse, rendered speechless, observes that this fellow lacks any sense of subtlety, incessantly boasting about being the god of thunder and lamenting his lost powers. No wonder Jane perceives him as mad. You should be careful as well. Whoever loses shall face 3 cups of punishment. The two exchange glances before swiftly closing the distance between them. Apocalypse initiates with some casual strikes, testing Thor's strength and confirming it to be merely that of an ordinary human, akin to the likes of Black Widow or Hawkeye. Therefore, he moderates his strength and begins to experiment with various techniques, engaging in a spirited back and forth, drawing upon the myriad moves found only in martial arts novels and films. Apocalypse employs his immense strength to execute them with precision. The art of lightness needs no elaboration. With a single leap, he can cover hundreds of kilometers, effortlessly hovering in short bursts. As for aerial maneuvers that defy gravity, Apocalypse utilizes his formidable strength to create explosive bursts of air, allowing him to change direction abruptly. The street reverberates with a cacophony of sounds, bang, 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 as he flits about like a butterfly, circling and attacking Thor, capturing the attention of passers-by. Goodness, that's the Oriental fellow from last night's drinking session. It turns out martial arts are indeed real. Dad, come out and see Jackie Chan. A seasoned martial arts enthusiast quickly counters, Jackie Chan isn't this formidable. This resembles Bruce Lee's techniques more closely. Do you even understand martial arts? Can Bruce Lee soar through the air? This must be the legendary lightness skill. The sound of strikes, like popping fireworks, is indeed authentic. Martial arts can produce such sounds. Many begin to concur. Yes, we have been deceived for many years. Our Western boxing is not to be underestimated. That Oriental fellow cannot defeat the blonde Adonis. It seems the blonde Adonis is merely absorbing the blows. This captivating martial arts duel swiftly draws a significant crowd from the town, forming a dense circle around the spectacle. Although Apocalypse has moderated his strength, he does not hold back in his techniques, yet he finds himself unable to subdue Thor. The god of thunder's millennia of combat experience is not to be dismissed, having traversed the 9 realms and encountered countless bizarre fighting styles from alien worlds. He possesses an understanding of the peculiarities of Eastern martial arts. While these techniques may seem strange, they remain within the realm of comprehension. Lacking his divine powers and Mjolnir, he cannot perform the exaggerated aerial maneuvers of Apocalypse. Instead, he firmly roots himself to the ground, legs planted steadily, simplifying his approach as he counters each move. Thor can readily discern the critical points within Apocalypse's elaborate and flamboyant techniques, often neutralizing them with a simple punch or block. Indeed, the Apocalypses do not truly comprehend the intricacies of martial arts. They merely mimic it through sheer brute force. While it may appear impressive, such aids prove ineffective against a master like Thor. The reason Apocalypse seeks to challenge Thor is not to belittle him, but rather to explore whether Asgard harbors any unique cultivation techniques. His own power, derived from the blood of the Hulk, represents a forced augmentation, with his potential now exhausted. Lacking the innate talent of the Hulk that allows for limitless enhancement, he must seek alternative methods. Presently, the narrative unfolds closest to Thor and Asgard. Surely, in the legendary realm of myth, there must exist some esoteric manuals for training. After engaging in combat for a brief moment, Apocalypse observes that Thor's defenses against his assaults are primarily a result of extensive battle experience, devoid of any apparent signs of rigorous training. He cannot help but taunt. Is this the extent of your prowess, Thor? Did you expend all your energy last night in your RV? Thor, feeling the pressure of the relentless assault, retorts with indignation. If it were not for the loss of my divine powers, I would have flattened you with a single blow. Such bravado. Do you possess no unique techniques of your own? Thor deflects Apocalypse's strike with both hands, pushing him back, and seizes the moment to respond. What unique techniques? I rely on my bloodline and innate gifts, not on these fanciful antics. Apocalypse counters. Are you incapable of learning? Loki can perform illusions. Why can't you master anything? I need merely to fully awaken my bloodline to be invincible across the 9 realms. I have no interest in illusions, Thor asserts. This statement holds truth. As in the original narrative, Thor was not Hela's equal upon her emergence from imprisonment. However, after numerous awakenings while stranded on Sakaar, he returned to Asgard and managed to hold his own against Hela, despite ultimately being outmatched. Ha ha ha, then allow me to demonstrate my illusions. With a resounding thud, Apocalypse accelerates, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, as if a multitude of figures were simultaneously assailing Thor. The onlookers gasp in astonishment. The previously extraordinary martial arts display has now transcended into the realm of the fantastical. A young enthusiast exclaims, "Dad, I want to learn martial arts in the East tomorrow." To which his father responds, "Are you foolish? Do you think you can find a true master there? Even if you do, will he teach you? There's a martial arts expert right here. Why seek far and wide?" Upon hearing this, those around them come to a realization. With a genuine martial arts master before them, why pursue distant lands? Their gazes turn fervently towards Apocalypse, captivated by his prowess. The rugged spirit of the West naturally fosters an appreciation for combat arts. Coupled with the immense influence of martial arts icons like Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan, and Jet Li in Hollywood, many are drawn to the mystical martial arts of the East. Even within domestic martial arts schools, there are often a few foreign disciples. Encountering a legendary martial arts expert, onlookers feel an overwhelming urge to rush forward, bow, and plead for mentorship, just as seen in films. Strictly speaking, the Apocalypse has conjured several phantoms, exerting power far beyond that of the Thunder God. Finally, amidst the meticulous planning, a flaw emerged. "Alas," the Thunder God exclaimed, only to be met with a punch to the face. "Tang, how dare you strike my visage?" Alas, another punch landed on his other eye, transforming the Thunder God's once charming gaze into that of a raccoon. Infuriated, the Thunder God bellowed, "What skill is this, resorting to such tricks? If you have the courage, stand still and let us each take a punch. Let us see who falls first." Very well. With a swift motion, the phantoms dissipated, and the Apocalypse materialized right before the Thunder God. Without a moment's hesitation, the Thunder God swung a punch towards the Apocalypse's face, producing a resounding smack as the Apocalypse received the blow with poise. In kind, he returned the favor with a punch of his own. Thus commenced a back-and-forth exchange of blows, akin to a playful bout, with both parties letting out cries of distress. Of course, the Thunder God's cries were genuine, while the Apocalypse, in a bid to save face, feigned a few yelps, mindful that should he remain silent, Thor might assume he felt no impact at all. There seems to be a flaw in that reasoning. Suddenly, a clear, ringing voice echoed, "What are you two doing? Stop this at once." Chapter 32. The Thunder God's query. It was indeed Jane who had arrived. Upon awakening that morning, she reached for the blanket and discovered that her companion from the previous night had departed, leaving only a lingering trace of masculine essence. Hearing the commotion outside, she groggily ventured out, only to witness the Thunder God and Apocalypse engaged in a fierce brawl. Jane rushed forward, her petite frame wedged between the two men as she valiantly attempted to separate them. The Thunder God and Apocalypse paused their tussle, mindful of her presence. Deciding to cease hostilities for the day, "Let us call it a day. Once I regain my powers, we shall resume our duel," declared the Thunder God. "Agreed. Next time." "I shall not hold back," Apocalypse replied with a grin. "You have no idea how formidable I become upon recovering my strength." Incensed by their reckless banter, Jane interjected, "Enough. You two grown men, what issue cannot be resolved over a drink? Must you resort to fighting in the streets? Just yesterday, she had scorned their drinking habits, and now she wished for them to indulge until they were thoroughly inebriated." The Thunder God laughed heartily. "Woman, you simply do not understand." Her irritation at his dismissive attitude made her teeth clench in frustration. After sharing a bed the previous night, she awoke to find herself deemed unnecessary. It was no wonder that in Thor, Ragnarok, Their reunion had resulted in a slap from Jane, revealing their utter lack of understanding of a woman's heart. However, upon seeing the thunder god with darkened eyes and a bleeding lip, her heart ached, prompting her to cast a fierce glare at Apocalypse. Jane, do not look at me that way. Thor is quite content, he shrugged. You have never experienced a fight. You cannot comprehend the joy it brings. Once you engage in battle, you will come to love it. The thunder god nodded in agreement. Feeling fortunate to have found a friend like Apocalypse who matched his temperament so well. I shall never fight in my life. If there is a problem, I will call the police. Fighting solves nothing, Jane declared vehemently. One day you will fight with more enthusiasm than Thor, Apocalypse asserted confidently. Jane stomped her foot in exasperation. I will not. Except to pummel you too. I shall not strike anyone. Apocalypse chuckled, choosing not to provoke her further. When Jane eventually becomes the female Thor, wielding the hammer with greater finesse than Thor himself, her joy in battle will be unmistakable, a far cry from the demure, innocent Jane of today. She assisted the thunder god into the bar, carefully tending to his wounds. Though he feigned discomfort, reveling in the attention, he occasionally called out in pain, further endearing him to Jane's nurturing instincts. With a playful glint in his eyes, he provocatively challenged Apocalypse, as if to flaunt his beauty in her presence. Apocalypse shrugged, bemused by Thor's reliance on charm, noting that he too would need to flaunt his own prowess when his Black Widow arrived. The injuries on Apocalypse's face were merely superficial. He controlled his blood flow deliberately, prolonging his recovery for dramatic effect. He ordered a pitcher of strong ale and savored it leisurely, before he could enjoy much of it. A raucous group burst through the door, clamoring, "Master, please take me as your disciple. I wish to learn Eastern martial arts." The cacophony grated on Apocalypse's nerves. "Silence. I do not take disciples. If you do not quiet down, I shall throw you out," he warned. The crowd fell silent, intimidated by the earlier display of Apocalypse's formidable martial prowess, which had instilled a sense of awe in the onlookers. Some individuals merely joined the crowd for the sake of curiosity, promptly retreating, which resulted in a significant reduction in the number of onlookers. However, a young man stepped forward, declaring, "Master, I am willing to pay tuition. No amount is too great for me. Do I appear to be lacking in funds? Instead, how about I offer you money to cease your disturbances?" The youth was momentarily at a loss for words. It was well known that yesterday, Tianchi had thrown a roll of 100 yuan bills, treating the entire bar to drinks, possibly possessing more wealth than everyone present combined. Of course, while Tianchi had offered money, no one dared to truly accept it. "Master, if you refuse to accept me, I, Ron, shall kneel here until my last breath." And with that, the young man knelt down resolutely. Tianchi scrutinized Ron, noting his pale complexion and rosy cheeks, with golden curls atop his head, a quintessential young lad from the western regions. Perceiving Tianchi's gaze, Ron straightened his posture in reverence. Tianchi, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Where did you learn this?" "In martial arts films, whenever the protagonist kneels, the master invariably takes him as a disciple." Ron replied, "Ha ha ha." Tianchi laughed heartily, recalling that everyone had once traversed a similar path. He teasingly added, "I am merely passing through this town, and shall soon depart, perhaps never to return. By then, even if you were to kneel until your demise, I would remain oblivious." "What shall I do then?" Ron stammered, realizing that his approach seemed flawed. In films, the protagonist kneels at the master's entrance, where sincerity is easily discerned. Yet, this Eastern master was merely a transient. Kneeling here would go unnoticed. Should he rise? But doing so might appear insincere, jeopardizing his chances. Thus, Ron awkwardly remained in his kneeling position, caught in a dilemma. Tianchi, indifferent to Ron's predicament, resumed his conversation with Thor, the god of thunder. "Thor, do you not possess any cultivation techniques?" "There are indeed some in the Asgardian library," Thor replied, "but I have never utilized them, as I have never practiced." "Why do you ask?" "I have reached the limits of my potential and seek methods to enhance my strength," Tianchi confessed. Thor nodded. "As a human, you have indeed attained your peak. To progress further, you must transcend the limitations of your lineage, which is quite challenging." Thor, having lost his divine powers, failed to perceive Tianchi's true strength. Judging by the recent display of prowess, He assumed that Tianqi's abilities were merely the pinnacle for a human. In that case, I shall have to seek my father Odin for advice, Tianqi sighed. Thor, surprised, inquired, You know my father? I spoke with him just yesterday. He invited me to visit Asgard, Tianqi replied. Meanwhile, Jian, unable to endure the conversation any longer, interjected, Tang, must you persist? Knowing full well that Thor's mind is currently clouded and prone to delusions, you should refrain from discussing Asgardian myths with him. Ha ha ha. Jian, you do not comprehend. When a deity opens their heart to you, treating them as a madman is folly. Given this, what were you doing last night with a madman? Jian blushed slightly and retorted, Why do you care? However, Thor's expression grew serious. Do you know who I am? I am Thor. You have always claimed to be Thor, the god of thunder. Of course, I am aware. Thor fell silent. Do you really believe me? Jian has never taken him seriously. Thor's insistence on introducing himself as the god of thunder is not born from ignorance of the misunderstandings it may provoke among mortals, but rather from a divine pride that refuses to stoop to deceit when addressing mere mortals. Deities possess a certain arrogance, unbound by the opinions of humanity. While mortals may view him as a fool, they remain oblivious to the fact that the true God stands before them, unrecognized. Tianqi remarked, Because I know you are indeed the god of thunder, I believe you. I even had a brief conversation with your father and learned that you were cast down to the mortal realm by the All-Father. Thor's expression darkened. Did my father send you? No, I am but a human from Earth. I came upon learning of your arrival with a simple purpose, to seek a path to enhance my innate abilities. You wouldn't deceive me? There is no need to. Are you a follower of my father? A follower in the context of Western religions refers to those who can host the divine presence within themselves. Such followers are held to an exceptionally high standard of devotion, expected to be selfless and to dedicate everything to the deity. Furthermore, they must possess a pure and robust constitution capable of bearing the divine power. When necessary, they may receive divine revelations or harness the deity's strength to vanquish malevolent forces. Tianqi replied, No, not at all. Really? If you are not a follower, how could you have received my father's revelation? Tianqi smiled. Thor, if you don't believe me, I shall have to give you another beating. A follower of your father would never dare strike Odin's son, the future king of Asgard, would they? Remembering the lingering pain throughout his body and the dark circles beneath his eyes, Thor conceded, All right, I believe you. Ding. System prompt. Trust level with Thor increased to 20. Shared fortune 20. Tianqi let out a sigh of relief, finally earning Thor's genuine trust. Despite the apparent camaraderie between the two, Thor had merely regarded Tianqi as mortal. A passing distraction. Deities do not easily extend their trust to mere mortals. However, after a brief exchange that cleared some of Thor's doubts, coupled with the fact that even his father had spoken to this earthling, it was evident that Tianqi was no ordinary individual. Thus, Thor reluctantly began to view Tianqi as an equal friend, resulting in the 20 trust level. Thor then inquired, What did my father say to you? He simply said, Welcome to Asgard as my guest. Why? Tianqi shrugged, I cannot disclose that for now. I fear it may be discouraging for you. Thor retorted, You, my friend, are not very considerate, leaving half-truths hanging. Once I reclaim my hammer, I shall return the favor with 2 black eyes, even with the hammer in hand. You may not be my match, Tianqi replied confidently. Chapter 33, Capturing the Young Hawkeye in Thor, Ragnarok. Thor and the Hulk engaged in a fierce battle within the gladiatorial arena of Sakaar. Thor, relying solely on his physical prowess, managed to slightly surpass the Hulk. But it was merely a marginal victory. With 3 times the strength of the Hulk, and possessing a more strategic approach than the brutish brute who merely flails and smashes, I believed I could overpower Thor in terms of sheer might. However, I would never dare to claim I could defeat Thor outright, for his true potential is magnified significantly with the addition of Mjolnir, his enchanted hammer. With that hammer in hand, Thor's strength multiplies exponentially. Merely placing it against me would render me powerless, not to mention the additional thunderous power it bestows. Yet, just yesterday, I had gained the hammer's recognition and learned of its various offensive capabilities. Although I might not be able to seize Mjolnir during our conflict, I was confident in my ability to defend against it and evade its strikes. In this light, I found myself in the shadows while Thor stood in the light. and perhaps I could even land a blow or two on him. Thor, however, remained unconvinced, standing tall with an imposing gaze that crackled with authority. Tang, you do not comprehend the true might of a deity. It far exceeds the imagination of any earthling. Before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Jane, who snapped at them. Enough. Are you two finished? If this continues, I'll have both of you sent to the hospital to see if your brains have been scrambled from all this fighting. Seeing Jane's mixture of anger and concern, Thor visibly deflated. Jane, do not worry. We are perfectly fine, just engaging in a friendly exchange. Really? Jane replied skeptically, observing the two men closely. She pondered whether this was how male camaraderie manifested. As an astrophysicist, she had devoted her life to research, akin to many bookish individuals, and was somewhat naive about social nuances. She recalled times with her girlfriend when they would indulge in role-playing, exchanging playful banter. Perhaps these two were enthusiasts of anime. It seemed quite reasonable that two grown men would be captivated by the tales of Asgardian mythology. She resolved to look up information on Asgard to uncover what enchantment could so enthrall men. As she mused, Jane found herself understanding men a little better. Apocalypse leaned in conspiratorially, whispering, I know where Thor's hammer is. Would you like to take a look? Jane, exasperated, pressed a hand to her forehead. Goodness, these two are relentless. Upon hearing this, Thor exclaimed eagerly, Tang, do not deceive me. I am going to retrieve my hammer right now. With that, he strode towards the bar's exit, prompting Jane and Apocalypse to follow suit. Meanwhile, Ron, still kneeling on the ground, felt an awkwardness settle over him. His master had truly left. Should he continue kneeling? Thor inquired, Jane, do you know where I might find a horse? What do you need a horse for? She asked. I must reclaim what is rightfully mine. In Asgard, significant ceremonies are conducted upon celestial steeds. Jane, feeling somewhat defeated, replied, Are you not aware of the existence of automobiles? In the original narrative, it seemed to depict Thor as somewhat oblivious to earthly customs, unaware of cars. Yet, such ignorance would be implausible. Not to mention that Thor was struck unconscious by Jane's RV and subsequently taken to the hospital. As the heir to Asgard, Thor has lived for over 1,500 years, traversing the 9 realms, and has encountered an array of advanced technology aboard his spacecraft. It is inconceivable that he could act like a mere rustic. The only plausible explanation is that, in such a disheartening situation, he sought solace through archaic rituals. While the two were gazing around, Apocalypse arrived, leading 2 horses. Thor burst into laughter and embraced Apocalypse warmly, exclaiming, Dawn, my good friend, you truly understand me. Each mounted a horse, chatting and laughing as they made their way toward Mjolnir. Jane, left behind, could hardly believe her eyes, her teeth clicking in frustration. What was wrong with these 2 men? They simply ran off. First, they indulged in drink until they were utterly inebriated. Then they fought to the point of bruising each other. And now they were engaging in some Asgardian roleplay, all while speaking of seeking Mjolnir. Fine, I understand that men never truly mature. But could they forget the presence of a stunning woman beside them? Riding off into the sunset, what a romantic notion. Did neither of these straightforward fellows consider this? Why was I left to drive alone? Unable to contain her irritation, Jane turned the car around, summoning Daisy and their old colleague, Eric. By the time they returned, Thor and Apocalypse had already ventured far. 50 kilometers is neither long nor short, and upon their arrival, it was already evening. In just 1 day's absence, a grand tent had been erected at the site of Mjolnir, encompassing nearly 100 meters and partitioned into various sections, each designated for specific duties. Inside, the area was brightly lit, buzzing with activity. The two concealed themselves behind a prominent hillock, keenly observing the scene. Thor remarked, Dawn, I can sense it. The hammer is within. I shall return shortly. Do you require assistance? No, I need to regain Mjolnir's recognition on my own. No one can assist me in this. Very well, Apocalypse replied, idly chewing on a blade of grass. I shall wait for you. In the original narrative, Thor, having lost his powers, infiltrated the facility but was ultimately captured by S.H.I.E.L.D., failing to retrieve the hammer. Given Thor's current state, it was unlikely that this outcome would change. Indeed, as Thor attempted to sneak inside, he encountered the formidable defenses of S.H.I.E.L.D. and was soon discovered by the guards. A flurry of commotion ensued, with many rushing to intercept Thor, despite lacking his divine powers. Thor's strength far surpassed that of an average human, allowing him to topple numerous guards and break through layers of defenses as he advanced towards Mjolnir. Suddenly, a shadow from atop a tower stirred, drawing a bow aimed directly at Thor. The shadow released an arrow, which flew silently toward him. At that moment, Thor's abilities were only slightly above those of a mere mortal, rendering him unaware of the impending projectile. Just as it seemed the arrow would strike, a sudden thud echoed as it fell harmlessly to the ground. The shadow then revealed itself to be none other than Hawkeye, Clint Barton. It was indeed the Apocalypse that struck down the flying arrow. Hawkeye scanned his surroundings, swiftly pinpointing the location of Apocalypse. With a subtle motion, he drew 3 arrows, releasing them with precision. These 3 arrows not only obstructed the potential evasive paths of Apocalypse, but also varied in speed, rendering them elusive. The central arrow appeared to soar swiftly, yet midway through its flight, the 2 arrows on either side silently surpassed it, arriving first under the cloak of night. Most would be captivated by the central arrow, focusing their defenses on it, only to find themselves ensnared before the arrow even reached its mark. Apocalypse chuckled. Recognizing that this was indeed a superhero adept in archery, such a maneuver was nearly impossible for the average person to counter. As the arrowheads approached, a flicker of movement passed by, and in an instant, all 3 arrows were grasped firmly in Apocalypse's hand. Hawkeye was taken aback, realizing he was up against a formidable foe. Casually, he released a 4th arrow, immediately executing an aerial somersault to change his position. He had witnessed Apocalypse's ability to deflect arrows with pebbles, a skill no less potent than that of the arrows themselves. He could not afford to remain stationary. The 4th arrow was effortlessly caught by Apocalypse, who suddenly noticed a glimmer of red light at the arrowhead, instantly alerting him. An explosive arrow. The adept swimmer may drown in water. Does one truly believe that swiftness of hand guarantees invincibility? Hawkeye wore a confident smile, for the 4th arrow, though seemingly random, was a product of his vast combat experience. Throughout his life, he had encountered many skilled individuals capable of catching arrows, yet they all met their demise beneath Hawkeye's aim. And for one reason alone, hubris. Had Apocalypse been privy to Hawkeye's thoughts, he might have retorted that indeed, swiftness of hand does grant one the ability to act as they please. Just as the arrow was on the verge of detonation, Apocalypse clasped his hands together, enveloping the explosive arrowhead within his palms. With a muffled thud, he dismissed the remnants of the arrowhead, brushing off the blackened ash as if it were mere firecracker debris. How could this be? Hawkeye gasped in astonishment. The explosive arrowhead was custom-made, far exceeding the power of a conventional grenade. How could a human possibly suppress its explosion with mere hands? In the Avengers, Loki, during his invasion of Earth, had once been struck by an arrow from Hawkeye while seated in an alien aircraft. At that moment, Loki had confidently caught the arrow with one hand, only to discover it was an explosive arrow that sent him tumbling from the craft. If even a god could be blasted away, the power of the explosive arrow was evident. As Hawkeye prepared to knock another arrow, he realized his target had vanished. Suddenly, he felt a tight grip behind him, accompanied by a voice. "Has Natasha not mentioned me to you?" Hawkeye slowly turned, wisely raising his bow. Facing a creature capable of suppressing an explosive arrow with his hands was akin to having a gun pressed to his temple. "Who are you?" Hawkeye inquired. "Do you not know who I am? Must I truly reveal my identity to you?" Apocalypse unconsciously shook his head, realizing that not only had Fury withheld his information from Hawkeye, but even Natasha had failed to mention him. Fury's reticence was understandable, given his cautious nature. But Natasha and Hawkeye were not only comrades who had entrusted each other with their lives, they also shared a profound personal friendship. Natasha was well aware of the safe house where Hawkeye and his family resided, often visiting for brief stays. For them, as agents, this was akin to entrusting their very lives to one another. Naturally, Natasha held a deep affection for Hawkeye's children. During the climactic battle against Thanos, both of them vied to sacrifice their lives for the Soul Stone, ensuring the other's survival. This mutual willingness underscores the profound trust between them. Reflecting on this, Apocalypse felt a twinge of melancholy. It seemed that Natasha had not fully embraced him, for she would not have concealed his existence from Hawkeye otherwise. With a resigned sigh, he introduced himself. I am Tang Apocalypse, Natasha's husband. What husband? Hawkeye was taken aback, his mind racing through a myriad of possibilities. Even if Apocalypse had claimed to be an extraterrestrial deity summoned by Hydra, he would not have been as astonished as he was by this revelation. Perhaps it is best if Natasha explains this to you herself. I too am curious as to why she has not mentioned me. With that, he dialed Black Widow's number. Natasha, I have come across someone named Hawkeye. Before he could finish, Natasha's anxious voice crackled through the line. What has happened to him? You haven't killed him, have you? Hawkeye was at a loss for words. How could she immediately inquire about his demise? It was a rather disheartening reflection on how she viewed her partner. Chapter 34. The Black Widow. Please explain, what is a husband? Apocalypse inquired deliberately. Why are you so concerned about him? Moreover, why do you conceal your marital status from him? What is your relationship? On the other end of the line. The Black Widow's breath quickened. Tang, please show mercy. He is my dear friend. Dear friend? Surely he is not another husband of yours. And no. He is merely a colleague. We had a faux marriage, but that was for the mission. Nothing transpired between us. Apocalypse remarked. We two commenced with a sham marriage, yet what was meant to occur did indeed happen. We. The Black Widow, caught in a state of urgency, found herself at a loss for words. The deceptive skills she had honed were intended for assassinations, not for navigating the melodrama of romantic entanglements. Ironically, during her marriage with Apocalypse, all that was expected had transpired. Yet, when it came to her faux marriage with Hawkeye, claiming that nothing had occurred was hardly credible. In a moment of introspection, the Black Widow found herself doubting her own words. Her so-called husband had once reported her to SHIELD, forbidding her from employing her seduction skills, demonstrating a rather possessive nature. If she failed to clarify the situation, Hawkeye could indeed be in grave danger, and there was a possibility that SHIELD might face disbandment. However, the more anxious she became, the more her mind faltered. Tang, listen to me. Hawkeye has a wife and children. Oh, you mean for me to eradicate the root of the problem? I will only eliminate him, sparing the woman and the children. And no, that is not what I meant. Please do not act hastily. Let me think. Hawkeye was taken aback, wondering if this was truly the Black Widow he knew. Regardless of whether this husband was genuine or not, Natasha's explanation only served to deepen the misunderstandings. What was initially a non-life-threatening situation had now been transformed into one fraught with peril due to her words. Hawkeye had never witnessed the Black Widow so flustered. In the face of danger during their missions, she often exhibited greater composure than he did. On numerous occasions, they had relied on her calmness to escape dire situations. Now, in conversation with this man, she appeared utterly flustered, fearful of misinterpretations. Could it be that he was indeed her husband? Why had he never heard of this before? Observing the mischievous grin on Apocalypse's face, Hawkeye suddenly realized that this was a deliberate attempt to tease the Black Widow. Oh dear, Hawkeye exclaimed dramatically, Natasha, unless you clarify this situation, my wife and children will have no choice but to rely on you for care. Tang, do not act. Hawkeye's children recognize me as their godmother. You are their godfather, so please do not harm their father. After an arduous exchange, the Black Widow finally managed to articulate a semblance of reasoning. Oh dear. Oh dear. Hawkeye's cries became increasingly exaggerated. The Black Widow grew more suspicious. His cries sounded disingenuous. Finally, realization dawned upon her. You two are conspiring to mock me? Just wait, Barton. I will lodge a complaint with your children regarding your antics. Laughter erupted from both Apocalypse and Hawkeye, leaving Black Widow on the other end of the line, seething with frustration. Yet, a weight had finally lifted from her heart. At least she no longer had to worry about Hawkeye's safety. When she attempted to inquire about how the two had encountered one another, she discovered that the call had already ended. Black Widow stood there, phone in hand, torn between tears and laughter. It should have been a joyous occasion for her dear friend to bond with her husband. But the thought that the two had made her the target of their mischief dampened her spirits. Apocalypse felt a surge of satisfaction as he mused, how dare she? A woman who has a husband, refrain from sharing her happiness with the world? Shouldn't someone teach her a lesson about who truly holds the reins? He extended his hand, introducing himself. I am Tang Tianqi, Natasha's husband. Hawkeye took his hand, replying, Clint Barton, known as Hawkeye, Natasha's friend. While Apocalypse seemed well acquainted with them, Hawkeye was plagued by countless questions. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden roar echoed from the direction of the tent. No. Father, why? Why? The god of thunder cried out, his voice heavy with despair. Having never faced adversity, he believed that reclaiming his hammer would restore his identity as the god of thunder. Yet, after overcoming numerous trials, he found that grasping the hammer elicited no response, leaving him profoundly disheartened and realizing he was unworthy of it. As rain began to pour from the heavens, the god of thunder knelt in the mud, motionless, allowing the rain and dirt to splash against him. In the original narrative, Coulson had dispatched his subordinates to bind the thunder god and bring him back to the interrogation room. However, with Apocalypse's warning in mind, he courteously invited the thunder god inside, offering him a towel and a hot cup of coffee. Hey, buddy, where do you hail from? Coulson inquired. The thunder god, filled with melancholy, remained silent. Are you the master of this hammer? He asked. The thunder god shook his head and murmured, as if responding to himself. I am not worthy to be its master, but I do not understand where I have faltered. Why? After a prolonged silence, witnessing the thunder goddess refusal to respond, Coulson had no choice but to leave, as Apocalypse awaited outside. Hawkeye followed suit, momentarily setting aside inquiries about Black Widow as he prioritized the matters at hand. In the monitoring room, Apocalypse, Coulson, and Hawkeye observed the screens intently. Coulson remarked, Mr. Tang. Is he the one you referred to as the hammer's master? Indeed. He embodies the essence of the hammer itself, Apocalypse affirmed. Coulson was left speechless. The enigma was maddening, yet he dared not press further. The presence of this Eastern figure loomed larger than the director himself. If he chose silence, who would dare to pry? As Coulson failed to ascertain that the hammer belonged to the god of thunder, Apocalypse opted to keep the thunder god's identity concealed for now to avoid complications. However, Coulson and Hawkeye were clearly vexed. Yet, Coulson recalled something. Barton, how did you come to enter with Mr. Tang? Hawkeye replied, I just had a bit of a scuffle with him. Coulson gasped, you survived that encounter? You must possess remarkable strength. Hawkeye was at a loss for words. How could he and Black Widow share such a tone? She opened with an inquiry about my survival, a tone that hardly conveyed concern. Yet, recalling Apocalypse's feat of covering the arrow with his hand, I awkwardly replied, Mr. Tang recognizes me and showed mercy. Oh. Coulson, in a moment of realization, concluded that Natasha must have informed him. He then suggested, since you've encountered Mr. Tang, you should request the director to review Mr. Tang's records. Shoo. Apocalypse suddenly placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. On the surveillance screen, Thor stood up, speaking animatedly to the air. Coulson and Hawkeye exchanged glances. Could it be that this so-called wielder of the hammer was suffering from a split personality, experiencing hallucinations? However, Apocalypse understood that it was the god of mischief, Loki, who had appeared. Mastering the art of illusion, invisibility was merely a trivial skill for him. Yet, the chilling, enigmatic energy he emanated was unmistakable. Though faint and almost imperceptible, my tripled strength from the Hulk amplified my senses enough to detect it. Upon his arrival, Loki delivered a shocking revelation to Thor. Their father had passed away. How could this be? He was well when I left. The truth was, their father's time had long since come. In a bid to rescue us from Jotunheim, he had expended excessive divine power. Upon returning to Asgard, he succumbed to a deep slumber. In his final moments, he appeared peaceful. Thor's eyes glistened with tears. I must return to attend my father's funeral. Loki shook his head. Your exile was a condition for the truce with Jotunheim. Mother forbids your return, and as I ascend to the throne, I cannot risk igniting a war between realms by bringing you back. I am merely here to inform you. Hearing this, Thor convulsed in sorrow, his formidable frame curling into a childlike ball of helplessness. Not only was he unworthy of being the god of thunder, but his impulsiveness had also led to their father's demise and nearly sparked a war between worlds. Deep shame washed over him for his naivety and rashness. To make matters worse, he would not even be able to attend his father's final rites, deepening his sorrow. However, Thor could never have imagined that this was all a fabrication. He could not fathom, nor dare to consider, that his brother Loki would resort to such deceit. For one, King Odin was not dead. He was merely in a deep coma, recuperating within a medical chamber. Furthermore, the Queen had not barred Thor from returning. All of this was part of Loki's grand conspiracy. Although the words of Loki were inaudible to him, Apocalypse was well versed in the narrative and, combined with Thor's voice, could deduce Loki's statements. Before long, Apocalypse sensed the chilling energy depart from Thor's chamber and move outside. Arriving at the location of the hammer, Loki attempted to lift Thor's hammer but found it impossible. In a moment of intuition, Loki seemed to perceive a mocking mental resonance, his gaze darkening toward Apocalypse. Hastily, Apocalypse shut his eyes. Earlier, when he saw Loki trying to lift Thor's hammer, he couldn't help but scoff internally. Given Loki's character, it would indeed be remarkable if he succeeded. Yet, to his surprise, such a feeble mental wave was detected by Loki. The eyes are the windows to the soul. As the eyes of Apocalypse closed, Loki's senses abruptly faltered. It was not that Apocalypse feared Loki. Rather, Loki's strengths lay in deception and delusion, and his direct combat prowess was rather limited. In the original narrative, during the battle in New York, the Hulk had thoroughly thrashed him. Later, upon arriving on Sakaar, upon witnessing the Hulk in the gladiatorial arena, Loki was so terrified that he contemplated fleeing. It is evident the Hulk had left a profound psychological scar on him. With threefold the Hulk's strength and a calm demeanor, Apocalypse felt no trepidation, even in the face of Loki's illusions. However, the time was not yet ripe. Of course, should Loki choose to approach him, the situation would be entirely different. Fortunately, Loki was in a hurry to return and had no desire to stir trouble, thus avoiding this particular peril. Apocalypse's peculiar behavior unnerved Coulson. Observing Apocalypse's caution and silence, it seemed he had encountered a worthy adversary. If even a creature as formidable as Apocalypse had to tread carefully, should a confrontation ensue, the ordinary people present would likely find no refuge. While S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were not averse to risking their lives, they certainly did not wish to become collateral damage in a clash of titans. Coulson instinctively drew his pistol, maintaining vigilance over his surroundings. After a moment, Apocalypse spoke. "He has departed. Put away your weapon." Coulson inquired, "Who is he?" Apocalypse regarded Coulson with a curious glance, for in the future, it would be Loki who would seal Coulson's fate. The individual who had just arrived would ultimately become his future assailant. Chapter 35. Before the storm, even in his final moments, Coulson unleashed a blast from his energy cannon at Loki, yet it proved futile. He lost his life, while Loki remained largely unscathed. Coulson dedicated his entire existence to S.H.I.E.L.D. Though an ordinary man, he performed extraordinary deeds, embodying the spirit of a hero and earning admiration. In an alternate timeline of agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., he survived and ascended to the position of director, leading a new cadre of heroes against various villains. However, the specifics of that timeline and the designation of that Earth remain unknown. Contemplating this, Apocalypse retrieved a vial of restorative potion from his compartment and offered it to Coulson. "Keep this potion close. In your hour of need, consume it swiftly. Alas, I cannot ascertain if it will save you." In the original narrative, Coulson was ambushed by Loki, collapsing to the ground, his fingers barely able to move, rendering him incapable of ingesting the restorative potion. Regrettably, it was impossible for him to protect such a seemingly inconsequential figure as Coulson. He could only do so much and hoped for his well-being. "Thank you, Mr. Tang," Coulson said, clutching the potion tightly. A being of Apocalypse's caliber would not jest about such matters, and it must hold significance. His future, teetering on the brink of life and death, depended on this vial. Yet, it was a pity that his mortal eyes could not perceive the identity of the danger Mr. Tang had alluded to. Otherwise, he could have preemptively guarded against it. Since Coulson had received the potion, it was only logical for Hawkeye, as Black Widow's closest ally, to be given one as well. Apocalypse left 2 vials without a word and departed, leaving Hawkeye and Coulson to exchange puzzled glances. Hawkeye, in particular, was beset by a multitude of unanswered questions. Who exactly was Coulson, so shrouded in mystery? When had Natasha acquired such a husband? Was it genuine, or merely a necessity of the mission? Barton, I shall request permission from the director. You have had encounters with him. You should be able to access his records. After reporting to headquarters, a classified document soon arrived. Hawkeye perused it from beginning to end, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, silently grateful. No wonder Black Widow and Coulson had inquired about his fate following the confrontation with Mr. Tang. Had Mr. Tang harbored even a hint of malice, 10 lives would not suffice to spare him. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of joy for Black Widow. Natasha, perhaps he is your destined one. Should the issue of childbirth be resolved in the future, your life will be devoid of regrets. Apocalypse did not take Thor with him, allowing the god of thunder a moment of solitude. Although the news of Odin's demise was false, it served as a profound moment of introspection for Thor, one that need not be disrupted. Ultimately, someone would come to escort him shortly. Indeed, not long after Apocalypse departed, Jane, Daisy, and Eric arrived. Upon hearing that Thor had brazenly trespassed into a military-restricted zone and was apprehended, Jane grew anxious. That rascal Tang claims to be friends with Thor. Yet when trouble arises, he vanishes. She fumed. Trespassing into a military-restricted zone is no trivial matter. To treat the matter lightly would be merely a misunderstanding. The common folk are unaware of the nature of this place, and it is quite normal to stray inadvertently. However, to treat it with undue severity could result in being mistaken for a spy, subsequently captured for interrogation, with no assurance of when one might see the light of day again. Therefore, Jane could not allow Thor to be taken away. After some deliberation with Daisy and Eric, they concocted a rather flimsy excuse, claiming that Thor was a member of their astrophysics research team, a PhD from Princeton, who had accidentally bumped his head and was currently a bit disoriented. Generally, the United States is relatively lenient towards scholars, and they hope to pass off this ruse. To lend an air of authenticity, they even fabricated a false badge and printed some temporary resumes. With everything prepared, they set off to retrieve him with these counterfeit documents. Coulson stifled a laugh and asked, "Miss Jane Foster, is this gentleman named Thor truly one of your doctors?" "Ah, yes," she replied. "But why is he so physically adept? Last night, our elite soldiers could not restrain him." "Well, he enjoys fitness." "Yes, fitness." Observing the 3 scholars struggling to maintain their composure, Coulson couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He mused how they could possibly think that mere fitness could enable one to best a dozen elite soldiers. I need to make a call for clarification. Please hold on." Coulson, without any pretense, dialed the phone in front of Jane, Daisy, and Eric. However, he did not contact Director Fury, but rather reached out to Mr. Tang. "Mr. Tang, there is a beautiful scholar named Jane Foster who wishes to retrieve a fellow named Thor and has concocted some rather flimsy excuses. Do you have any advice?" Jane's face instantly flushed with embarrassment as the 3 exchanged glances. "Let them go. However, I require a copy of all their research materials. It may prove useful later." "Understood," Coulson replied. In the original narrative, Coulson had previously visited the town to collect all of Jane's materials, discovering them to be quite valuable, which later led him to invite Eric to serve as a consultant at SHIELD for research on the Cosmic Cube. With Jane's arrival, Coulson had inadvertently diverted his attention entirely to the hammer, thus missing this plot point. Given that Coulson had inquired, Tang seamlessly redirected the storyline back. Coulson hung up the phone and said, "You may take him, but in return, I require all your research materials." Daisy cautiously inquired, "Sir, the Mr. Tang you just spoke to, is he named Tang Tianchi?" "Yes. Indeed, I knew he was extraordinary. Is he some significant figure?" Coulson replied, "That I cannot disclose." Jane, fuming, retorted, "Humph, not saying is tantamount to confirming. I shall ask him directly. He is so secretive, there must be some conspiracy." Daisy interjected, "Mentor, I don't believe Tang is a bad person." Jane snapped back, "You haven't even caught his interest yet, and you are already defending him? Speak another word." and I shall ensure your paper does not pass. In the original narrative, Coulson forcibly seized all of Jane's materials and equipment, the culmination of her years of research, which she vehemently opposed. Although financial compensation was provided, in the hearts of scholars, research materials hold far greater significance than monetary gain. At this juncture, the mere task of duplicating a copy to fulfill Thor's conditions elicited little reaction from Jane and Eric, as it did not impede their own research endeavors. Soon, Coulson summoned his subordinates to replicate all the materials and arranged for Jane and her companions to meet the god of thunder. In truth, Coulson had not imprisoned Thor. Rather, the deity remained in mourning, reluctant to depart. Jane's arrival offered solace to Thor's wounded spirit. Upon hearing Thor lament the death of his father and his inability to attend the funeral for various reasons, Jane felt a deep sense of sympathy. No wonder he had been acting so strangely of late. It was evident that he was grappling with a profound family tragedy, leaving him somewhat disoriented. As they were leaving, Thor tenderly caressed his hammer, whispering, "One day, I shall prove myself and reclaim you." As they exited, Coulson remarked, "Buddy, I can't guarantee that the hammer will still be here when you return." Thor paused, bewildered. "What do you mean? Are you planning to move it?" "No one but I can wield it. Someone has lifted it before," Coulson replied nonchalantly. "Impossible," Thor retorted in disbelief. Coulson merely shrugged and offered no further explanation. Unbeknownst to Thor, the prophecy had not disclosed this information to him, and Coulson was reluctant to intervene. Could it be that there truly exists a worthy candidate for the god of Thunder's hammer on Earth? Was his father's decision to cast the hammer here a means of awaiting another fated individual? Recently shaken by deception, Thor began to waver in his confidence. This was a military zone, unsuitable for lingering. Jane urged him to return to the small town for further discussion. After Thor's departure, Coulson perused Jane's notes. Not being a scientist, he organized the materials and transmitted them back to headquarters for professional interpretation. Upon encountering the information regarding the hammer, his pupils dilated in astonishment. The hammer of Thor. Is that hammer truly the god of Thunder? Coulson recalled the words of the prophecy. The hammer is a reflection of its wielder. The recently released figure was indeed the mythical Thor? No wonder the hammer was so extraordinary. Combined with the prophecy, Coulson was now convinced of the truth. He promptly relayed his findings back to headquarters. The information pertaining to the hammer and Asgard was, in fact, a casual compilation by Jane. Having spent her days listening to Thor speak of Asgard and his identity as the god of thunder, she sought to understand her boyfriend's interests by researching some historical and mythological texts. Little did she know that these notes would eventually reach Coulson. Shortly thereafter, Fury himself called. "Coulson, where is Thor? He just left. How could you let him go?" "Director, Mr. Tang instructed us to be courteous to the hammer's master. Although Thor appears to be an ordinary man now, I did not dare to detain him against his will." Fury pondered briefly. "You acted correctly. Since Tang is aware of his identity and has previously wielded the hammer, he likely understands the situation best. Follow his lead and consult him before taking any action." "Understood." Upon returning to the small town not long ago, Apocalypse received a substantial sum of money, accompanied by a succinct message from Director Fury, urging him to take action. In the original narrative, this incident only affected a small town and posed no threat to the Earth. However, Fury was unaware of this. Upon realizing that the matter involved deities, and with Thor's hammer having fallen to the ground and the god of thunder stripped of his powers, numerous signs indicated that the mythological realm was in turmoil. Given his cautious nature, Fury felt compelled to make preemptive arrangements. At present, there exists no individual more suitable than Apocalypse for this task. Confronted with divine entities, the estimation of combat prowess becomes challenging, as the tales of mythology are often distorted, making it difficult to assess the true strength of the gods. Fury could only hope that this monstrous figure, Apocalypse, would possess power comparable to that of the deities. The small town had enjoyed a rare tranquility for 2 days, with all being calm. In his sorrow, Thor drowned his sorrows in drink, with Jane by his side at all times. Yet, Apocalypse was acutely aware that once Loki, busy with his own affairs in a distant land, concluded his tasks, significant events would soon unfold. Chapter 36. The arrival of Sif. Previously, Loki had hurriedly departed for Jotunheim to confront the Frost Giant King, Laufey. As the god of thunder and his companions breached Jotunheim, Loki realized that he was not of Asgardian descent, but rather a frost giant. In the heat of battle, upon contact with other frost giants, his skin transformed into a striking ice blue hue. After being rescued by the All-Father Odin, Loki ventured into the armory and discovered the source of the frost giant's power, thereby confirming his lineage. Observing Loki's actions, Odin reluctantly divulged the truth. You are, in fact, the son of Laufey, the king of the frost giants. Odin recounted the tale of the great war between the realms, during which he infiltrated the frost giant's temple and found an abandoned child, whom he subsequently adopted. However, Odin refrained from explaining why the son of the frost giant king had been left in the temple or how he had validated Loki's origins. Enraged, Loki confronted Odin, questioning why he had always favored his brother Thor, believing himself to be an outsider. He lamented that his inability to ascend to the throne was not due to any lack of merit on his part, but rather because he was merely an adopted son, leading to the throne being passed to the reckless Thor. Their argument culminated in Odin collapsing, weakened, and on the brink of death. In the end, he fell into a healing slumber. Upon hearing the news, the queen rushed to comfort Loki, reassuring him that their love for him was equal to that for Thor, and that she had kept the truth from him to prevent feelings of alienation. Yet, the paranoid and resentful Loki could not heed her words. A kingdom cannot endure a day without a ruler. Thus, as the sole remaining prince of Asgard, Loki temporarily assumed the throne, proclaiming himself the god of deceit. Consumed by jealousy and rage, Loki devised a cunning plan. He first visited Earth to meet Thor, spinning an elaborate lie to hinder Thor's return, and then returned to Jotunheim. During Thor's coronation ceremony, he had aided the frost giants in their clandestine entry and had revealed the means to access the armory, all in a bid to thwart Thor's ascension. The armory housed the treasures of the frost giants, the source of their power, which could reignite their lineage. Thus, even if they sensed a trap, the frost giants would leap at the chance. Loki's machinations bore fruit, interrupting the coronation ceremony in chaos. The outcome surpassed his expectations. Thor was exiled. Now, he approached the frost giants to negotiate, proposing to lead them in an assault on Asgard. Laufey, the frost giant king, inquired, "You are the king of Asgard. Why would you ally with us?" With a cold smirk, Loki replied, "It is widely known that I inherited the throne due to Odin's sudden incapacitation, while Thor remains exiled. Once my dear brother returns, this throne will be relinquished." Laufey burst into laughter. "Do you wish for me to eliminate Thor?" "No. I shall deal with Thor myself. What I require from you is to stage a performance." "What kind of performance?" "You shall invade Asgard, and then feign a retreat at my hands, thus allowing me to accrue sufficient prestige to reign as a legitimate king." "Humph. To partake in this charade, my fellow frost giants, we shall have to make considerable sacrifices. What might you offer to sway me?" "The source of power." Laufey, the towering king of the frost giants, leaned forward and bellowed, "Lies." The intel from the last infiltration team that breached the armory revealed that within lies the destroyer left by Odin. No one can pilfer anything from there. "Ah. But you have forgotten," Loki retorted. "I am now the king. The destroyer obeys the king's command, and I shall reassign it." King Laufey fixed a penetrating gaze upon Loki below, his thoughts racing. The entire scheme appeared sound. Loki, in his quest to solidify his throne, sought the strength of the frost giants, while they, in turn, aimed to reclaim their ancestral treasure, the source of power. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, save for Thor. Unbeknownst to King Laufey, Loki harbored a more peculiar ulterior motive. Even Laufey was oblivious to the fact that the new king of Asgard was, in truth, his own son. Meanwhile, Loki showed no inclination towards familial recognition. Instead, he darkly regarded Laufey, awaiting his entrapment. Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, was eager to discern the nature of Loki's discourse with the frost giants, yet he found himself unable to see or hear Loki's machinations. He understood that Loki had discovered a means to obscure his surveillance. Thus, it became evident who had assisted the frost giant infiltration team in eluding Heimdall's watchful gaze. However, now that Loki was the newly crowned king, Heimdall found himself lacking both strength and evidence, rendering him hesitant to act impulsively. At that moment, Thor's steadfast companions, Valkyrie Sif, Fandral, Hogan, and Volstagg, dissatisfied with Loki's rule, seized the opportunity during his absence to seek out Heimdall, intent on venturing to Earth to locate Thor. Heimdall utilized the Rainbow Bridge to send the four to Earth. As the portal of vibrant hues opened, S-H-I-E-L-D detected a formidable spatial disturbance. Coulson promptly contacted Nick Fury. Mr. Fury, we have detected a new wormhole. Fury, after a brief contemplation, inferred that Sif and her companions were on a quest to find Thor. He instructed, if it is four individuals, do not engage. Inform them that the person they seek resides in a small town 50 kilometers east from here. If, however, a colossal metallic humanoid appears, flee at once. As far as possible, I shall handle the rest. Coulson nodded solemnly, understood. As the wormhole manifested, a radiant beam of rainbow light traversed the cosmic expanse, descending upon Earth, its dazzling spectrum rendering the surroundings nearly unobservable. Once the brilliance subsided, a massive ancient rune emerged on the ground, scorching the sand into dark crystalline remnants. With four figures standing at its center, the Asgardian warriors, Sif, Fandral, Hogan, and Volstagg, had arrived. The quartet stepped forth from the rainbow portal, where Coulson awaited them at a distance. Coulson inquired, might I ask if you are here in search of someone? The individual you seek is in a small town, just 50 kilometers east from here. Sif inquired curiously, how did you know we were searching for someone? Who are we looking for? Coulson replied, a formidable individual informed me. I am merely a messenger. Could it be Thor? Sif pondered. No, Thor has lost his divine powers. He is no longer considered a strong man. How can you speak of Thor in such a manner? He is, after all, our prince. I am merely stating the facts, not disparaging him, she retorted. Enough of this bickering, Sif interjected. Let us find Thor. Then all will become clear. The quartet soon arrived in a quaint town, their medieval attire attracting the attention of passers-by. Particularly striking was Sif, tall and graceful, clad in dark yellow leather armor, wielding a long sword, exuding an aura of valor that eclipsed many a celebrity. In this remote locale, such exceptional beauty was a rarity. Any man who beheld her found it impossible to look away. Unfazed, Sif continued on her way. To the inhabitants of Earth, they were akin to deities, who need not concern themselves with the opinions of mere mortals. Recently, the Thunder God had become somewhat of a local celebrity, and with a few inquiries, Sif and her companions located him in a tavern. Thor, they called out. The Thunder God turned at the sound, his face lighting up with joy. Hey, is that you? Sif, Fandral, Hogan, Volstagg, what brings you here? The group embraced warmly. As their initial excitement subsided, Sif conveyed, we wish to ask you to return and reclaim your throne. We do not trust Loki. Thor shook his head. Mother does not permit my return. I am unworthy. The four companions expressed their confusion. Who says the queen forbids your return? She has been longing for your return. After a brief confrontation, they uncovered the grand deception Loki had spun. Thor's fury ignited. He yearned to return to Asgard and reprimand his wayward brother for daring to mock him in such a manner. At that moment, Thor still regarded Loki as his sibling, oblivious to the extent of the trickster god's malevolence. However, without his hammer and divine strength, returning would be futile. My friends, though my heart longs to return, I am not yet worthy, he lamented. Fandral exclaimed, shall we allow Loki to reign unchallenged? He will bring ruin to Asgard. Hogan added, on our journey here, Heimdall informed us that Loki has ventured to Jotunheim. The new king of Asgard has gone to the lair of the frost giants. This cannot bode well. After much deliberation, they realized they were presently powerless against Loki. As mere subordinates, Sif and her companions could not openly defy Loki, lacking a legitimate cause to unseat him. Only Odin's son, the Thunder God himself, could claim the throne with honor. The dilemma lay in the fact that Thor currently lacked divine power, and returning could pose a danger. Thor declared, let us set aside these concerns for now. Knowing that my father lives is enough. A day or two more does not matter. For now, let us enjoy some drinks. Come, allow me to introduce you to a friend I have made on Earth, Danny. The four individuals finally took note of the Eastern man who had been silently smiling beside them. Sif and the others courteously greeted him. To the Asgardians, Earthlings, With their fleeting lifespan of merely a century and their physical strength limited to 100 pounds, were naturally regarded as beings of a lesser caliber. The fact that they offered a greeting was already a concession made in deference to Thor. Thor, perceiving the sentiments of Sif and the others, remarked, "Do not underestimate him. I have sparred with him and ended up with 2 black eyes." Sif, Fandral, Hogan, and Volstagg were taken aback. Was this Eastern man truly that formidable? However, upon further reflection, they reasoned that Thor, having lost his divine powers, was only marginally stronger than an ordinary earthling, so defeating him was not an extraordinary feat yet. Hogan's temper could not tolerate such an affront. "How dare you strike our Asgardian prince? You possess an audacious spirit." Chapter 37. Confronting the divine warrior, Tianchi chuckled, remarking that being outmatched and subsequently beaten was well-deserved. His words stirred a hornet's nest. Even the usually gentle Sif slowly drew her longsword, ready to deliver judgment upon this earthling who dared insult the prince. Rising to his feet, Tianchi declared, "It seems that without engaging in a proper battle, this matter cannot be resolved." Thor laughed heartily, saying, "Ha! Tang, devoid of divine power, I cannot seek vengeance personally. However, my subordinate striking you would count as my own retribution, haha." With the revelation that his father was alive, Thor's spirit soared, and his playful nature resurfaced. Tianchi shrugged, "Then striking them would be akin to slapping your face, wouldn't it?" Hogan, known for his fiery temperament, swiftly drew his wolf-tooth hammer, eager to engage. Thor intervened, stating, "Let us move outside the town. We must not destroy others' homes." Though they were not of Thor's unparalleled caliber as Asgardians, a battle in the town center would likely devastate the entire village. They proceeded to the barren outskirts. Hogan brandished his hammer and charged forth, declaring, "Allow me to teach you a lesson first." With a sharp crack, Tianchi effortlessly seized the wolf-tooth hammer, rendering it immobile. The spikes capable of piercing steel failed to breach even Tianchi's skin. "Come at me all at once. Let us not waste time." Witnessing this display, Sif and the others recognized that this Eastern man was far from ordinary and approached with caution, drawing their weapons to encircle him. Sif, being the most agile, initiated the frontal assault with her sword. Hogan wielded his hammer, while Vandal flanked from the sides, creating a pincer movement. Volstagg, robust in stature, prepared to strike from behind with a great sword. In an instant, a strategically sound formation emerged. Tianchi nodded inwardly. Indeed, they were the elite squad of Thor, capable of breaching the lair of frost giants, and they were no weaklings. However, that made it all the more intriguing. In a flash, Tianchi evaded the attacks from both sides and behind, unleashing a punch towards Sif. She raised her sword defensively, gripping the hilt with one hand and pressing the blade's tail with the other. Tianchi felt as if he had struck a spring. The blade bent into a semicircle and, with a resounding thud, rebounded, sending Sif sliding back several meters, dissipating the force of his blow. Truly, the Asgardian warriors were not to be underestimated. Even this single punch revealed their exceptional prowess, far surpassing the agility of opponents Tianchi had encountered before. Meanwhile, Vandal, Hogan, and Volstagg launched their attacks with the wolf-tooth hammer, flail, and great sword converging upon Tianchi from behind. With a deft motion, Tianchi extended a finger, pinching Volstagg's great sword, leaving him wide-eyed in disbelief. How could this be? The flail traced an unusual trajectory toward him, and with a mere tilt of his head, Tianchi evaded it. Simultaneously, he flicked his finger, causing Volstagg's sword to slip from his grasp, colliding with Hogan's wolf-tooth hammer. A sharp metallic clang echoed as the great sword flew off to the side, leaving Hogan's hands tingling from the impact, nearly causing him to lose grip on his hammer. In just a few exchanges, the four were forced back, some losing their weapons, and their assault faltered. Hogan reined in his temper and remarked, "No wonder you managed to give Thor 2 black eyes with such prowess. You certainly have the audacity to be arrogant." Thor rolled his eyes at this fellow, who truly had a penchant for discussing the most irrelevant matters. Sif returned at a brisk pace, re-establishing their encirclement. This time, they dared not underestimate Apocalypse any longer. A flicker of flame ignited along the blade of Sif's sword, seemingly alive, flowing continuously along the edge. Vandal, Hogan, and Volstagg's weapons also ignited with a golden glow, ready to unleash the unique divine powers of the Asgardian warriors. Huh! Sif exclaimed, thrusting her longsword directly at Apocalypse. Even before the blade reached him, the skin on Apocalypse's chest felt a searing heat, scorching a small patch. Ha ha ha, splendid. Apocalypse laughed heartily. This is the kind of battle I crave. Prior to this, the conflicts he had faced were purely physical assaults. His physical strength had proven to be superior, even surpassing that of top-tier warriors like Thor. However, he had yet to encounter these divine powers, spells, or magical non-physical attacks. Today, he was eager to discover the peculiarities of such assaults. Apocalypse attempted to counter her strike by pinching Sif's longsword between his fingers. To his surprise, Sif neither dodged nor retreated, but instead swung her sword downwards with a force that had previously been capable of seizing Volstag's greatsword, yet now felt like a futile effort against him. Sif's sword sliced downward, cleaving through Apocalypse's palm. A fissure extended from his index to middle finger, reaching his wrist. Had he not retracted swiftly, he would have almost severed half of his hand. Fortunately, Apocalypse boasted astonishing regenerative abilities. The flesh on either side healed at a visibly rapid pace, muscles resembling tiny living creatures, striving to reunite the torn sinew and bone. Sif and her companions were all seasoned warriors, not foolish enough to wait for Apocalypse to recover. They dispersed in different directions, launching their assaults on him. Apocalypse, unfazed by the unfolding skirmish, responded to each move with calculated precision, keenly observing the methods of these divine attacks. Sif and her allies understood Apocalypse's formidable strength, but they were seasoned in warfare and had faced powerful adversaries before. They executed a well-coordinated hit-and-run strategy, attacking briefly and never engaging in direct confrontation with Apocalypse's might. However, the force of Apocalypse was not easily diminished. Often, when he unleashed a punch, the four divine warriors needed to retreat over 100 meters to dissipate that overwhelming power. In an instant, the area within 1,000 meters was shrouded in yellow dust, thunderous roars echoed, and the ground was intermittently blasted into large craters by the immense force and divine energy. The five of them created a spectacle reminiscent of a 1,000-person melee. Fortunately, they were not battling in the town's center. Otherwise, the entire settlement would have been obliterated. Yet, two hands could hardly contend against four fists, let alone 8. As time passed, Apocalypse accumulated more and more wounds. Thor, witnessing the unfolding chaos, shouted, "Brothers, don't go easy on him. He is my friend here on Earth." Apocalypse chuckled. "Thor, who knows who will show mercy?" With that, he vanished with a resounding bang. Apocalypse's ultimate technique, supersonic limit attack. This was an offensive style he had mastered at the Hammer Conference, fully harnessing his terrifying strength and extraordinary physique. Unless the attacked can react at supersonic speed, they are destined to suffer blows. The first to be assaulted was Vandal, wielding a meteor hammer. Two hammers soared into the air, one of which was seized by Apocalypse, who, with a single hand, ensnared Vandal in a chain. Apocalypse prioritized the capture of the meteor hammers primarily due to their erratic trajectories, making it difficult to predict their attack direction. Thus, neutralizing them was imperative. Observing his hands, the defense, impervious to artillery, was surprisingly pierced by the sharp spikes of the meteor hammer, leaving several gaping wounds. It was evident that the might of the Asgardians, capable of dominating the 9 realms, should not be underestimated. Sif, recognizing the dire situation, cried out, "Back to back." The remaining 3 swiftly positioned themselves, forming an impenetrable defensive formation. Apocalypse tested their resolve. No matter from which angle he attacked, the front line could withstand the assault while the flanks could promptly support. For a moment, tactically, he found himself at an impasse. Unless he resorted to brute force, their weapons, imbued with divine power, would scorch anyone who came into contact. Should the Hulk confront them, provided he did not foolishly charge headlong, he might even find himself hunted by them. However, they were unaware that Hulk possessed a secret weapon. Hulk unleashed his fury. Chapter 38. An accidental flirtation. Apocalypse clenched his fists and struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The earth cracked. The fissures seemed to possess a life of their own, surging towards Sif and the others. The trio, unable to maintain their footing, swiftly leapt into the air. Now is the moment. With a deafening sound, Apocalypse unleashed his power, causing the ground to erupt into a massive pit. Hogan and Volstagg watched in astonishment as their weapons flew from their grasp, sending them crashing heavily to the ground before Thor. As the dust settled, Apocalypse and Sif's figures gradually came into view. Sif's longsword was pressed against Apocalypse's heart, yet it could not penetrate further as he tightly grasped her hand. With his other hand, he seized Sif by the throat, lifting her off the ground. Instantly, her complexion flushed. This time, Apocalypse, having learned from experience, realized that since he could not grip the sword imbued with divine power, he would hold her hand and neck instead. Surely those parts would not be as slippery. Well, they were indeed quite slick. Without thinking, Apocalypse traced his fingers along Sif's jawline, pondering how a woman who spent her days in battle could maintain such flawless skin. At this, Sif's cheeks reddened even further. Rogue, scoundrel, you must release me at once. Coughing slightly, she added, "Ah, that was an accident." Apocalypse loosened his grip, and Sif ceased her assault, kicking him lightly as she hastily returned to Thor's side. "Ah, it is no wonder you claimed that retrieving the hammer of Thor would not necessarily make you my equal. Indeed, you possess formidable strength. How could a mere earthling be so powerful?" Thor approached, accompanied by 4 warrior gods. Sif, Vandal, Hogan, and Volstagg nodded slightly to Apocalypse, clasping their right hands to their chests in a gesture of respect. This was the warrior salute of Asgard, given to those they deemed strong. Apocalypse glanced at Sif, whose flush had not yet faded, uncertain whether it was due to his grip or her embarrassment. When Sif caught his gaze and noticed his observant eyes on her chest where she had saluted, she shot him a fierce glare, as if to say, "Rogue." Apocalypse could only smile wryly. He truly had not intended to flirt. In the chaos of battle, such thoughts were far from his mind. As for the last touch with his fingers, well, he could only blame the unfortunate instincts of man. Thor stepped forward and enveloped Apocalypse in a bear hug, saying, "Father has invited you to visit Asgard. It seems he possesses far greater insight than I. Once I reclaim the hammer of Thor, let us journey back to Asgard together. However, my father may not be able to receive you." Sif and the others were taken aback. The man before them had been personally invited by the king of the gods. What manner of being was he? No wonder he was so formidable. It seemed their defeat was not in vain. Any lingering resentment they harbored dissipated entirely. "Thor, do not worry. You will soon reclaim your hammer." Thor sighed, "I hope so. But I am utterly at a loss." Just then, a powerful wave of energy surged from the distance. The individuals present, all elite warriors, immediately sensed it. In the distance, dark clouds began to gather, the heavens ruptured, and a black tornado descended from the sky, sending debris flying across the ground. "The Bifrost Bridge," Thor inquired. "Sif, aside from yourselves, who else has arrived?" The 4 warrior gods shook their heads in unison, responding, "We do not know. We have not spoken with anyone." Before long, they received their answer. A figure, towering several stories high, emerged from the teleportation runes, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. It was the Destroyer. The Destroyer appeared as if a series of metallic rings had been stacked together to form a humanoid shape, its surface glistening with a dark metallic sheen. Its face bore 2 gaping voids instead of eyes, an abyssal darkness that was haunting. If it stood still, it could be mistaken for a work of art. However, at that moment, this art piece animated, its visage opening to unleash a torrent of searing flames. It indiscriminately slaughtered any living being in its path and obliterated structures with relentless fury. Wherever it went, buildings crumbled, cars were tossed into the air, and flames soared skyward. In the original narrative, upon witnessing the arrival of the Destroyer, Coulson, oblivious to the impending doom, clutched a broken megaphone and shouted, "You are wielding unauthorized weaponry. Reveal your identity." The Destroyer, however, paid no heed and unleashed waves of destructive fire. Countless vehicles were annihilated in an instant, explosions erupted, and the number of fallen agents was beyond reckoning. Coulson narrowly escaped, surviving by virtue of his quick reflexes. Yet, forewarned by Apocalypse, he had already instructed his subordinates to flee at the sight of this mechanical behemoth, thus evading total catastrophe. Apocalypse, aware that Loki had finally taken action against Heimdall. The guardian of the Bifrost, far across the cosmos in Asgard, seized the power source of the frost giants to freeze Heimdall and commandeer control of the Rainbow Bridge, dispatching the destroyer to Earth. True to Loki's character, he had never been one to spare the innocent. In an instant, the small town erupted in screams as its inhabitants fled in terror. "This is disastrous. Jane is still in the town. Everyone, we must return," Thor exclaimed urgently. Sif questioned, "Who is Jane?" Apocalypse replied, "She is his girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Sif's expression dimmed slightly. For years, Sif had harbored unspoken feelings for Thor, akin to Pepper Potts' affection for Iron Man, yearning for Thor's acknowledgement. Even in Thor, the Dark World, King Odin could no longer remain silent. On the eve of Thor's coronation, he personally advised Thor, "Human lives are fleeting and not worth your concern. You ought to cherish those before you." He then cast a distant glance toward Sif. Yet, Thor remained unresponsive, leaving Sif profoundly disheartened. Subsequently, Sif's presence faded from Asgard, her whereabouts becoming a mystery. The agony of unrequited love is indeed one of life's greatest sorrows. Now, faced with an urgent situation, Sif suppressed her feelings and joined her companions in confronting the destroyer. Upon entering the town, Thor assigned tasks to the four-member team. "I am now mortal and cannot fight alongside you. You must hold off the destroyer while I assist in evacuating the civilians." He then turned to Apocalypse, saying, "I sincerely apologize for the calamity Asgard has brought upon Earth." Apocalypse replied, "You are not to blame. I know Loki is the one orchestrating this. I will hold him accountable." The five allies split into two groups, with Thor setting off to find Jane while Apocalypse and Sif advanced towards the destroyer. Sif dashed to the side, declaring, "You draw their fire." Vandal, Hogun, and Volstagg charged forward, shouting, "For Asgard." Alas, their voices, though boisterous, were feeble against the might of the destroyer, which repelled them with a surge of flame. Yet, this diversion afforded Sif an opportunity. With the aid of a building, she soared upwards, driving her spear into the neck of the destroyer. The once blazing inferno within the creature began to extinguish, and Sif stood triumphantly upon its back, a confident smile gracing her lips. Apocalypse sensed impending doom. The metallic rings adorning the destroyer began to rotate ominously, and in the blink of an eye, its back transformed into its front, unleashing a formidable burst of fire. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Apocalypse vanished from sight. In that fleeting moment, as the flames erupted, Sif clutched the massive head of the destroyer and twisted fiercely. A colossal column of fire grazed past her, leaving her drenched in cold sweat. "Thank you," she uttered hurriedly, leaping off the destroyer's back. The rings continued their relentless rotation, and the head that had been restrained by Apocalypse morphed into a foot, while the original feet ascended slowly, forming a head anew. The towering figure loomed over Apocalypse. With a thunderous roar, Apocalypse curled into a ball and leapt high, colliding forcefully with the destroyer's chest. The tremendous impact caused the creature to lose its balance and crash to the ground. After days of waiting, he could finally unleash his full power. A wicked smile spread across Apocalypse's face. A roar erupted from him, reminiscent of an ancient beast awakening, as the diminutive figure of Apocalypse bellowed at the towering destroyer. Chapter 39. The Two Destroyers. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward as the destroyer launched a powerful punch, met without trepidation by Apocalypse, who responded in kind. A resounding crash echoed through the air. A visible wave of white sonic shockwaves radiated outward. Seated closest, Sif quickly knelt with her sword braced, attempting to withstand the force of the shockwave. Nevertheless, she was unable to prevent her body from sliding backward, retreating over 30 meters before halting. Wherever the shockwave passed, every pane of glass in the town shattered, none spared. Sif, Vandal, Hogun, and Volstagg exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Was this truly the strength of that earthling? In their recent battle, he had scarcely unleashed his full potential. Had he begun with all his might, the quartet would have been utterly defenseless against even a single strike. The prolonged engagement felt more like a jest at their expense. Contemplating this jest, Sif recalled the moment when Apocalypse had caressed her face, stirring a complex array of emotions within her. Ha ha ha. Truly, Asgardian craftsmanship is remarkable. It can take a beating. With newfound exuberance, Apocalypse unleashed his might. Since acquiring thrice the power of the Hulk, he had yet to engage fully in combat. While he had faced the Abomination and the Hulk simultaneously, his opponents were too weak. They fell without him exerting his full strength. Now, confronted with a sufficiently formidable adversary, he relished the opportunity to fight without restraint. With a surge of excitement, his blood coursed fervently through his veins, a rhythmic pulse echoing in his ears. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch embodied thrice the Hulk's power, sending ripples of sonic waves cascading outward. With every strike, the area around him was nearly reduced to a vacuum, rapidly filled again by the surrounding air. The violent fluctuations of air transformed the battlefield into a tempest akin to a raging sandstorm at level 12. Dust and debris surged rhythmically with the explosions. The shards propelled forth with greater ferocity than bullets, piercing walls and billboards with ease. Flames erupted from the destroyer, collapsing structures and sending rubble flying. Sif and her companions intended to assist, but soon realized they could not even approach the fray. After merely a few steps, they were pushed back by the residual energy of the battle, not to mention the need to defend against flying debris and destructive flames. Retreat, Sif, Vandal advised. In a conflict of this magnitude, we are of no assistance. Let us instead protect Thor. Understood. The four rapidly regrouped with Thor. Meanwhile, Apocalypse, engaged in relentless combat with the destroyer, discovered that although he could knock the creature down, he could not shatter it. The dark metal, seemingly not overly resilient, Sif could pierce it, would instantly regenerate, leaving no trace behind. Truly, the guardians of Asgard's treasury were extraordinary. As for the flames spewing from the destroyer's visage, their formidable power did not intimidate Apocalypse. The commotion was so pronounced that, prior to eruption, the entire form radiated a crimson glow from within its metallic frame, unmistakably signaling an impending cataclysm. While ordinary warriors may be manageable, confronting a formidable entity like the destroyer, capable of supersonic advances, proves to be rather ineffective. It has become evident that to utterly vanquish the destroyer, physical assaults alone are futile. One must resort to divine power or magical means. Just moments ago, Sif's simple thrust momentarily extinguished the flames of the destroyer, indicating the influence of divine energy. The dilemma, however, is that the Apocalypse lacks such powers. Although Sif and her companions possess divine might, their strength is insufficient, rendering them unable to enter the fray and offer assistance. In the original narrative, it was the sacrifice of Thor that awakened divine power, ultimately harnessing the might of Mjolnir to obliterate the destroyer. In light of the current stalemate, Apocalypse inexplicably recalls Captain America's classic line, "This way. I can fight all day." Meanwhile, Loki, far away in Asgard, observes the scene through the Bifrost, tightening his grip on the sword that guards the Rainbow Bridge. When did such a monstrosity emerge on Earth? Moreover, it is aiding Thor, Sif, and the others. If this individual is not eliminated, his arrival in Asgard will pose an even greater dilemma. With a sinister grin, Loki contemplates that if one destroyer is insufficient, then two shall suffice. Suddenly, dark clouds gather in the town's sky, and the heavens fracture, recreating the ominous scene of the destroyer's descent. A second destroyer materializes. Unlike the first, which wreaked havoc indiscriminately, the second destroyer immediately targets Apocalypse. From several dozen meters away, a torrent of flames erupts. As Apocalypse attempts to evade, the approaching destroyer ensnares him with colossal hands. As if two hands were not enough, the destroyer's feet transform into additional hands, creating an uncanny quartet that traps Apocalypse in place. Apocalypse is alarmed. Do these two destroyers coordinate their attack? The first destroyer, prior to the second's arrival, had only engaged him in brute force without such peculiar tactics. With a series of thunderous punches, Apocalypse manages to break free from the four massive hands. However, this brief delay allows the fiery onslaught to close in. A massive column of fire engulfs Apocalypse in an instant. From afar, Thor cries out in desperation, "Tony, get out of the way." But that is not the end. The first destroyer unleashes flames once more, and the two torrents converge, immobilizing Apocalypse. At the intersection of the flames, a fireball forms, swelling larger until it reaches its limit. With a tremendous explosion, the fireball erupts, sending flames cascading like tidal waves across a radius of 1,000 meters. Anything in its path is reduced to ash, timber charred, steel glowing red. The entire town is engulfed in a sea of fire. Fortunately, due to Apocalypse's delay, the crowd had long since dispersed. Otherwise, the casualties among civilians would have been catastrophic. Amidst the explosion, a charred body is hurled forth. It is Apocalypse himself. By a cruel twist of fate, his body rolls along an odd trajectory, landing right before Thor. At this moment, no one is concerned with whether the trajectory complies with the laws of physics. The stoic thunder god can no longer contain his sorrow. He kneels by the ground, tears streaming down onto Apocalypse's lifeless form, murmuring, "I'm sorry, Tony, my friend. It's all because of me. My arrival has brought calamity upon you." After weeping for a moment, Thor rose and said to Sif, "Hurry. You must return to Asgard and stop Loki." "What about you?" Thor's expression suddenly became serene as he replied, "Do not worry, my friends. I have a plan." With that, he heroically strode toward the two destroyers. A single eye quietly opened on the charred corpse of Apocalypse as it witnessed Thor advancing, and it finally breathed a sigh of relief. The narrative had finally turned. When the second destroyer descended, Apocalypse was uncertain if he could prevail, but he could certainly escape. Yet, this also served as a warning to him. Wasn't there supposed to be only one destroyer? The destroyer, as legend has it, was the ultimate armor secretly forged by Odin to combat the pantheon of gods. Crafted from URU metal by the cosmic dwarfs, it was not only unyieldingly tough, but could also be imbued with magic and spells. Such an ultimate weapon could not be replicated even by Odin himself. Where, then, did this second one come from? In that moment, Apocalypse was perplexed and resolved to inquire with Thor or Odin after the battle. In the original storyline, Thor approached the destroyer to save the townsfolk, facing it with his mortal form. Truly, as the son of Asgard, his willingness to sacrifice for ordinary earthlings was a testament to his profound compassion. Apocalypse, consumed by his own enjoyment of battle, failed to realize the butterfly effect it would create. If this continued, he would miss the opportunity to awaken Thor. Should Thor remain unawakened, the butterfly effect could lead the future astray. With the second destroyer having arrived, Apocalypse decided to play along and feign defeat. To amplify the drama, as his body was cast aside, he discreetly propelled himself off the ground, landing precisely before Thor. Once a comrade who drank heartily and fought with abandon, now reduced to a charred corpse before his very eyes, such a thrill was overwhelming. Thor instantly transcended. Initially, no one noticed Apocalypse's subtle machinations, but he could not resist opening one eye. The charred exterior flaked off, producing a faint crackling sound. The perceptive Sif detected this minute disturbance and glanced over, locking eyes with Apocalypse. In that instant, their gazes met. An awkward tableau ensued. Chapter 40. The combined annihilator approaching the two annihilators. Thor was enveloped in sorrow and fury. The annihilators remained motionless, fixated on him, awaiting commands from another realm. "Loki, I know you're watching me. Is this what you desire? The slaughter of innocents? The suffering of the weak? What gain do you derive from this? If you wish to kill, then strike me down. Otherwise, once I return to Asgard, I shall teach you a lesson you will not soon forget, brother." The crowd in the distance held its breath, the small town falling silent. Moments ago, the monstrous Apocalypse had been vanquished by the two annihilators, and now, witnessing Thor's provocation, many could not bear to look, shielding their eyes with trembling hands. Suddenly, Annihilator 1 swung its colossal arm, unleashing a tremendous force that sent Thor hurtling into the sky. Thunder echoed as a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and Thor's body momentarily hung suspended in the air. Countless bolts of lightning erupted around him, radiating a blinding white light. Thor Odinson, revived. In the original narrative, Thor had succumbed to a near-fatal blow, ultimately awakening through the call of his hammer, harnessing the power of thunder. However, now, spurred by the overwhelming stimulation from Apocalypse, he awakened his divine power without the need for his hammer. Thor, the god of thunder, does not require a hammer to wield the storm. As he stood suspended in the void, Jane's mouth fell agape. Oh, my heavens! She had always thought her seemingly foolishly charming boyfriend might be mentally unhinged. Yet he was indeed a deity. Everything he had claimed was true. The expressions of Darcy, Eric, and others mirrored her astonishment, frozen in place. Thor extended his arms, reaching out into the distance. 50 kilometers away, his hammer soared skyward, rapidly accelerating until it broke the sound barrier, trailing a long supersonic shockwave, before returning to his grasp with a thunderous clap. At last, the full embodiment of Thor was realized, united as one. In an instant, the lightning intensified, dazzling the onlookers below, who struggled to keep their eyes open. The clouds above swirled with the wind, gradually forming a colossal tornado, with Thor positioned at its eye. I, Thor, son of Odin, represent Asgard and shall annihilate you. Thor descended from the heavens, his descent charged with the weight of thunder, aiming directly at the annihilators below. In the original tale, it was this very attack that allowed Thor to pierce through the annihilator with his lightning, obliterating its essence. Yet, due to the butterfly effect instigated by Apocalypse, the arrival of two annihilators altered the course of events. With Thor's focus upon them, the two annihilators found themselves with no escape, colliding unexpectedly. Their metallic rings spun and interlocked, intertwining in a dazzling display. In the blink of an eye, they merged into a more formidable and powerful combined annihilator. The combined annihilator braced itself, arms outstretched to meet Thor's hammer. The tornado quaked violently, nearly dispersing. Though the combined annihilator was momentarily diminished in stature, nearly collapsing, it suffered no fatal wound, as its metallic rings continued to whirl, restoring its form once more. Thor was taken aback, not expecting the fused destroyer to be so formidable. He elevated his body once more, ascending into the stormy clouds. In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunderous lightning crackling with increasing intensity as the clouds expanded to envelop the entire town. The tornado grew ever larger, akin to a colossal dragon siphoning up water, lifting sand and debris into the air. The town, already reduced to ruins, was stripped of even the smallest remnants. All consumed by the tempest, the townsfolk, observing from a distance, were torn between mourning the loss of their homes and feeling grateful to witness a deity in action. This time, Thor descended again, charged with even greater bolts of lightning. The fused destroyer looked skyward, its face suddenly opening, unleashing a devastating inferno of destruction. 3 to 4 times more potent than before, soaring skyward. Thor met the oncoming flames head-on, merging with his hammer as if it were a sharp blade, cleaving the fiery column in two and striking downwards. Just as Thor's hammer was about to connect, the fused destroyer split into two. The formidable hammer of Thor descended directly between the two destroyers. With a thunderous roar, the ground erupted, creating a deep crater several meters wide. As dust was drawn into the clouds by the swirling winds, darkening the sky even further. Though the split destroyers were propelled away by the explosion, they successfully evaded the lethal strike. Seizing the opportunity while Thor was momentarily spent, the two entities launched a coordinated assault, unleashing waves of fiery destruction and relentless metallic claws. In that moment, Thor found himself overwhelmed, unable to muster the energy for another powerful strike. He realized that his previous 2 attacks had failed to inflict damage on the fused destroyer, thus, further attempts would yield little effect. He resorted to the peculiar capabilities of his hammer, deftly maneuvering up and down, and side to side, attempting to suppress the 2 destroyers. The destroyers showed no fear of physical attacks. Even the power of the Hulk, amplified thrice, had failed to harm them, and Thor's hammer proved equally ineffective. Often, a strike would create a significant dent, appearing to inflict serious injury, yet as the metallic rings on their bodies revolved, they would restore themselves. Only the power of lightning could slow or interrupt the destroyer's fiery onslaught. But alas, the force was insufficient for complete eradication. The destroyers oscillated between fusion and division, their offensive tactics far surpassing the previous encounter with the Hulk in both intricacy and precision. Thor was agile, yet his offensive was lacking. For a time, he and the 2 destroyers found themselves in a stalemate, unable to best one another. Watching from a distance, Jane and Sif felt a swell of anxiety. What could they possibly do? The 2 metallic behemoths seemed tireless, and once Thor's stamina waned, there would be no escape for anyone. Damn it, get up. Help Thor deal with those 2 destroyers. Sif kicked the charred body of the fallen Hulk. Vandal, Hogan, Volstagg, Jane, Daisy, and Eric looked on in horror. Was she out of her mind? He was reduced to cinders, and yet she still kicked him. Was there no conscience? Get up. Sif kicked again. Hogan stepped forward to dissuade her. Sif, please don't. Brother Thor has at least helped us by holding off the destroyers, buying us time. A life lost is paramount. Let bygones be bygones. Simultaneously, she mused to herself. Indeed, women can be petty. Was it not merely a trifling incident when Brother Tang had squeezed her neck during their previous altercation? Even in death, she harbored a grudge. One must be exceedingly cautious not to offend this comrade. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly hold a lasting resentment. Sif shook her head and kicked him a few more times, exclaiming, "You do not comprehend. He is merely pretending. Come on, get up." Daisy rushed forward, tears streaming down her cheeks, and interposed herself before Sif, saying, "You are far too vindictive. He has been reduced to ashes, and yet you do not relent. Why don't you go and demonstrate your bravado to the destroyer?" After the recent tumult, Daisy had scarcely had a moment to grieve for her Prince Charming, but upon witnessing Sif kicking his remains, her sorrow surged forth. The crowd unanimously berated Sif, which only served to further inflame her anger. "That cat on the ground is undoubtedly orchestrating my humiliation. I distinctly saw your eyes open just moments ago. Get up, you scoundrel. Thor is on the verge of collapse." Sif shouted. Vandal, Hogan, and Volstagg stepped forward, intending to restrain Sif to prevent any further undignified actions, as it would be a tremendous disgrace to Asgard. "Fine, if you wish to feign. Let me sever that charred appendage of yours. Let us see how you continue to pretend." With a swift motion, Sif executed a flourish with her sword, aiming directly for the vital area of the fallen. The onlookers, unable to intervene, instinctively shut their eyes, horrified by the brutality. Poor Brother Tang, who would not have anticipated such a fate even in death. Just as the blade was about to pierce, a sudden snap echoed as two dark fingers deftly grasped Sif's sword. The fallen one slowly sat up, shedding the charred remnants of his skin. "Is it not permissible for me to rest after such an exhausting bout?" he queried. "Absolutely not," the seven exclaimed in unison. In mere minutes, the emotions of the crowd had oscillated dramatically. Now, witnessing the resurrection of the fallen, their collective anger overshadowed any joy, uniting them against him. Upon seeing the fierce expressions of the seven, he realized their intent was to consume him whole and hastily vacated the scene of turmoil, clad only in a pair of large golden shorts. Chapter 41. Assisting the Thunder God in his underwear not long ago. He requested Iron Man's assistance in crafting some indestructible attire. Iron Man pondered for a moment, to say nothing of clothing. Even his armor could not withstand the might of Apocalypse. Ultimately, he unearthed a small piece of vibranium left by his father, Howard, and stretched it into metallic threads, combining it with advanced high-tech fibers to create a pair of oversized undergarments for Apocalypse. After all, the purpose of these garments was to ensure that, in battle, Apocalypse would not be as visually jarring as the Hulk. Hence, priority was given to the creation of vital components. Apocalypse had embraced him twice. Surely gifting him a pair of underpants was not out of line. Regrettably, the vibranium was insufficient, leaving him with only one piece. The outer garments had to be fashioned from Earth's resilient materials. While adequate for typical combat, they were no match for the annihilating flames unleashed by the destroyer, which had reduced them to charred remnants, leaving only the vibranium underpants intact. This was one of the reasons Apocalypse was reluctant to engage. After all, battling in golden undergarments before three beautiful women significantly detracted from his image. However, Thor found himself unable to contend with two foes simultaneously, and his ruse of feigning death had been unmasked by Sif. Reluctantly, he was thrust into action. "Hey, fantastic, Tang, you're still alive. But about this attire?" Thor inquired amidst the fray. Apocalypse cast an envious glance at Thor, who had recently transformed from casual wear of a t-shirt and jeans into resplendent armor and a cape, exuding an undeniable charm. "Thor, may I borrow your cape for a moment?" "Absolutely not," Thor replied firmly, shaking his head. "Your lack of clothing does not hinder your combat prowess. If you were to don my cape while in the nude, I would never dare to wear it again." "Nude, you say? I still have my underpants, don't I? That is not acceptable." Apocalypse sighed in resignation. Thor, it seemed, was not inclined to be generous. A good brother apparently could not outweigh the value of a cape. Fortunately, he had the foresight to prepare a substantial pair of undergarments in advance, or the situation would have been utterly embarrassing. As the destroyer noticed Apocalypse approaching, it unleashed a devastating burst of annihilation flames, drawing him into the battlefield. Seeking demise. Are we? Apocalypse's eyes widened. I am bereft of shoes and garments. Do you dare provoke me? He let out a ferocious roar, channeling all his fury towards the destroyer. With a powerful leap, he collided with the towering figure, sending it crashing to the ground. Grasping its feet, he hoisted the massive metal form several meters into the air before slamming it back down with tremendous force. Boom, 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 boom. The first destroyer was left dazed and disoriented. Although physical assaults could not entirely obliterate them, they were sufficient to temporarily incapacitate them, at least preventing their fusion. Suddenly, Thor let out a loud cry as he plummeted from the sky, landing ungracefully. In the chaos, Apocalypse had inadvertently struck the passing Thor while he was recklessly smashing the destroyer. In a fit of rage, Thor exclaimed, "Tang, was that intentional?" With a resounding crash, the Apocalypse struck the destroyer once more, seizing the moment to question, "How can you say such a thing about me? I am here, engaged in my own task, and you come flying in." The Thunder God was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed logical, yet something felt amiss. "Hurry and eliminate the other one. I lack divine power and cannot vanquish these metal monstrosities." Resolving his inner conflict, the Thunder God ascended once again, harnessing the power of lightning from the storm clouds, and dove downward with ferocity. Without the synergy of a combined effort, the individual destroyers were no match for the Thunder God. His hammer pierced through the second destroyer. Emerging from its base, as an abundance of electrical energy surged through the creature's dark form. Sparks of lightning erupted within, and soon the flames of Destroyer 2 were extinguished, causing it to topple slowly to the ground. Before the Thunder God's hammer could return to Thor's grasp, Apocalypse reached out, seizing the opportunity. The hammer abruptly veered, gliding past Thor and into Apocalypse's hands. In that instant, Apocalypse seemed to embody the Thunder God himself, radiating with electric energy. As the tumultuous storm clouds above unleashed bolts of lightning to empower the hammer, had he not been clad in nothing but oversized shorts, he could easily have passed for the second Thunder God. Boom, 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 boom. He relentlessly struck Destroyer 1 dozens of times, mercilessly flattening its form, while the vitality within was utterly obliterated by the electrical force. The Destroyer attempted to rotate its metallic rings to recover, but after a brief struggle, it fell silent, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Thus, under the combined might of the Thunder God and Apocalypse, the two destroyers were completely annihilated. You can actually wield the Thunder God's hammer." Thor could hardly believe his eyes. No wonder he had previously expressed fear of being overshadowed. This was the matter he meant. At this moment, no one cared about the destroyers. All eyes were fixed on Apocalypse, who held the hammer. Sif, Vandal, Hogun, and Volstagg, all warriors of Asgard, understood well what it meant to be capable of lifting the Thunder God's hammer. Their gazes were locked on this man with the hammer, shifting from disdain to anger, and now to reverence. Sif's expression towards Apocalypse transformed, as his image in her mind underwent a profound alteration. If not for his current attire of golden shorts, his stature could have been even more formidable. "Here, take your hammer back." Apocalypse tossed the Thunder God's hammer towards Thor. The Thunder God caught it, his expression a mixture of complexity and bewilderment. He had once believed himself the sole master of the hammer, only to discover it had an unexpected rival clad in golden shorts. At that moment, he was at a loss for how to feel. Thor remarked, "No wonder Father invited you as a guest. If I had not awakened, would you have taken my place as the Thunder God?" "How could that be? You have awakened now, haven't you?" "If, there are no ifs. I do not relish the idea of carrying a hammer everywhere. It does not suit my image." "Pa, you and your image," Daisy interjected, drawing near. "I think it looks quite dashing. Those golden shorts have a unique charm." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation for Apocalypse's response. Simplicity raised a hand to his forehead in exasperation, as in turn, he had completely succumbed to this chaos. In an attempt to divert the conversation, Apocalypse inquired, I have heard that the destroyer is your father's armor. Shouldn't there only be one set? How is it that there are two? Thor replied, Indeed, there is only one authentic set. The other was originally crafted by my father as a replica, lacking the formidable power of the original. However, I find its design rather unappealing and prefer not to wear it. Apocalypse comprehended the situation. Thor frequently patrolled and battled across the 9 realms, and Odin undoubtedly sought to safeguard his son. The most powerful armor must not only serve its wielder but also protect the treasury. Thus, it was impractical to allow Thor to take it into the field, leading to the creation of a replica. To Thor's dismay, he dismissed it solely on the grounds of its unsightliness. This sentiment echoed the dynamics between parents and children on Earth. No wonder the first destroyer was so feeble that even Sif could defeat it. With the arrival of the second, both units surprisingly exhibited a remarkable synergy, amplifying their power tenfold or more. Let us not linger on trivial matters. With the destroyer vanquished, Loki is undoubtedly aware and will hasten his schemes. You must devise a way to return to Asgard. Thor, too, recognized the urgency. Loki's affairs could not be delayed. The later they returned, the more chaos could ensue in Asgard. Approaching Jane, Thor stated, I must return to battle now, and it is inconvenient to bring you along. I assure you, I shall return swiftly, and then I will take you to see the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard. The scenery there is magnificent and awe-inspiring. We could spend an entire day admiring it. Jane softly replied, Then you must hurry back. You cannot leave me behind. I, Thor, vow to you upon Mjolnir. The two shared a tender moment, exchanging heartfelt sentiments, culminating in a profound goodbye kiss. Apocalypse glanced at Sif, curious about her reaction to the sight of the man she secretly admired embracing another woman. To his surprise, Sif was also gazing at him. An awkward silence ensued. Their eyes locked in a moment of mutual surprise, until Sif concluded the exchange with a fierce glare. Why are you glaring at me? It is not I who kissed your man, Apocalypse retorted. Flustered and blushing, Sif turned away, unsure of how to respond. After Thor and Jane's farewell kiss, he summoned Apocalypse. Sif, Fandral, Hogun, Volstagg, and the others, forming a circle to call out, Heimdall, 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 Heimdall. Far away in the rainbow control room of Asgard, Heimdall, encased in ice by Loki, heard their calls and gradually began to awaken. As the guardian of Asgard's Rainbow Bridge, he had devoted his life to duty. No matter where the denizens of Asgard were, they could summon him, and he would respond. Upon hearing the prince's call, Heimdall opened his eyes wide, gathering all his strength to break free from the ice enveloping him. Inside the control room, several of Loki's confidants approached upon hearing the commotion. Without hesitation, Heimdall drew his sword and dispatched them all. Then, he plunged his great sword into the control room's core, expending his last ounce of energy to activate the rainbow path. A beam of rainbow light descended from the heavens, and Thor, Apocalypse, Sif, Fandral, Hogun, Volstagg, and the others vanished from their location, leaving behind only a searing ancient rune in the desolate landscape. Jen and Daisy, along with Eric, were engulfed in a profound sense of loss. They gazed at the runes for an extended period before departing. The radiant light of the rainbow, accompanied by Thor, Apocalypse, and 6 others, traversed the boundless expanse of the universe, heading towards Asgard. Chapter 42. The Divine Empress's Arrival in the Radiant Light of the Rainbow. Tianchi and his companions soared at high speed, leaving countless twinkling stars behind them in an instant. They traversed an unknown number of cosmic realms. The passage of time elusive felt as both a fleeting moment and an eternity. Suddenly, the brilliant rainbow light retracted, and the 6 of them found themselves in the rainbow control room. At the center of this chamber stood a raised platform upon which rested the Sword of Guardianship, still connected to the rainbow passage and emanating a white electric glow. Nearby lay Heimdall, incapacitated beside the sword. Previously, he had been frozen by Loki using the source of power, suffering severe injuries. Upon hearing a call, he had forcibly broken the ice's grip, expending his final reserves of strength. Thor hastened to his side, relieved to find him merely unconscious. He instructed Vandal to take Heimdall to the medical bay while he and the others proceeded to the palace. Tianchi took a swift glance around the control room. which was resplendent in gold and adorned with a hemispherical dome structure. The walls were embellished with circular patterns, layered intricately, inscribed with ancient runes within. Exiting the control room, they approached the very essence of the Rainbow Bridge. While commonly referred to as the Rainbow Bridge, the vibrant multicolored light was merely the energy conduit it created, which facilitated the Asgardians' travel between various cosmic realms. The bridge itself spanned dozens of meters in width and several kilometers in length, stretching across the Sea of Asgard. One end anchored in the Rainbow Control Room and the other leading to the terrestrial expanse of the Asgardian Kingdom. Its structure was composed of a dark yellow, semi-transparent crystalline material, the nature of which remained a mystery, shimmering incessantly with a spectrum of colors. Gazing towards the horizon, Tianchi noticed smoke rising and the distant sounds of battle echoing through the air. Thor, alarmed, declared, "Loki has made his move. I shall hasten to the palace. Follow closely." With a mighty swing of his hammer, he vanished from sight. "Blast it," Tianchi muttered under his breath, wishing he had been included in Thor's immediate departure. While he could leap great distances, the exact location of the palace eluded him, and without guidance, erratic jumps could lead to misunderstandings, potentially branding him an enemy. Frustrated by the slow pace of Sif, Vandal, Hogun, and Volstagg, he swiftly lifted Sif into the air. "Direct me," he commanded, ascending skyward. Initially, Sif instinctively resisted, but recognizing the gravity of the situation, she resigned herself to the inevitability of being carried, realizing resistance was futile. Thus, she began to guide him through the air. Vandal, Hogun, and Volstagg exchanged glances, their expressions relaxing. With the two formidable allies assisting, they no longer worried about the palace. Whatever challenges remained, they would be of no help. And instead, they could clear a path through the chaos wrought by the frost giant minions. Meanwhile, within the Asgardian palace, the serene visage of King Odin lay in repose within his sleep chamber. Queen Frigga stood guard at the door, ready to confront any frost giants that dared intrude. As one of the minions breached the threshold, she drew her longsword, prepared to battle. However, as a practitioner of sorcery, her prowess in direct combat was limited. Having felled one minion, she was swiftly overpowered by a strike from Laufey, the frost giant king, casting her aside with ease, leaving her without the means to resist. Laufey stepped forward, his ice-blue hands traversing the golden energy shield, reaching into the dormant chamber and slowly lifting the eyelids of the divine king, Odin. "I know you can still hear and see everything around you. Remember, it is I, your slayer, Laufey, the king of the frost giants." As he extended his hand, an icy blade materialized, raised high, poised to deliver Odin's demise. Suddenly, a divine light appeared behind him. With a resounding thud, it struck him down from the chamber. Severely wounded, Laufey struggled to lift his head, his expression one of sheer astonishment. He could hardly believe that the assailant was none other than Loki, the trickster god, with whom he had conspired. Loki raised his staff once more, his countenance dark, declaring, "Your slayer is none other than Odin's son." With a sizzling sound, another divine light obliterated Laufey completely. Thus, the leader of a clan met his inexplicable end beside Odin's bed. Until his last breath, Laufey could not fathom why Loki sought his death. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Loki was his own blood. Laufey surmised that Loki, in his quest for the throne, had manipulated him to commit fratricide and patricide, a scheme befitting the cruel and cold nature of the trickster god. Such was the fate of a formidable hero. To those in power, this seemed the most rational and logical course of action. Little did they anticipate that Loki's actions were not motivated by ambition or prestige, but rather a desperate need to prove to King Odin and Queen Frigga that he was a son more deserving and capable than the thunder god himself. In a cruel twist, he even killed his own father on the spot, intending to annihilate the frost giant clan and sever all ties to his past lineage. All the cunning, all the bloodshed, were merely orchestrated to stage a performance before the queen. Witnessing such a narrative, the apocalypse could only sputter in disbelief. A mind unwarped by torment could not conceive such childish, willful, and brutal actions. Yet, this was Loki, the god of trickery. Moreover, the fallen queen, Frigga, had genuinely fallen for the ruse, emotionally exclaiming to Loki, "You have saved your father," and enveloping him in a loving embrace. A hint of pride flickered at the corner of Loki's mouth as he replied, "Mother, I vowed to you that they would ultimately pay for their deeds. I have succeeded." No sooner had he spoken than Thor and the Apocalypse arrived in quick succession. Thor shouted, "Loki!" The Apocalypse gazed upon the scene, witnessing Loki clad in armor. A cape draped over his shoulders, a golden scepter in hand, and a helmet upon his head. The helmet, of dark gold, featured two horns that rose high at the forehead, curving backward, exuding an air of eerie majesty. In stark contrast to Thor's robust physique, Loki appeared tall and elegant, his handsome visage coupled with a sinister beauty. This marked their formal introduction. Previously, beside Mjolnir, Loki had remained concealed, and neither had revealed themselves. They had only sensed each other's presence. Queen Frigga approached with a smile, releasing Loki from her embrace, saying, "You have finally arrived." Thor, overwhelmed with emotion and tears in his eyes, took several steps forward, proclaiming, "Indeed, Mother, I have returned." To his astonishment, Frigga bypassed the thunder god and approached the harbinger, saying, "Just a few days ago, my husband Odin extended an invitation to you. I thought it would be many years before we met, yet here we are so soon." As she spoke, she affectionately took the harbinger's hand, reminiscent of a caring elder. The thunder god stood dumbfounded, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. Has Mother been bewitched by the frost giants, mistaking even her own son? No, no, he chastised himself. Such thoughts are unwarranted. He circled back in front of Frigga and cleared his throat. "Ahem, Mother, I am here. It is I, Thor, your beloved son, returned at last." Queen Frigga's face bore a hint of reproach as she replied, "I am aware, my son. At over 1,000 years, you should know better than to be so impetuous. Do you not see I am entertaining guests? With the recent upheaval in Asgard, the palace is in disarray, and your conduct ought to reflect your status as a prince." Her words left Thor perplexed, and even the harbinger found himself bewildered. Surely, even if he could wield the mighty Mjolnir, as a mere guest, he did not warrant such a formal reception, especially being disregarded by the queen in favor of him. Thor laughed heartily. "Mother, he is my brother from Earth, with whom I have shared drinks and battles. You need not extend such courtesy to him. If we are to discuss hierarchy, he is but a mortal subject to our Asgardian rule, and should be the one to pay his respects to you." "What do you know?" Frigga admonished. "He is indeed your brother, yet that does not diminish his status as a distinguished guest of Asgard. To be precise, he is of Earth, yet not entirely so. He hails from a higher dimension, a realm of greater authenticity." Chapter 43. The most noble truth. Frigga pointed to Sif, who was still clinging to the waist of the Apocalypse, and inquired, "What is this?" Sif immediately responded, flailing like a small fish, and murmured, "You scoundrel. Release me at once." "Ahem, my apologies. I momentarily forgot." Sif hastily adjusted her appearance and knelt partially before the goddess. "Goddess." Rise," replied the Apocalypse. "Goddess." I am not entirely clear. It is not surprising that Frigga, the goddess, recognized that she was from another world. In the original narrative, when Thor returned from his journey, she immediately discerned that he had come from the future. The goddess stated, "It is well known that I possess some knowledge of sorcery, enabling me to glimpse fragments of the future. During your last encounter with Odin, your presence manifested as an indelible mark, suddenly appearing in the timeline of Asgard. Therefore, I informed Odin and invited you to visit." No wonder when I wielded Thor's hammer, Odin's mental pressure shifted from furious wrath to a sudden, complete reversal. It was Frigga who had notified him. "Goddess, can you see my future?" Frigga shook her head. "My abilities only allow me to perceive certain fragmented images concerning Asgard. The moment you engaged with Odin, the timeline of Asgard underwent a dramatic transformation, completely overturning all I had previously witnessed." She then addressed Thor, saying, "Thor, my brother, hailing from a different dimension, bears a noble identity and offers great assistance to Asgard. We must not treat him lightly." Thor boldly declared, "He is my brother. If not him, who else would assist me? However, I truly cannot discern his nobility." At this moment, Sif inquired, "Your Majesty, could he be of the Eastern divine lineage?" Frigga regarded Sif with a knowing glance and replied, "No. He lacks the unique essence of the Eastern pantheon. His truth surpasses that of any race in this realm." "What truth?" Everyone was left in confusion. The cultivation system of the Eastern deities is known as cultivating truth. True cultivation does not pursue immense power. Strength is merely a byproduct of the cultivation process. To transcend through the cultivation of truth and achieve immortality is their philosophy. Each of us exists within a fade of false appearances, and indeed, this world may be merely an illusion. Some powerful beings cultivate for millennia, striving for that elusive essence of truth. Yet, Mr. Tang's essence of truth far exceeds any powerful individual I have encountered. If Mr. Tang were a precious gem, our truths would be little more than mere smoke, insignificant in comparison. Feeling somewhat bashful from such exaltation by the goddess, the Apocalypse remarked, "Am I truly that formidable? I cannot even vanquish the destroyer." When it comes to the distinction between truth and illusion, the Apocalypse found some resonance. This world, from the perspective of a past life, seemed merely a false two-dimensional realm. Yet, everything felt so achingly real. But was the past life necessarily the epitome of reality? In a previous life, numerous scientists proclaimed that, based on various signs, the universe in which humanity exists is highly likely a holographic simulation. Everything we perceive is merely a segment of a program from a higher dimension. The intricate structure of the universe, the elegance of its constants, and the beauty of its equations do not appear to be products of natural occurrence. If this is indeed the case, then the false self has entered a false world. Yet within this false realm, the self is the most genuine. Should the inhabitants of this world have the opportunity to return to their previous existence, which reality would prevail? How does one discern the true from the false in this intricate web? Furthermore, consider the theories posited by ancient sages, such as the notions of there being nothing outside the mind, there being no principles beyond the mind, and the ideas that the universe is my mind and my mind is the universe. Did these wise figures foresee that the world of their past was merely a holographic simulation? Consequently, many practitioners emerged. Some may lack formidable strength, their heads as stubborn as bricks, yet they devoted their lives to pursuing the essence of truth. Tianqi felt dizzy from merely contemplating these philosophical dilemmas, realizing that such inquiries were indeed ill-suited for a recluse. The goddess smiled and said, "Mr. Tang, there is no need for haste. As I have mentioned, the essence of cultivation lies in the pursuit of truth through the false. Strength is merely a byproduct. Given your true essence, enhancing your power is not a daunting task. In fact, your existence could have immeasurable repercussions for our entire universe. Regrettably, my own perspective is too limited to perceive much." Tianqi queried, "Since you can foresee the future, why not prepare to alter it in advance? It is essential to understand the ultimate outcome. How dire was the fate of Asgard? The king of gods, Odin, was annihilated. The goddess was assassinated. The eldest daughter, Hela, broke free from her seal and wreaked havoc in Asgard. Ultimately, the entire realm of Asgard was obliterated by the Minotaur, Surtur. The citizens of Asgard, having barely escaped on their ships, encountered Thanos. Loki perished, and Thor, like Odin, lost one eye. Whether this blindness is hereditary remains unknown. In the end, only a small fragment of their bloodline endured, passing on to Earth. Once a dominion over the 9 realms, the fate of the divine kingdom was lamentable. The goddess chuckled, stating, "If Asgard did not perish, how could there be a conclusion? If you speak of those tribulations, alas, it is all for the best." Is the goddess also a proponent of fatalism? Tianqi remained noncommittal. Could the downfall of Asgard truly be the best outcome? The goddess sighed. Many believe that the ability to foresee the future and glimpse the river of time allows one to alter destiny. In truth, there is little that each individual can accomplish. If one attempts to force a change, they may either incur a worse outcome or face unforeseeable forces intervening. Tianqi recalled the time variance authority from Loki. Could this represent such an unpredictable force? If the future is unchangeably predetermined, what significance lies in Doctor Strange peering into the future, sifting through millions of possibilities to find a singular chance of success? One might as well resign themselves entirely, allowing the time variance authority to toil in maintaining the timeline. Would this not lead to a belief in fatalism? If change were possible, then what significance would the existence of the Time Management Bureau hold? These thoughts perplexed Apocalypse, prompting him to dismiss them altogether. At the very least, he now understood that peering into the future does not equate to possessing omniscience, like Frigga. One can only glimpse fragments of Asgard. The remainder relies on conjecture, which may not always be accurate. The thunder god observed the enigmatic exchange between the goddess and Apocalypse, unable to comprehend their silent riddles, his impatience mounting. Seizing a moment of silence from Apocalypse, he hastily declared, "Mother, I wish to inform you that all of this is Loki's scheme." Upon mentioning Loki, Apocalypse's instincts sharpened. Something was amiss. After conversing with the goddess for so long, Loki had not uttered a single word. His silence was utterly uncharacteristic. With a swift motion, Apocalypse drew Sif's longsword, its blade gleaming as it was hurled towards Loki. The thunder god gasped, exclaiming, "Don't! What are you doing?" The sword swiftly pierced through Loki's form, embedding itself in the wall behind him. Loki gradually morphed and vanished. Indeed, it was merely an illusion, given Loki's nature. How could he remain passive and await demise in the presence of two formidable beings like Apocalypse and the thunder god? Apocalypse was unaware of when Loki had slipped away. He likely had departed quietly the moment Apocalypse entered. At that moment, a resplendent light erupted outside, illuminating the palace with a fierce radiance. Oh no! Apocalypse recalled the original narrative and warned the thunder god. Loki intends to harness the power of the Rainbow Bridge to obliterate Jotunheim. Chapter 44. Please, don't. Upon hearing this, Thor became immediately agitated. With a swift motion of his hammer, he vanished from the spot. "We'll converse later, Mother," he said hastily, bidding farewell. Sif quickly offered a respectful nod and followed suit. At the Rainbow Bridge, the brilliance of its illumination surged magnificently. Within the translucent crystal, countless streams of energy surged toward the control room of the rainbow. The circular device resembling a pointer emitted a powerful beam of light, traversing the cosmic sea of Asgard and disappearing into the abyss of the dark universe. The energy levels were exponentially more intense than during a standard teleportation. Without a doubt, this seven-colored divine light was aimed at the frost giant stronghold, Jotunheim. The seven-hued radiance could be both potent and feeble. With proper control, it could establish a rainbow passage capable of transporting individuals anywhere in the cosmos. However, at this heightened intensity, anyone entering would be reduced to mere particles. It was no longer a passage for teleportation, but a passage to death. On the Jotunheim side, divine light suddenly descended, striking the frost giant's temple, causing catastrophic upheaval. As the energy of the seven-colored light intensified, the Earth's crust was relentlessly upheaved. If unchecked, it would breach the crust and ignite the core, resulting in the annihilation of Jotunheim, shattering it like a balloon. "Loki, what on earth are you trying to accomplish?" Thor demanded vehemently. Loki replied, "What am I doing? I aim to prove to Father that I am worthy of being his son. I have saved his life and obliterated the despicable race of frost giants. Henceforth, we need not fear a war between our realms. You are exceedingly reckless. We have no right to decide the fate of an entire race. Cease this madness at once." On Earth, Thor would sacrifice himself for ordinary mortals, and now witnessing the impending destruction of a vast race, how could he acquiesce? Ha! It is already too late to stop. My brother, just wait and see the spectacle. Furious, Thor unleashed a bolt of lightning directed at Loki. As the lightning struck, Loki vanished, an illusion. The true Loki suddenly appeared behind Thor, wielding his staff, which emitted a divine light, nearly casting Thor from the Rainbow Bridge. With a flick of his hand, Thor's hammer slipped from his grasp, striking Loki only to discover it had transformed into an illusion. Not wishing to become ensnared, Thor charged directly toward the control room, but Loki ambushed him midway, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. "Dawn, head to the control room and draw the Guardian Sword." "Understood." As Dawn rushed toward the control room, Loki abruptly materialized before him, raising his staff to thrust at Dawn. Without a moment's hesitation, Dawn sprouted what appeared to be 8 arms, launching a flurry of punches in every direction. In an instant, a myriad of afterimages appeared, with only his 2 legs remaining grounded while his upper body was a whirlwind of hands. The air crackled with explosive sounds akin to firecrackers. Suddenly, one of the hands tightened, making contact with a solid form. Bang! The real Loki plummeted from the void, sliding several meters across the ground, his face contorted in pain. A portion of his chest caved in. "How foolish to play tricks before me. Let us see if I can't defeat you. Apocalypse, momentarily abandoning the pursuit of Loki, rushed to the entrance of the Rainbow control room. At that moment, the control room radiated an overwhelming brilliance, with torrents of golden divine light surging forth. Even with his eyes closed, the divine light penetrated through his eyelids, overwhelming his vision and creating an illusion of impending blindness. Apocalypse attempted to charge inside, only to find himself thwarted by an impenetrable barrier formed by the immense light pressure which enveloped the control room like a natural energy shield. With his hands raised defensively, he summoned all his strength, advancing step by step. However, he barely made it halfway before the ground beneath him crumbled, reduced to powder under the relentless pressure. His feet lost their grip, and he was forcefully pushed back. After several futile attempts, frustration mounted. If gentleness proved ineffective, perhaps a display of brute force would suffice. Apocalypse unleashed the full might of his strength, threefold that of the Hulk, propelling himself forward. Regrettably, though powerful, his assault against the light pressure felt akin to striking against cotton, ineffectual and yielding no results. He marveled in astonishment. If this was merely a fraction of the energy being emitted, what magnitude of force must be contained within Jotunheim? Indeed, when faced with the power capable of annihilating planets, humanity's strength appeared woefully insignificant. Thor, I cannot breach the entrance. Lend me your hammer. Apocalypse extended his hand, and the god of thunder sensed the pull on his hammer, relinquishing control without hesitation. The mighty hammer soared into Apocalypse's grasp, and with the combined might of his strength and the power of lightning, he hurled it towards the guardian's sword with all his might. Alas, it was futile. Although he advanced slightly further, he was once again repelled by the light pressure, akin to a cannonball ricocheting past him. Damn it, is this not sufficient? Apocalypse cursed inwardly. No wonder Loki had warned that one could not halt, now. It seemed that none could approach the control room until the energy was exhausted. Stepping back a few paces, he pondered. He noticed that while the control room was suffused with light pressure, the device emitting the rainbow divine light outside was not. This apparatus was spherical and spun at high velocity, with a pointer extending from its front. In terms of planetary scale, it was indeed a pointer, but for a human. It resembled an impossibly large cannon barrel. The rainbow divine light emanated from this pointer, vanishing into the void ahead. To concentrate the energy, the spherical device and pointer were sealed tightly, preventing any escape of divine light. Apocalypse took a leap, soaring high and landing beside the spinning pointer. As he pressed his hands against the rapidly rotating sphere, he was immediately met with excruciating pain, his Hulk-like resilience proving inadequate against this formidable contraption. Enduring the agony, he exerted his strength, forcibly twisting the direction of the pointer upward. In the distance, Thor gasped in alarm, shouting, "Don't, Tang!" Yet, the cacophony of the whirling pointer drowned out any sound, coupled with the divine light's vibrations distorting the void. A colossal beam of light began to rise slowly from the cosmic expanse. Thor panicked. His brother had lived his entire life on Earth, never even having ventured into space, lacking any knowledge of cosmology. Upon the Earth, the ground is solid, and above lies the void. Typically, any ceremonial spear or cannon fired skyward will strike nothing. Yet in the cosmos, there exists no distinction between sky and earth. In every direction, galaxies abound. Moreover, Asgard is not a planet but rather a vast, peculiar flat continent, misleading Apocalypse into a grave misunderstanding. Furthermore, Apocalypse is oblivious to the properties of the Bifrost. The radiant light of the rainbow can traverse countless dimensions. Unless it encounters a solid object, it will not dissipate. Such potent divine light can only be obstructed by celestial bodies of planetary magnitude or greater. Thus, as Apocalypse lifts the device, he merely redirects the destructive energy destined for Jotunheim towards some unfortunate celestial body in the universe. As the rainbow pointer ascends, far across the surface of Jotunheim, the divine light gradually sweeps across the land, leaving behind an unfathomable chasm. Subsequently, the divine light exits Jotunheim, piercing the void of the cosmos, distorting the emptiness and annihilating stars along its path. Countless distant and unknown worlds must have succumbed to this unforeseen catastrophe. Loki, from a distance, gazes at Apocalypse with a sinister smile curling upon his lips. Thor, anxious to cease his battle with Loki, frantically gestures and shouts, "Don't push it." Misinterpreting Thor's hand signals as encouragement, Apocalypse bellows back, "Come help me. I can't lift it higher." Alas, beneath the overwhelming hum of the spherical device, neither could hear the other. Thor spins his hammer, contemplating flying over to halt Apocalypse. However, he realizes that as long as the rainbow light continues to be emitted, it will inevitably bring misfortune to other planets. With this thought, Thor raises his hammer high, devising the only solution. Bang! Thor's hammer strikes the Bifrost with great force. Apocalypse, distressed, wonders if Thor has lost his mind. "I'm already altering the plot. Why are you smashing the Bifrost? I have a beautiful wife waiting for me on Earth and many matters to attend to. I do not wish to be trapped in Asgard for years." Does Thor believe I am not lifting it high enough? Very well. I shall exert myself further. Ah! Apocalypse shouts, "You fool, do not strike." Unfortunately, Thor remains oblivious. Instead, he notices the divine light pointer shifting in the cosmic void, intensifying his urgency. Bang! Idiot, don't push. With the second strike, cracks begin to form in the crystalline structure of the Bifrost, provoking Apocalypse's wrath. Ah! Do not smash. Bang! Do not push. Ah! Do not strike. Bang! Do not push. Ah! Bang! Do not. No. Ultimately, this incomprehensible quarrel culminates in Thor's triumph. Boom. Chapter 45. A terrifying millennial scheme. The bridge of rainbow shatters. The colossal energy transmission was abruptly severed, resulting in chaotic energy and an immediate explosion. The cosmic sea of Asgard surged with towering waves, engulfing the rainbow control room, which was soon followed by the deluge receding into the void. The violent explosion obliterated the rainbow control room, causing the spherical device to collapse onto the ground, rendered immobile. Thor and Loki were hurled high into the air by this cataclysmic force, while the apocalyptic figure, unable to fly, plummeted into the abyss of the cosmic sea, devoid of any means to gain leverage. Furthermore, the aftershocks of the explosion unleashed a formidable impact. The three plummeted towards the cosmic sea. From a distance, the apocalyptic figure observed Sif rushing towards them, but alas, the residual shock waves thwarted her advance, forcing her to retreat after only a few steps. Within the palace, the slumbering Odin was abruptly roused by the explosive sound. His eyes snapped open, and he vanished from the stasis pod, transforming into a beam of divine light that soared towards the rainbow bridge. Spotting the three, Odin grasped two of them and pulled them back. The remaining one was Loki. Loki, in disbelief, could not fathom why his father would save the Earthling instead of him. His eyes brimmed with resentment, fury, and despair as he watched Odin, slowly falling into the void until he ultimately disappeared. The cosmic sea of Asgard flowed ceaselessly, its waters unknown in origin and destination. The apocalyptic figure remained oblivious to what lay beneath the cosmic sea, but Odin's and the others' reactions hinted that it was far from benign, potentially posing a mortal threat. In the original narrative, Odin had simultaneously saved both Thor and Loki. Even in such dire circumstances, Loki could not resist exchanging barbs with the All-Father, ultimately choosing to let go and plummet into the abyss. Subsequently, he unwittingly allied himself with Thanos and returned to Earth to wreak havoc. However, in this instance, it was not Loki who elected to relinquish his hold, but rather the All-Father who had forsaken him. One can only imagine the depths of resentment that brewed within him. Odin successfully retrieved the apocalyptic figure and Thor, letting out a heavy sigh as they soared back to the palace. Thor remained silent for a long while, his gaze fixed on the direction where Loki had vanished. His father chose to save him. He could only wonder what fate awaited Loki. A pang of guilt and sorrow washed over Thor as he spoke. "Fear not. Loki is remarkably resilient. I assure you, he is still alive." "Really?" The apocalyptic figure nodded affirmatively. This assurance provided Thor with considerable solace, lifting his spirits somewhat. After a moment, Thor remarked, "My dear brother, you may have inadvertently stirred up a great deal of trouble." A brief explanation led the apocalyptic figure to finally comprehend why his persistent prodding of the rainbow god needle had provoked such vigorous responses from Thor. He lamented having lived as an earthling for too long, lacking fundamental cosmic knowledge. Yet, the universe was vast, it was not guaranteed that their actions would strike a planet. Even if they did, there was no certainty it would be a life-bearing planet, and if it were, it might not harbor intelligent life. Thus, he could only find solace in this reasoning. The two men stood by the cosmic sea, with stars twinkling above and waves gently lapping at the shore. Amidst the remnants of chaos and destruction, creating an unusual yet poetic scene, heavenly enlightenment gazed at the cosmic expanse that had just been traversed by the radiant beams of the Bifrost and inquired, "Thor, do you notice any stars missing?" After a moment of contemplation, Thor squinted his eyes and replied, "I suppose none are absent." "You can hardly discern, can you?" retorted heavenly enlightenment. "I am not Heimdall. I do not occupy my days memorizing the stars." With that, the two of them composed themselves and returned to the palace to rest. With the Bifrost severed, a return to Earth was not to be anticipated in the near future. As heavenly enlightenment lay in bed, boredom enveloped him as he reflected on the day's events, contrasting them with the narratives etched in his memory. Gradually, an unsettling chill surged from the depths of his heart. The All-Father is indeed a complex figure. Millennia ago, Odin discovered Loki in the Temple of Jotunheim, a peculiarity in itself. To invade another's domain and find an infant of a foreign race, only to be overtaken by a sudden surge of maternal affection, bringing him back to nurture. This scenario is decidedly abnormal. A king, who has waged war across the 9 realms, surely has countless innocents who perished due to his actions. How could he possibly exhibit such maternal compassion? Even if a sudden pang of conscience drove him to bring the child back, he could have entrusted the upbringing to ordinary folk. Why elevate him to the status of a prince? It must be noted that this child is none other than the offspring of Laufey, the king of the frost giants. Ironically, Laufey remained oblivious to these events. Furthermore, during Thor's first coronation, the frost giant managed to evade Heimdall's vigilance and infiltrated the realm. Did no one harbor suspicions regarding Loki? While the common folk may lack evidence to question the prince, Loki was raised by Odin and Frigga, who surely would have been aware of his abilities, possibly even imparting illusions unto him. There has been no indication that they pursued inquiries into the identity of those who smuggled the frost giant into their midst. Instead, the exile of Thor appears excessively severe. If the Jotunheimers instigated a disturbance and the Asgardians retaliated in kind, it would merely result in a stalemate. There is no rationale for such cowardice as to banish their own heir. Curiously, at that very moment, the Allfather Odin fell into a deep slumber, allowing Loki to act with impunity. Subsequently, he crafted a scheme to slay Laufey, enacting a tragic tale of patricide. Such narratives are not unfamiliar to heavenly enlightenment. Moreover, Loki harbored ambitions to eradicate the entire frost giant realm. The queen was nowhere to be found, and Odin remained in his slumber. Had it not been for Thor's timely intervention, decisively severing the Bifrost, Loki might have triumphed. When the bridge erupted, Odin, who had been impervious to the icy blades, suddenly awakened. Strikingly, his first action was not to seek water, but to leap forth to save others. Does this not seem an unusual reaction for one on the verge of oblivion? It is evident that he sensed his own son was in peril and could no longer feign ignorance. In the original narrative, it was Loki who relinquished his grip. Yet, given Odin's formidable power, if he truly wished to pull him up, merely an arm's length away, how could he possibly fail? With heavenly enlightenment's arrival, the All-Father unreservedly chose to save Thor and heavenly enlightenment, allowing Loki to plunge into the void of the cosmos. If all these inconsistencies are mere coincidences, they are remarkably hard to believe. It can be asserted that the likelihood of the frost giant's disappearance stands at an astonishing 99, with the sole anomaly being Thor. The thunder god returned to Earth slightly later than anticipated, or perhaps he was not as merciful as one might expect, hesitating just a moment, leading to the complete obliteration of a grave threat to Asgard, the frost giants, from the universe. Even among the divine, annihilating an entire race constitutes an immense atrocity. Yet, all this malevolence could be attributed solely to Loki, allowing the thunder god to reign over Asgard under the guise of a benevolent ruler. If this were indeed a scheme, it would be terrifying in its implications. Truly, he is a deity capable of governing the 9 realms. King Odin, lacking foresight, could not have envisioned such a plan if it had been set in motion a millennium ago. The only one who could have assisted him in this endeavor would be Queen Frigga. On this day, upon their first meeting, Queen Frigga had granted him considerable respect. Initially, the protagonist felt a sense of pride, believing it to be an advantage gained from his travels through time. Upon reflection, however, a cold sweat trickled down his spine. Though the queen may not harbor ill intentions towards him, it is plausible that she harbors her own designs. The following day, a celebratory banquet was held. With the frost giant king having invaded and ultimately perished in Asgard, it was only fitting to host a feast to uplift the morale of the victors. Clad in a medieval robe, the thunder god summoned the protagonist, and, before the festivities commenced, surveyed the surroundings. As daylight graced the sky, the protagonist gazed at the sun and inquired, "Is that sun genuine?" "Indeed, it is," replied the thunder god. "Who, pray tell, constructed such an impressive realm as Asgard? A continent of this magnitude could not have formed naturally within the cosmos. When matter reaches a certain density, it succumbs to gravitational forces, collapsing into a spherical shape. Thus, the most prevalent celestial bodies in the universe are spherical. To deliberately maintain a flat continental structure and, employing extraordinary methods, create a cosmic sea is a feat beyond imagination. They even captured a star to simulate the cycles of day and night, allowing it to orbit Asgard. This is the legendary mastery of capturing stars and seizing the moon." The thunder god shrugged. "Some say it was built during my father's heyday, but I doubt his prowess was so formidable." Just then, Sif approached gracefully from a distance. Chapter 46. The betrothal of Sif. Today, Sif adorned herself not in warrior's leather armor, but in a flowing blue and white gown, complemented by a lace corset that accentuated her figure exquisitely. Her hair was styled in a simple yet elegant cascading manner, transforming her from a valiant warrior into a gentle lady. The sight captivated Tianchi, as he had never encountered Sif in such a guise, even in the memories of his past life. While her previous warrior attire exuded strength, it did little to showcase her allure. "Thor, do you harbor no feelings for Sif?" "What feelings? She is my brother." She is a woman, and a striking beauty at that. Have you not noticed? Can a woman not be considered a brother?" It must be noted that Thor's disposition is rather peculiar, even by Asgardian standards. Despite his illustrious status, he remains oblivious to the concept of power. He delights in battle yet possesses a remarkable kindness. Tall and handsome, along with his divine lineage, one would expect him to be surrounded by women. Yet, aside from Jane, his destined love, he has never pursued any other romantic interests. Furthermore, his somewhat playful nature detracts from the gravitas typically associated with his divine status. Stripped of his celestial aura, he resembles a perpetually youthful boy, whose pursuits are limited to mere amusement. Tianchi, feeling exasperated, gestured and remarked, "The female anatomy is inherently different, and so are their thoughts. If you regard her as a brother, does she reciprocate that sentiment?" Thor, with his characteristic nonchalance, replied, "Regardless of her physical attributes, as long as we fight together, she is my brother." This statement was fortuitously overheard by Sif as she approached, her expression darkening in dismay. She shot a fierce glare at Tianchi, seemingly blaming him for leading their prince astray. Tianchi felt wronged, as it was Thor who had uttered those words. Why direct her ire at him? In this formal setting, Sif did not greet Thor as she typically would. Instead, she gracefully bent her knees in a genteel curtsy and announced, "Your Highness Thor, the Queen beckons you both. The banquet is about to commence." Very well. The banquet was held within the majestic palace, and as Tianchi walked, he marveled at the grandeur of the dome. The palace was imposing, with its ceiling soaring several meters high, unmarred by columns. The walls were adorned with depictions of Asgard's history, all portraying serene scenes devoid of any discord. Yet, Tianchi was aware of another layer beneath the surface, one that revealed the true history of Asgard, replete with bloodshed and a brutal conquest. In the grand hall of the palace, Odin, who had been frail and unconscious just days prior, nearly slain by the frost giant king Laufey, now radiated vitality as he addressed the assembly from his throne. "During my time of illness, Loki has assumed the responsibility of safeguarding our realm. Not only did he thwart the frost giant's schemes, but he also vanquished Laufey, thus affirming the might of Asgard. A toast to Loki! A toast to Loki! The crowd cheered, raising their goblets in unison. Initially, Loki had intended to pursue a decisive victory and obliterate Jotunheim, but Thor, embodying compassion, sacrificed the Rainbow Bridge and allied with his friend Tianchi to prevent such an act. Let us raise our glasses to such a benevolent prince. Cheers to Thor! Cheers to Thor! This time, the crowd cheered even more exuberantly. After Odin concluded his speech, the goddess Frigga stepped forward to offer her words. Neither of them mentioned the tumult caused by the apocalypse's reckless manipulation of the rainbow god needle, for the true instigator was Loki. Instead, they inadvertently magnified Apocalypse's contributions, emphasizing his camaraderie with Thor. While their narrative appeared to align with the truth, attributing credit to Loki altered the implications significantly. The Jotunheim, having narrowly escaped disaster, and the surviving frost giants might even harbor gratitude towards Thor, directing their wrath solely at Loki in the future. Had Apocalypse not reflected on the events of the previous night, he would likely be grinning foolishly like Thor at this moment. Thor may never realize the extent to which his parents had secretly maneuvered behind the scenes to ensure his stable reign over the 9 realms. It seems that the divine pantheon is not only adept at demonstrating their strength, but also at executing intricate schemes with finesse. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Odin and Frigga, hand in hand, proclaimed loudly, "By the deliberation and approval of the Elder Council, we have decided to bestow upon Thor's dear brother, the hero of this battle, Prince Apocalypse, a title of nobility." Apocalypse was taken aback. Could it be? Such a generous gesture? What does being a prince entail? It ranks just below that of a king. Should Loki and Thor meet with untimely fates, the title of prince could very well pave the way for him to ascend the throne of Asgard. Sif, who had witnessed the events unfold the previous night, displayed a look of confusion as well. While it was true that Apocalypse had lent assistance, the elevation to prince was a vast chasm away from mere help. Many Asgardians shared their doubts, yet the unwavering support of the king, queen, and the Elder Council rendered their divine decree beyond question. Thor clapped Apocalypse on the shoulder, saying, "It's your turn now, Tang." Apocalypse glanced at Thor. Did he truly perceive nothing amiss? It seemed that in the original narrative, his decision to pass the kingship to the Valkyrie was indeed a wise one, for anyone would perform better than this jester. Amidst the resounding applause and the collective gaze of the crowd welcoming Apocalypse, he felt less than pleased. The underlying implications of this situation were glaringly evident. Did they truly consider him akin to Thor in intellect? Rising to accept this honor would signify his acceptance of the king and queen's goodwill, binding him to Asgard. Whatever transpired in Asgard would become his concern. Conversely, refusing the offer would imply indifference to Thor and Asgard's affairs. Given these circumstances, it would be wiser to embrace this goodwill. After all, one should seize opportunities that present themselves. Apocalypse stood, waving to the applauding crowd. Countless Asgardians scrutinized this peculiar new prince, whispering inquiries about his origins. The moment he grasped the scepter symbolizing his princely status, he sensed a mysterious surge of energy emanating from outside the palace. Casting a glance at the king and queen, they appeared oblivious to it. Apocalypse felt a twinge of curiosity. If he could perceive this energy, it was puzzling that the king could not. Was it perhaps a presence from Asgard? Yet, the characteristics of this energy were distinctly different. After the conclusion of the knighthood ceremony, everyone indulged in feasting and merriment. Thor exclaimed, "Tang, come here. Last time, in my mortal form, you bested me in a drinking contest. Now that I have regained my divine strength, let us engage in a proper competition." Suddenly noticing Frigga approaching from behind, his voice diminished to a whisper, "Mother." Frigga, evidently in high spirits, elegantly took her seat and said, "Prince Tang, since you have become a part of Asgard, I shall speak candidly. What are your thoughts on Sif?" Tianchi pondered to himself. Could it be that Frigga intends to assist in persuading Thor? In the original narrative, it was Odin who attempted to intervene, albeit unsuccessfully. He replied, "She is splendid, both beautiful and formidable in battle." "Well then, how about I arrange for her to be betrothed to you? What say you?" "What? Me?" Tianchi was taken aback. This was not how the story was supposed to unfold. It should have been Thor, not him. He glanced at Thor, who appeared disinterested. seemingly content to watch the drama unfold. Wait a moment, you mentioned betrothal. I had assumed that love was free in Asgard. Frigga smiled and replied, indeed. We do have the freedom to choose. The lifespan of Asgardians spans thousands of years. Without mutual affection, how could a couple remain together for so long? I have already inquired about her feelings. It is now solely dependent on your intentions. Tianchi turned his gaze towards Sif, who had lowered her eyes. Her hands clasped demurely on her lap, striving to present herself as composed and graceful. Unfortunately, her flushed cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil. Sif's feelings towards Thor resembled those of an admirer towards an idol. Among their combat team, she was the sole woman, surrounded by the rugged and boisterous warriors like Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg. Thor, being both handsome and a prince, naturally stirred some emotions within her. Yet, with Thor showing no reciprocation, her budding affections were swiftly extinguished. Upon encountering Tianchi on Earth, through several interactions, she gradually developed feelings for this formidable individual, who was not inferior to Thor. However, Tianchi, in his presumption, continuously associated her feelings with Thor, oblivious to the subtleties of Sif's affections. If this connection were to develop normally, it could take an eternity, and they might miss their chance altogether. Fatefully, the previous night, Tianchi had brought Sif along when encountering Queen Frigga. As a woman, she was acutely aware of another woman's feelings. If Sif did not harbor affection for a man, how could she display such compliance? Thus, the plan to win Tianchi over also included Sif, with both the king and queen of the gods orchestrating matters. One hand conferred knighthood upon Tianchi, while the other endeavored to unite Sif and him. Although Sif felt the pace was somewhat swift, the involvement of the divine couple in matchmaking was extraordinary, and given her pre-existing fondness for Tianchi, she consented. Tianchi then stated, "You may not be aware, but I am already married." Chapter 47. I am not what you think. Upon hearing these words, Sif's complexion turned pale. Frigga, however, remarked, Asgard does not adhere to a monogamous system. Your marital status is inconsequential. This left Apocalypse visibly troubled. To claim he was unaffected would be disingenuous. Confronted with a divine warrior of such exquisite beauty, any ordinary man would undoubtedly entertain certain thoughts, especially when the opportunity presents itself so readily. Yet, explaining this to Black Widow upon his return would pose a significant dilemma. After all, he had recently mandated the S-H-I-E-L-D to prevent her from utilizing her charms, only to turn around and bring another beautiful woman home. One cannot be so hypocritical. At this moment, Thor interjected, "Mother, it seems this matter may be a bit challenging for our brother Tang. He is deeply devoted to his wife." The three turned their gaze toward Thor, including Apocalypse, perplexed, wondering if they had ever discussed Black Widow with him. It seemed they had not, much less the topic of love. Thor tossed his flowing golden locks with an air of pride, declaring, "My girlfriend Jane has a student named Daisy, a rather bold and fierce young lady, who is quite enamored with Tang, almost ready to leap into his arms. Jane even suggested that I should play matchmaker to save ourselves the visual discomfort. However, due to the hurried nature of life on Earth, we have yet to act on it. Yet, Tang has not even cast her a glance, nor has he touched her hand. Initially, I presumed he simply favored handsome men." The goddess playfully smacked his head, admonishing, "Speak properly." Clearing his throat, he continued, "I initially thought Tang merely had a disinterest in that type, but upon learning of his wife, I now understand Tang is a true gentleman, who, even when faced with temptation, remains steadfast in his loyalty to his spouse. Thus, I can assert with certainty that he loves his wife dearly." After his lengthy discourse, Thor felt his deductions were impeccable, wearing an expression that invited a playful reprimand. Apocalypse listened, dumbfounded, wondering if others truly viewed him as so noble. He had been too preoccupied to engage with Daisy, having just battled the destroyer and barely had time to rest before arriving in Asgard, leaving no opportunity to assess his own character. The goddess sighed, saying, "It appears we have been remiss." Noticing Sif's ashen face beside her, she inquired gently, "Is your wife of Eastern divine lineage, or perhaps someone else?" "No, she is rather an ordinary human, I suppose. To Earthlings, Black Widow is a superhero. But to Asgardians, she is merely an ordinary person." The goddess responded, if that is the case, considering that earthlings have a lifespan of only a century, you may spend your lifetime with her, and after a century, you can be with Sif again. This would not contravene your principles. Generally, Asgardians possess lifespans of several millennia, with the longevity of the strong and weak sometimes differing by 1,000 or 2 years. Not to mention Thor and Jane, who, barring exceptional circumstances, would have Jane accompany Thor for merely a century. Whether Thor would seek a new companion thereafter is one matter. Yet, from the Asgardian perspective, companionship is indeed bound by time, unless their lifespans are comparable. Sif tightly clenched the fabric of her dress, softly voicing, Tang, I still have at least 3,000 years to live. I am willing to wait 100 years for you. Such a stunning divine warrior has presented herself. And one must wait a century? Any man would find it unbearable. Tianchi steeled his resolve, contemplating whether to indulge in a fleeting moment of infidelity to avoid a lifetime of regret. No need to wait. Before he could finish, Thor interjected. Tang is right. There is no need to wait. If one desires both what is on the table and what is in the pot, the purity of his affection for his current wife would be compromised. And what of Sif, who risks 100 years of youth? What if she encounters someone she truly loves during that time? Love must grant both parties the freedom to seek happiness. Thor tossed his hair back. Since meeting Jane, he believed he had grasped the essence of love. Goddess Frigg sighed, remarking, Prince Tang is indeed admirable. As a woman, I envy your wife. To speak further would be a disservice to your love. Tianchi felt a tumult of emotions, thinking, no, I am not what you presume. Frigg cast a glance at Sif and inquired, Sif, do you have something to say? Sif lifted her head, her expression resolute as she declared, Tang, my willingness to wait is my own affair. I shall not disrupt yours. After a century, whatever decision you make, I shall respect it. With that, tears brimming in her eyes, she hurried away. The goddess rose, saying, matters of the young should be left to the young. With that, she departed as well. This time, there was no orchestration of a union between Tianchi and Sif, rendering the plan less than perfect. However, witnessing the noble perspective on love from the newly ennobled Prince Tang brought satisfaction to the goddess. Excessive pressure could lead one to violate their steadfast beliefs, which would be counterproductive. As he watched them leave, Tianchi stood in stunned silence, realizing his intended words were left unspoken. A century is too long. It could be done now. Why did they not allow him to finish? Sif, could you not tempt me just a little? Daisy might say that without a ring. It doesn't count, yet you would never suggest that being in another realm is inconsequential. Perhaps then I would relent. Now, Thor, this fool, presents himself as so noble that even the goddess and Sif believe him. Despite Tianchi's thick skin, he could not openly refute the matter, transforming from a romantic to a scoundrel, and was forced to swallow his words. Noticing Tianchi's grim expression, Thor patted his shoulder sympathetically, saying, Come, let us drink. No need for thanks. As a junior, it is indeed difficult for you to directly refuse the queen and put her in an awkward position. I have spoken on your behalf. You've effectively blocked my path to becoming a scoundrel, and you expect my gratitude. Tianchi gritted his teeth, replying, I thank your entire family. Thor responded, Just thank me and the king and queen. That scoundrel Loki requires no thanks. Tianchi and Thor engaged in a round of drinks, feeling somewhat reflective. If Thor had not interrupted him, would he have truly accepted the queen's overtures? Alas, human nature indeed cannot withstand the test. Yet, thinking of Sif's striking and valiant beauty, he couldn't help but lament, Damn it, primal urges are even harder to resist. After a brief interlude, Tianchi recalled the energy fluctuations he had sensed earlier, which had yet to dissipate. Deciding to venture outside to investigate, lest he indulge too much and succumb to the urge to confront Thor, he strolled forth, greeted respectfully by those around him. Upon reaching the square, he beheld a semi-transparent rectangular prism emanating a faint yellow glow. In front of this prism stood a middle-aged African-American woman, her figure robust and clad in a form-fitting riot gear, holding a dossier in her hands. It appeared that the crowd was oblivious to both the translucent prism and the woman, unconsciously circumventing her presence. As Tianchi approached, the woman greeted him, Mr. Tang. You've finally emerged. This sight stirred a sense of alarm within Tianchi. The Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau had arrived. There existed a timeline in which Loki had been severely troubled by agents of this bureau, though he had endeavored to maintain the original narrative. The numerous alterations he had made could not have gone unnoticed. "Are you here to apprehend me?" he inquired. The woman quickly replied, "No, Mr. Tang, you misunderstand. Your esteemed status far exceeds my jurisdiction. I am merely here to convey a message." "What message?" Chapter 48. The Temporal Variance Management Bureau. Your existence has profoundly altered the sacred timeline, resulting in a multitude of unforeseen outcomes. Initially, we presumed you were merely another temporal offender, and were preparing to pursue you when we suddenly received directives from the highest authority. "Wait," Apocalypse interjected. "Are you referring to the timekeepers?" "Indeed. May I inquire if the timekeeper is one individual or three?" Apocalypse fixed his gaze upon the elderly black woman, seeking clarification. "Mr. Tang, you are indeed perceptive. It is one individual. Alas, to be honest, had it not been for your appearance, I would still be unaware that the Guardian is a singular entity. The three others are merely mechanical puppets. In the timeline of Loki, this version from Marvel, the character was unwilling to be erased and allied with another Loki, who was fleeing from a different timeline to resist the Temporal Variance Management Bureau. When they later infiltrated the headquarters, they discovered that the ostensibly powerful trio of timekeepers were, in reality, mere marionettes. Had Loki not arrived, the employees of the Bureau would have remained deceived for countless millennia. The Guardian, fearing you might misunderstand, deliberately manifested to inform you that his name is Kong. In the original narrative, Kong appears somewhat eccentric, yet that is merely a fade, the one who has the capacity to suppress the multiverse for eons and unify the timeline, compelling countless formidable beings to abide by his temporal edicts, altering their fates, is not a figure to be underestimated. Much like Odin, the All-Father, when he roamed the earth, those who beheld him could never fathom the extent of his terror. Even a being of Odin's caliber must adhere to the sacred timeline, and Frigga, despite foreseeing Asgard's tragic fate, dared not intervene. In light of such comparisons, one can easily appreciate the monumental stature of Kong. Before him, even the mightiest of gods appear as mere insects. The Guardian has expressly issued a directive designating you as an exception. This implies that any timeline associated with you does not constitute a violation of the Bureau's regulations. Apocalypse felt a surge of elation. Could he finally act without restraint? Previously, he had been overly cautious, not only fearing the loss of prophetic advantages but also the unknown presence of the Temporal Variance Management Bureau. Suppressing his joy, he replied, "Well, thank you for relaying my gratitude to Kong." The elderly black woman continued, "However, this is not the primary message I bring. The news is..." Suddenly, her demeanor shifted, her eyes widened, emitting a golden glow, as a deep, resonant male voice emerged. "Mr. Tang, it is regrettable that we can only meet in this manner. The sacred timeline has begun to deviate due to your presence, and those trapped within it are stirring. They are probing the currents of time, seeking the source of this disturbance. Should they succeed in their search, an unimaginable multitude of powerful beings may descend upon us. While you possess noble qualities, Mr. Tang, your strength is not formidable. If discovered, your fate could be dire, and your soul's imprint may be subject to plunder by these formidable entities. When the sacred timeline disintegrates, diverging into countless chaotic timelines, it will usher in an era of great turmoil and suffering for all beings. Asgard, a formidable pantheon, has conferred upon you a title, signaling a significant surge in power that may have already attracted the attention of formidable entities. Advise Frigga to cease her probing of the river of time. Should she encounter a powerful being, her memories could inadvertently reveal your existence." The Apocalypse inquired, "What should I do?" "You must hasten the enhancement of your abilities. Can you assist me in this endeavor? Since the Guardians of Time have extended their goodwill, it may be prudent to leverage their strength for protection when necessary. It is far better than facing adversities alone. We cannot assist you. The Time Bureau is a focal point for those powerful beings. The more contact you have, the quicker your location may be discerned." Furthermore, a peculiar expression suddenly crossed the face of the dark-skinned matron. "Your existence, while a beacon of hope for this universe, poses a tangible benefit to us should you perish, and we acquire your soul's imprint." After uttering these words, the glimmer in her eyes faded, and her voice returned to its normal tone. "Very well, Mr. Tang. I have delivered the information. Farewell." With that, the matron turned and vanished into the rectangular prism. Just as the prism dissipated, a beam of divine light surged forth. Odin and Frigga materialized beside the Apocalypse. "Prince Tang, what transpired just now?" "You vanished from my perception for 3 seconds," Odin remarked. The meeting between the Apocalypse and the Time Bureau had evidently exceeded 10 minutes, yet under Odin's divine awareness, it seemed only 3 seconds had elapsed. Clearly, this was the Time Bureau's adept manipulation of time. However, being able to obscure 3 seconds from Odin's keen gaze was sufficient to raise their suspicions. The Apocalypse addressed Queen Frigga. "The unpredictable force you spoke of has manifested." Frigga's complexion paled, and she trembled as she replied, "Is it truly the case that Asgard's fate is unalterable?" The Apocalypse shook his head, stating, "He has permitted me to alter Asgard, but with one stipulation. You must refrain from further probing the river of time. Otherwise, it could summon great terror." Odin and Frigga were elated, with even the ancient Allfather unable to conceal his delight. The granting of this princely title had not been in vain, as good news arrived swiftly. The allowance to alter future destinies offered them an abundance of possibilities. "This is not a difficult task. I shall simply refrain from probing," Frigga declared. "As long as Asgard is better than before, even if only slightly, I shall be content." At that moment, Odin said, "Prince Tang, Thor informed me previously that you have exhausted your potential and wish to break free from your constraints. I have conceived a method, though it may entail some risks. The Apocalypse is indeed the key to altering Asgard's destiny, and the All-Father would desire nothing more than for him to grow in strength." "What method?" "Follow me." The Queen summoned Thor, Sif, and a group of 5, and they made their way toward Asgard's treasury. The treasure chamber is constructed within a vast underground vault, soaring to heights of several dozen meters. Though somewhat dimly lit, it does not evoke a sense of oppression. It is a rare opportunity to visit Asgard's treasury, and thus, Apocalypse is keen to observe every detail. Even Sif appears to be a curious child in this setting, descending a wide staircase. The first sight that greets them in the treasury corridor is a colossal golden glove, the Infinity Gauntlet. In Thor, Ragnarok, Hela enters and dismisses the Infinity Gauntlet as a mere counterfeit with evident impatience. However, upon further contemplation, Apocalypse identifies 2 points of doubt. Firstly, given Odin's esteemed position, how could he possibly possess a mere imitation? The Infinity Gauntlet serves merely as a vessel, devoid of inherent power. In the original narrative, even Iron Man managed to create a nano-infinity gauntlet. For a realm of gods, crafting an infinity gauntlet should pose no significant challenge, rendering the acquisition of a counterfeit unnecessary. The second and more crucial point is that this gauntlet is for the right hand, while Thanos's is for the left. If the dwarves indeed forged a pair, one for each hand, it becomes quite reasonable. Alternatively, it could be that they initially crafted only this right-hand glove, and later, under duress from Thanos, were compelled to create a left-hand counterpart. Nevertheless, Apocalypse could not discern its authenticity. After inspecting it for a couple of rounds, he inquired, "Odin, is this glove genuine or false?" The god of thunder was the first to protest, exclaiming, "How could there be a counterfeit in Asgard's treasury? It is undoubtedly authentic." Odin replied with a calm demeanor, "Indeed, it is real." Apocalypse gazed at Odin, smiling. It is curious why anyone would claim it to be a counterfeit. The thunder god interjected again, "Which ignorant fool dares to declare it false? I shall not refrain from teaching him a lesson." The queen reprimanded, "Do not interrupt Prince Tang while he converses with your father." The thunder god, looking aggrieved, thought it unjust that Prince Tang, newly appointed, would rank higher than himself, a prince, and that he must wait to speak. Odin chuckled softly, saying, "I deceived her. If she were to know it is real, she would likely scour the universe for the Infinity Stones, causing untold chaos. I have also placed a restriction upon it. Unless unsealed, it is indistinguishable from a counterfeit." Ah! Apocalypse suddenly comprehended. Indeed, Hela could not outwit the cunning Odin, had it not been for his impending mortality. It was uncertain when he would break free from his confinement. After a few more steps, they encountered a deep blue box, which Apocalypse recognized as the source of the Frost Giant's power, also known as the Box of Eternal Winter. However, its power seemed rather lackluster, as Hela clearly looked down upon it. As Apocalypse perused the other treasures, his interest waned. He merely glanced at them without enthusiasm. Ultimately, Odin led him to a basin of fire, stating, "Prince Tang, this is the key to your transcendence." The fire blazed within a dark golden basin, supported by a wooden stand, devoid of any fuel. The flames danced as if alive, ceaseless, and eternal. It was indeed the eternal flame. Chapter 49. The eternal flame of body refinement. Apocalypse instinctively reached out to touch it, but the God King hastily grasped his hand, saying, "Prince Tang, refrain from indiscriminately touching it. The eternal flame, when unleashed, can incinerate all things, reducing everything to ashes. However, if wielded skillfully, it can transform into a source of vitality, nurturing life and ensuring its perpetual continuation." In the original narrative, after Hela's liberation, she utilized a flicker of the eternal flame to resurrect thousands of ancient corpses, including the formidable wolf Fenrir, who could contend with the Hulk in battle. The ability to empower thousands of corpses indeed speaks of an overwhelming vitality. If a man were to experience any functional impediment, would not a mere spark from this flame transform him into an invincible being? Furthermore, there was the Minotaur's Surge, who, reduced to nothing but a head, was placed beneath the eternal flame by Loki, and in a brief span, grew into a towering giant. This vitality is more nourishing than swine feed. Hey, brother, with that lecherous grin, what thoughts occupy your mind? The thunder god nudged Apocalypse, pulling him from his reverie. Ahem. I was contemplating that once I enhance my strength, I shall give you a thorough beating. I have yet to avenge the grievances you inflicted upon my path as a scoundrel, and you dare to disturb me? Odin and Frigg remained unperturbed, finding solace in the jovial exchange between the thunder god and Apocalypse. The god king continued, "However, the method I propose today is not merely to amplify vitality, as that would yield minimal results, for the human body possesses limits." Odin's fingers gracefully skimmed the eternal flame, borrowing a flicker that danced upon his fingertip. "My method is to first employ the ferocity of the eternal flame to incinerate the entirety of one's being, refining all impurities and expanding bodily potential. Subsequently, the eternal flame can be transmuted into a gentle vitality to replenish this potential. In doing so, not only would all shackles be utterly consumed, but an inexhaustible vitality would emerge, paving a smooth path for future cultivation. The process of replenishing vitality is devoid of complications. However, the peril lies in the refinement of impurities. A moment's carelessness could result in one being reduced to ashes. At this juncture, both the God King and Queen exhibited expressions of concern. Their worry did not stem from an overwhelming affection for Apocalypse's life, but rather from the rare opportunity to reverse the fate of Asgard, which must not be extinguished by a single blaze. Yet, it was a necessity. Apocalypse's current strength appeared formidable, yet in the face of celestial powers, it was glaringly insufficient. Moreover, possessing only physical strength without divine power or magical means rendered him vulnerable. A mere toss into the cosmos would seal his fate. Apocalypse inquired, "God King, have you ever attempted this method?" Odin smiled, a hint of pride illuminating his countenance. "I have achieved the process of 3 refinements and 3 replenishments to attain my current strength." And Thor? Odin hesitated slightly before replying. "In his youth, I safeguarded him through 1 refinement and 1 replenishment, but beyond that, I dared not proceed. Even among our divine kin, such is the case. Prince Tang, your mortal flesh hails from Earth. I remain somewhat apprehensive regarding your first refinement." Initially, the Thunder God felt disheartened to learn that he had only accomplished 1 refinement and 1 replenishment. However, upon hearing that Apocalypse might struggle to even complete the first refinement, his spirits were instantly lifted. He approached to offer consolation, saying, "Brother, it's perfectly fine if you cannot achieve it. I shall protect you from now on. If we encounter foes beyond our strength, I will lend you my hammer." The apocalypse disregarded the god of thunder and addressed Odin, regardless of the outcome. We must make an attempt. The king of gods, without hesitation and in the presence of Sif, imparted a portion of the incantation for wielding the eternal flame to the apocalypse. The goddess Frigga said, "I will step outside to guard you, so that no one disturbs your efforts. Sif, you stay here." The apocalypse familiarized himself briefly with the incantation, then reached toward the eternal flame, extracting a small flicker of fire. It felt warm and gentle, entirely unlike the heat of ordinary flames. He could sense a faint vitality seeping into his palm. However, this vitality was too feeble, merely sufficient for beautification, yet inadequate for enhancing his power. As he turned his hand slightly, the temperature of the flame gradually increased, so much so that even Sif, standing several meters away, felt the scorching heat against her face. The temperature continued to rise until, with a sudden sizzle, the flesh of the apocalypse was seared through. Before blood could flow, it was rendered to nothingness. The flames intensified, forming a blazing circle that crept from his palm up his arm, incinerating flesh and bone alike, leaving only white remnants. The king of gods was taken aback, exclaiming, "Your flesh cannot endure this. Sever your hand at once." Beyond the arm lay the shoulder, neck, and head. If the flames reached those areas, it would be too late to act. Sif drew her sword, ready to assist, but the apocalypse halted her, saying, "Do not rush. I will attempt another method." With that, he retrieved a vial of restorative elixir from his storage compartment and poured it into his mouth. A surge of green light enveloped him, and within moments, the arm that had been reduced to bone was restored, now glistening and translucent, distinctly refined by the eternal flame. Yet, the eternal flame continued to burn, relentlessly consuming toward his shoulder. Seeing this, the apocalypse hastily took another vial of restorative elixir. Realizing he could heal, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, contemplating that he should not waste the elixir, but rather wait until a larger area was affected before consuming it. When the eternal flame reached his neck and mouth, he attempted to pour the elixir into his mouth, only to discover that the moment the elixir touched the eternal flame, it was instantly turned to nothing. After several vials, he found it utterly futile. At this juncture, his neck and mouth were reduced to stark white bone. As the flames threatened to reach his head, desperation struck him. Seizing Sif's sword, he pierced his abdomen, creating an opening through which he poured the restorative elixir. Thankfully, it worked. The green light flashed, and flesh returned to his mouth and neck. As the flames ascended, they consumed his eyes, plunging him into darkness. In that moment, the apocalypse dared not conserve the elixir. He poured it into himself, one vial after another, even forgetting to use his mouth to drink once his lips had regenerated. As the flames reached his brain, he instantly fell into nothingness, thoughtless and sensationless, devoid of pain. Fortunately, his hands continued mechanically pouring the restorative elixir into his abdomen. Though he lost count of how many vials he had consumed, time passed, and eventually, he felt as though he had returned to life. His mind began to think, and his eyes could perceive. Just then, the eternal flame turned its attention downward. Now equipped with experience and eloquence, the Celestial One remained composed, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to consume the elixir after igniting as many areas as possible. The eternal flame enveloped the Celestial One's entire being before ultimately dissipating at his feet. With a sigh of relief, he emerged unscathed from the perilous refining process, thanks to the restorative potion provided by the system. At that moment, the Celestial One felt invigorated, with the discomfort caused by his immense power having vanished, leaving him in a state of harmonious vitality, as if his meridians had been unblocked. However, his appearance was less than dignified, being completely unclothed. Not only had his ordinary garments been incinerated, but even the magnificent golden undergarments had been reduced to naught, leaving no trace behind. Do not halt. While the flesh is still malleable, swiftly rejuvenate your vitality, commanded the God King. Indeed, the Celestial One swiftly traced a finger, summoning a flicker of flame from the eternal fire once more. This time, the sensation was far more pleasant. A warm and soothing vitality surged into his body, seamlessly merging with the newly formed flesh, subsequently settling into an indescribable potential. Thus, The cycle of refining and replenishing was finally completed. Congratulations, brother. The thunder god exclaimed with excitement, stepping forward to embrace him, only to suddenly recall the celestial one's lack of attire and awkwardly retreat, leaving the celestial one with his arms outstretched in an uncomfortable pause. Sif approached, holding a set of garments, her cheeks flushed, clearly having anticipated this moment. No wonder the goddess had taken the initiative to step outside earlier. She had foreseen this eventuality. The celestial one grasped Sif's hand and said, "Let us not rush. I have only just completed my first refinement, and I wish to attempt once more." Chapter 50. The ninth refinement and the ninth supplement. Sighing softly, Sif lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Yet, the ground before her seemed even less appropriate for her to look at, so she hastily lifted her head, only to catch sight of Tianqi's mischievous grin. Frustration welled up within her. "Let me go?" she exclaimed, clutching her clothes as she hurriedly ran away. Turning her back to him, Tianqi let out a hearty laugh. "There is no rush. We have plenty of time. God King, I am prepared to continue my physical refinement. The elixirs from Prince Tang are indeed wondrous. However, each refinement grows increasingly intense, necessitating a greater quantity of elixirs." Tianqi nodded in agreement. "I am mindful of the balance." Previously, in the western town, he had thwarted the destroyer and saved a significant portion of the townsfolk, accumulating a substantial stock of restorative elixirs, thousands of vials in total. During the first refinement, over 300 vials were consumed, yet many remained. The question lingered whether future refinements would require even more. Second refinement, commence. This time, the flames were notably larger than the first, as the essence of flesh and blood required a more formidable fire to be properly refined. The efficacy of the restorative elixirs had visibly diminished, indicating that higher tiers of flesh demanded a greater supply of elixirs. If the calculations held true, reaching a certain threshold would render the restorative elixirs ineffective. Yet, at this moment, Tianqi had no time to dwell on such trivialities. Once the second refinement and supplement were completed, a faint luster began to emanate from his entire being. Third refinement and supplement. Fourth. Fifth. The god King Odin and the thunder god had grown numb. Each level of refinement left them in awe, until their astonishment faded into disbelief. What manner of being was this? Was it not said that earthlings might struggle with even a single refinement? Yet here they were at the ninth refinement. The further he progressed, the more intense the flames of the eternal fire became. The inferno of the ninth refinement engulfed a significant portion of the treasure vault, reducing countless treasures to nothingness. Ultimately, it breached the vault, sending flames soaring hundreds of meters into the air. Fortunately, the fire's intensity escalated in a manageable manner between each refinement and supplement. Sif had long distanced herself, and both the thunder god and the god king had taken precautions. Otherwise, countless passers-by on the ground would have faced dire consequences. Suddenly, the flames receded. The ninth refinement was complete. The eternal fire visibly diminished, contracting into a smaller sphere. Tianqi radiated an extraordinarily pure white light, as if an angel had descended. This was an outward manifestation of his vibrant life force, so potent that it could not be contained by his skin, spilling forth in resplendent brilliance. He gradually regulated his breath, drawing in the excess radiance until only a thin veneer of light remained, which he could no longer absorb. "Sif, where are my clothes?" Tianqi called out. Sif entered at his beckoning, initially shy and unable to meet his gaze. However, upon witnessing the luminous aura enveloping Tianqi, she found herself unable to look away. This brilliance possessed an innate allure. The purity and vitality it exuded drew all living beings toward it. As they exited the treasure vault, the atmosphere around them shifted dramatically. The very center of the universe seemed to tilt, the stars yielding their place. Tianqi casually stood in the square, as if he were at the very heart of Asgard. At the center of the cosmos, a faint luminescence emanated from his being, captivating all who beheld it. This radiance symbolized the living innate reverence for the essence of life, transcending all boundaries of race. Gazing into this brilliance, one could almost glimpse the very source of their own existence. The celestial approached with measured grace, and many of his subjects, enchanted by his glow, prostrated themselves in homage. As he traversed their ranks, a A corridor of reverent supplicants formed in his wake. The Celestial inquired softly, "Sif, I trust there is no custom of foot-kissing among your guardians? I am currently without shoes." This remark jolted Sif from her state of adoration, prompting a playful retort. "Bah, who would entertain such a repulsive custom?" Meanwhile, Odin and Frigga observed the charred remnants of their treasury, their expressions a tumult of conflicting emotions, unsure whether to grieve or rejoice. As guardians of the 9 realms, the treasures within their vault were of immeasurable worth. Even a single artifact would be regarded as a miraculous boon by other races. Yet, the Celestial had reduced much of it to ashes with his formidable flames, and it was impossible to feel no pang of sorrow. Even the right-hand infinity gauntlet bore the marks of scorching, though it had ultimately withstood the relentless heat of the eternal flame, being a vessel of the Infinity Stone's power. Yet, witnessing their Asgardian prince achieve such astonishing feats, an unprecedented mastery of body and spirit alleviated their concerns for Asgard's future. However, they found themselves pondering the adequacy of their current strategies for alliance. No immediate solutions presented themselves. Their anxiety waned slightly upon witnessing the clash between the Thunder God and the Celestial. Indeed, it was a fierce engagement. The Celestial had just completed his rigorous training and was eager to test his newfound prowess, and the only worthy opponent available was none other than the Thunder God himself. Unfazed, Thor brandished his hammer and entered the fray. The effects of the training became apparent swiftly. After only a brief exchange with Thor, the Celestial's strength had doubled, now harnessing 5 times the might of the Hulk. He found himself filled with anticipation. What heights could he reach with further dedication to his craft? "Hold on, Sif. Come here and help me wipe away my sweat," he called. With alacrity, Sif approached, her demeanor a far cry from that of a seasoned warrior, diligently seeking out droplets of sweat and dust upon the Celestial's form. After tending to him, they resumed sparring, only for the Celestial to pause again. "Sif, come and massage my shoulders. I think I may have overexerted myself." Thor, overhearing, bristled with indignation. "What do you mean, overexerted? Your current physique defies comprehension. And you claim to have exerted yourself after just a few exchanges?" After several rounds of this playful banter, Thor finally comprehended the irony of fate. Not long prior, he had brawled with the Celestial in a tavern, and Jane had tended to his wounds while he reveled in showcasing his affections for her, silently mocking the Celestial for his solitary status. Now, with Jane absent, the Celestial reveled in his own flirtations. To add insult to injury, Sif, once his subordinate, displayed no dignity befitting a warrior as she attended to the Celestial's whims. With his remarkable constitution, how could he possibly be in need of such care? Thus, the Celestial trained, teasing Thor in the process, while Sif joined him in admiring the serene landscapes. Days passed in this manner, filled with both camaraderie and rivalry. Asgard knows neither spring nor autumn, and the passage of time is a mystery. One day, Heimdall unexpectedly approached the Allfather to report a troubling matter. Loki has resurfaced on Earth. The Allfather was taken aback, while he held little regard for the lives of mortals. His son's romantic interest and Prince Thor's wife were both on Earth. Given Loki's malevolent nature, there was a significant chance he would target these individuals. The Allfather was already concerned about his own efforts to foster alliances. He could not permit Loki to sow discord between him and Prince Thor. Unfortunately, the Bifrost was still under repair, and traveling by spacecraft would take far too long. By the time they arrived, all would be lost. The Allfather summoned Thor and Apocalypse to elaborate on the situation. Thor, upon hearing the news, became frantic, insisting on a journey to Earth. Apocalypse understood that Loki had indeed allied with Thanos, acquiring command over an army to wreak havoc on Earth. Thus, the events of the Avengers began. The Allfather sighed and declared, "Given the circumstances, we must utilize dark energy to send you to Earth. However, transporting 2 individuals requires a substantial amount of dark energy, and I will need a few days to prepare with the Council of Elders." Apocalypse was uncertain about what dark energy entailed. In the original narrative, Thor had transported himself to Earth in haste through dark energy upon discovering Loki's mischief. Even Loki remarked, "Father is certainly willing to spend lavishly." How much dark energy did he expend to send you here? It was evident that dark energy was either exceedingly rare or exorbitantly costly. Meanwhile, on Earth, within a derelict factory, Black Widow had bound several arms dealers to their chairs, mercilessly lashing them with a whip. The dealers, their mouths sealed with tape, could only whimper helplessly. In the original tale, Black Widow had feigned capture, using her perceived vulnerability to extract information. However, with Apocalypse's arrival, she was prohibited from employing her charms, leading to a drastic change in her tactics over the past 2 years. Instead of masquerading as a helpless damsel, she now resorted to brute force, instilling terror in her colleagues. Adding to her anxiety was the fact that Apocalypse had been missing for 2 years. After all, this mission led to Asgard, the fabled realm, where she would confront legendary beings. Though Apocalypse was formidable, none dared to claim victory was assured. The devastation wrought by 2 destroyers in a small town had been witnessed by all. One could nearly match Apocalypse in strength, and together they had almost vanquished him. With 2 years of silence, his fate remained unknown. Iron Man, Black Widow, and others both longed for news of him and dreaded what they might hear. In her frustration, Black Widow unleashed her wrath upon the unfortunate arms dealers. The dealers, mentally cursing their fate, thought, "Lady, please, just ask us what information you seek. Binding us and gagging our mouths only to whip us incessantly, are you some sadistic agent who revels in torment?" At that moment, a phone call interrupted. Black Widow answered, inquiring, "Is Apocalypse back?" On the other end, Fury sighed in exasperation, "Natasha, I've told you. If Thor returns, I will inform you at once. Moreover, as his wife, he would undoubtedly seek you upon his return. Since it is not news from him, you need not call me." Fury silently cursed, "Am I not your director? Unable to make a phone call?" However, he understood that it was not the time to stoke the flames and instead stated, "There is a new mission for you. But I have yet to complete my current assignment." The nearby arms dealers were in despair, wailing, as her words implied that she had not yet had her fill of violence. Fury sighed and announced, "Barton has defected." The Black Widow instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. It was one thing to wish for Hawkeye Barton's demise, but his betrayal was an entirely different matter, the likelihood of which was nearly non-existent. Yet, since Director Fury had declared it, there must be a monumental event at hand. Suppressing her petulance, she inquired, "Do you want me to pursue him?" "No. I require you to summon someone." A photograph was transmitted, and upon opening it, the Black Widow saw a name inscribed, Dr. Bruce Banner. Chapter 51. The secret weapon. After Black Widow dealt with the arms dealers, she returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. Director. "Do you want me to fetch the Hulk?" "No, Natasha, we need Dr. Banner this time. We require a wise mind, not a monstrous transformation, to assist us in locating the Tesseract." Director Fury elaborated on the recent events. A few days prior, during an experiment in West Sector, Dr. Eric observed that the Tesseract erupted with energy every 4 hours. Just as they were concerned about the potential dangers of this energy, the Tesseract suddenly opened a portal, releasing a formidable entity. Not only did he seize the Tesseract, but he also corrupted Dr. Eric and Hawkeye. The energy explosion from the Tesseract caused the facility to collapse, submerging the entire base underground. Deputy Director Agent Hill was trapped in her vehicle due to the debris, but fortunately, she was unharmed. Fury stated, "The energy levels of the Tesseract are sufficient to easily obliterate Earth. We must retrieve it before another explosion occurs. It continuously emits gamma rays, which we can track to locate it. And in this world, no one understands gamma rays better than Dr. Banner." Black Widow replied, "Director, Dr. Banner's condition is highly unstable. If he transforms into the Hulk, I fear that only Apocalypse could bring him back." "We have considered this issue," Fury said. "Do your utmost not to provoke him. If he inadvertently transforms, we have prepared a secret weapon for you." "What secret weapon?" Black Widow inquired, genuinely intrigued. She had thoroughly reviewed the Hulk's dossier. Apart from her husband, she had never heard of any weapon that could truly subdue him. Moreover, he possessed the innate ability to grow stronger with his anger. No one knew his limits. Perhaps one moment the secret weapon would withstand him, and the next, it would be torn to shreds by the Hulk. Fury produced a file folder and a recording device, handing them to Black Widow. This is the result of years of research by our psychological expert team on the Hulk. If he transforms, you must use it. Black Widow opened the folder and examined its contents, feeling a mix of amusement and disbelief. Director, you can't be serious. Fury replied earnestly, this is war. I do not joke. The psychological assessment indicated that, based on the Hulk's psychological characteristics, the success rate of this secret weapon was a staggering 90. For agents who often teeter on the brink of life and death, a 90 success rate was an extraordinarily high figure. In the original narrative, Black Widow employed psychological techniques to guide the Hulk. However, the risks remained exceedingly high. She would need to remain vigilant, constantly monitoring the Hulk's micro-expressions, adjusting her tone, the content of her speech, her expressions, and even her subtle movements. The goal was to gradually calm the enraged Hulk and revert him back to Dr. Banner. The task at hand requires a profound level of skill. As an agent and spy, Black Widow possesses specialized training that is beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Later, when Thor encountered Hulk on Sakaar, he attempted to emulate her, only to be soundly thrashed by the Green Giant due to his inadequate grin. However, now Fury informs Black Widow that by merely employing a secret weapon, there exists a 90 probability of reverting Hulk back to Banner without any further action required. Black Widow finds this notion somewhat fantastical, yet upon inspecting the secret weapon, she contemplates its potential efficacy. I have prepared the Elite Squad 9 for you. They await your arrival, Fury states. Very well. Squad 9 consists of a dozen robust men, fully armed and poised in the armory. Upon Black Widow's entrance, they promptly rise and salute her. At ease. Are we all clear on the mission? We are to summon Dr. Banner, not Hulk, so do not provoke him under any circumstances. One soldier stands, voicing his concern. Sir, this individual is exceedingly unstable. None can guarantee he won't transform. Many among them had previously participated in the pursuit of the Hulk and were acutely aware of the terror that the green behemoth could unleash. Black Widow calmly reassures them. The agency has anticipated this. A secret weapon has been prepared for your use. Should he transform, don the weapon. She then distributes several file bags, prompting the elite soldiers to extract their contents, only to exchange bewildered glances, nearly erupting in expletives. Was this a jest at their expense? Yet, upon witnessing Black Widow's stern demeanor, none dared to voice their outrage. Despite her alluring and striking appearance, those who frequently accompanied her on missions understood all too well her formidable nature. Ultimately, the soldiers engaged in hushed deliberation, designating one unfortunate soul, a burly man who had lost a bet, to approach Black Widow. This heavy weapons specialist, towering at 2 meters and weighing over 400 pounds, shuffled nervously, casting forlorn glances at his comrades. Uncertain why he was always the one to lose these wagers, he hesitated. Is there a problem? Black Widow inquired. The burly man fidgeted and replied in a low voice, ma'am. We were wondering if this is some sort of jest? We don't see the humor in it. Black Widow's tone turned sharp. We are under a level 7 alert. This is a war. Who has time for jokes? The burly man shivered at her words, stammering. But this secret weapon. The weapons have been distributed. Use them as you see fit. If anyone chooses not to, let your families prepare to receive compensation. In truth, Black Widow felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet, she knew she must project unwavering confidence to maintain morale. Leading soldiers is not akin to guiding students, oftentimes. Orders must be given without extensive explanation. Move out. In the impoverished slums of Kolkata, the land of the three brothers, Dr. Banner was presently treating the impoverished afflicted with dengue fever, although he was a doctor of a different kind. However, given his intellect, mastering some fundamental medicinal treatments is not an insurmountable challenge. It is certainly preferable to remaining in ignorance and awaiting death like the impoverished. To avert potential unforeseen incidents and casualties, Black Widow, true to the original storyline, employs a young girl to lure Dr. Banner to the outskirts. Upon witnessing the girl's disappearance and Black Widow's emergence, Dr. Banner instantaneously realizes he has fallen into a trap. You are quite clever to draw me out here, he remarks. I surmise this area has been encircled. Black Widow strives to project a demeanor free of pressure as she softly addresses Banner. I merely wish to have a sincere conversation with you. There is a matter on which I seek your assistance. What is your name? My name is Natasha. Ah, a lovely name. But what if I refuse? This matter pertains to the safety of countless lives. I trust that once you comprehend the situation, you will acquiesce. Dr. Banner pauses and replies, what if? My other self says no? With a smile, Black Widow responds, I shall persuade him as well. Suddenly, Dr. Banner slams his hands on the table, exclaiming, you are lying. I know you intend to confine me in a cage. You cannot capture me, so you resort to deceit. Taken aback, Black Widow instinctively retreats towards the window, then leaps out. In the original narrative, she had prepared a firearm beneath the table, but now equipped with a secret weapon, she refrains from using a gun, especially since it is well known that bullets are ineffective against the Hulk. Dr. Banner, momentarily taken aback, had only intended to intimidate her, not anticipating that she would leap through the window to escape, which astonished him. I have yet to transform. Surely it cannot be so? With his mind momentarily at ease, the other persona begins to awaken. As he observes his arms gradually thickening and turning green, he cries out, no, 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 no. But the situation has become irreversible. Roar. The Hulk emerges. The beastly roar reverberates throughout the slum, yet many merely glance in the direction of the sound, apathetically continuing their own tasks. Prepare, don the secret weapon, Natasha commands. As her words resonate, a dozen burly men swiftly extract photographs from their tactical bags and affix them to their faces. This photograph, an image of Apocalypse. Chapter 52. Cease and desist. Hulk. Outside. He is everywhere in the photograph. The radiant figure of Apocalypse, bathed in sunlight, appears strikingly handsome. He seems to have perceived something, slightly turning his body to reveal a pristine smile, showcasing his pearly white teeth as he gazes forward with a grin. The elite team members, upon seeing this image, instinctively react with disbelief, questioning whether their leader is jesting. Just look at that smile, those eyes. It exudes an unmistakable charm that ordinary individuals could never replicate. Were Apocalypse present, he would undoubtedly recognize that this is the smile of Yida. In his past life, he had been thoroughly indoctrinated by such advertisements. Ah, your Yida has fallen. No, it is your Yida. With a swift turn, that sunlit, handsome visage emerges. Coupled with the comedic prowess of the toilet god, Zhang Wei, this smile had unknowingly corrupted the spirits of countless young souls in a previous existence, even transcending into another universe. These impressions linger in Apocalypse's mind. He remains oblivious to when he smiled or when he was captured by the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Roar. 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 The Hulk rampaged uncontrollably, demolishing the dilapidated structure around him. Once he obliterated all obstacles obstructing his view, he surveyed the scene. His towering green form startled him, transforming his initial beastly fury into that of a startled fawn. Dozens of smiling faces of Apocalypse confronted him, resembling a waking nightmare. For the Hulk, there is nothing more terrifying in existence. This is Fury's secret weapon, photos of Apocalypse. It may seem absurd, yet it is underpinned by profound psychological tactics. This decision was made based on a comprehensive and intricate understanding of the Hulk's persona. Over the years of surveillance, they discerned that while the Hulk appears ferocious, his true nature is benevolent and averse to violence. The overwhelming gamma energy merely induces certain illusions. In the original narrative, Banner had once confided to his girlfriend, Elizabeth, that it felt as though the experience was amplified 1,000-fold on a hallucinogenic basis. If someone were to shoot or flee, he would instinctively pursue them. The Hulk himself is perplexed by this. If you run, he chases you, but why would he pursue if you stand still? Thus, those who are chased may find themselves in peril, while remaining stationary might prevent aggression from the Hulk. However, in the face of the Hulk and his propensity to roar at any given moment, no one can maintain their composure. Furthermore, despite the Hulk's apparent savagery, psychologists have deduced from his myriad behaviors that his persona is akin to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child. If left unchecked, he becomes increasingly mischievous and disruptive. Conversely, if someone possesses the ability to subdue him, he becomes docile and compliant. In the original storyline, the Hulk was vanquished by a few martial arts moves from Thanos, which left him psychologically scarred. Consequently, when he was needed for battle, the Hulk's persona was reluctant to emerge, even in the absence of Thanos. During the climactic battle on the streets of New York, Apocalypse personally inflicted a severe beating upon the Hulk, instilling profound fear within him. If fear were the only factor, Fury would not have dared to let Black Widow approach with the photograph. The Apocalypse, in a twist of fate, had once saved his girlfriend, forging an instinctive bond with it. A roar echoed. "Friends, no. I cannot fight. I am unable to." Affected by the overwhelming hallucinations of gamma energy, the Hulk found himself unable to distinguish between reality and fantasy. Faced with a multitude of apocalypses, he was neither inclined nor daring to engage in battle. The members of the 9th Elite Squad, initially filled with doubt, were astonished to discover that their efforts bore fruit. In that moment, they perceived the absurdity of their world. How could something so trivial as a photograph resolve matters that once required their very lives to contend with? The Hulk, towering like a 2-story building, curled into a ball, akin to a distressed child. Unable to comprehend why he was plagued by such nightmares when he had committed no wrongdoing, one team member instinctively raised his weapon, triggering the Hulk's alertness. A roar erupted. In haste, Black Widow positioned herself in front of the soldier, her voice low yet firm. "Do not use your weapons. Calm yourselves and remain still." She then extended her hands in a gesture of reassurance, saying, "The sun has set. Everyone, it is time to rest." With heavy footsteps, the Hulk's massive form loomed closer, peering down at Black Widow. Observing her well-defined physique, he curiously extended a finger, questioning, "You do not resemble a friend." Black Widow struggled to maintain her stance. She could not afford to fall, for the Hulk's instinct to prey on the weak would surely surface. Discreetly, she retrieved a recording device from behind her and pressed play. "Come find me once you revert to Banner. What about your girlfriend if you do not return to Banner?" These were the last 2 sentences Apocalypse had uttered to the Hulk during the Battle of New York. The helicopter was equipped with surveillance audio. The original recording was faint, but the sound engineer had enhanced it to resemble an ordinary person's voice. Roars. The echo of those words stirred memories within the Hulk, and the fear of being dominated by Apocalypse resurfaced. The Hulk spun in circles, desperate to escape this nightmare. Yet he found himself surrounded by the mocking visage of Apocalypse, feeling trapped despite his ability to leap vast distances. The relentless refrain of "Revert to Banner, revert to Banner," echoed incessantly in his mind. After a tumultuous struggle, the Hulk's persona finally relented. His low growls diminished to inaudibility. His bones cracked and popped as his form shrank, the verdant hue fading rapidly until he transformed back into Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner awoke, his eyes fluttering open to a sea of identical grinning faces, nearly causing his heart to cease. Oh my goodness! Had he not just transformed moments ago? This fright would surely have triggered another metamorphosis. A team member approached, draping a blanket over Banner's shoulders. Black Widow remarked coolly, "We have persuaded the Hulk. Let us proceed." With no choice but to follow Black Widow, Banner felt helpless. Without the Hulk, he was no match even for an ordinary adversary. Simultaneously, he grappled with confusion, pondering what had transpired moments ago. As I surveyed the surroundings, the houses lay in ruins, and the ground bore the unmistakable footprints of the Hulk, indicating a transformation had indeed occurred. Fortunately, it appeared that no one had been harmed, which brought a sigh of relief to Banner. The memories of Dr. Banner and the Green Behemoth, Hulk, remained distinctly separate. During their time on Sakaar, Hulk had formed a bond with Valkyrie, yet upon reverting to Banner, neither recognized the other, merely feeling a sense of familiarity. In the helicopter, members of the Elite Squad 9 scrutinized a photograph repeatedly, struggling to discern any significance within it. I surmised that there might be a divine presence at play, possibly of Eastern origin. What of Easterners? Can they not be deities? It's not that. The crux lies in our Western disbelief, which renders them powerless. I believe you're overthinking this. It must be the smile. Look closely. How many among us can genuinely smile like that? Indeed, it seems so. A dozen heavily armed men grinned at the photo. Yet it felt as though something vital was missing. Was it the absence of a particular head movement, or was there something else at play? After some laughter, one remarked, "This smile is rather extraordinary. We are unable to replicate it." Precisely, There is indeed some enchantment about it. Yet, we are at a loss to pinpoint its source. Perhaps we should consult the commander? After a quiet wager, Big Zhuang found himself on the losing end and was dispatched to speak with Black Widow. Commander, may I inquire who this person in the photograph is? To his surprise, Black Widow felt a swell of pride, having shown the photograph to her team, thereby easing her need for secrecy. She replied, "He is my partner." A collective gasp escaped the dozen men, astonished to learn that the formidable Black Widow had a significant other, and her demeanor suggested a vulnerable, youthful infatuation. Though they held a mix of awe and fear towards her, a few still dared to consider flirting with Black Widow, only to be met with swift punishment in the form of additional training. This only reinforced their belief in the magical quality of the smile in the photograph. Alas, if even the Hulk and the commander could not resist the allure of that smile, they mused, imagine the prowess we would wield if we mastered it ourselves. Had we learned this smile sooner, perhaps the commander and I would have already shared something more. During the task handover, colleagues observed the most peculiar Squad 9. A group of men with strange smiles, grinning at everyone, particularly at women. Black Widow had arranged for Dr. Banner, and before he could catch his breath, news arrived. S.H.I.E.L.D. had tracked Loki's whereabouts. More precisely, Loki had deliberately allowed them to discover his location. Chapter 53, Grief upon his arrival on Earth. Loki darkened the hearts of several individuals, including Hawkeye, as part of his insidious scheme. He manifested in major cities, unleashing his pent-up fury. The moment his father chose to save that Earthling, Loki's disdain for the planet was irrevocably sealed. Even without Thanos' directive, he would have wreaked havoc here sooner or later. In the original narrative, he made a singular public appearance at a concert, feigning failure and allowing himself to be captured. However, this time, he chose to unveil himself without pretense. He brazenly appeared in multiple locations, brandishing his dagger-like scepter, embedded with the Mind Stone, which he wielded to corrupt all present. Loki had no interest in these mere mortals. Rather, he intended for them to exact vengeance on their fellow Earthlings. Those who fell under his influence were devoid of moral discernment, stripped of fear, and thus posed a far greater menace than any criminal. Within a short span, crime rates surged in numerous European cities, descending into chaos. Meanwhile, Black Widow arrived at the conference room, where Director Fury and Agent Hill awaited her, accompanied by several technicians poised for orders. Fury approached her, his tone grave. "Natasha, brace yourself for this video." Black Widow, puzzled, wondered why one would need to prepare psychologically for a video, as bloodshed was part and parcel of their profession. The notion seemed absurd. Yet out of respect for Fury's request, she nodded in acquiescence. "Let us begin," Fury commanded, prompting the technicians to play a video on the holographic screen. The footage showcased Loki during a heist at a precious metals bank, delivering an oration from the center of the hall, in the name of the divine. "I command you, Neil. Is the world not clearer once you do so?" This is the essence of humanity, a yearning to be conquered, to submit to the powerful. You feign a desire for freedom, yet deep down, you fear shattering your existing boundaries, leading monotonous lives that rot and decay. The pursuit of power, the chase for desire, is merely a plea for validation from others. What a repugnant existence! I, Loki, the god of mischief, bestow upon you true freedom. With a flourish of his scepter, a radiant light enveloped the gathered crowd. In an instant, their eyes turned black, resembling two gaping voids, before they numbly turned to depart. Subsequently, this throng ignited a wave of crime throughout the city. Murders were committed, homes set ablaze, and the air was filled with screams. In the concluding frame, Loki glanced at the surveillance cameras, a wicked grin adorning his face, before vanishing into thin air. Clearly, he intended to leave behind these images, indifferent to the awareness of his presence. He introduced himself as Loki, the god of mischief. Black Widow's complexion drained of color. She pushed past the technicians to operate the computer herself, retrieving a file video. This footage was captured from a distance during the battle in a western town, featuring Coulson. Black Widow fast-forwarded the video until it reached the moment Thor advanced toward the destroyer. "Loki, I know you are watching me. Is this what you desire?" The massacre of civilians and the indiscriminate harm inflicted upon the innocent. What benefit does this bring you? If you wish to kill, then strike me down. Otherwise, upon my return to Asgard, I shall teach you a most severe lesson, dear brother." Upon reading these words, the Black Widow's face drained of color, leaving her nearly unsteady on her feet. Agent Hill hastily stepped forward to support her. Fury remarked, "Natasha, I fear that Apocalypse may never return. I understand your profound sorrow, but we require you to remain composed and not act impulsively. The crisis facing Earth is far from over." The Black Widow's eyes reflected a chilling emptiness. As if all vitality had fled from her being, her voice cold as iron. "I shall not act rashly. Even my husband, with his formidable strength, could not defeat him. I will not perish needlessly. I will exhaust every means and strength at my disposal to extract his heart." With that, she staggered slightly and turned to leave. Fury gestured for Agent Hill to follow. With Hawkeye now darkened and corrupted, the Black Widow found herself without anyone to confide in within S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus Agent Hill, being a woman herself, was assigned to keep an eye on her for the time being. The two recent videos, according to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s analysis, had led to the conclusion that Thor and Apocalypse had failed. No wonder there had been no news for over 2 years. From Thor's thunderous words, it was evident that he had faced the god of deception, Loki. Moreover, it was a matter of deep-seated enmity. Otherwise, there would be no reason to send puppets to pursue them to Earth, striking without mercy. This indicated that the confrontation in Asgard had ended with the demise of one side. Now, with no updates on Thor and Apocalypse for 2 years, their adversary, Loki, had brazenly appeared on Earth, wreaking havoc. The outcome was unmistakable. According to Fury's assessment, Thor and Apocalypse had always been at a disadvantage. Otherwise, how could Thor have been cast down to Earth? In the divine realm of Asgard, facing deities, even though Apocalypse was formidable, his chances of victory were not particularly high. Now, it was indeed confirmed that they had failed. Fury sighed. Now, Loki began to reap the rewards of victory on Earth. It is hardly surprising that Fury and the others harbored such thoughts. With a universe between them, information was scarce. The current deductions were undoubtedly the most reasonable. Who could have imagined that the victorious Thor and Apocalypse were trapped in Asgard due to the rupture of the Rainbow Bridge, unable to return? Meanwhile, the defeated Loki had not perished. Instead, he opened a passage from another cosmic space, arriving on Earth even faster than they could. Naturally, Loki inferred that the Rainbow Bridge would not be repaired swiftly, which emboldened his audacity, further giving the impression of a conqueror. After 2 arduous years of waiting, only to be met with such an outcome, the Black Widow felt a profound emptiness within her. She believed her heart had long since perished, remaining in S.H.I.E.L.D. solely to seek a semblance of home. Little did she expect to encounter Apocalypse during a mission, and her icy heart began to rekindle with life. She even began to explore various advanced treatments, dreaming of the day she might have children. Had one never encountered Apocalypse, nor felt the flicker of hope ignite within, Loki would merely be perceived as a formidable invader. Yet now, he has stripped away all that I held dear and cherished. In her profound sorrow, Black Widow has not lost her composure. Rather, she has grown even more resolute than ever before. Sighing, Fury lamented, "I must once again assume the role of the villain." With that, he sent 2 video clips to Iron Man Tony. "I implore you to remain calm after viewing these videos. The Earth requires your strength at this moment." The clips were swiftly consumed, and with his intellect, Iron Man grasped the gravity of the situation immediately. The enigmatic figure who had delivered sustenance during his darkest hours, who had repeatedly saved him from peril, and who had always demanded naught in return, had perished in a foreign realm. Had he truly vanished from his world? Even the romance with Pepper was a result of his deft intervention, and now Iron Man found himself unable to retrieve even his remains. Uncertain of how to conduct a funeral or mourn his loss, an indescribable sorrow surged from the depths of Iron Man's heart. Aside from receiving the devastating news of his parents' demise, he had never fathomed that he would lose another individual of such immense significance. He pressed the call button on his desk, his voice hoarse as he summoned, "Pepper, please come in. I need you." Pepper could never resist such a plea from Iron Man. She rushed in, alarmed to find Tony's expression steeped in profound grief, leaving her at a loss for words. "What's wrong? Don't ask. Just hold me tight. I fear that if I let my tears flow, I will become weak and dread facing what lies ahead." Pepper embraced Iron Man tightly, feeling his breath rapid and restrained. "Tony, though I am unaware of the circumstances, if you wish to cry, do so. No one will mock you. I cannot weep just yet. There are tasks left undone that I must fulfill on his behalf." When the harbinger of destruction descended upon the western town, uncertainty loomed regarding Asgard's intentions towards Earth. However, it undeniably posed a threat to the safety of humanity. Were it not for Apocalypse, countless lives would have been lost. In both a personal and public sense, his battle in Asgard was a protective measure for the Earth. Time passed, and Iron Man's breath gradually steadied. "Thank you. I am all right now." His countenance remained solemn, eyes bloodshot, which only served to alarm Pepper further. He gently disengaged from her embrace, declaring, "I need to step out for a moment." With determination, he strode towards the laboratory where his armor was stored. "Where are you going?" "To slay a god." Chapter 54. The Avengers' Fury sat before his computer, where a highly classified document awaited him, titled the Avengers Initiative. This document had been established long ago, shortly after Captain Marvel's departure in the previous century. SHIELD had been monitoring an increasing number of extraterrestrial civilizations. Formidable beings descended upon Earth, treating it with utter disregard, engaging in battles, and even slaughtering without restraint. Fury had come to the realization that traditional weaponry and combat philosophies were insufficient to contend with these powerful foes. Only by matching strength with strength could they repel the extraterrestrial adversaries, and even retaliate, ensuring that they no longer underestimated Earth. This was the very essence of the Avengers Initiative, named after a fighter jet belonging to Captain Marvel. The document simply listed several names: Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, Captain America, Steve Rogers, Iron Man, Tony Stark, the Hulk, Bruce Banner, Dominant Persona, Hawkeye, Clint Barton, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, War Machine, Colonel James Rhodes, the Eastern One, Dong Tianchi. These names were subject to modification by Fury based on the evolving circumstances. At that moment, his finger hovered heavily over the delete key as he painstakingly erased the name Dong Tianchi, one letter at a time. Fury retrieved an unassuming pager, which bore a striking emblem, a golden star at its center, flanked by abstract wings in crimson. This was the interstellar pager left to him by Captain Marvel. Originally a product of earthly technology from the last century, Captain Marvel had adapted it with Kree technology, allowing its signal to traverse the galaxy. No matter her location, she would receive it. In the event of a grave crisis threatening Earth's existence, pressing this button would summon her back from distant star systems. Fury held the interstellar pager in his hand, hesitating briefly before securing it close to his person. Although they now faced godlike beings, it appeared that the chaos and casualties were not yet at the brink of annihilating Earth. He resolved to take a chance. At that moment, a staff member relayed a message. "Director, Iron Man, Captain America, and Dr. Banner have arrived. Are we ready for liftoff? Have Hill coordinate the ascent. I will meet them on the deck," Fury instructed. In the original sequence, Black Widow would have been the one to handle the welcoming duties. But given her current state of grief, she was unfit for such a task. Fury stepped out of his office to behold a vast expanse. A colossal deck was populated with numerous aircraft. Countless staff members busily secured the jets and equipment with various tools. "Hey, welcome, Steve, Tony, Bruce," Fury greeted as he approached. Iron Man nodded politely, while Banner appeared indifferent. As for Captain America, having just awakened from a 70-year slumber, he was still in the process of acclimating to this new era. Observing the surrounding fighter jets, he lamented, "Had we possessed such advanced aircraft in the past, the toll of lives lost in the fight against the Nazis would have surely been diminished. Ultimately, we triumphed, did we not?" Fury remarked. "Let us proceed inside. The oxygen levels here will soon dwindle." As he spoke, a whirlpool began to form upon the sea's surface, emerging on either side of the massive deck, two in front and two behind, as the water began to sink beneath. Soon after, a thunderous roar of colossal engines echoed forth, and 4 immense turbofans ascended from the whirlpool, their blades measuring several meters in length. The water, yet to fall, cascaded like a waterfall, creating a mist that enveloped the air. The deck gradually elevated, revealing the colossal vessel in its entirety, a spaceborne aircraft carrier crafted by S.H.I.E.L.D., a bastion of offense and defense. In the face of existential threats capable of obliterating the Earth, remaining in a static position was evidently inadvisable, as the enemy possessed myriad methods to infiltrate. Should another incident akin to the previous calamity at the West District Cube Research Facility occur, all personnel would be at risk, and the command system would face total paralysis. As the spaceborne carrier ascended several hundred meters into the sky, Captain America and Banner, having savored the view, made their way inside. Commanding the flight, Hill issued a succinct order: prepare for stealth. In response, the carrier activated its reflective panels, rendering the entire massive ship invisible against the sky, only revealing peculiar shapes when passing through certain cloud formations. Within, they found an expansive command center bustling with activity, where each individual was diligently managing their respective subsystems. Having witnessed advanced technology upon awakening, what perplexed Captain America most was not the sophistication of the equipment, but the ubiquitous presence of a photograph depicting the enigmatic smile of Apocalypse. Given that Dr. Banner had boarded, the effective secret weapon would naturally remain in use, one for each personnel member. Some individuals, finding it cumbersome to carry or fearing they would be unable to don it quickly should they encounter the Hulk, opted to affix it to their workstations, room doors, or hallways. Is this a prominent celebrity? An individual of Eastern descent? Captain America pondered, somewhat bewildered. Though he had recently updated his knowledge of contemporary culture, he had not heard of this particular star. Dr. Banner shrugged, explaining, this is their secret weapon for countering another formidable foe. A brief meeting convened, attended by Fury, Black Widow, Iron Man, Captain America, and Dr. Banner. Naturally, Banner was tasked with analyzing global gamma radiation in search of the cosmic cube, while the others readied themselves for action. Iron Man and Black Widow exchanged a brief embrace as a gesture of comfort. Captain America, however, remained perplexed, only aware of the identity of the enemy, but unclear on the specifics of recent events. Upon boarding, he was greeted either by the peculiar photographs or the solemn expressions of others. What truly transpired? Was it a significant event that unfolded during my slumber? Soon after, Loki made his reappearance, this time at a concert in Europe. A prominent figure attended the grand musical gala, and Hawkeye had already discerned that his eyes were the key to unlocking the vault. Clad in a suit, Loki approached this illustrious individual and executed a swift maneuver, sending him crashing onto an artistic platform. He then produced a device and swiftly plunged it into the figure's eye, extracting the entire eyeball in an instant. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, armed with a similar instrument at the vault, scanned the ocular information, generating a synchronized holographic simulation. Before long, the eye verification was completed, effortlessly granting access to the vault. Within lay a vial of iridium, which Hawkeye secured to his back before vanishing into the night. Loki herded the crowd to the square, revealing his true form. With a helmet adorned with twin horns, a cloak draped over his shoulders, and clad in armor, he proceeded to deliver his ostentatious and malevolent proclamations. An elderly World War II veteran, frail and trembling, rose to his feet and declared, "Men like you, we have defeated before. I shall not bow to you." Loki coldly retorted, "In that case, I shall make an example of you." Raising his staff, he emitted a divine light. At that moment, a shield descended from the heavens, intercepting the divine radiance and rebounding it back toward Loki, catching him off guard. The newcomer was, of course, Captain America. Upon recognizing the figure of Captain America, Loki could not help but sneer. "Ah, an outdated veteran has arrived." At that time, Captain America was still donned in his vintage combat attire, particularly the headpiece that concealed his eyes and hair, rendering him somewhat comical in the modern era. Unfazed, Captain America responded calmly, "As long as it is to protect the people, a veteran is never out of date." With that, he charged forward. The surrounding crowd screamed and scattered, fortunately. As they were in a square, no stampede ensued, and people quickly fled the scene. although Loki was comparatively weaker in direct combat. This was merely in relation to other deities. Against mere mortals, his physical prowess rendered Captain America utterly defenseless. After just a few exchanges, Loki had him pinned, attempting to force his submission. Not a chance. Noticing that the surrounding civilians had retreated, Captain America smiled. The entanglement plan had succeeded. Just as Loki was about to deliver a fatal blow, a streak of light shot through the sky, and an energy laser cannon struck Loki, sending him sprawling. The assailant was none other than Iron Man. Loki lay on the ground, momentarily incapacitated. According to his plan, he intended to engage in a few superficial skirmishes before feigning capture, only to locate the airship and subsequently destroy the command center of the Earthlings. Despite his strength being formidable compared to humans, he abhorred brutish tactics. As the god of mischief, he relished in the art of cunning and manipulation, delighting in the spectacle of humanity dancing to his whims. In the original narrative, Iron Man and Captain America indeed acted as he had hoped upon witnessing his feigned surrender. They would escort him aboard their aircraft, returning him to the mothership. However, he had overlooked the influence of one individual, Tang Tianchi. Chapter 55. Loki's defeat. Loki had surmised that the Bifrost in Asgard would not be repaired swiftly, allowing him to exploit this temporal gap to seize dominion over Earth. Before the return of Thor and Apocalypse, he believed he could act with impunity. To his astonishment, however, S.H.I.E.L.D. had anticipated his early arrival and deduced that he had already slain Apocalypse. At that moment, Black Widow, piloting the Quinjet and soaring through the skies, uttered, "Steve, please keep your distance." The aircraft's mounted machine guns erupted in a cacophony of gunfire, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets. The vicinity where Loki stood was instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. Following this, Iron Man unleashed a barrage of hand cannon lasers and an array of miniature missiles upon Loki, overwhelming him with relentless firepower. Caught off guard, Loki wore a bewildered expression. Hadn't he just surrendered? Why were they still attacking? Had his feigned capitulation been uncovered? Fortunately, as a deity, his corporeal form was resilient. Though he sustained considerable pain and his cloak was tattered, he remained unscathed. After all, given the Hulk's destructive capacity, the beating he received merely knocked the breath out of him, leaving no substantial injuries. This served to illustrate the remarkable fortitude of his physique. Captain America, perplexed, noted that Loki had indeed raised his hands in surrender. Why then were Black Widow and Iron Man continuing their assault? Yet, with the area surrounding Loki now littered with bullets and explosive fire, the captain hesitated to approach recklessly. In a fit of anger and confusion, Loki shouted, "Cease fire. I surrender." As the mounted machine guns ran out of ammunition, Black Widow lowered the aircraft's altitude and engaged the Quinjet's autopilot. She leaped from the sky, aiming to strike Loki. Furious, Loki thought, "I have pretended to surrender, yet you still dare to attack me?" He raised his scepter, aiming to impale Natasha midair. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow, Iron Man accelerated and tackled Loki to the ground. Seeing this, Captain America knew he could not afford to hesitate and sprang into action to assist. Thus, Iron Man, Captain America, and Black Widow surrounded Loki, launching a coordinated assault. Iron Man took to the skies to strike from above, while the captain boldly confronted Loki's divine energy with a shield. Black Widow, seemingly frenzied, relentlessly targeted Loki's vital points, disregarding her own safety. However, her strength proved insufficient to inflict any notable damage on Loki. Thankfully, with Iron Man and Captain America's support, he was momentarily safe. As they fought, Captain America shouted, "Hey, Loki, didn't you claim to surrender? Why are you still fighting back?" Loki retorted angrily, "I have declared my surrender. Why do you persist in attacking?" The captain replied, "If you do not fight back, we won't either. Don't expect me to believe that. If you cease your assault, I won't retaliate. You surrendered, so you must refrain from striking back. You are despicable. You must stop attacking first. You surrendered. You are despicable." In an instant, their verbal exchange devolved into a futile loop, yielding no resolution, while the battle continued with no clear victor. Loki found the behavior of humans on Earth utterly incomprehensible. His cunning schemes of feigned surrender, which had always proven effective in the past, yielded no results against these three simpletons. Throughout his life, Loki had engaged in countless deceptions, nearly always with success. He had previously tricked Thor and the Frost Giant King, not to mention his unfulfilled plans to deceive the Dark Elves and Thanos, gaining their trust in the process. However, the disparity in strength with Thanos ultimately led to his downfall. To his astonishment, his first attempt at treachery on Earth had failed miserably, as they completely disregarded him. Loki felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Raising his hand would only result in a beating. Retaliating, too, would yield the same fate. Engaging in violence clashed with his persona as the god of mischief. At that moment, Loki found himself in a fierce exchange with Iron Man, truly not an act. His direct combat abilities were limited. He might not even best Iron Man, let alone Captain America and Black Widow. Fortunately, his divine physique was resilient, allowing him to endure the onslaught, though his injuries mounted without significant consequence, at least for the time being. Realizing the situation was untenable, Loki seized an opportunity. Enduring Captain America's shield strike to his face, and unleashed a burst of divine energy towards Black Widow's abdomen. A piercing sound marked the moment as the divine energy surged through her, leaving a gaping wound the size of a soup bowl, nearly cleaving her in two as she collapsed to the ground. "Natasha!" Captain America exclaimed in alarm, halting his assault to check on her. Iron Man coldly interjected, "Don't concern yourself with her. Continue the fight and don't let Loki escape." Captain America retorted angrily, "Do you have no humanity? You disregard a teammate?" Iron Man continued his assault, muttering under his breath, "Humph." Relic. Captain America knelt beside Black Widow, gripping her hand tightly. "Natasha, you must hold on." He understood the gravity of her injuries. Survival seemed improbable, yet he felt compelled to offer solace, unsure of what else to say. During World War II, he had valiantly fought to save countless comrades, yet many perished by his side. Overwhelmed by sorrow, he felt transported back to that era. Clenching Black Widow's hand with fervor, "Don't worry about me," she gasped, her face contorted in pain. "Natasha, how could I not care for you? Though our acquaintance is brief, I am your comrade. If you have anything to say, speak it. I will remember. Let go. If you don't, I will truly die." "What?" Captain America felt Natasha exert her last strength to free herself, prompting him to release her immediately. With great difficulty, she retrieved a vial of green serum from her tactical pack and drank it down. A green glow illuminated the wound, and, in the blink of an eye, the flesh that had been missing reformed, though her clothing did not restore. Black Widow revealed her toned abdomen and lower back, contrasted by the sweat and dirt on her face, exuding an unconventional allure. She sprang to her feet, resuming her assault on Loki. Captain America stood there, momentarily speechless. I apologize for earlier." No wonder Iron Man refers to himself as unconcerned about her. It turns out there exists such a miraculous potion. Conversely, he had approached her, grasping her hand, nearly endangering his teammates. The captain felt a pang of guilt. Had he fallen so far behind the times that he was unaware of such extraordinary elixirs? Enough with the chatter. Come forth and fight. Upon witnessing Black Widow resurrected to full vitality, Loki felt a twinge of dread. What sort of grotesque potion was this? How could he possibly contend under such circumstances? If this continued, they could heal from their injuries in the blink of an eye, while his own wounds would only multiply, potentially leading to his downfall. With this realization, Loki resolved to abandon the fight. In a flash, he conjured several illusions of himself, simultaneously darting in all directions to escape. Black Widow waved her hand, launching 3 darts, instantly causing 3 of the illusions to vanish. Captain America hurled his shield in a sweeping arc, which returned to him after dispersing 5 more illusions. Iron Man, on the other hand, operated with remarkable efficiency, using his eyes to navigate the miniature screen as beams of laser light split into numerous strands, enveloping all the Lokis. Oh no! Loki let out a cry of despair as all illusions dissipated, and his true form was struck by the laser. However, he had already distanced himself from Iron Man and his companions by several meters. With a few agile leaps, he vaulted over the outer wall, disappearing from sight. On the return journey, Iron Man did not fly solo. The three of them sat together in the Quinjet. Black Widow remarked coldly, "His strength cannot possibly threaten my husband." Captain America inquired, "My condolences. However, I must boldly ask, who is your husband? Is he formidable? The photograph you saw aboard the mothership is him. As for his prowess," Iron Man scoffed, "if he were present, Loki wouldn't dare to cause chaos on Earth, even with 100 lives. So, he was a fallen hero. No wonder so many aboard the mothership had plastered his likeness everywhere," Captain America mused. Yet, was that the right choice for his image? A fallen hero's portrait should be one of solemn dignity, shouldn't it? That photo's smile felt unsettlingly out of place. Iron Man continued, "If his capabilities are limited to what we witness today, even with the ability to corrupt others through magic, regardless of whether Apocalypse is present, he would still lack the strength to conquer Earth. Unless..." The three exchanged glances, simultaneously arriving at the thought, he has allies. The Quinjet accelerated towards the mothership. They needed to return and confer with the director to uncover Loki's true machinations. According to the original narrative, Loki was supposed to betray them aboard this very aircraft, but due to Apocalypse's unseen influence, the timeline here had already diverged significantly. In an unknown realm of time, the Temporal Variance Authority observed the sacred timeline, noting the emergence of an additional branch, which left them feeling quite overwhelmed. The mysterious man, whose actions had compelled the timekeepers to intervene and classify him as an outlaw, was causing severe disruptions to Earth's timeline, even from the farthest reaches of the universe. If this continued, the sacred timeline would inevitably collapse. A group of employees from the Temporal Bureau is diligently engaged in discussions, seeking to devise a plan that would stabilize the sacred timeline without infringing upon the prerogatives of the esteemed outlaw. Chapter 56. The Return of the Apocalypse. The Black Widow, Iron Man, and Captain America swiftly returned to the aircraft carrier. They promptly reported the details of the recent battle to Fury, including their suspicions regarding Loki's potential accomplices. Fury convened a meeting with everyone present. "Hill, please compile a list of all the locations Loki has recently targeted for robbery and analyze any correlations," he instructed. "Understood," she replied. A detailed report of each incident appeared on the screen as the computer program automatically analyzed the data, continuously searching for connections among locations, individuals, casualties, and more. Suddenly, Dr. Banner interjected, "This is peculiar. Loki has exclusively robbed precious metal banks, and the stolen metal is iridium." Iron Man furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. Iridium has numerous applications. To my knowledge, there are at least dozens of industrial uses for it. However, I doubt that Loki desires it for any of those reasons. Surely, he doesn't intend to establish a factory on Earth? Thus, only one plausible possibility remained. In particle physics, iridium is utilized in the production of antiprotons, requiring a high-intensity proton beam to target a substance of considerable density. It can withstand the shockwave produced when radiation particle beams raise temperatures more stably. Banner's eyes lit up. If sufficient energy is available to open an Einstein-Rosen bridge, iridium becomes an essential element, serving as a stabilizing buffer. "Clear's throat, speak plainly," Fury interjected. "Doctor." Banner exchanged a glance with Iron Man, who remarked, "You are the expert in this field. Why don't you elaborate?" Banner continued without hesitation, "The Einstein-Rosen bridge, commonly referred to as a wormhole, requires astronomical amounts of energy to open. Furthermore, during the process of opening a wormhole, antiprotons are generated. If these antiprotons are not managed, the wormhole will become unstable." Captain America interjected, "Wait, I don't grasp the theories you are discussing. If I understand correctly, Loki aims to open a wormhole to summon reinforcements from another world. Thus, two conditions must be met: energy and stability. The Tesseract can provide the energy. Iridium can ensure stability. This means he possesses all the necessary conditions." "Precisely." The room fell silent as the gravity of the situation sank in. The chaos caused by Loki in major European cities had already resulted in numerous casualties. The prospect of his reinforcements arriving filled them with dread. According to Fury's reasoning, Loki's allies could be unparalleled beings capable of slaying Thor and bringing about the apocalypse. Once they arrived, no one on Earth would stand a chance against them. Fury issued his orders. "Hill, I need you to do whatever it takes to track down Loki. Utilize all surveillance, cameras, and spy satellites on Earth. Requisition them if necessary. Dr. Banner and Tony, your task is to trace gamma rays in search of the Tesseract. I will commandeer all gamma ray detection instruments within my authority for your use. Steve, Natasha, be on standby at all times. Understood. However, the more anxious they became, the less fruitful their efforts were. After being overwhelmed by the combined forces of Iron Man, Black Widow, and Captain America, Loki suffered a significant setback and hesitated to show himself again. Even the darkened Hawkeye, who had previously been under Loki's command to steal the precious iridium, had now vanished without a trace. Fury grew increasingly uneasy, indicating that they had gathered sufficient iridium. At this moment, they were undoubtedly planning something, and when he was discovered again, it might coincide with the opening of a wormhole. For 2 consecutive days, the entire Earth fell into an unexpected tranquility. Fury understood that this was the calm before the storm. Once it was shattered, it would unleash a cataclysm of monumental proportions. Just then, alarms blared throughout the celestial mothership. Beep, 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 beep. Level 1 alert. All teams, be advised. An unidentified object is approaching our mothership. Weapons on standby. Personnel ready. Above the celestial mothership, 2 figures stood suspended in the void, surrounded by lightning and dark clouds. It was Thor and Apocalypse. Due to the necessity of transporting an additional individual, Odin, the king of gods, took longer to prepare the dark energy, causing Thor's arrival to be delayed by several days compared to the original storyline. In the original narrative, Thor had descended while returning to the mothership aboard the Quinjet after Loki's feigned surrender. Due to a misunderstanding, he had engaged in a skirmish with Iron Man and Captain America amidst the wilderness. Now, at Apocalypse's request, they had pinpointed the location of the celestial mothership and descended directly above it. The mothership was cloaked from earthly technology, but to Heimdall, it was as conspicuous as a light bulb. Apocalypse extended a hand, generating a divine energy shield that repelled all incoming projectiles from the defensive automated weapons. Below, tension was palpable as cannons were raised, aiming at them. Although Apocalypse was unperturbed, he recognized that they were on the same side, and there was no need to damage their own weapons. Otherwise, Fury would undoubtedly raise a fuss. Soon, their images were captured and identified. Ah, it was that Oriental man from the photograph. Already, some infatuated female technicians began to squeal. Once the alarms were silenced, Apocalypse and Thor descended gracefully. Thor flew with the aid of his mighty hammer, while Apocalypse soared purely through his physical prowess, a skill that even Thor envied. It is worth noting that many deities, despite their immense power, have never mastered the art of flight. Physical flight is not as simple as it appears. Loki, who often boasted of his divine nature, could not fly, and without his hammer, Thor could only momentarily levitate using the power of lightning, hardly true flight. The vast majority of superheroes cannot achieve physical flight. Even the Scarlet Witch, a formidable force, can only momentarily lift off the ground using terrestrial energy. She does not truly fly. Only a select few, like Vision and Captain Marvel, possess the extraordinary ability to fly from the moment they emerge into existence. As the two landed, those who had come to investigate surrounded them. Iron Man, clad in his armor, arrived the fastest, and upon seeing Apocalypse, his eyes reddened as he stepped forward to give him a heartfelt embrace. "Buddy, I never expected to see you again." Apocalypse sighed. "Indeed, it has been quite some time. So long. It feels almost like a century." Gradually, a sense of unease washed over him. Why was Iron Man holding him for such an extended period? Everyone around was watching if he was unashamed. He still had his own dignity to consider. Captain America leaned in, lowering his voice to inquire of Fury, "Director, are you certain this individual named Apocalypse is married to Natasha?" Observing the teary-eyed Black Widow nearby, Apocalypse could no longer contain himself. After journeying from afar, he hadn't even had a chance to embrace his beloved. "Hey, Tony, why don't you step aside?" As Apocalypse pushed Tony away, Black Widow immediately lunged at him, saying nothing, her kiss nearly rendering him breathless. The duration of the kiss was such that even those around, despite being Westerners, began to feel a bit overwhelmed. Ahem, Fury interjected, "Welcome back, Tang." Reluctantly, Apocalypse parted from Black Widow, sensing an unusual warmth from everyone upon his return. Long time no see, Director. Fury continued. Allow me to introduce. This is Dr. Banner. I believe you are acquainted. Banner, with his courteous demeanor, extended a hand, saying, Mr. Tang, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Your smile is quite normal. What does normal smile even mean? Apocalypse had no time to inquire further as he shook his hand. This is my assistant, Agent Hill. Hill was a tall, elegant beauty, exuding a refreshing and poised charm, entirely different from Black Widow. And this is Captain America, Steve Rogers. This marked Apocalypse's first encounter with Captain America in person. He scrutinized him closely, tall, handsome, radiating righteousness, clad in his vintage skin-tight combat suit. He resembled the captain from his memories. At that moment, Thor sidled over, tilting his head to glance at Captain America from the side, whispering, Tang, is this the American peach bottom you mentioned? Doesn't he seem all that impressive? Those present, regardless of how low Thor's voice was, caught every word. Captain America's expression darkened. Who were these people? Did he know them? Why were they suddenly discussing his posterior? Upon hearing Thor's remark, everyone's gaze shifted towards Captain America's behind, curious if it truly was as remarkable as claimed. Suddenly, Captain America felt a mix of itchiness and heat at the rear, unable to act in such a public setting. He resorted to feigning nonchalance while using his shield to obscure his backside. Ahem, greetings, everyone. Apocalypse stepped back from Thor, addressing the crowd. I am not particularly familiar with this fellow. Upon entering, he noticed his likeness plastered everywhere, with some photographs adorned with small flowers. This left Apocalypse puzzled. Wasn't his information supposed to be confidential? Or had he mistakenly traversed a different timeline in the cosmic expanse? Thor enviously remarked, Tang, I didn't realize you were so popular on Earth. No one in Asgard has ever put up my photos. He then turned to Agent Hill, asking, Hey, beautiful. May I inquire who is responsible for these photographs? I, the Prince of Asgard and the God of Thunder, might consider sharing my photograph as well. Hill shot him a glance and remarked, Everyone believes Mr. Tang has perished. The photograph is meant to commemorate him. Are you certain you wish to display it? Well, I suppose it could be arranged. Once both sides exchanged their intelligence, all uncertainties were finally resolved. Fury understood that Loki did not possess the strength to vanquish Apocalypse, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With the emergence of both the God of Thunder and Apocalypse, his concerns were ultimately alleviated. As long as Loki dared to show himself, Fury would ensure he understood why the flowers bloomed so vibrantly. With no further issues at hand, Apocalypse and Black Widow indulged in some clandestine enjoyment, rekindling the passion of the past 2 years. Tang, keep your voice down. This room is not soundproof. What is there to fear? After all, it wasn't my call. Humph. You are quite mischievous. Chapter 57. The humiliation beneath one's own gate. X10. The two individuals adhered to the philosophy that as long as I remain unembarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others, creating cacophonous melodies throughout the night. This area was entirely populated by women's quarters, and nearby, Hill tossed and turned, covering her ears as she endured a night of torment. After a bout of exercise, Apocalypse finally indulged in a rare, sweet slumber. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed, followed by another. The colossal airship trembled violently. Alarms blared, and everyone rushed out in a frenzy. Be cautious. Loki is invading. Apocalypse opened his eyes, reflecting on Loki's relentless persistence. Upon exiting, chaos ensued outside, with Fury and Hill directing operations in the control room. Fury spoke into the communicator, Tony. 2 turbine fans have been destroyed. You must repair them, or the airship will plummet. I'm fine here. Is that lazy Apocalypse still lost in dreamland? Cough, cough, hey. Tony, I'm here. Then Loki is your responsibility. He'll quickly access the surveillance feed, revealing Loki materializing beside a Quinjets, flashing a mischievous grin at the camera before vanishing. Those Quinjets that returned a few days ago must have been tampered with by Loki. He is currently wreaking havoc inside the airship. Mr. Tang, I implore you, do not allow him to reach the power reactor. Leave it to me. Apocalypse nodded, closing his eyes slightly, beginning to sense every movement aboard the airship. Suddenly, a fierce wind whipped up, and he vanished before Hill's eyes. At that moment, Loki was cloaked in invisibility. His intentions confirming Hill's suspicions, he aimed to detonate the nuclear power reactor. Should he succeed, it would be akin to unleashing a nuclear explosion within the airship, resulting in catastrophic devastation. In the original narrative, Loki relished in the delight of manipulation, reveling in the knowledge that others were unwittingly under his control. However, his initial plans for deceit had faltered, and since his encounters with Apocalypse and Black Widow, he had faced considerable adversity. Filled with resentment and devoid of the desire to toy with his foes, he opted for outright destruction, intent on delivering a harsh lesson to S.H.I.E.L.D. Before him stood the nuclear power reactor, and a cold smile crept across Loki's lips. Just as he prepared to strike, a voice rang out. "Loki, it has been a long time. It's you." Loki gasped in shock. The newcomer was Apocalypse. With him present, Loki's brother must surely be nearby. Loki had never anticipated that the timeline for repairing the Bifrost might stretch from 1 to 3 years. Such a lengthy duration would afford him ample opportunity to ravage the Earth. The prospect of witnessing the despair on the face of the Earthling rescued by his father upon his return was immensely satisfying. Father truly spared no expense, employing dark energy to send you all back to Earth. Very well, I surrender. Loki slowly raised his hands, yet as his scepter reached his chest, a sudden crackle echoed, unleashing a beam of yellow light, not directed at Apocalypse, but aimed straight for the nuclear reactor. A faint, triumphant smile graced Loki's lips as he contemplated the center of a nuclear explosion, where temperatures soared to tens of millions of degrees, capable of melting any substance into fundamental particles, regardless of one's power. Alas, his opponent was Apocalypse. The moment he uttered his intention to surrender, Apocalypse was already on guard, swiftly shifting his position to shield against the radiant yellow light. What he initially presumed to be a mere divine power attack transformed into an overwhelming force, akin to standing before a celestial body, its might vast and boundless. Caught unawares, Apocalypse skidded across the unyielding metallic floor, carving deep grooves until his back pressed against the nuclear reactor, where he finally came to a halt. "This is not your power," he exclaimed. Having endured the eternal flame S9 trials, his divine form had been perfected. After 2 years of relentless cultivation, he had augmented his strength manifold. Even if Loki had improved, it was inconceivable that he could achieve such exaggeration. As Apocalypse assessed the situation, he noticed the light emanating from Loki's scepter had dimmed, revealing an emptiness where the Mind Stone once resided. It was the power of the Mind Stone. Although not renowned for its destructive capability, being an infinite gem, even a fraction of its power wielded by Loki was formidable. Had it been Thor attempting to intervene instead of Apocalypse, Loki might have succeeded. However, it was apparent that Loki had only borrowed this power, leaving behind a void. Truly, the god of mischief was as cautious as ever. With a hearty laugh directed towards the heavens, Loki proclaimed, "Let us try again and see if you can withstand it." No sooner had he spoken than another beam of yellow light shot forth, with his form suddenly fracturing into a dozen duplicates, scattering towards the surrounding corridors. Apocalypse, with a casual motion, dispersed the yellow light. This time, it was merely a ruse of Loki's divine power, not the genuine force of the Mind Stone. A fact Apocalypse had already sensed. Observing the simultaneous escape of multiple Lokis, Apocalypse chose not to pursue any of them. Instead, he reached out into the void before him. A humanoid figure gradually materialized from the air. Undoubtedly, it was Loki. Just days prior, during his encounter with Black Widow and her companions, Loki had suffered a significant setback while escaping, prompting him to refine his strategy this time by concealing his true self amidst the illusions. However, his ploy was swiftly unraveled by Apocalypse, who apprehended him effortlessly. Loki felt tears of frustration welling up. How was it that he had never triumphed over the mortals of Earth? From the moment he unleashed the Destroyer, to his father's choice to save Earth rather than himself, and then his failed attempts at deception, flight, and sabotage of the celestial mothership, all had ended in failure. Apocalypse regarded Loki with a glint of lethal intent in his eyes. This Loki, throughout his endeavors, had seemingly committed nothing but malevolent acts. and the number of Earthlings who had perished at his hands was incalculable. Perhaps it would be prudent to eliminate him now, for he harbored no fear of altering the timeline. Just as he prepared to strike, Loki, sensing the impending threat, cried out, "I am Thor's brother." One must concede that Loki possessed a profound understanding of human nature. Upon hearing this, Apocalypse sighed inwardly. The thunder god regarded Loki as kin, and Asgard had bestowed upon him the title of prince. Though driven by self-interest, the favor was nonetheless genuine. It would be unwise to act rashly against the family of one he had yet to repay, especially Thor, who still regards Loki as his brother. He has now captured him, rendering him incapable of instigating the Battle of New York once more. First, he will interrogate Thor. Thus, a surge of divine power immobilized Loki, lifting him onto the deck as one might lift a small chick. At this moment, the other factions had mostly resolved their own conflicts. The minor enemies were easily dealt with by the protective forces aboard the mothership. Due to Loki's deliberate sabotage, one additional engine was damaged compared to the original narrative, drawing the attention of Thor, Iron Man, and Captain America. As for Hawkeye, he was currently bound by Black Widow, who was panting from exertion. Hawkeye's strength lay primarily in his archery. In close combat, he was significantly weaker than the enhanced Black Widow, and there was no doubt that he would lose to her, whether in the original story or now. Throwing Loki onto the deck, Apocalypse approached, taking over Hawkeye and saying to Black Widow, "You rest for a moment. I shall handle Barton." With that, he gently pressed his finger to Hawkeye's forehead, a trickle of divine power seeping in. The power of the Mind Stone controlling Hawkeye was feeble, a stark contrast to the overwhelming force he had faced earlier, yet this power entwined around his brain, requiring Apocalypse to exercise utmost caution. Before long, Hawkeye's darkened eyes returned to normal, his mind restored. "Thank you. You're welcome." Black Widow supported Hawkeye, asking, "Barton, do you remember what happened?" Hawkeye nodded. "I remember everything. I seem to have harmed quite a few people." Apocalypse replied, "You need not feel guilty about that. You were under the influence of the Mind Stone. These transgressions should not be attributed to you. The true culprit lies over there." At this point, with various issues resolved, Thor, Iron Man, Captain America, Fury, Hill, and others gathered around, scrutinizing Loki. Fury felt a pang of fear. Had it not been for Apocalypse's timely return, the mothership would have certainly perished, and everyone would have succumbed to a nuclear explosion. The god of mischief remains the god of mischief. Although he did not ascend to the mothership through deception, he still left his mark on the Quinjet. Thor exclaimed, "Loki, you are truly reckless. What right do you have to lecture me?" Loki replied with a bitter smile, "Father would rather save that earthling than come to my aid. You, Odin, Frigga, are not my kin." Thor was momentarily speechless. He felt a deep sense of guilt, wishing that Father had chosen to save Loki instead of him, which would have eased his heart. Hill kicked him, saying, "Loki, is it? You are charged with causing the deaths of numerous earthlings. We will hold you accountable under the law, with the highest penalty being death." Hey. Thor interjected, "He is my brother. Show him some respect. The number of earthlings whose deaths he has directly or indirectly caused likely exceeds 3,000. Fine. He is adopted. We are not that close." Nevertheless, Thor could not genuinely allow Loki to perish here. Despite his compassion, he harbored selfish motives. He still regarded Loki as his brother and could not permit anyone to take his life. At that moment, Iron Man glanced around and remarked, "Isn't someone missing from our midst?" Upon observing the scene, the crowd noted the absence of Dr. Banner. No, it would be more accurate to say the Hulk. A deep, resonant roar echoed from below, followed by a cacophony of sounds, the origin of which wreaked havoc upon the equipment. Fury, cradling his bald head, felt a throbbing headache and was about to ask Apocalypse to intervene with the Hulk. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resounded as the Hulk burst through the deck, leaping upwards. Below, the floor was littered with photographs of Apocalypse. The Hulk, cornered, found no escape save for the ceiling, and thus began to smash through layer after layer, ascending. Alas! Loki let out a horrified scream, finding himself directly beneath the Hulk's landing spot, the massive foot pressing his face into the steel deck. "Curse be this barbaric creature. This grotesque beast, remove your foot at once." The Hulk cast a glance downward, his voice a booming growl. "Insect. Enough." I have had it with you earthlings. I am a deity, a scion of the frost giants, the adopted son of Odin, the all-father of Asgard. The lowly blood of mortals is unworthy. With each thunderous stomp, the Hulk continued his assault, growling, "Little insect, you are so loud. So very loud." Though the physical damage to Loki was minimal, the psychological humiliation was exponentially greater than any bodily harm. If the disgrace of being stepped upon is the ultimate humiliation for a man, then an even more grievous affront would be the shame of being trampled upon without trousers. As the Hulk transformed, the green mass beneath him reemerged. While it was merely an eyesore in the Western world, a sight one could grow accustomed to, Loki's perspective at that moment was utterly devastating. Helplessly lying on the ground, he gazed up at the enormous bulk looming over him, swaying ominously, and his spirit shattered completely. Loki's face turned ashen, feeling that the insults endured over a millennium paled in comparison to the humiliation of this day. You, if you possess any courage, then kill me. Roar, little insect, then I shall end your life. The Hulk seemed to comprehend Loki's words, reaching down to grasp his legs and lifting him aloft. Roar. With a brutal force, he tore Loki in two. Thor shouted, "Loki." Chapter 58. The wormhole opens. Although Loki is hailed as a deity, he is not immune to death, as evidenced by his being torn asunder. In the original narrative, he met his end by Thanos' brutal grasp around his throat. The god of thunder rushed forward, only to find that the severed Loki had not shed a drop of blood. Instead, he gradually transformed into a wisp of ash, dissipating into the air. "It was merely an avatar," Thor exclaimed. An avatar differs from an illusion. The latter is merely a deceptive projection, while an avatar possesses a tangible existence, akin to a real person, endowed with a measure of strength. Of course, the magnitude of that strength is contingent upon the primary entity's abilities. The avatar is subject to the control of its creator, sharing thoughts and perspectives with the original. The earlier enhanced humiliation was vividly transmitted to Loki's primary consciousness, a sensation that could never be erased. It is no wonder that Loki, in his moment of despair, urged the Hulk to end his life, unable to endure the indignity, swiftly severing the connection with his avatar. To Thor's astonishment and concern, it became evident that Loki had made remarkable strides in his mastery, having learned to create avatars. The death of this one indicated that Loki still lived, yet it also implied that he lurked in some shadowy corner, continuing to wreak havoc upon humanity. Apocalypse stepped forward, suppressing the Hulk's persona, while a staff member promptly brought over a blanket. Observing the Hulk in his nakedness, Apocalypse mused that it would be prudent to devise a pair of ultra-elastic undergarments for him, to spare everyone from the discomfort of such an unseemly transformation. As for Loki's avatar, Apocalypse had no recollection of it. This being his first encounter, could it be a consequence of his own butterfly effect? Initially perplexed by Loki's audacity to assault the nuclear reactor from such proximity, a distance that would leave even Apocalypse uncertain of his survival, he realized it was the avatar that feared not death. At that moment, a colossal blue beam of light surged skyward from afar. The blue energy column pierced the heavens, revealing a void that gradually opened, exposing the dark backdrop of another part of the universe. It was indeed a wormhole connecting to the far reaches of the cosmos. Upon witnessing Apocalypse and Thor's arrival, and with his avatar's ambush having failed, Loki understood the urgency of the situation and immediately activated the Tesseract, summoning Thanos' forces. Countless Chitauri troops, having long awaited this moment, surged forth like a swarm of locusts. Chitauri soldiers, aboard personal hovercrafts, traversed the wormhole, wielding peculiar elongated energy rifles, attacking indiscriminately. Coupled with the energy cannons mounted on their craft, a single blast sent vehicles on the ground soaring into the air. Instantly, New York erupted in chaos. Screams echoing as explosions rocked the city, with people fleeing in terror. As time passed, the blue energy column expanded, the wormhole widening further, allowing a massive mechanical dragon to gradually emerge. This mechanical entity, forged from an alien, enigmatic metal of a dark bronze hue, demolished buildings in its wake. With a mere flick of its tail, it could obliterate half of a structure. Within its body, numerous Chitauri soldiers lay in wait, ready to leap forth and assault the humans inside the buildings. Thor murmured, "Brother, You have truly unleashed a catastrophe. The mothership immediately sounded its alarms. Rallying all personnel for battle, Apocalypse declared, I shall first seek out Loki's true form. The Infinity Stones in his possession serve as the key to sealing the wormhole. The rest is up to you. With those words, Apocalypse ascended from the celestial mothership, soaring toward the wormhole. In the original narrative, the Infinity Stones were embedded within Loki's scepter. However, the scepter now lay aboard the mothership, while the Mind Stone had seemingly vanished, undoubtedly still in Loki's grasp. Iron Man and Thor, both capable of flight, took to the skies first. Meanwhile, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Captain America swiftly boarded the Quinjet, preparing for departure. Fury urged, wait. We must bring Dr. Banner along. His presence is no longer required. Initially, Banner was summoned to locate the Tesseract through gamma radiation, but now, with the Tesseract boldly resting beneath the energy column, any further search was rendered futile. Banner expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Director. However, given the ongoing battle, I believe it prudent to remain aboard the mothership until hostilities cease, after which I shall return to my homeland. The mothership, vast in size, was slow to maneuver and ill-suited for direct engagement in the combat zone, resembling a naval aircraft carrier more than a frontline vessel, serving instead as a platform for aircraft and a command center. Fury smiled, stating, we do not need Banner, but we certainly require the Hulk. With that, he reluctantly ushered the unwilling Banner aboard the Quinjet. The aircraft swiftly approached the battlefield, and Black Widow opened the hatch. Sitting at the edge, Banner sensed impending doom and exclaimed, what are you planning? Don't do this again. Coldly, Black Widow replied, Barton, toss him out. No. And with a thunderous crash, he landed, transformed into the green behemoth, the Hulk. A primal roar erupted from the Hulk, attracting countless Chitauri soldiers to their assault. Thor, Iron Man, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Captain America each unleashed their powers, systematically decimating the Chitauri ranks. Hawkeye took to high ground, targeting the flying vessels, while Thor unleashed his hammer and electrical fury, blocking the wormhole's vicinity with devastating strikes. Captain America dashed about, rescuing civilians, while Black Widow resorted to guerrilla tactics on the ground, targeting isolated Chitauri soldiers for elimination. The entrance of these superheroes into the fray stabilized the situation, significantly reducing civilian casualties. Yet, this also drew in even more Chitauri soldiers and mechanical serpents to the attack. Meanwhile, Apocalypse flew directly beneath the energy column, situated atop a grand building. However, it was not the Stark Tower from the original storyline. Clearly, after being bested by the trio of Iron Man, Loki had recognized the formidable nature of Stark and dared not brazenly disrupt Stark Tower for fear of detection. The blue energy column emanated from an unusual device, within which the Tesseract served as the energy source, guarded by Eric. Apocalypse approached, placing his hand upon Eric's forehead, dispelling the control of the Mind Stone. Is it you? Eric awakened, horrified. What have I done? Apocalypse responded, this is not your fault, Dr. Eric. Where is Loki? I am uncertain. Moments ago, he instructed me to activate the device, and then he vanished. You should depart from this place swiftly. Before leaving, Eric gestured towards the device, stating, it generates a protective energy shield that cannot be deactivated. Only a source of the same energy can breach the shield. I am aware of this. Nevertheless, Apocalypse still desires to test the limits and cautiously stepped forward, delivering a punch towards the device. A hum resonated. A blue energy shield materialized, intercepting Apocalypse's fist. The shield, intangible and formless, produced a colossal sound akin to striking a great bell, generating powerful sound waves that sent clouds of dust swirling like ocean waves. The immense energy resonated through the building, causing it to tremble violently. Apocalypse furrowed his brow. The Infinity Stones were indeed extraordinary, although his strike was merely a tentative gesture. With less than 1/10 of his full strength, the intensity of the shield suggested that even a full-force assault would prove futile. Furthermore, there were numerous ordinary individuals within this edifice. Another punch without breaking the shield would likely result in the building's collapse. It seems that a visit to Loki is imperative. At this moment, Loki had shed the arrogance characteristic of the original narrative. Upon witnessing Apocalypse's arrival, he seemingly retreated to an unknown location. However, Apocalypse was certain that Loki was undoubtedly in proximity to the energy column. Given his twisted psyche, he would want to witness everything firsthand, the cries of the anguished, the destruction of the earth. Only then would he find joy. Chapter 59. The peculiar individual's Apocalypse soared in a random direction, attuning his divine power to his senses. As long as Loki was within his perceptual range, he could never conceal himself. Though Loki's ability to become invisible was indeed remarkable, it inevitably produced waves of divine energy. And with the distinctly cold nature of Loki's divine power, he was exceedingly easy to identify. Numerous Chitauri soldiers unleashed a hail of gunfire at Apocalypse, who effortlessly turned his palm, sending forth countless streams of divine energy in all directions. Wherever they passed, the Chitauri soldiers fell like moths to a flame, littering the streets with their bodies. Witnessing Apocalypse's formidable prowess, the Chitauri quickly deployed 2 mechanical dragons, accompanied by a multitude of soldiers, to mount an assault. In response, Apocalypse refrained from utilizing his divine power, waiting until the mechanical dragons lunged at him before delivering a powerful punch, tenfold the strength of the Hulk. With a resounding crash, the several thousand-ton mechanical dragon momentarily froze in midair, and then, starting from its head, its metallic plates shattered and flew apart, the explosion rapidly extending to its tail. The Chitauri soldiers aboard the mechanical dragon were pierced by countless metal shards, plummeting to the ground amidst a rain of debris. The other mechanical dragon, evidently controlled by someone, quickly turned to flee upon witnessing this chaos. However, having arrived, Apocalypse would not allow it to escape. He accelerated, instantly reaching the tail of the mechanical dragon. With both hands plunged downwards, the resilient alien metal yielded as though it were soaked paper, allowing him to pierce through and grasp the core dragon bone of the mechanical beast. He spun violently in midair, unleashing a mighty roar. Under the tremendous force, the several thousand-ton mechanical dragon could no longer maintain control, hurtling towards the blue energy column. As its body passed through the energy column, every point of contact was disintegrated into nothingness, resulting in the dragon being severed in 2. Observing this, Apocalypse shook his head. It was evident that relying on an object to forcibly obstruct the energy column was futile. Nevertheless, he had not anticipated success. The mechanical dragon had merely presented itself, and he had taken the opportunity to test his strength. Suddenly, Apocalypse sensed something peculiar below. He swiftly veered towards a secluded street, recently cleared and nearly devoid of Chitauri soldiers. From his elevated vantage point, he spotted 4 unusual figures below: the Hulk, Iron Man, Captain America, and an Ant-Man yet to reveal himself. At this moment, the Hulk appeared unchanged, yet the perpetual fury that usually marked his visage had vanished, as if he were a different person altogether. Notably, he was clad in a pair of trousers. Iron Man's face bore the weight of many years. Captain America no longer wore his antiquated helmet, having styled his hair handsomely. As for Ant-Man, he donned a dark red combat suit. And this was the first time Apocalypse had seen him in person. He appeared just as he remembered. Apocalypse deduced that they must have traversed from Avengers Endgame. Could it be that he had not altered the future? That seemed implausible. Thanos could not be that formidable. He descended and suddenly appeared before them, inquiring, "Where am I?" The 4 individuals were startled, but upon recognizing Apocalypse, they collectively exhaled in relief. Ant-Man remarked, "Hey, Tang, I never expected to see you here." Iron Man responded, "Tang, I knew you would discern that we hail from the future. Anyone capable of inquiring about my whereabouts is either a fool or a wise seer." Clearly, upon hearing this, Iron Man realized that it was indeed the Apocalypse from this timeline. The Hulk, Banner, interjected, "Tang, time travel does not merely involve returning to the past. It entails traversing through different temporal dimensions. Informing you of your position in our timeline will not alter your current trajectory." Apocalypse furrowed his brow, pondering whether the sacred timeline had diverged anew. Had this branch emerged without him defeating Thanos? Yet, where had the separation occurred? Since his journey through time began, it seemed that few pivotal moments had been altered. Iron Man advised, "Tang, it would be best for you to depart. Should we interact excessively and divulge too much information, We may inadvertently create another branch at this juncture. The future, after all, is unpredictable. Apocalypse was not well versed in the intricacies of timelines and time travel. However, based on the original narrative, traversing to the past does not change the future. It instead spawns a new timeline. For instance, in the original storyline, the Hulk's snap returned all those turned to ash, yet they were deprived of 5 years of time. This was starkly different from the notion of altering the past entirely. If there were but a single timeline, it would resemble the premise in the butterfly effect, where altering any minuscule detail would directly precipitate a future transformation. Thus, Apocalypse resolved to refrain from excessive interference, placing his trust in Iron Man's words. If he deemed it prudent to remain silent, it must surely be for the greater good of the present reality. He would simply exercise caution when confronting Thanos in the future. Very well, I wish you success. Is there anything I can assist you with? If you possessed Pym particles, that would be splendid. It appears we have strayed from our intended timeline. Now, as we seek to return to our original timeline, we find ourselves lacking sufficient Pym particles. Ant-Man lamented. Apocalypse, devoid of Pym particles, contemplated briefly before casually scribbling across the roof of a nearby vehicle, stating, I do not possess any. However, I trust you will devise a solution. He then turned and soared into the sky. Ant-Man shrugged. That guy Tang is always so enigmatic. Only Captain America, who had remained silent, noted Apocalypse's actions atop the vehicle. As they gathered closer, they beheld the inscription, 1970. In the original narrative, they had faltered in New York, failing to acquire the desired gem, thus finding themselves in a quandary, either concede defeat and return directly or venture into 1970, the moment shortly after Dr. Pym had discovered Pym particles. Apocalypse, uncertain of which timeline these four belonged to, decided to offer a subtle reminder, seeing that they seemed yet to consider their options. With the wormhole above growing ever larger, if they did not seal it in time, the passage of a cosmic battleship would undoubtedly complicate matters further. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the Hulk. Ha 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 ha. Little insect, I see you now. Ha 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 ha. Apocalypse hastily accelerated towards the source of the commotion. Before him, he beheld Loki fleeing, with the Hulk in relentless pursuit. Loki continuously darted and changed directions, but the Hulk paid no heed, crashing through walls without hesitation. Alas, Loki lacked the ability to fly, and thus found himself unable to escape the Hulk's grasp. He resorted to conjuring multiple illusions and cloaking himself, yet the Hulk seemed to possess an uncanny intuition, always locating Loki's true position. Was this a fated entanglement between the two? Apocalypse pondered. Loki's mind was a tempest of chaos. He had initially aimed to exact revenge on the Hulk, never anticipating that the Hulk would possess such an extraordinary instinct, leading to his immediate downfall. At that moment, a Chitauri ship soared overhead. Loki shouted towards the sky, Come down, take me up. A Chitauri ship descended rapidly, and with a deft maneuver, Loki evaded the Hulk's attack and leaped onto the vessel. With a furious roar, the Hulk leapt dozens of meters high, only to miss his target. Loki reveled in his cunning, when suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Seemingly, the ship had collided with something and plummeted from the sky. Then, he felt a tightening grip around his neck as Apocalypse seized him. Where's the Mind Stone? Apocalypse demanded. Loki's expression twisted into a grotesque grin. Ha ha, I shall not divulge that information. You will never be able to close the wormhole. Earth, prepare for annihilation. Ha ha ha. Apocalypse seethed. Do not think that just because there is present, I will hesitate to kill you. A barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Loki's mouth as he replied, You need not kill me. I shall perish before your eyes. Chapter 60. A single punch to the firmament. Additional update in gratitude for gifts. What? A muffled thud echoed as the Loki in Tianqi's hand erupted into a burst of divine energy. Yet, aside from ruffling Tianqi's garments, it inflicted no real harm. Another clone. Tianqi realized that this was becoming quite troublesome. Loki had summoned clones twice. Although these replicas possessed little strength, they indicated his heightened vigilance. He had concealed his true self and the Mind Stone deeply, making it unlikely to locate him in the near future. Once the wormhole expanded sufficiently, alien warships would arrive, and Earth would face catastrophic peril. Evidently, Loki was aware of this, which explained his earlier bravado. Despite his formidable power, he was nowhere near the extraordinary level of Captain Marvel, who could single-handedly annihilate an entire fleet. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wormhole, countless cosmic warships were preparing for action, densely filling the vast expanse of space. At that moment, all Avengers received a message from Fury. Attention! 2 nuclear warheads are heading your way. Tianchi instinctively remarked, wasn't it just one? No, 2. I repeat, 2. Fury continued. The committee has overridden my authority to deploy the nuclear warheads, one targeting the wormhole, the other the Tesseract. They will arrive in 1 minute and 30 seconds. You must retreat. Clearly, Tianchi's observations and thoughts were echoed by the politicians of the committee. They could not allow the alien warships to reach Earth. They had chosen to launch nuclear weapons, humanity's most potent arsenal, willing to sacrifice an entire city to eliminate the wormhole. Otherwise, given humanity's technological level, which had yet to land on Mars, how could they possibly contend with these marauding interstellar warships? In the original narrative, 2 nuclear warheads were indeed activated, but one was rendered inoperative when Fury struck its aircraft with an RPG. Now, due to Tianchi's butterfly effect, Fury inexplicably did not intercept one as he had in the original storyline. Iron Man exclaimed in fury, New York City is home to millions. If a nuclear bomb detonates, it could instantly turn 100,000 people to ash. How dare they? He then turned to Tianchi. I will intercept one of the warheads. Tang. The other is up to you. No problem. In the distance, 2 missiles raced towards downtown New York City, traveling at twice the speed of sound, trailing long white exhaust. Iron Man, utilizing his suit, clung to one of the missiles and directed it towards the wormhole. Although Tianchi could have destroyed the nuclear warhead on the spot, he was uncertain if such an action would inadvertently trigger an explosion. Now within the city, Tianchi did not dare to take that risk. He could only follow Iron Man's lead and guide the warhead towards the wormhole. The 2 missiles swiftly traversed the wormhole, hurtling towards the Chitauri warships. Moments later, 2 fireballs ignited in space, their intense radiance resembling twin suns, illuminating the city to the point of near blindness. As the fireballs dissipated from a distance, only one warship appeared slightly damaged. The entire fleet remained unscathed. Tianchi mused to himself, now, this seems more appropriate. In numerous science fiction films, nuclear weapons are portrayed as the ultimate armament of Earth, capable of neutralizing any extraterrestrial threat, regardless of the size of their warships. However, upon closer reflection, one must ponder the plausibility of such an assertion. Humanity has yet to transcend its home planet, and the technological disparity between Earthlings and those cosmic civilizations is likely unfathomable. While nuclear arms may serve as formidable tools within primitive societies, advanced alien races would undoubtedly possess countermeasures. It is conceivable that they have long since surpassed the need for such antiquated weaponry, much like humanity has rendered gunpowder obsolete. A sigh escaped Fury's lips. Imbued with resignation, it would be prudent for you to retreat. New York City is beyond saving. Should we not sacrifice it, humanity itself may face annihilation. Prioritize your own safety. The next wave will unleash over 10 nuclear warheads, an onslaught we cannot thwart. Currently, only Apocalypse, Iron Man, and Thor possess the capability to intercept. And even they can only manage a handful. Even Apocalypse would struggle to control more than 5 nuclear warheads simultaneously at subsonic speeds. Must we truly witness an entire city and its millions perish at the hands of our own weapons? A profound sense of despair enveloped the group, leaving them feeling utterly powerless. Yet, amidst this grim reality, this heartless decision appeared to be the most rational. Even Iron Man and Captain America fell into a heavy silence. Just as they prepared to withdraw in tears, a voice crackled through the headset. Apocalypse spoke. Fury, buy me 5 minutes. If you see no glimmer of hope after that, then let the nuclear missiles launch. Fury paused momentarily before responding. I shall do my utmost. You must act swiftly. Thor exclaimed, Brother, what are you planning? No one can breach the energy shield of the Infinity Stone. Apocalypse replied, one must at least attempt it. With that, he ascended and positioned himself beside the Tesseract device. Placing his hand upon it, he began to absorb its energy shield. Though resilient and indestructible, the shield lacked offensive capabilities. As long as he maintained control over his own power, he would remain unharmed. Apocalypse aimed to harness the energy of the Tesseract. Since attaining his divine form in Asgard, he had been pondering whether the Infinity Stones could be utilized for his own purposes. After all, Captain Marvel merely crashed once and inadvertently absorbed a fragment of the Space Stone's power, resulting in her extraordinary abilities. Apocalypse was envious beyond measure. If he could directly extract energy from the Infinity Stones, he would no longer need to struggle in search of breakthroughs. Moreover, the Tesseract possesses the unique feature of allowing energy extraction through appropriate technological instruments, indicating its potential for utilization. Whether a human form could absorb and enhance such energy would depend on one's innate capabilities. Apocalypse engaged in his divine cultivation, striving to attune his own power to resonate with the energy of the Tesseract. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes elapsed, 3 minutes went by. Even with Apocalypse's formidable prowess and extraordinary constitution, sweat poured from his brow, and veins bulged beneath his skin. The energy level of the infinite gem far surpasses the imagination of Apocalypse. Black Widow, Thor, Captain America, Iron Man, Hawkeye, Fury, and even the Hulk anxiously observed Apocalypse from a distance. For minutes past, the covert committee had already poised their fingers over the red button, watching the countdown with readiness to launch a nuclear strike. Suddenly, the taut expression on Apocalypse's face relaxed. A surge of blue energy flowed from the energy shield to Apocalypse himself. The energy intensified, enveloping him in a radiant blue glow. A true testament to the infinite gem's overwhelming power, far too potent to be harnessed. Apocalypse gazed skyward with a smile, one hand pressing against the energy shield while the other formed a fist. With a roar, a blue energy fist projection erupted from his hand. Initially the size of a basketball, it expanded as it ascended, ultimately growing to the size of a football field by the time it traversed the wormhole. The cosmic warship, trapped at the entrance of the wormhole, had nowhere to evade. The blue fist projection silently engulfed it. In the vastness of space, where sound cannot propagate through matter, the silence enveloped the scene as the warship was quietly disintegrated by the blue energy, reduced to cosmic dust. With a single blow, a warship met its demise. Chapter 61. The Infinite Divine Fist with the second punch, and the third punch. Apocalypse unleashed a barrage of over a dozen strikes, igniting a silent inferno on the fleet of cosmic warships stationed at the opposite end of the wormhole. Many vessels were struck on one side, resulting in explosions that sent debris crashing into other warships, creating a scene of utter chaos. The extent of destruction was unfathomable, and only after witnessing the devastation did the Chitauri finally react, ordering their ships to retreat from the wormhole. In a fleeting moment, from the perspective of Earth, the wormhole appeared desolate, save for scattered remnants of wreckage. Those observing the unfolding battle were left agape, astonished by the sudden emergence of such a formidable force. Just moments ago, they had been contemplating a strategy of sacrificing the lesser for the greater good, yet now a powerhouse had unexpectedly arisen. Particularly within the ranks of the council, gazes were fixated on the large screen, fingers poised over the red button, momentarily forgotten in their awe. The alien warships that had previously withstood 2 nuclear detonations were now being dismantled with the ease of a child playing with toy boats. What kind of extraordinary martial art was this? As they began to regain their composure, a wave of frustration surged through them, directed at Fury. How could he possess such an unparalleled warrior among his ranks and yet fail to inform them? They had resorted to launching nuclear strikes, becoming the villains of the hour. Even more infuriating was the fact that this extraordinary being had stated he required 5 minutes, teasing their anticipation for 4 of those minutes before finally engaging in the countdown. Could it be that he harbored discontent towards the council, displeased with their decision to deploy nuclear weapons while disregarding civilian lives? The mere thought of such a powerful entity being dissatisfied with them sent chills down their spines. Yet, they could hardly be blamed. It was Fury who kept everything under wraps, maintaining an air of secrecy that left them ignorant of his presence on site. As the council's higher-ups pondered, their thoughts spiraled into confusion. They absolutely refused to believe that merely 5 minutes prior, they had been powerless against the cosmic warships. only to suddenly transform into a formidable force. Surely, such a metamorphosis must involve a process. They had witnessed numerous individuals undergo extraordinary transformations before. But this was not the end. The energy from the cosmic cube seemed to have found an outlet, continuously surging towards Apocalypse. He was well aware that he could not allow this energy to stagnate within him, thus delivering punch after punch. With the warships having retreated from the wormhole, his subsequent strikes all went amiss. Apocalypse mused to himself, pondering whether these punch marks could curve like his divine power. The ability of his divine force to change direction in order to strike an opponent was due to his consciousness being embedded within it, affording him a degree of control. With this in mind, Apocalypse attempted to imbue a portion of his consciousness into the punch marks. The next colossal imprint surged through the wormhole, gradually altering its trajectory, albeit with minimal deviation, failing to make contact with any objects. It seemed there was insufficient consciousness to empower the imprint adequately. Another punch. This time, Apocalypse exerted all his might, finally managing to compel the blue imprint to curve slightly, crashing into an adjacent warship and annihilating it in an instant. On the Chitauri side, after the initial panic, they began to muster a counterattack. A small spacecraft swiftly traversed a wormhole, entering a round, jet-black orb, only to retreat at once. The ebony sphere descended silently towards Earth. A wave of trepidation surged through Apocalypse. This sphere was no ordinary object. It must not be allowed to pass through the wormhole. With a thunderous strike of his fists, he created two colossal imprints that completely sealed the wormhole. Boom! The heavens reverberated like a drum. A resounding, unparalleled explosion echoed at the mouth of the wormhole. For the first time, the power of the blue imprints was thwarted, mingling with a surge of dark energy that erupted in the sky. Fortunately, the energy level of the Infinity Stones was extraordinarily high, preventing the dark energy from overwhelming it. Instead, it transformed into a cloud as dark as ink, spreading across the sky and extending for hundreds of kilometers. Instantly, the entire city of New York was engulfed in darkness, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The sole beacon of light was the azure energy pillar soaring from Apocalypse's side. In that moment, it transcended the notion of a harbinger of destruction, becoming a symbol of hope for salvation. The bewildered populace, ensnared in darkness, gazed at the small figure beneath the pillar, finding solace in their hearts, and surprisingly, they refrained from panicking, instead choosing to observe in silence. The earlier explosion had mostly been contained on the other side of the wormhole, with only a fraction leaking onto Earth. Yet, even that was terrifying. Apocalypse shuddered to contemplate the devastation that would ensue if that orb were to land on Earth. Its power far surpassed that of a nuclear bomb, reaching a level capable of annihilating planets. As another explosion resonated from the other side, Apocalypse's eyes flickered, sensing another surge of energy from the Infinity Stones. This energy was identical to that of the scepter wielded by Loki. It became evident that Loki's true form had long been hiding on the other side of the wormhole, observing Earth through the aperture. Had it not been for the explosion of the planet-destroying missile, which forced him to utilize the power of the Mind Stone for self-preservation, Apocalypse might have remained oblivious. Truly, he was the god of trickery. His hideout was expertly chosen. Now that Apocalypse was aware of his presence on the other side, he dared not cross the wormhole to pursue him. Loki had evidently calculated that remaining on Earth would make it difficult to evade Apocalypse's pursuit. So he left a decoy on the ground to create chaos. The moment his true form slipped through the opening of the wormhole, he had already made his escape. He had indeed been lurking near the wormhole to enjoy the spectacle, but did not expect Apocalypse's infinite punch to obliterate a cosmic warship. Terrified, Loki fled far away. By the time the planet-destroying missile was blocked at the portal and the backlash energy annihilated the remaining warships, he was fortunate to possess the Mind Stone gifted by Thanos. Otherwise, he too would have turned to ash. Now, the Chitauri fleet, poised to conquer Earth, had left him as the sole survivor. After the explosion, a spacecraft approached from the distance, retrieving Loki aboard. Upon entering, he was greeted by a gaunt alien resembling a desiccated corpse. Its shriveled skin and sparse, eerie white hair gave the impression of moldy hair sprouting from a cadaver, with a pronounced nose devoid of nostrils. The newcomer was none other than the formidable lieutenant of Thanos, Ebony Maw. Just how formidable is Ebony Maw? In Avengers, Infinity War, he descended upon Earth, confronting the formidable trio of Iron Man, Doctor Strange, and the Sorcerer Supreme. With sheer force, they bound Doctor Strange and whisked him away aboard their vessel. With a sinister gaze, Ebony Maw addressed Loki, saying, "Is this what you meant by a single individual easily conquering Earth?" Loki trembled, his mind racing. When I arrived, he was not present. He had just returned from Asgard. Ebony Maw scoffed. "Isn't Asgard your homeland? I suspect you conspired with Asgard to ensure Thanos lost an entire contingent of Chitauri forces. Although the Chitauri were among the lowest ranks under Thanos, accountability must rest somewhere. You shall leave Thanos to decide your fate." Loki shouted in protest, "This is not my doing. It must be my brother Thor's trickery." Ebony Maw, dismissing his pleas, waved his hand, and Loki was immediately ensnared by an invisible force, suspended in midair like a rice dumpling, and carried away by Ebony Maw. Meanwhile, Apocalypse, having waited for what felt like an eternity, observed as the ominous clouds dissipated over a 100-mile radius. Noting the stillness of the wormhole, he gradually adjusted his divine energy, reversing the extracted power of the space stone back into the energy shield. With a slight motion, the internal metallic apparatus shattered into fragments, leaving only the tesseract at its core. The towering column of energy dissipated in an instant. The wormhole was finally smoothed over by the surrounding space, leaving a somber sky in its wake. On the ground, the Chitauri soldiers, at the moment the wormhole closed, collapsed as if bereft of life, lying motionless, holding the tesseract. Apocalypse reflected on the recent battle. This punch, powered by the Infinity Stones, could be aptly named the Infinite Gauntlet. Chapter 62. Aftermath. Regrettably, the Infinite Fist is currently beset by numerous limitations. Firstly, it requires the Infinity Stones as a source of energy, and secondly, the sheer magnitude of that energy makes it challenging to wield with finesse. Any offensive maneuver would undoubtedly be cataclysmic. Engaging in combat on the ground could potentially obliterate an entire city with a single strike, rendering its use imprudent. One can only hope that in the future, it may be possible to refine the energy of the Infinity Stones, achieving a level of dexterity akin to that of Captain Marvel. At this moment, the personnel aboard the Celestial Mothership and the civilians on the ground have finally realized that the danger has subsided, erupting into a chorus of jubilant cheers. Countless eyes are drawn to a solitary figure atop a building, indistinct from a distance, yet radiating an aura of greatness. Some devout individuals have even begun to offer prayers in his honor. However, what eludes the notice of the majority, including Apocalypse, is that when the two strikes of the Infinite Fist intercepted the Annihilation projectile, a small portion of energy escaped the aperture, traversing the wormhole and soaring into the cosmos. This slender stream of azure energy, apparently grazing against something in space, precipitated the sudden emergence of a colossal metallic object from the void. Following this, a massive spacecraft materialized from its cloaked state, its jagged edges momentarily disrupting its invisibility. Within, a throng of blue-skinned, pointed-eared extraterrestrials erupted in frantic exclamations. Fortunately, someone managed to regain control of the ship, and it quickly resumed its cloaked status. Yet by this time, numerous satellites had already begun to detect the anomalies in this vicinity. Only a handful of Earthlings are privy to the identity of this vessel, with Nick Fury being one of them. These beings are the Skrulls who accompanied Captain Marvel over 2 decades ago. Presently, an adult Skrull gazes anxiously at Earth, pondering when, apart from Captain Marvel, such an extraordinary warrior would emerge again. Meanwhile, Apocalypse's departure with the Cosmic Cube has caused considerable consternation for the Time Variance Authority. Originally, the narrative dictated that after the victorious battle, Thor would return to Asgard with Loki and the Cosmic Cube, while the Mind Stone would remain on Earth, ultimately giving rise to Vision. However, the timeline has undergone a significant transformation. With Apocalypse mastering the Infinite Fist, he is in no position to relinquish the Cosmic Cube to anyone else, nor is there anyone more qualified than he to safeguard it. As for the Mind Stone, it has traversed the wormhole alongside Loki, leaving the future of Vision's existence uncertain. Nevertheless, Apocalypse is indifferent to these developments, allowing the Time Variance Authority to grapple with the repercussions. Additionally, The system has bestowed upon him a new surprise. At the moment the wormhole sealed, a series of chimes alerted him to the number of lives he had saved, alongside a surge in the trust bestowed upon him by all superheroes, resulting in a sharing of fortune. The previously unfamiliar Captain America now harbors a trust level exceeding 50. Within the system, the quantity of restorative potions surpassed 10,000, automatically synthesizing into one golden potion. When the total reaches 1 million, it will yield one purple potion. Ultimately, Apocalypse acquired one purple potion and 50 golden potions, along with several thousand miscellaneous ordinary potions. New York residence. To return to the subject, since the purchase of this residence, Apocalypse has yet to revisit. Upon entering, he quickly discovered numerous concealed mechanisms. To forcefully breach them would either result in being incapacitated or rendered unconscious. It was needless to say. These were the traps set by Black Widow. Such challenges, however, posed no difficulty for Apocalypse, who proceeded directly inside. Indulging in a relaxing bath before reclining on the sofa to watch television, instantly reminiscent of his former life as a reclusive man. The recent conflict had far-reaching consequences, rendering superheroes unable to maintain their anonymity. Nick Fury, abandoning previous strategies, opted instead to shape public perception. Captain America, celebrated for his extensive history of saving lives over more than 70 years, emerged as the most beloved figure among the populace. Numerous women recounted their experiences of being rescued by him during news interviews, expressing unabashed admiration akin to Daisy's feelings towards Apocalypse. Iron Man, a renowned celebrity in his own right, saw his fame soar even higher, transforming from a notorious playboy into a veritable savior. Even the Hulk garnered a significant following. After all, in the West, muscle-bound heroes have always attracted fervent admirers, particularly one as colossal as the Hulk. Following the revelation of his divine origins, Thor found himself besieged by countless religious figures and factions vying for his attention. However, he remained indifferent, merely swinging his hammer and soaring away. Yet, there was one individual, a shadow beneath the pillar, shrouded in mystery, with little information available. Aside from Fury's secrecy, Apocalypse had indeed had no contact with the common folk. His arrivals were mostly aerial, making him invisible to cameras and indistinct to ordinary eyes. Eventually, the vicinity around the pillar, the battleground, had long been evacuated, leaving the safe spectators at a distance, able only to discern a figure without distinguishing features. Thus, this most formidable of divine heroes became an enigma in the public eye. However, whether it was a deliberate ploy by Fury remains uncertain, as many began to associate this man with Thor, instinctively perceiving Apocalypse as a deity from Asgard. Apocalypse, for his part, remained unfazed. Initially wary of becoming too renowned and attracting the attention of malevolent forces, he now found such trivialities beneath him. In both spirit and strength, once a person attains a certain level of power, public opinion ceases to hold significance. After managing her affairs, Black Widow returned home, leaping directly into Apocalypse's embrace, her legs entwining around him like serpents. The ensuing moments were charged with intensity. To show respect, there was a need for a brief pause in between. Resting her head upon Apocalypse's arm, she absent-mindedly traced circles on his chest with her fingers. Apocalypse produced a vial of golden restorative serum, stating, "Natasha, this should rectify your bodily deficiencies, allowing you to bear children in the future." A flicker of joy crossed Black Widow's face as she reached for the drink, but suddenly hesitated and remarked, "Tianchi, in these tumultuous times, I believe it is not yet the right moment." She then cast a cautious glance at Tianchi, asking, "You won't hold it against me, will you?" Tianchi laughed heartily, "Of course not. I had never contemplated becoming a father so abruptly. I still feel like a child myself. Men, you see, remain eternally juvenile until they are faced with responsibilities." Moreover, Black Widow was indeed correct. The forthcoming years would likely be the most turbulent, making it ill-advised to bring a child into such chaos. It was only after the era of Thanos that Iron Man had a daughter, Morgan. However, the days of such carefree existence were short-lived, as Black Widow soon found herself embarking on missions frequently. Tianchi cursed Fury under his breath, thinking that the man lacked any discernment. He vowed to demand a hefty consultancy fee next time, one that would leave Fury bankrupt. With solitude weighing upon him, Tianchi decided to take a stroll through the streets. While sipping coffee at a CAF, he unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance, the smuggler from the trafficking operation. The smuggler, accompanied by two henchmen, was enjoying hamburgers when he spotted Tianchi and burst into laughter. "Well, look who we have here, an Oriental in unexpected territory." Tianchi recognized him, recalling how he had pilfered 20,000 from him. The smuggler remembered Tianchi not only for that sum, but also for his distinctive appearance as an Oriental, leaving a lasting impression. The smuggler and his two companions brazenly approached and settled beside Tianchi, encircling him. "Look at you, dressed so well. It seems you're doing quite all right." Tianchi, disinterested in their banter, felt 3 drops of brown liquid slowly rise from his coffee cup, preparing to eliminate the trio on the spot. Chapter 63. Minor troubles. The smuggler, oblivious to the peculiarities within the coffee cup, approached and wrapped an arm around Tianchi's shoulder, exclaiming, "Ha! Come on, my Eastern friend, smile a little. You're doing quite well now, aren't you? You should be grateful for my help in getting you here. Still thinking about that 20,000? In our world, it's all about one's abilities. You ought to be more open-minded. Recently, I acquired a new batch of women, both fair and dark-skinned, as well as some Easterners. Would you care to choose one? Buy one, get one free, double the pleasure." With a wink, he teased Tianchi. Upon hearing about the Eastern women, the water in Tianchi's cup ceased its gentle rippling. He inquired, "Where did you find these Easterners?" The United States is brimming with opportunities for wealth. Countless individuals yearn to come here each year. In our line of work, we often encounter some exquisite goods. If you catch my drift, the smuggler was no mere transportation service. There were no services or constraints to speak of. To him, the 20,000 that Tianchi had previously lost was hardly significant. Among the many undocumented immigrants, some young women, particularly those with a hint of beauty, if left unprotected, could be selected and sold to various corners of the world, becoming slaves or prostitutes. This, however, was not the worst fate. The journey of illegal immigration was not one of comfort, but rather an ordeal spent cramped in a sealed container, traversing vast oceans. Reports of individuals perishing from hunger, heat, or thirst emerged almost annually. Such cases were merely the tip of the iceberg. The true number of lives lost on this dark path was incalculable. Tianchi sighed in silence, recognizing that despite his strength, he felt powerless in the face of the world's malevolence. Many evils persisted. Perhaps this was humanity's original sin. However, now that he had encountered this situation, especially with the mention of Easterners, he could not simply turn a blind eye. "Very well, take me to see them," Tianchi asserted. The smuggler flashed a self-satisfied grin and replied, "As per our customary practice, a deposit of 10,000 is required up front. Can I use a card?" Tianchi inquired. "What are you thinking, brother? In our line of work, transactions are always in cash." Tianchi had initially planned to follow the smuggler to their hideout, eliminate them, and rescue the hostages. However, the demand for a deposit posed a complication. He didn't have that much cash on him. Given this predicament, it seemed wiser to leave such matters to the professionals. Attempting to single-handedly eradicate one of their dens would hardly suffice. Considering the multitude of criminal networks lurking in the shadows, he could not possibly interrogate, track down, and eliminate each one of them. That would be a tedious task. Instead, it would be far more effective to let SHIELD take charge, following the leads to dismantle the entire criminal organization with military and police force. With this in mind, Tianchi picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Fury, I'm at the Ice Snow Honey CAF on 18th Street in New York. I've encountered a minor inconvenience. Please send a few people to assist." He hung up and resumed sipping his coffee nonchalantly. The 3 smugglers immediately became alert, simultaneously drawing 3 handguns and concealing them beneath the table, aimed at Tianchi's waist. "Do you dare to call for help? I find myself devoid of cash. And without calling someone to deliver it, what can I possibly do? Do you take me for a fool? Just moments ago, you made no mention of needing money over the phone. Moreover, You possess a card, and there are ATMs aplenty on these streets. As he spoke, he feigned the act of drawing a weapon. Tianchi spread his hands in a gesture of calm, striving to temper his temper, fearful that he might inadvertently reduce these three men to mere pulp, thereby severing any lead he might have. Very well, you have seen through me. What do you intend to do? The three snakeheads exchanged glances and smiled, believing that this oriental man had cowered. Thus they pressed their advantage. Hand over the card and the password. Tianchi tossed the card onto the table, stating, the password is 6 zeros. Do not attempt to deceive us. If the password proves false, I shall end you immediately. One of the snakeheads dispatched a lackey to take the card and depart. Meanwhile, on Fury's side, upon receiving Tianchi's call, his mind momentarily faltered. Tang has encountered trouble? He wishes for us to send someone to assist? Could it be Loki? No. Loki is not formidable enough to pose a challenge to Tang. That would be implausible. Is it a peerless powerhouse from the other side of the wormhole? Have they dispatched someone so swiftly? Given Tang's strength, he could obliterate an entire fleet, yet he may not fear them. However, as Fury glanced at the location, 18th Street, he realized it lay in the bustling heart of the city. The previous wormhole battle had only affected certain streets. Others soon resumed normal activities. Thus, regardless of whether Tang could prevail, it was evident that he was up against an extraordinary foe. Should a conflict erupt, even if victory were attained, it could lead to the city's ruin and the suffering of countless souls. Who could possibly be such a monstrous adversary that even Tang lacked complete confidence? It is worth noting that the Hulk, whom they had previously regarded as a destructive force beyond measure, had been rendered docile by a mere handful of photographs. Now, with Tang himself present, seeking our assistance, one can only imagine the terror of the opponent. Tang, much like Tony, possesses a certain arrogance. Even his pleas for help are uttered with nonchalance. Fortunately, I, Old Fury, am astute enough to discern the underlying urgency in your words. With this in mind, Fury wiped the sweat from his bald head and hastily pressed the red button on the table. Immediately, a piercing alarm resonated throughout the entire base. Level 7 alert. Level 7 alert. All personnel, mobilize. Instantly, countless agents from S, H, I, E, L, D surge forth, tanks and aircraft roaring to life, entering a state of readiness. Simultaneously, Iron Man, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, War Machine, and the still-present Dr. Banner all received the news. Only Thor, disinclined to wear Earth-S communication devices, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding situation, perhaps reveling in merriment with Jane. In his urgency, Fury could not reach him, hoping instead that he would see the news and hasten to join. In an instant, a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire city. Ordinary soldiers, stationed several blocks away from 18th Street, began to evacuate crowds, preemptively safeguarding against the potential fallout of a monumental clash. Large numbers of civilians screamed in panic, yet obediently followed the soldiers' guidance to flee. Given the fiercely independent nature of Americans, orchestrating the evacuation of such a multitude was no small feat. Only a few days had passed since the wormhole battle, during which countless alien soldiers had descended, resulting in untold casualties. Coupled with the final, astonishing confrontation, the entire city had witnessed the chaos unfold before their eyes. At this moment, the military issued a warning, and no one dared to defy it. In a fleeting instant, a multitude of civilians fled the nearby streets with unprecedented urgency. In stark contrast, the epicenter of the storm, 18th Street, remained eerily calm. Some individuals, hearing distant commotion, presumed it to be yet another shooting incident and brushed it off. After all, in the land of the free, daily gunfire was a mundane aspect of life, something they had grown accustomed to. On the other hand, the apocalypse was growing impatient. Was it truly so challenging for Fury to dispatch a few agents? He had finished a cup of coffee, yet still saw no sign of them. Soon, a subordinate returned, clutching a brown paper bag, which he presented to his leader. Upon opening it, the bag was found to be stuffed with dollar bills. The leader's eyes widened in astonishment, initially believing it to be a mere petty theft, only to realize he had struck a veritable gold mine. Boss, the ATM has a withdrawal limit. Today, we can only take this much. Can you guess how much is still in the account? The leader, growing impatient, swatted at him, and demanded, "Spit it out. How much more is there?" The subordinate raised his fingers, counting one by one, until all 10 digits had been accounted for. "Boss, there are 10 digits. I cannot ascertain the exact amount." The leader, incredulous, retorted, "How can that be? You've only recently crossed over. Did you mistakenly include the decimal point?" Just as the words left his mouth, realization dawned upon him. Even if he accounted for 2 decimal places, the sum would still amount to an 8-digit figure, a staggering amount in the millions. At that moment, the eyes of the 3 men glistened with greed as they fixated on the apocalypse. They had not even contemplated the nature of the individual capable of amassing such wealth in a mere few years, nor did they consider whether they could provoke such a person. Meanwhile, the evacuation efforts had reached 18th Street. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Chapter 64. A great misunderstanding. The Hulk, with his formidable stature, burst through the wall with a resounding crash. Upon witnessing the 3 snake-headed individuals brandishing firearms at Apocalypse, he did not pause to ponder the rationale behind their actions. Anyone threatening his friend was deemed an enemy. Thus, he unleashed a thunderous roar, his gaping maw wide open, directed at the trio. The sound waves produced by his fury sent their hair flying straight back, and the pressure distorted their faces as though they were experiencing the turbulence of an aircraft at high altitude. Meanwhile, other superheroes had arrived on the scene. Iron Man and War Machine flanked either side, their suits igniting with flames as they hovered 3 meters off the ground, laser cannons at the ready. Captain America shielded the fleeing employees within the establishment, while Black Widow coordinated the evacuation. From a distance, Hawkeye readied his bow, the string taut like a crescent moon, aiming intently. "Wait, Hulk, do not engage." Apocalypse urgently interjected, recognizing the need to keep at least one of the snake-headed men alive for interrogation to dismantle the entire criminal network. The 3 criminals, nearly paralyzed with fear under the Hulk's wrathful roar, dared not move. As they surveyed their surroundings, they were surrounded by a multitude of superheroes, and it was as if a dramatic score began to play in the background. They recognized all these heroes from the recent wormhole battle. The news had been saturated with reports of this remarkable group, and there was no escaping their notoriety. Faced with such a daunting assembly, the snake-headed men found themselves bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Surely they cannot be here to apprehend me. Is it possible that superheroes have become this bored? I am merely a trafficker. This cannot be serious. Their initial response was not fear, but confusion. Apocalypse, equally perplexed, turned to Iron Man and the others, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Iron Man replied, "Fury informed us that you were in distress and activated a level 7 alert. The civilians outside have been evacuated, and we are ready to engage." "Engage in what?" "Hulk, stand down." The Hulk, once again halted, was visibly displeased. "They are not friends. We can fight." Cornered by the Hulk, the 3 snake-headed men huddled together, resembling frightened rabbits, while one of them pondered whether their past misdeeds had led to this nightmare. Though the Hulk may not be the most powerful among the superheroes, his imposing presence instilled the greatest dread. His furious demeanor could intimidate even the most resolute, especially when towering over them. After a brief exchange, Apocalypse found himself in a fit of laughter and disbelief, realizing the magnitude of the blunder. "Fury, you scoundrel, come forth." Fury hurriedly approached, panting. "Tang, have you already subdued the enemy?" "What enemy?" "They are merely 3 traffickers. I called for you to send someone to apprehend them." Upon grasping the full context of the situation, Fury was displeased. "Tang, that is rather unkind of you. You failed to communicate clearly, resulting in this grand misunderstanding." "I was quite explicit. It was just a minor inconvenience. Send a few people to handle it." Fury was left speechless. It appears that the original sentiment is this. However, for a formidable being like Apocalypse, what constitutes a mere inconvenience? The Hulk may be a trivial matter to you, but who would dare to disregard him? Fury reluctantly remarked, "That may be true, but why not simply eliminate them? By doing so, the underlying criminal network would vanish. You could report it to the authorities. It's merely a trivial issue." "Did you call me for this?" "When you requested my assistance as a consultant, you assured me that such minor matters would be resolved. Is this not a trivial matter? What? Do you wish to deny your prior commitment?" Fury was momentarily speechless, realizing that he had indeed made such a promise. Thus, it still seems to be my fault? Fury turned away, directing his pent-up frustration towards the trio of snakeheads, commanding the soldiers sternly, deploy the strongest restraints. These are supervillains captured under direct orders from King Apocalypse. So exercise utmost caution. Subsequently, several restraints as thick as tires were used to bind the snakeheads. The snakeheads lamented internally, thinking, surely heroes of all kinds aren't resorting to this. These restraints are meant for the Hulk, not for me. Unfortunately, they could not voice their thoughts, as their mouths were sealed with metal clasps and their eyes shielded by special goggles to prevent exposure to any rays. With such formidable restraints, the trio of snakeheads was rendered immobile and ultimately loaded onto an armored vehicle, escorted under heavy firepower, their destination unknown yet ominous. This entire process was not merely Fury throwing a tantrum, it was a necessity. The earlier commotion had evacuated much of New York City's populace and summoned all superheroes. And now, you dare tell me it was all to apprehend 3 ordinary human traffickers? If the truth were to leak, Apocalypse might remain unfazed. But Fury would be inundated with disdain from both the common folk and the elite alike. For now, the only option was to treat the counterfeit as genuine. A reasonable explanation must be provided to the public. Oftentimes, the public seeks not the truth, but rather a seemingly plausible version of it. For the first time, Apocalypse learned from Fury that he had acquired the moniker of King Apocalypse, though he was unaware of who had coined it. Interestingly, this title was rendered in English as Divine Revelation, quite distinct from the Chinese phonetic equivalent of his name. To the Western populace, this nickname was strikingly appropriate. During the city's devastation by the star-destroying missile, the only beacon of light was the energy column where Apocalypse stood resolute. His unwavering figure seemed like a divine flashlight illuminating the world, offering hope to the people. Apocalypse did not particularly care for such titles. As long as they were not offensive, he was indifferent. Now that his fellow superheroes had gathered, it was an opportune moment for a celebration, especially Hulk, who, in his transformed state, marveled at every morsel of food, occasionally roaring in delight like a child. Had Apocalypse not been seated nearby, few would have dared to linger in his presence, including Thor. While merriment unfolded on one side, Fury faced a far less fortunate situation on the other. Once the skirmish concluded, an array of influential figures and media outlets inundated the S.H.I.E.L.D. with inquiries regarding the specifics of the incident. How grave was the threat? What was its magnitude? Was it a formidable extraterrestrial or merely a terrestrial foe? What precautions ought to be taken to avert a recurrence? Fury initially contemplated fabricating some justifications to deflect their incessant questioning, but ultimately, overwhelmed by their persistence, he resigned to a brusque dismissal. During the press conference, he resolutely proclaimed, "No comment. This is a supervillain apprehended personally by Apocalypse. If you have inquiries, direct them to him." The attendees, even if they were aware of Apocalypse's true identity, dared not approach him. Amidst the perfunctory applause that followed, Fury endeavored to maintain an air of pride as he gradually exited the stage. Given the extensive ramifications of this affair, second only to the Wormhole War, numerous power players and factions were scrutinizing the situation, thus complicating Fury's intentions to eliminate the Serpent's head outright. After some deliberation, he resolved to stage a complete performance by transporting the Serpent's head to his Supermax prison. Seeking to evade the immediate scrutiny and biding his time for a future opportunity to execute his plan, the Superax prison, officially known as the Isle of Solitude, is an artificial underwater metal edifice, its location shrouded in secrecy, typically submerged beneath the ocean waves. Its whereabouts remain unknown until it surfaces briefly for the reception of prisoners or supplies. It is currently under the command of General Ross, the seasoned military leader infamous for capturing the Hulk. Having spent the majority of his life combating superhumans like the Hulk, he not only developed various weapons to contend with such beings, but also oversaw the construction of this Supermax prison to house supervillains. In a later episode of Captain America: Civil War, the prison briefly held notable superheroes such as Hawkeye, Ant-Man, and Falcon. As General Ross perused the dossier on the prisoner sent by Fury, he noted the ominous entries: threat level unknown, hazard level uncertain, abilities undetermined, a cascade of unknowns. Only at the bottom of the file, in minuscule font, was a cautionary note, captured by Apocalypse himself. Ross's hand trembled as he attempted to sign the acceptance document. But frustration overcame him, and he cast it aside, opting instead to contact Fury. Fury, you old rascal, you want to imprison such a formidable criminal here? Are you trying to get me killed? Rest assured, Ross, he is merely an ordinary criminal. You needn't worry about it. Fury replied nonchalantly. Ross retorted, do you think I'm so blind as to overlook that small print? Can someone apprehended by Apocalypse be just an ordinary criminal? Fury silently cursed to himself, recalling his own past navette in similar situations that had left him in a precarious position, though he refrained from voicing these thoughts to General Ross.